I was just curious if you can use a sextant accurately on a globe. Does anyone know?
It's not that hard. You only need an optically flat region for the optical instrument to do your geometry.
And then you can make some assumptions like the light being parallel and whatever radius you want, actually. Uh, but you can use the radius of 3959 and make it work that way too. But you're gonna have a flat plane from the equator to the center versus just having a flat plane. Like, so.
Yeah, I'd say the sextant might not be accurate south of the equator.
Really?
But the key word is you can make the assumptions on top of just just it being the plane.
I've never heard anyone say it wouldn't be accurate south of the equator.
Actually, I want to take that back. Never mind. I take that back. The sextant would be accurate south of the equator. That would disprove the globe.
I asked a friend recently who sails a lot and for leisure and did a course on sea navigation about 10 years ago about the sextant, and he didn't see any issue with it working on the globe. And he then asked I was curious, and he asked his brother, who's a professional yachtsman, who's a chartered yachter, so he takes like luxury boats all around the world, and he also takes people on courses for navigating at sea, and he said sextant definitely works everywhere in the world.
Are you saying it's accurate, or on a globe model, or the flat model?
It works everywhere because it's not a globe.
You're taking an angle measurement from the surface, and then you're using moon references from the almanac. That's it.
That's it. Yeah, exactly. It's a different almanac in the southern hemisphere, but that's about the only main difference.
All right,
it doesn't matter now. And the guy who's the chartered yachtsman, he's not in any sense a flat Earth believer, because he hasn't sailed on his own in the southern seas, but he has sailed in a group, and he was in a team that raced at Cowes in England and raced around Europe, and he's raced in the southern regions, if you want to call them whatever, when he was younger. And he's definitely not a flat earther, and he says he teaches people about the use of sextant, and he says there's no issue with the sextant.
So do you take into account a wider angle at the south of the equator? Do you take into account a wider angle or a smaller angle?
No. But why would you need to look? If you're in the south, you're still taking an angle measurement from the surface.
It would be wider, right?
I'm not qualified to answer that. I'm just merely telling you about conversations I had when I heard conversations on here. I don't know anything about a sextant, so I went and spoke to someone that I know does know about the sextant. That's all. Now maybe they're misguided, but on the basis that they've sailed all around the world.
Yeah, but if they're taking into account a wider angle south of the equator, then that would,
as far as I could tell. God, as far as I could tell from the conversations that I had, that as far as he was concerned, there was no difference in the way you use the sextant anywhere in the world. So I don't know. I could go back and ask him more specific questions, but it would take me a while to get answers because his brother's actually not in the country anyway. So I'd have to try and see if he could get some, a more qualified answer. But because I'd heard here that people are asserting that a sextant wouldn't work in the globe model, and I can't get anybody who has actual professional experience of sailing and proper training with a sextant to corroborate that statement. But that's not saying it's not true. I can't find anybody.
Here's the thing. The first thing that they say is that spherical trigonometry is not necessary. Like you don't have to go through all that advanced math if you don't want to. Which means what? So it's not that it can't work. You can backwards engineer anything if you want to. That's the thing. We're not. But
Of course,
you can't.
no, I totally get that. But the statement is made in these kind of forms quite often that it's impossible to use a sextant unless you're on a flat Earth. That's the point I'm making. That statement in itself. That statement infers that it can't be a globe because the sextant works. Well, that's not the case. If these people are to be believed.
Hold on. That doesn't exclude somebody from believing they're on a globe from being able to utilize it unwittingly on a flat Earth.
That's true, but it also doesn't mean that anybody who's not an expert in the sextant can make that assertion carte blanche, doesn't it? As really, with any degree of qualification.
Yeah, but how he accounted on curvature with the
sextant?
sextant?
It implies that people can definitely believe they're on a globe and still use it and not even realize that it proves a flat Earth. That's what it implies.
Yeah, but then again, these people that use it say it doesn't matter whether they're in the northern regions or the southern regions, they use it the same way. And these people have sailed around. Well, this person in question has sailed around the southern seas, and not near Antarctica. I'd hasten to add, but he sailed. He sailed around. I think he sailed around South Africa, but not South America. But he's been, he's been well into what you conventionally call the southern hemisphere, and he doesn't see any issue. There's no difference between the way it's used there and in the northern regions.
I've looked up this sextant, and it says that it is can be used to measure angles in a vertical, horizontal, or oblique planes. But I mean, oblique would not work because it would be a measure from a center.
I don't. As I say, I'm not qualified.
So a sextant would be your angle from the center.
Angle from the center.
Yeah. That
doesn't give you an elevation. Gives you an elevation
on a flat plane. No.
I guess the reason it doesn't work on a globe is because when you're trying to get the value of the what do you call it, the baseline, right?
Yeah.
At the end of the day, there would be a difference between the value of a flat plane and the extra you would need on a sphere.
Or not the extra declination. It would be a declination. On a sphere, it would be a declination. Once you pass the equator, it would be a declination. But there's not a declination.
It would be a declination to the visible horizon, wouldn't it? Tiny little declination to the visible horizon.
Well, maybe for the horizon, but I'm saying the distance. Like it would keep expanding outwards.
But,
or from side to side, from the angle. The angle would continue to expand.
Well, no, because you're only measuring the elevation from the horizon, aren't you? That's what you're ever.
No, I'm not saying elevation. I'm saying distance from 30 degrees to 30 degrees or whatever. Like it would expand outward.
What would expand?
The distance.
And the angle.
And the angle, yes. No, well, the angle could stay the same, but the distance would expand.
What distance are you talking about?
No, but you're going down. The angle also will be more.
No.
You're going down.
You're not going down, you're going out.
No, you're on a sphere.
Well, on a sphere, it would... No, we're not on a sphere. I mean, on a sphere, it would close back in.
No, he's saying that sextant is working on the sphere. That means they are traveling with the sextant on the sphere.
The sextant doesn't work on a sphere. Like,
Yeah,
It,
of course.
Okay.
I know. But he's saying that experts traveling on the sphere with the sextant.
You would get a
well,
declination anytime from
I
any
don't.
point where the object is not directly overhead. You would start to get a declination. When it's 90 degrees overhead, that would be your ideal starting point for the angles, and you would start to get a declination from that point if it goes past
Well, that's somebody who's looking at the sun. That's looking at a declination, like from the sun perspective of the heliocentric or the heliocentric model. But I'm saying like the fact that I don't know if you consider the fucking angles and moving out, like it would get wider, right?
Right. That is correct. Yes.
Yeah.
I don't follow when you say moving out. What do you mean by moving out, and what do you mean by getting wider?
Moving out away from the center, away from the center.
I'm using a sextant. I'm in a stationary position. So what do you mean moving out? What's moving?
No, if you are moving out, if you are using the sextant and you yourself are moving out from the center, from the equator, like yeah, it would get wider.
It would get wider. What would get wider? Sorry, you're using.
When I say it would get wider, I'm talking about the distances between the latitude lines.
No, on a sphere model, the latitude lines are set distances
No, on a
apart.
sphere model, they would close in, but the fact is they get wider.
I don't think I don't know. Well,
No,
you're talking about angles getting wider. I don't get it.
Lines of
When you
latitude.
take the measurement, it's you're taking the measurement from the surface of things in the sky. Like first of all, in order to get the adjacent, like what you're doing is figuring out the angular relationship of the sky, and then you're bringing it down to the earth. Like, but it works out. However, it works out. Now, I'm not going to pretend that I know all the shit that I've heard them talking about this week. I know it's a little more complicated than I initially thought. However, it doesn't mean that it only works on a globe. In fact, still, I haven't seen any video that I watch on it is like you can do it without the presupposition of a sphere. That's all I know. Even when you're trying to figure out the adjacent by going to the sky, none of it involves any sphere mass. You don't have to add the radius in at any point. You don't have to, but you could if you want to. It's an option. This is what they say. So if it's not necessary, then what does that tell you?
In other words, you can do extra pointless math to make yourself think you're on a globe, right?
Yes.
Well, they start with a couple base assumptions that are really kind of don't follow. They assume that at the equator it's directly overhead for 90-degree purposes, and they derive the rest of the angles that you get on a sextant looking out over a globe based off of that base assumption that it's directly overhead at the equator, and then derive the rest of the angles based off of that.
It's only directly over the equator at one time a year. It's not over the equator every time of year. I mean that.
And so that's where you're getting a declination, because now you have to keep that assumption that it's 90 degrees over the equator, and now you have to get a declination if you're north of the equator and seeing the sun in a certain position. Because the assumption is your line of sight will intersect the ball at tangent and go out and make a horizon that the sun appears to be above, but you still got to keep that base assumption that it's 90 degrees above the equator on a ball. And so that's where you're getting your declination and stuff from that. Because you're going to have to add a little bit more to the angle to keep that assumption. That's where you're going to get your declination and stuff.
This is where people like Adam Meakin and Tenth Man are doing their research because the declination comes from not the assumption that you're at the equator, yada 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 yada. It's some sky shit that I still don't understand. But how do you map out the sky? Well, someone has to initially take the zenith positions of these stars that they're going to use to navigate somewhere. There is no assumption at that point. You're standing on a point of the earth, you look up, there's this specific star at that specific time, no assumption of a globe necessary. It's a sky map.
Well, you could get the same angles in a flat surface. I mean, you could put a sticker on the ceiling of a hallway that's flat. Put the words, write the word "sun" on this sticker, stick it to the ceiling, and get a angle of declination even to that sticker in the ceiling. And you could get people that get 10 degrees to that sticker. You could go down the hallway and get like 1 degree per foot of distance traveled from that sticker and get angles to the sun that will be radically different even over a flat plane. So the globe isn't even necessary at that point. You can get the same stuff on a flat surface.
I think the only distinction is that the sun doesn't disappear it doesn't shrink in size due to perspective by the time it hits the horizon, though, does it really? What's the only difference?
It
Really?
shrinks slightly, and there's pictures of it shrinking with and without a filter, so the jury's still out even on that.
Yeah, I've seen pictures where it looks like it isn't. They've zoomed in and showed it's still not. No one showed me a picture of a very, very small sun at the horizon.
But again, in order to have a tangent that they keep talking about, you would need pure geometry, which we don't have. How can you get an angle with the tangent to the horizon if everything is refracted?
And it does rely on very idealized, pure, quote unquote, geometry, lines that are out in space that we're looking through that don't appear to be physical, that are simply assumed based off of idealized perfect math. So that's going to be a tall order to fill to prove that this is actually the case when we don't have an actual line extending from our eye to the object to verify these axioms. Just like a 6-foot object will eventually disappear, a 6-foot zone of visual space will eventually disappear too and make a horizon. That's just logical. If you're 6 feet off the ground with your eyes roughly 6 feet off the surface, you're going to have effectively a 6-foot object, a 6-foot zone of visual space that will merge toward the level of the eyes and make a horizon. Anything that's in a taller zone will not be able to be treated symmetrically by the eye and will just have to set. So I think that we can derive some better principles here that are a bit more consistent over a flat surface, where we expect a horizon to form based off your height above said surface.
I completely agree with Meadowlark, even though it sounds like he's backing up a dump truck when he talks.
Maybe it's your ears, Helio, because he sounds clear.
No, I heard everything you said. I just heard the beeping and the background noise. Yeah, I heard like beep. That's what it sounds like when you're backing up a dump truck.
Bro, someone has to take care of the trash cans.
Yeah, is that what's happening? Look, Lemon Bird. I concur with everything you're saying. That's good stuff, man. I like that. Just, I'm trying to make a joke. But, yeah, what Meadowlark just said, I completely concur. Yes. Good stuff.
Hey, y'all talk about Tartaria in here? Mudflood?
At the moment, no.
Is she a Glober? The Tartaria girl?
No. No, I'm not a Glober.
The mud
That's your
flood.
name? That's your name, Tartaria?
No, synchronistic.
I've heard some interesting stuff. Supposedly, they were an advanced people with advanced technology. They could, on one account, take energy directly from the air and the ether and didn't need bathroom facilities because of that, because their bodies worked on a different principle, kind of like a breatharian. Pretty interesting stuff.
Wait, hold on.
Wait, no, they didn't say they didn't take a shit. I've never heard they didn't take a shit.
No poopies?
What the shit?
Yeah, dude, they took a shit. They didn't.
Come on, I mean, damn.
I never heard that one before.
Has a knack for this kind of thing. Just like throws. I don't know where Breatharian and Tartarian ever had anything to do with each other. I've never actually heard that. Those. I mean, I'm familiar with both topics, but I didn't see where Breatharians.
Those guys took a shit.
Yeah, they made bathrooms, so you know.
Yeah, I mean, they had plumbing.
Yeah, they had plumbing and water systems, everything.
Yeah.
So where we going with this? Freaking Meadowlark, man! I freaking love it. I love it. You're awesome. So as far as Tartaria or another, it's a hidden history of man. Is this what you're talking about with Tartaria?
Yeah, like these buildings that they built.
Did you watch
back in the
the
day.
fucking Hidden History of Flat Earth recently?
Yes.
Yes, I've seen that one. Yeah, it's good. It's good. It's good.
Erewhon? Is that Erewhon?
Yeah, Ewarnon or something. Yeah.
Ewarnon.
Slight correction. It's called The Lost History of Flat Earth. Go ahead.
That's Lost History of Flat Earth. You're right, Dave. Yeah, that's all right.
Yeah.
That's the right one. Yeah. What do you guys? There was a couple of documentaries he put out. I think I watched most of the first one, which pretty much all I need to see, you know, as far as all that goes.
I mean, it's pretty compelling.
Yeah, it is. It's very compelling.
Yeah.
So I don't mind talking about it if someone's not, you know, if someone here says, "Hey, let's not talk about that," then we won't. But I think it's very, very compelling. Let me see if I can find the video and I'll post it. You guys want to talk about it? Go ahead. Tartaria.
He kind of got into the a lot of the Bible stuff though recently. His last one.
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
He did.
Although, I mean,
you guys
somebody
have,
said he
you guys
was
have the links.
too focused on the Bible.
Here. Well, there's no such thing as too focused on the Bible. I mean,
there's other stuff out there, Vedic and all that other kind of stuff.
Sure, I mean, but you shouldn't be afraid of the Bible if anything, but
I feel the same way. I feel like, I'm me and myself. I'm not like subscribed to like a certain religion, but at the same time, like I feel like the Bible and the Quran itself. If you're like a Quran follower, like I feel like it has the same message, and
Yeah.
it's the
Yeah, I
same
think all
thing.
cultures
Like, yeah,
have the same root language.
yeah. It's not like it's different. It's like people made it different. Like people made it different. It's not different.
well, it is different. I mean, I would
don't think
disagree
it
with
is,
that.
man.
There's a lot of differences. Like if you was to get into the laws, if a man was to divorce his wife, she could get married a couple more times before he wasn't allowed to marry her again in the Quran.
No, well,
In the Bible,
No, but
he
does it,
left.
I
yeah,
mean,
but
show me where it says
those
that. Show
details.
me where it says that. Show me where it says that, because I'd love to see that. If somebody could give me something like that, I'd love to see that.
You show me where the Bible and the Quran are the same.
No, I want to see where they're different.
No, you tell me where they're the same, because I know for a fact they're not.
No, and I'm not saying the Bible. I'm when I say the Bible, I'm saying like the the original law, like the Torah and the Quran, and I'm not talking about Paul. I'm not talking about like Paul's story.
There's a difference between the Bible, Torah,
I'm
and
not
Quran.
talking about the canon. I'm not talking about the canon.
This isn't this type of discussion, but yeah, they're not the same.
Yeah.
But anyway, as far as historically,
no, we don't have to get into this.
The story
It's
of
fine.
man, the story of man can there's a conjunction there, throughout different cultures where it does come together. And so I know you weren't saying that. I just wanted to point out that.
Yeah. You're right. I appreciate you. I appreciate you calling me out on that, because you're right. But at the same time, like I think the message is the same. It's not different.
I guess it kind of
died on the cross. The other one says that he didn't. So the devil's in the details. One extols him as the son of God. The other one says he's just a man and a prophet.
Well,
but the devil's in the details.
Well, no. I mean, still, the Quran still actually does say that Jesus ascended to heaven and he's going to come back and be the savior.
He got off the cross and didn't die.
Yeah, the Quran says that somebody else died in his place and that Jesus was taken to the throne.
Yeah, see, this is stuff I did not want to get into about.
That's where it gets weird with me. And when I read, what I read doesn't tell me that. So,
are you reading a uncensored Quran? Because there's different editions. Some that are more censored than others. It appears with the violent verses as well. So it might be the type of Quran that you read as well, depending on.
I mean, it could be. I mean, it could be. I'm not gonna sit here and like harp on it.
Sure, and if you want,
because I do understand that this is not a server that
No, this discussion can happen in this server, but not in this room.
Yeah, I got you.
Because there are other rooms, voice rooms in this server that you can talk about this, and it's welcome all the time, just like this 24/7 Flat Earth. We try to keep this room on science.
Yeah. And I got that, man.
History.
Man, I appreciate the server so much.
No, hold on. Well, let me say this: history, religion is a part of history, which is very relevant to how this idea of flat versus globe came about. But as far as like arguing the details of the different religions, that's for another room.
Yeah, and I'm not trying to argue. I
Yeah,
don't know.
sorry for bringing it up. It was just at the end of his
No, you don't have to
video,
apologize.
so,
I'm just trying to keep focus here. It's all good.
Yeah.
Apologize to Helio right now.
What you say, Jimsy? It's just like I'm holding myself back because I have a lot of opinions about that too. I don't want to promote it.
Oh no, you're good, brother.
Jimsy gives me a lot of shit.
Let's go back. Let's go back to whatever the discussion was.
Flat Earth.
Yeah.
You guys were bringing up Tartaria and how it relates.
Oh, that's what it
There are
was.
certain aspects of Tartaria. I mean, about history, and yes, and it. The religions that were mentioned aren't the only ones when it comes to Tartaria. When you talk about the history of Earth. I mean, like the globe Earth, the history of the globe Earth is a very shallow history. It's only been in existence for a little over 100 years. Like as far as promoted, as a popular idea, because it was very like the Globers would be like, "Oh, we've known the globe is Earth is a globe for 2,500 years."
Helio,
like it wasn't popular.
Helio, can you call cartoons history?
Are you talking about drawings? Drawings?
The globe is a
cartoons history. Well, I don't know. I don't know. I guess drawings of cartoons. No, I wouldn't necessarily consider that history. No. Cartoon ball? Are you talking specifically about the globe Earth? Drawings?
Yeah, you were talking about the history of the globe, and I'm saying, can you call cartoons history?
When was this idea of the globe made popular? I'm talking about history. When was this idea of the globe made popular? Whereas people actually had the ability to understand it because they're smart enough or educated enough to actually get a hold of
when Star Wars came out.
No, shit, that was in the 70s, bro. Come on, man.
When
Jimsy, are you trying to bust my balls here? But I'm leading to something here. I'm trying to, whatever. All right, Jimsy, you got this. You got this.
You got this, Helio. You got it.
No, you got it. Go ahead.
You got it, bro.
No, you got it.
I'm muting, bro. I'm muting.
No, you got it, Jimsy. You got it. You know where I was going with it. So instead of me talking about it, why don't you talk about it? Go ahead, Jimsy. Go ahead, Metalark. Go ahead, Metalark.
You mean like 100 years ago or something like that in the schools or something? Or
no, what I was saying is, it's like we have the Globers saying that, oh, this is a 2,500 year idea. We've known that the Earth is a globe for 2,500 years. Or 1,500 years. Because Aristophanes in his Sticks and Shadows and the Wells and all that kind of shit, right?
Yeah.
All right. But did they teach the general public this in schools, through governments, or not? It wasn't necessarily a popular idea, right? And I'll tell you what, even from Aristophanes' time in the East, did they teach any of those people? And did the governments and the kingdoms in the East, Japan, China, and Indonesia, did they ever teach them anything about what Aristophanes supposedly discovered?
Probably not.
No! The answer is no. No.
And also, the level of education that you get varies depending on whether you're, elite or upper class or just a commoner. Commoners would have just been like, it looks flat and is probably flat, but the elite were probably getting a bunch of esoteric nonsense and stuff like
So
that.
where do we come up? Where do we have all these pompous people coming into our Discord saying, "Well, everyone agrees that the Earth is a globe," which is an appeal to authority, right? Everyone knows the Earth is a globe, so I can go and say whatever I want to about flat earthers anytime I want to, because even though I've not even studied it, anything they're saying, I'm in the right because everyone else believes it. That's an appeal to authority, right? So it's just like, stop being so dumb. Look back into yourself. Look at history and see why you think that the Earth is a globe. Because you can't experience the Earth as a globe because it doesn't exist.
Well, people need authority to establish knowledge since we can't know everything. The question is the authority consistent? Is the authority justified? And is the authority saying the right thing? The authorities in the schools may have misled us about the shape of the earth thing. And maybe we need to look into it again.
But there is no again. Earth is Earth, always has been, always will be. The same way that it presents itself to you, this is what your experience is. It's
a battle for the mind and how you perceive it. When you see the horizon and it's flat, do you override that thinking and say it's a curve? Or do you just go with what, your senses initially tell you, that it's flat? What are you going to do?
Well, your senses, you're going to have to accept it because you can't override that. Because what are you going to say? Well, I think the Earth is a globe, even though I experience the Earth as a flat, level, stationary plane. Can you make the Earth a globe in your mind? Well, you can do it in your mind, but you can't physically make the Earth a globe, even though it's not. That's the weirdest thing.
Well, people try.
But in school, they
try
taught
that
you
because they know that their senses are fallible. That ultimately there's going to need to be an authoritative, narrative or story that they go with to make sense out of their fallible senses. Someone was saying something?
Yeah, sure.
Oh yeah, at school, like they tell you, Columbus sailed to America, but they thought they were going to sail off the edge of the earth. I remember them telling me that in school.
Yeah, they gave a caricature of the flat earth, but they didn't talk about the logical arguments.
They also gave a caricature of this guy called CC, Christopher Columbus, right? He was the one that was they told us that he discovered America, but he didn't discover America, did he? No, he didn't.
He thought he found India.
Well, on his, if you look at what he was looking for India. Yeah, exactly. And he's going to sail east and find India, right? And you know what they say he found was America. And he really found the Caribbean, right? And the whole story is complete bullshit. Yeah, just really look into it, guys. If anyone that thinks that Christopher Columbus had anything to do with the discovery of America, you're just you're lost in delusion.
Well, that's what they teach the kids, so they're all lost in delusion.
Well, they are. Yeah, they are. And it's a sad state of affairs. And I'm a failed historian for actually pointing this out. whatever. It's like you haven't been to college and studied history so that you understand that Christopher Columbus found the United States, and this is a I know what they said about the CC, which is 33. Yeah, I know all about it. I mean, I ain't scared. I'll defend my opinion about it. Fine, I ain't scared. It's like Christopher Columbus never stepped foot upon America. I've done my research on this.
Yeah, well, that's why they have to destroy all these ancient people's history because it probably has some flat Earth in there. They want that gone. So, like the conquistadors.
Goes, I mean, with Christopher Columbus, that nigga never put a foot anywhere in North America. He's never touched his. Christopher Columbus never put his foot on North America. Never did it. From my studies. But anyway, and somebody proved me wrong, but that sumbitch never put his foot on North America. I mean, it's a large study, and so if you want to understand history, then you really start to understand history. When it comes to Christopher Columbus, if you look at his travels, you're going to find out he never set foot on North America. Hey, if I'm wrong about this, can someone correct me?
Nah, he never did. What was the first settlement? Jamestown? What year was that?
Yeah, but that was a different expedition from England. That was the Mayflower.
Right. Yeah, our whole history is all messed up. We don't even know what's history.
Well, we get what we got. You know what I'm saying? But from my study of Christopher this broken leg Columbus history, that motherfucker never set foot on American soil. Far as I know. I mean, he was in the Bahamas, man. That's where he found land. And as far as I know, he never actually went to the mainland.
I agree.
All right, cool. Yeah, I mean, tell me I'm crazy or tell me to shut the fuck up.
You're crazy. Shut the fuck up.
I'm gonna come to Puerto Rico and kick your ass, Jimsy. That's an inside joke between me and Jimsy.
You won't.
Because that motherfucker ain't in Puerto Rico.
Not funny.
It's funny to me. I don't get it. Funny.
Yeah, sorry to deflect from the sextant conversation.
No, let's get back to the sextant. I think that's an important conversation to have. You guys want to hear a numpty clip from Quantum Eraser's channel? Since there's nobody talking.
Send it.
Let's see. Let me find a good one here. Playlist. Huh. Kind of a random one. I don't know. Some dead air. Hold on. Shout out to QE. Numpty clipping it.
All right, good evening, everyone. This is Cathexis with another episode of Science vs. Scientism with Quantum Eraser.
Holy shit, I got went old
Tonight
school.
is a
I didn't
special
even know this
presentation,
was...
and it's actually going to be our season finale. And what we're going to talk about is Dr. Mary Schweitzer and the Atheist Roundtable that she did over on Mr. Steve McRae's esteemed channel. So we're going to be playing the video and working in some factual information that they seem to be leaving out. So if it's going to fall in line with everything that we've been going over, for the past 12 episodes, and we really appreciate the support that we've gotten. We've gotten a great response from this, and we've got a lot more coming down the road. We are going to be finishing the season off currently with this, and this will be going up just after the fact. We're making this right now, and it won't be live, of course, but then we will be working on some new projects for the future. Probably be down for about a month or two, maybe 3 at most, and then we'll come up with some new things. But how you doing tonight, John?
Doing fine, sir.
Well, good. I say we get right into it because we got quite a bit to stomp. So what I'll be doing, I'll go ahead and play the audio for you. Just let me...
Yeah, I paused it because that video is like 2 hours long. I just grabbed a random clip from his channel. I don't think I should play a 2-hour clip. Hold on. Let me find something. I was thinking about Cathexis earlier today. I was just like, man, I missed that motherfucker. Where is Cathexis? Where is he? I bet he'll pop his head up in sometime. If you everyone say Cathexis 3 times, I bet he'll show up. This one will be better. It's not as long.
Hey Siri. What the odds for?
Well, This is.
If you got, you could play a song while you look for decent QE numpty.
We know when you need that, and then we will go from there.
All right. Well, Dr. Mary.
Somehow I'm. Are you fucking this up? Yes, I'm fucking this up. I was looking on QE's page for the Numpty clips, and playlist signature series Numpty clips. I got an idea. Hold on. Let me figure this out. This is done. Go here. Try this and see if it works. It's not gonna work. This is a queue setup. Playlist. Which I thought I figured out how to empty the queue. Hmm. Damn it. Thought I was running the recommends. Worked last night. How do you empty the queue? What I'm trying to do on the bot is empty the queue and then add a new song. Thought it was Oh, let me try this.
The SNOS particle chef, Professor Booger Eater Phil Belland, back from his Nobel Prize winning "Water Vapor is a Gas is the Dumbest Thing I Ever Heard," June 2021.
Okay, so you understand, and this is tried to explain to you that the atmosphere is not the same as.
Okay, I figured out how to play this. Synchronistic, or whoever. Somebody is hot micing hardcore. Pretty sure it's synchronistic. We're done.
How we describe gas pressure.
Wrong. Phil, atmosphere is a contradiction in terms. A paradox. Atmo means air. Air is a gas. Sphere is a shape. Gases have no inherent shape. Number 2. Your train wreck atmosphere is made up of gases at pressure. So how are gases at pressure not the same as gas pressure? You dumbass cracker.
You understand?
What's the atmosphere made of, Professor? If I may.
So it's made out of different gases.
So it's made out of different gases at pressure. So again, how is that different from gas pressure?
Do you understand that things fall? Do you accept that things fall to the ground?
Oh, brother.
Gases fall.
Yeah, we accept that some things fall and that other things rise, like helium, hydrogen, nitrogen, oxygen, water vapor, etc.
Do you accept that? Do you accept that moisture from the sea rises? Do you accept that?
Yeah,
Moisture
it's called
from
water
the
vapor. That thing you had some difficulty with some months back? Jeez. Professor Numpty Dipshit, some things fall and others rise. Is there a point to your brain-dead queries?
Do you accept that molecules have mass? Do you accept that they weigh, that they have, that
Yes.
they would weigh something?
No. You or anyone else can't even define mass, for goodness sakes. At the very best, it's but a concept. Even in your fairy tale paradigm, mass and weight are two different animals. From your alma mater wiki. In common usage, the mass of an object is often referred to as its weight, though these are in fact different concepts and quantities. In scientific contexts, mass is the amount of matter in an object, though matter may be difficult to define, whereas weight is the force exerted on an object by gravity.
And you accept that weight is a function of both mass and acceleration.
Wrong. Weight in your fairy tale dreamland dumpster fire is W equal mg. Mg love you long time. That train wreck progeny was derived vis-a-vis its daddy, F equal ma. Unfortunately for you and your bellowing ball-tarred brethren, all of the laws from Newton, of which F equal ma is part of, have been superseded and toppled from the throne by Einstein 106 years ago. From your alma mater wiki, Newton's classical mechanics were superseded in the early 20th century when Albert Einstein developed the special and general theory of relativity. From Douglas Klein, professor of physics, Phys Libre text, Newton's two crowning achievements, the laws of motion and the laws of gravitation that had reigned supreme since published in the Principia in 1687 were toppled from the throne by Einstein. From Professor Jacob D. Bekenstein, caltech.edu, Einstein also replaced the Newtonian law of motion by the statement that free test particles move along geodesics, the shortest curves in the space-time geometry. Adding insult to your ignoramus ignorance, Daddy F equal MA was filleted then fricasseed vis-a-vis quantum mechanics circa 1925. Hey, Dick! Can you educate this wiki-parroting pretender clown ball-tard bozo for us? From Richard Feynman, the Feynman Lectures, caltech.edu. Even though the law F equal MA is false,
Fatality.
and all the derivations of Newton were wrong for the conservation of momentum, yada, yada, yada. Therefore, if F equal MA is false, and it is, meaning it never existed, then W equal mg, its progeny, never existed, leaving you holding the W equal mg, mg love you long time, empty baggy. Capiche? Sunshine.
Do you accept that things fall at the same rate?
No. A 25-pound anvil and 25 pounds worth of feathers will not fall at the same rate, Sunshine. Moreover, some things don't fall at all, like helium, hydrogen, nitrogen, oxygen, and water vapor, among others. You know, Phil, you sound like a numpty dork getting ready to faceplant into a dumpster fire you prepared for yourself.
Define mass for me, Professor.
Okay, so everything is made out of atoms. Would you agree with that?
Are you high right now?
Everything is not made out of atoms, Professor Numpty Dipshit. Electrons, neutrons, protons, and light are some shining examples. And physics professor. Everything is made out of atoms, belly laugher, is not the definition of mass. It's a feeble, incoherent red herring fallacy.
Do you agree that the stuff going up is H2O?
Yes, more specifically, water vapor, which is a gas.
Oh my
Do you still think that water vapor is a gas? Is the dumbest thing you ever heard?
And you agree that when it does become a gas, it rises up, and then eventually, if there's enough of it, it'll come down as rain. Would you agree with that?
Yes, it condenses into a liquid and will eventually fall as some form of precipitation.
So you agree that gases have mass and that they are attracted to the Earth?
No, I already exposed your mass train wreck, and gases aren't attracted towards the Earth. If you think they are, then you haven't the first f***ing clue of gas behavior at a grade school level, and are in direct contradiction with Boyle's Law, Charles' Law, Gay-Lussac's Law, Avogadro's Law, parts of Dalton's Law, Brownian motion, and the second law of thermodynamics.
Things that have mass will fall to the Earth at the same rate. We agree with that?
You need to be institutionalized.
This is why we have an atmosphere, because all the gas molecules fall to the Earth at the same rate.
Even though that the gas law states that there needs, for it to be gas, you have to have walls for the gas to bounce off to create the pressure as stated in PSI.
No, and that is precisely where you're mistaken. Okay, where your knowledge just isn't sufficient. Okay, so let me help you with that.
You couldn't help the bionic woman with hearing if you tied her to a back of a dump truck and drug her through a nitroglycerin plant. You're an imbecile.
Which gravity are we referring to, Professor? Let's define terms.
There is only one gravity, Montreal.
I'm afraid you're mistaken, sir, on that.
No, there's only one. So let me explain.
You heard of Newton, sir? You heard of Newton?
Yeah. You're asking me, a professor of physics, if I heard.
Yes, because this professor of physics is claiming that there's only one gravity.
Yes, there is only one gravity. There's gravity falls to the ground. Let me explain to you a little bit about this, just so that perhaps you'll understand.
Gravity falls to the ground? What the f***?
Gravity falls to the ground.
You are so dumb. Damn.
And there's only one gravity, eh, Professor? From NASA.gov, Lessons for Students. There's two versions of gravity, Newton and Einstein. Duh.
We're talking about here is observe Newton's laws, which observes how gravity works. This is how I managed to get a satellite from one orbital range to another orbital range.
Yes, and Anna Nicole married for love, and Pol Pot was her florist. Newton's laws observes how gravity works, eh? Forgive me, but you're a bumbling, imbecilic Dunning-Kruger buffoon of the highest order. A genuine window licker. Number 1, reification fallacy. Debunked laws don't observe other debunked laws. Number 2, Newtonian mechanics, that is, the laws of motion and gravity, were wholesale debunked and replaced over 106 years ago, then had its guts ripped out by quantum mechanics shortly thereafter, as already detailed. Number 3, so you use Newtonian gravity to maneuver your second law of thermodynamics violating fairy tale satellites? Professor Gez from UCLA, Department of Physics and Astronomy, would vapor lock from tear-jerking belly laugher syndrome if she heard that delusional horsepuckery. From the aforementioned Professor Andrea Ghez, UCLA, Professor of Physics and Astronomy. Einstein's right, at least for now, said Gez, a co-lead author of the research. We can absolutely rule out Newton's law of gravity.
Hosmer with a drive. Cheese and crackers. Oh, son of a... That's going to leave a mark.
Do you use phlogiston to fire up your Barbie? Clown.
It describes what happens in the atmosphere within it. In other words, gases go up from the Earth, they come down as rain.
Really? So we have helium, hydrogen, nitrogen, and oxygen rain, Professor.
You are so dumb. Damn.
Put it this way, Montreal. Let's say, for instance, I owed you, $1 billion, $1,000 million, and I gave you 1 cent. Would you theoretically say that I gave you any money back?
This is friggin' painful. You gave him 1 cent back, and not theoretically. Next block of instruction, how to breathe. Then look at a horse.
I've told you this many times. There's no truth in science.
Factually incorrect, Crayon Muncher.
I'm going to pay for your lunch today.
That which you mindlessly parrot. Moreover, if there's no truth in your self-purported profession, knuckle-dragger, wouldn't that ipso facto make you a liar?
You're an intellectual dumbass.
Professor Bell.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, guys. I didn't realize my mic was open.
Are there any experiments that you have done to support your idea of what the shape of the Earth is or anything else related to the Earth that you personally have done?
Well, look, I have to do I wouldn't even call them experiments. They have to be real life things. In other words, it's not by accident that we get a satellite to be 36,000 kilometers above the Earth. It has to be so precise because we don't want people on the ground having to readjust their satellite dishes on your house.
Professor Bell, are there any experiments that you have done to support your idea of what the shape of the Earth is or anything else related?
For instance, I've got one on my house that's been there untouched for 12 years. That's because it's been pointing at a particular satellite that's giving me my television thing. Now,
Professor Bell, are there any experiments that you have done to support your idea of what the shape of the Earth is or anything else related?
a good thing for those people who do control this satellite, because they make sure that it stays where it's meant to stay. And why does it stay there? It stays there because it's a precise range, a precise distance from the Earth, and therefore moving at a precise speed, so that it stays with the Earth as the Earth spins. This couldn't happen if the Earth wasn't a sphere. And the millions, the hundreds of millions of dollars that we have to commit.
Professor Bell, are there any experiments that you have done to support your idea of what the shape of the Earth is, or anything else related?
For instance, on a rocket with a satellite, we put all of that money up there, knowing what it's going to do, being able to make such incredibly precise predictions.
Professor Bell,
with all of this money, it would be impossible to if there was any guesswork in it anymore. We don't have to guess. All of these things are so precisely defined. And what's amazing is that these things were defined so long ago, when these people had so little to work with.
Professor Bell, are there any experiments that you have done to support your idea of what the shape of the Earth is, or anything else related?
I mean, gosh, imagine if they had the technology that we have now, how much further ahead we'd be. If you have a look at one single photograph, it's probably one of the most amazing photographs ever.
Professor Bell.
All the snoring is getting a little
Professor
disturbing.
Bell, are there any experiments that you have done to support your idea of what the shape of the Earth is, or
How many
anything
times
else
does this
related?
do
And that
this?
is
Because that's
around
the
about
fourth
50
time.
people
I don't
sitting
think
on
we
a
need to
bench
listen to it
at the
again.
Solway Convention. You are looking at the most
We know he's
amazing
stupid,
mind.
so we can
Imagine the redundancy, right?
whole thing about it. We
No. I mean, that was QE's point. I mean,
I know.
yeah, and yes,
I was,
and I was about to stop it. So everybody,
No, you're okay.
take deep breaths now, because I was listening, and I have an opinion about it. What you up to? Was that Justin I'm talking to right now?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I was
that
listening.
was. I like that video because he was pointing out the nonsense. He was pointing out the redundancy of the stupid arguments. That was good stuff.
Wasn't that Professor Phil?
Yeah, he was in there, but then somebody else came in too. And it's like they have borrowed arguments about some weirdness that they believe, and just like, hey, I stole some information from some YouTube video I came across, and this is our successful argument against the flat Earth. So, are you arguing against the flat Earth, or are you arguing for the globe?
Why is my
I
YouTube
have a
feed
good
different?
meme about that. I'll post it in the Discord.
Hey, my YouTube feed is doing a different talk than the one you just put in here. I was just wondering why.
Did you get that?
I was muting and unmuting. Sorry.
I just dropped the meme.
We're in live stream voice text. Oh, check.
Yeah.
Behold, our latest strategy against those pesky flat earthers. The horizon isn't geometric. We don't expect to see Coriolis deviation. Of course not. Are you sure this is going to help us prove the ball Earth? Ball Earth? Who said the redundancy, like, coming back around again? This is for the people of the sun. I don't know if that makes sense to you, Arwen, but it makes sense to me.
You can insert a whole bunch of things in there.
Yeah, sure.
Right? But I thought it was a great point. The original is about advertisement. You might have seen the original meme, but I really thought it did apply to the anti-flat earthers as well. So that's why they made this mod.
Because it's coming back around again. It's like how many arguments can you make about sun moving away, what the horizon is, what is flat, what is globe? Sure. Yeah, let's go.
Right,
coming back around again.
Trying to seem to win the argument and confuse the conversation.
There's no win.
Really making a concise case for a ball Earth. That's the whole point.
Yeah.
That's what they're doing. They're totally lost. They think they're trying to prove a globe, but it's a giant mess.
Yeah, it's because they're scared. They scared Arwen. Just yeah. We're in the positive position when it comes to this. Yeah, you're right. Good stuff.
Hey, Helio, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Hey, my feed on the YouTube is different than the audio in here. I was wondering why.
Well, are you listening to the YouTube channel while you're trying to listen to Discord at the same time? Because that won't work. I mean, you're gonna have to listen to one or the other.
Oh, I was just wondering why it was different on the YouTube feed than here.
Right, well, are you on a Discord? Are you on Discord? Hold on, I mean, he's actually helping. This is a technical question. Give me a second. I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
All right. Are you listening on Discord?
Yeah.
All right, cool. So when you go to the YouTube channel, are you listening on YouTube then, or are you listening on Discord while you watch the YouTube channel?
Well, I got it muted right now, but if I'm going to listen, I would mute this and then go to that. But I noticed that they're different.
Oh, no shit. They're different.
I don't hear it. No, I just checked. The volumes is exactly the same. There's no distortion whatsoever. So
yeah, it sounds good. Me too. I mean, I'm the producer of it, so I definitely want to make sure that the sound is good. So yeah.
But it's a guy talking on stage to people and kind of like ridiculing them for believing in globe Earth. The one that you were playing was a professor who was being mocked.
Dude, that was a video I was playing. I was playing a video that was from Quantum Racer's channel.
Yeah,
I was playing a video. You wouldn't be able to react there. That was just a video that I was playing. It was an audio that you could listen to inside the Discord channel. How long have you been using Discord?
2 days.
Yeah, that means you're a noob. Listen, bro.
Yeah.
Sometimes when there's kind of dead air and nobody's talking, we'll play some videos, some audio of some previous talks that we've had with other people, or play music or something, and that's just listening, and that's for listening because we broadcast 24 hours a day on YouTube. So we have to fill dead air. So So you are you
That's not my question. That's not my question.
okay? What's your question?
Said on the YouTube channel, there's a guy on a stage talking to people about the flat Earth and ridiculing the Globers or whatever. And he's like on a stage and I don't know.
What stage? What stage?
Are you sure you're checking the right channel?
Yeah, I don't think he's even saying the same
Discord.
shit we're talking about.
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord 2.0 live.
Welcome.
All right. Well, if you're watching us live, you better make sure you're clicking on the right. It's live right now because we have. I mean, this is 2,117 videos I've freaking produced.
But my chat is disabled, so maybe it's not live.
You're on the wrong
no, wait.
channel.
Oh, wait. It says stream live on December 4th. Not bad.
No.
Now I figured it out. Okay, I figured it out.
If you go to the live link,
It's really. I mean, we get confused a lot, but this guy, man, he's really confused about what he's looking at on the freaking YouTube channel or whatever.
It's like weird. Are they agents or some shit?
No, when you come in here to talk with us, make sure that you're looking at the live stream voice text, which is directly above this voice room. Follow that, and we often post our live streams. I mean, I'm not the only one posting live, but make sure that you're following along with the discussion and the live stream. And so you don't get confused, because that was weird. I was like, what the hell is this guy talking about?
Yeah, I don't understand what you don't understand. That's really.
I mean, I want to. I'm here to help.
I was trying to get the live feed on YouTube in sync with the live feed here, and it was different. That's all.
Yeah, well, go to that channel, but make sure you're following this live stream, not previous one.
Yeah. My bad. That's what I was trying to clarify.
All right, cool. Oh, and I think I posted that for you earlier, but maybe you didn't.
Yeah, I see it now. I see it.
All right, cool.
Yeah. Use those eyes, bros and sisters.
Almost like before he started talking, I heard you guys. This is like I'll post like some of QE's numpty clips and stuff, but when you guys get started talking, if I could hear you start talking, and if you don't have the bot privileges to stop the stream, I always would prefer, real content, live content. I always prefer that. I wouldn't say always, because sometimes it turns into a shit show. But to fill up time, we'll play different music or other streams and stuff. People, trusted members here that are. And we'll play their content here on the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. But yeah, and I was playing some Lunty clips, and you guys wanted to come in and talk about what? Flat Earth.
Put some video and I will debate with them.
This is one of the coolest topics right now. I mean, not even like in a fashion sense, but it's so crazy how it's connecting.
Fashion sense? What the fuck?
Nah, y'all is motherfucking you know what I mean? I can feel y'all telepathically. This is legit.
What is legit?
That you know what I mean? Like shit's been shifted around, it's like lied about, and this isn't really like what it really is supposed to be,
So, sun moon balance. What is your favorite thing you've seen in the recent times that really was like, hey, I want to go talk to some of these flat earthers. They seem pretty cool. What you got?
In the recent time?
Like today or yesterday?
I haven't really heard much because, like, it was Saturday and, like,
And you were just like gaming all day, like just like I'm
No, I wasn't gaming. I haven't played a game in 7 months. I fucking.
Oh, maybe you were working. Maybe you were working. I don't know.
Oh, fuck, man!
You have a job. You have a job.
Is this like Prison Planet or something, dude? The fuck?
It's your mama's planet. How about that?
Is it really?
It might as well. It might as fucking well be. So, how did you find this server, and why are you curious about Flat Earth?
I found this server, hearing other people talk about it on Discord servers, and I was like, "This sounds like an interesting place." Because
it is a very interesting place. What do you think about it?
I like that everyone in this group can concisely actually speak on topics with evidence and clear, concise discussion. You'll see a lot of people fall out the filters and rattle them, and you'll notice who lies behind, you know?
Yeah, I mean, it may or may not be as loose as you might think it is, but if you're very curious about Flat Earth, we'll talk about it all day. We have a live stream 24 hours a day, and you happen to be on it right now. What do you think about the Flat Earth?
So, like, how deep does it go?
Deep? You talking about it spiritually, intellectually, or physically?
In the physical, third-dimensional sense. When I look at the corner of my room and I translate that to the soil under my feet, how deep is that height?
So you're talking about 3D, right? Is there any curve? Is there any? All right. So is there any? Hold on. Is there any curve in three-dimensional 3D space? Space. Is there any curvature in 3D space?
Any curvature in emptiness, there is nothing, and any curvature in
No. Or are you talking about space as emptiness?
Because people are saying, how does space exist? Well, it doesn't, like, emptiness. The void,
I thought you were talking about what you experience here on Earth. You were talking about 3D space.
The third dimension under my feet. I want to know how actually deep this plate is, because why not?
Plate.
Yeah, where in your mind does 3D start? Go ahead, guys.
I want to know how much deep is this plate? What plate?
Well, y'all are saying flat Earth. I want to know how deep the flat Earth is. That's what I want to know.
Okay, let's find out this first. How much is deep?
Well,
global.
We can't ask questions like how deep, right?
No, listen. This is very important. Let's find out first, because we are living on the sphere. How much deep is sphere?
Well, they told us that it's like 5,000 or 8,000 in the core, and you know what I mean? It's a nickel and all that bullshit.
Okay, how we know that?
Well, I don't know. You're asking me, and I can already see what you're asking me.
Okay, I will tell you one thing. We made
this isn't a gotcha for you, man. This is not a gotcha. We all know what they told us. We all know what they told us. So it's not a gotcha.
Listen. We make the hole. The biggest hole. It's 9 miles. It's like how much? 15, 16 kilometers.
Okay, so I noticed.
Okay, now how much? You said that it's 8,000 kilometers deep. How we realize from 16 kilometer that Earth is 8,000 kilometers deep? It's not 8,000, but it doesn't matter.
That's okay. You know what I'm saying? I think you know what I'm saying, sir. I don't care anymore. I asked how deep it was, and I figured it out. I realized there isn't a finite actual answer to that question. But what I realized...
You are asking something like this. You're asking how much deep it's flat Earth,
Yeah, because it's going to give me a better information.
Listen this. On the flat Earth and on the globe Earth, we dig only 9 miles, not more.
Okay.
Whatever the shape of the Earth is, we make the hole on 9 miles, not more. We cannot know if it's deeper than 9 miles. Maybe it's 10 miles, maybe it's 200 miles, maybe it's 200,000 miles. We don't know.
So, okay.
You don't know, nobody knows.
You're right. It's a pointless question. Well,
that's the answer. Nobody knows.
It isn't really going to help much. It's more of a speculative, philosophical question. I hear you.
Okay, but let's ask an empirical question.
I actually think, to observe Earth in reality, what you see, what you physically experience on Earth, it does help much. Why would you say that it doesn't help much? It's like, do you want to go ahead and believe something that you can't physically experience?
Because I noticed that we ask these questions a lot. We, as in the people in the server, and I'm not saying I can't say we. I can, because I'm already we. But what I'm saying is, don't worry, I know what I'm talking about here, is that I asked earlier to know how deep the Earth is, or the flat Earth, the model, because I want to know however thick and big this plate is. Just like y'all want to know where you're from, what's going on. Same way. And I realized, just like y'all can, how do you prove gravity and these other questions, right? Some of them are kind of pointless, just like we're going to spend time, hours, wasting away on philosophical or speculative things. When we can actually talk about the reason why, or we can actually talk about why is the shape of the Earth being
at the end of the day, if it doesn't matter to you, it doesn't matter to you. You can go ahead and do whatever you do outside of this conversation, and you can just leave and go do what you do. But you're here, you're asking us questions, and I think it does matter. So anyway, you can disagree with me and till the fucking cows come home.
Well,
it's not that it's. Hold on. It's not even that it's a pointless question.
Yeah, I already mentioned that.
Right. So you ask the question, hey, what's the answer to this? And then, Sacha says, well, how could we answer the question when we haven't empirically done anything to figure that out? And that's really all it's about. It's like we've been told things, like we've been told we can know certain things, and then it's like, well, the only way to know something is to have experienced it, right?
Yeah, well, that's why I feel like talking about it online is going to work, but we actually got to community, like as a community, get together and be like, really, yeah. I say that, and you can kill me. I know what's going on.
No, nobody's going to kill you. You're going to have to find this for yourself. That's what our point is, man. Find this idea. If the only reason you're here is because you're curious.
But I'm not bi-curious, and I'm also realizing that...
I didn't know who said bi-curious. You're curious about flat Earth.
Curious George.
Oh, you're Earth curious. Let's call it that.
Curious.
Well, all I want to say is that, listen, man, I'm not your enemy, and I'm not your friend. I am me. You are you. We should continue with this contrast in hue. It just rhymes. But it's a sign of the times. Fuck it. I want to know answers about the flat Earth. Like, y'all might know... You know what I mean? No one knows everything. We got to keep going. I want to know, why the fuck is it such a serious issue in the society nowadays? How come it's so hidden?
Oh, so the social dynamic, you're more curious about the social dynamic instead of whether or not you can prove flat or globe. You're more curious about the social dynamic and how it influences people. Is this where you're at? And you could give a fuck about whether it physically is a stationary plane or a globe.
Well, I'm beyond that. You know what I mean? I'm in.
Yeah, I can tell. Because you really could give a shit about it. Okay. Well, then
I give a fuck about it so much that I'm ready. I'm trading for 10+ years to take out these purple guys. Anyone who's ready for it too, you got it coming.
Fuck off.
Big hands,
fuck
bro.
off somewhere else, bro. Go ask your fucking psychological friends about your fucking weirdo nonsense about political fucking weird ideologies.
All right, fine.
Go fuck off somewhere else.
I'm not a purple guy, all right? And if you know what I mean.
Yeah, hold on. Sorry, let me defend you for a second, Helio.
All right, I'm being a dick, but anyway, yeah.
Look, listen. Don't you want to talk to people? Like, or do you want it to be dead like it's been? Because this is actions like yours is the reason normies don't come in here. I would assume that, and the fact that maybe we're not marketing the way we're supposed to. But this is the truest, best conversation to have ever. And the reason people don't come here is because 5 people with
okay, then why aren't you talking to him and I'm talking to him? You had all the opportunity to talk to him. Now you're talking to him because now you're talking to him because I started talking to him, and now you are pissed off about the way I was talking to him. So
if I'm not talking, that means you should be an asshole. Is that what you're trying to say?
No, I'm saying he was.
So then why are you gonna even start off with that? Why are you gonna lead with, well, you weren't talking to him, so why are you mad that I'm being a dick?
No, nobody was talking to him except for me, and now you're going to criticize the way I talk to him. Go ahead. If you want to talk to him, go ahead. Have at it.
Are we talking with people or are we talking at people? There is sort of a barky vibe where we're kind of being antagonistic and not very welcoming. And we're not really tolerant of certain types of questions either. It is kind of a strange energy for a new person to, be invited into. It's not very convivial.
Yeah, and the reason that I keep on coming at, when the energy arises in the room, the reason why I take it personally is because my very best friend isn't in here because of that. And I brought him here. And I brought him through the VC process, and I promised him that we were a community that were about truth. And he's accepted everything I've ever told him about politics and everything else. Why? Because I've given him sources that would verify what I was saying. And then he came here, and he didn't like the vibes. And it's not just him. It's about 3 people that were close to me that I went to school with that aren't here now because of that. I'm sick of it.
And maybe the topic of conversations in the chat are being, so choked to death by saying no speculation, nothing but, hard quote unquote science. Okay, that's all well and good, but are we strangling the discussion to the point where we can't even really talk about the flat earth, but in very limited, constrained ways? I mean, are we choking the conversation to death potentially?
A little bit.
Well, we're infinite, so let's just keep spiraling, figuring it out.
Now it's all right, but now we will move also to the arguments, Sun It's all right. If you have some good questions, don't take this personally, whatever happens.
I'm learning not to.
Okay.
Because we're all programmed to be, you know how it is when we're young, watching films, how it says. Yeah. So yeah, I appreciate I like this server a lot because you can actually speak, and when you're speaking real stuff, people will listen, and it's not, what I'm saying, bro? Come on, man. Shit, when you actually have facts, and you're coming, I'm pretty intoxicated at the moment, so I'm not speaking as eloquent as I would, but I appreciate the discussion, and I don't want to get involved with anybody and get any crosshairs.
And if you are honest, everything is okay. Nothing.
I appreciate how y'all are like, what do you mean how deep it is? Because that's true, right? Like, it's like if a child asks you some questions, some kind of, you know what I mean? They always ask speculative questions. People are normal. It's normal. I hear you, man. It's good to be real, though, because right now is real issues. A real topic would be a real question about a real topic, a real discussion. Not like, because there's a lot of speculation going on, and you know what I mean. People come in and
that's what.
Oh, yeah, how do you?
Let's talk about speculation. Let's talk about what's speculation and what's able to even be actually talked about the facts of the situation. Not that we can't find anything out or figure stuff out. I'm not trying to be funny, but I'm saying okay, so you've been presented something. Say it's a false. You've been presented Santa Claus is real, right? but you know it's not real. Like, so like all the facts have been given to you from your parents when you're little of Santa Claus being real for that, short period of time. So all you have to work with as a kid to any other kid to relay your message and stuff is Santa's real for the most part, if that's what you've been told by your parents. You understand what I'm saying?
It makes a lot of sense because we're all growing up similar in ways.
Right, but I'm saying the fact for you would be Santa Claus at that point in time. So like, if you read a book and you figure out from this scientist and his last name happens to be Schumer, right? And you figure this out, and then Hall says something different than Schumer, where does that leave you? And then there's another guy that does the same field of study that says something different than those two. So at the end of the day, like, doesn't everybody have to speculate just like a hair anyway? Because we don't know a lot of shit anyway, really. And that's why we're here.
Well, we do know certain things. But you're right. You're right. It's life, man. I think it goes hand in hand with what's going on outside.
Right. Well, I mean, you can go with everything. You can go philosophy, science, anything. So, like, if you have like the hour of speculation, I think of one of the good things to talk about would be speculation or what's true itself. And not that you can't prove anything or anything's not directly true. Like if I punch myself in the face, I'm not going to feel it and I don't have fingers and all that. I'm not saying that. I'm saying like if a scientist says, okay, we do this, we have a calculation, we say this, or your buddy tells you some story. And if they can't prove it in some way, then I mean, I think we're all speculating from that point, right?
Yeah. I feel like I'm still a baby in the server, to be honest, because it's great to know that there's more to it than just what I saw. 98% of the things happen. I'm trying to sound smart and whatnot, but it's nice to see that there's still fucking knowledge. People that speak, and they know what the fuck to talk about and shit. It's been a while.
Dan, do you want simply? I will tell you simply. They are saying that radius is one rate. It's do you counting in miles or kilometers?
Kilometers.
It's like 6,000 something kilometers is radius. That means that Earth is spherical. It's dropping.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you know what? That is not happening in reality. When we make observation, that is not happening.
So you're saying what we see isn't real?
No, what we are seeing, we're seeing flat water, Every observation showing flat, long distance, but you need to have drop, of the ball. And you don't have that drop anywhere. But you need to have that drop if Earth is a globe. It must be like a 8 inch per mile square, that it's 20 centimeters per almost 2 kilometers. And then it's going square.
It's supposed to be a design, a rate of drop to it, and it's supposed to be a certain way, and it's supposed to present itself a certain way. It doesn't. It presents itself as flat, and it directly measures as flat. And that's what he's trying to tell you. He's not saying don't believe what you see. You see a fence in your face?
Yeah, I was thinking that, but I already know that.
It's real.
I've seen the videos before proving the laser pointers across the lakes and shit. 60-mile distances clear.
Oh, so you're totally down with it then?
Dude, I've been down with. I already been knowing that there's more to it than what they've shown us.
I've
been studying this shit for a while too, man. I'm just not as eloquent.
Okay, hold on. That guy speaks a different language a little bit, and he talks a little different than us, so he might understand you slightly different. So he probably just misunderstood. He's got you now, probably.
No, man, I'm not saying I'm anti-globe or anti-flat. I believe that it is some sort of a fucking weird. I thought it was a petri dish back in 2012, controlled by a guy named Mim, and I was like fucking tripping out. But nah, never mind. But that's just psychosis, or who knows. But I love this channel, man. The fact that I can speak to people that are like, hey, man, what are you talking about? Do you have proof? Or it's like, stop talking out your ass, dude. You know what I mean? And I need that in my life because people always let you, you know what I mean? I'm in here talking all this weird shit, and I'm realizing how fucked up I sound. And it's like, wow, y'all are in here just listening and You know, that's how I'm learning that. I'm learning that. It's good.
Well, saying that water's level or you can't measure certain shit, it's not really weird.
Yeah, exactly. Water. There's a video of someone that put static electricity, like they rubbed the side of a balloon, and then they put it beside a tap that had water running out, and it curved around the balloon. And they're like, "Oh, it's static electricity, static." Some of it, like that's, and I'm like, dude, you can't. It still doesn't improve anything.
No, it didn't curve around the balloon.
It just
it pushed away from the balloon. It repelled. It repelled, and it left a certain section of space between it and the water.
Exactly.
So no, it didn't attract the water to it and make it run around it. So if they're trying to use that as like, yeah, no,
Most likely, yeah.
That's no globe evidence at all. No.
Dude, no, I'm not saying it was, but that's what I was trying to point out. And you showed me. See the science. I'm getting back on model row. It repelled. It wasn't sticking. It repelled. Yeah, it's all science. It's all basic facts. You know. Yeah, nice. True. Well, what can I say? And I apologize for any weird, erratic behavior earlier. It's just, it's chaos. There's an aura out of chaos, so a lot of chaos going on, and I'm just chilling, trying to get calm too, you know, trying to learn how to speak think before I speak it. You know what I'm saying? Thank you.
You're all right, man.
Yeah, it is a process.
Because I understand y'all probably. Yeah, I understand what's going on here a little bit better. Every day I gotta just keep on. I gotta keep on keeping on.
Like a lot of people don't like the speculate and stuff, but I do only because as long as you state that you're speculating, I mean, then I don't find a problem.
And I you know what, I have to put this as a reminder that, like, you know, a lot of people are heavily conditioned to believe certain models and certain theories and whatnot. So, you know, you got people coming in thinking exactly what I just said, and then it's like yeah, you know how it goes. But I already know, y'all know. It's just a little reminder, I guess. Well, I'm gonna go eat some food and stuff, and I apologize for anything, and see y'all around.
No, man, come back whenever you want.
Yeah, what was he talking about? Purple people. I don't understand that one.
That doesn't.
If there's red people like us and blue people like normies, purple people would be somewhere in the middle, be my guess.
Something like a fence. There is no fence anymore. There is a bridge now.
Can you say that again, Sasha?
There is no fence anymore. We destroyed that months ago with text and with all stuff. There is a bridge now. You can pass the bridge.
Okay.
And it's flat.
The flat bridge, yeah.
The fence got tore down.
Hey, y'all know about like Rogan and how he used to believe we didn't go to the moon, and now he just like went 180 and got all these shills on his site like Neil deGrasse Tyson and stuff. It's old news, but I'm new here. I was just bringing up something. I was listening to this other guy talk. I think he said in about 2015 he went to one of Rogan's concerts, or talks or whatever. He had a flat Earth T-shirt on, in the front row, and Rogan didn't say nothing about the flat Earth. Anyone, he had that shirt on. I thought that was funny.
Because Rogan's a faggot.
But when you really think about it, the flat Earth is the truth, right? And the globe Earth is not the truth. So, if the flat Earthers had their voice or the norm or whatever, it would be a completely different place. We wouldn't see all this bullshit like NASA and all this other bullshit where they're spending $50 million a day, right?
Yeah, because Rogan's a fag. Like, Rogan's never going to admit that.
They're being exposed.
But listen, this it doesn't matter flat Earth. Earth itself presents flat, but some people saying that it's curving. How about that? Rick, leave apart flat earthers. Earth itself presents flat, but somebody is saying that it's not flat, it's curvy. People saying something, but Earth is not doing that. That's interesting.
I agree with you.
Hey, there's a video where this guy's flying.
Sorry, to finish. Now it's question: would Earth lie or would people lie?
People lie.
People lie. Have you seen that video where a guy has a infrared camera in a plane, and he's going over Kansas, and he says he can see all the way to the Hudson Bay with the infrared camera?
Yeah.
You're talking about
G. Tolan. Yeah.
That was interesting.
Actually has better video with more landmarks. What y'all got going on in here right now?
Does Joe Rogan lie, or does people lie?
Joe Rogan is Oprah for men.
Yeah. Joe Rogan is Oprah for men.
Meme, I have that one with you.
You have what?
Meme, this one. Last one. I think that you are speaking there.
Joe Rogan's a fag.
Yeah, that's me and Indio talking to who's that? That one mongrel who always used to come in here.
Was professor or no?
Oh no, they're all professors. Every single person who's come in here and argued with us is a professor, right? They're all professors. They're all pilots.
No, I'm
they're
not
all
a
related to
professor.
astronauts.
I think Joe Rogan's a fag. I'm not a professor.
I don't care what Joe Rogan is.
No, Joe Rogan's a fag.
All right. Don't care.
That's my position. Just putting that out there.
Well, you probably shouldn't focus on a male's choice of homosexuality. That's kind of strange.
You're right.
Joe Rogan's a fag. That's funny. Whatever. That's our best content so far. We got Joe Rogan's a fag. Okay, fine. What else? What else do we have?
Well, somebody tag me if anyone starts an argument.
Yeah, I know it's kind of weird. Why is that a thing? You know, who gives a shit about Joe Rogan? None of us do. I mean, somebody obviously does, but I don't.
Huh.
Is that what you got? Huh. Hmm. How about this globe? What we got? How about this?
Oceans are flat, no curve is displayed, and the globers go insane. I hear their voice on the line as their cockus causes pain. Even in perfect weather, we cannot see forever. Wherever you go, whatever you do, I will be taking your globe from you. Whatever it takes, or how your heart breaks, I will be taking your globe from you. Globe Earth was planted in your mind, and it must be removed somehow. I hear your laughter and I taste your tears, so let me through right now. Oh, can't you see it, Glober? I will flat smack you sober. Wherever you go, whatever you do, I will be taking your globe from you. Whatever it takes, or how your heart breaks, I will be taking your globe from you. I wonder how you can survive this globe dance, but in the end, if I reach you, I'll take the chance. Even in perfect weather, we cannot see forever. Wherever you go, whatever you do, I will be taking your globe from you. Whatever it takes, or how your heart breaks, I will be taking your globe from you.
And whoever sang that song was friggin', that was a badass. I'm saying. And you must find this globe idea extremely ridiculous. And Matt Prince, are you active? Because you're just like hot micing. Just like,
I'm sorry.
no, I'm just no. You don't have to be sorry. It's just like there's just like
Oh no, I'm probably hot micing.
Yeah, it's a weird noise coming through your mic, I think. I mean, if you're not talking, if you don't want to talk, go ahead and mute yourself.
Yeah, I'll mute myself.
All right, cool. So I'm going to play some more tracks. You still haven't muted yourself, Matt.
Yeah, I haven't yet. I'm trying to find myself.
Hey, man, I'm on that journey as well. I'm trying to find myself too. So. But yeah, I mean, you're welcome to speak your mind. But if you're not talking, go ahead.
No, I'm not. I'm not talking. Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, I just noticed when I was playing that song, there was something going on with your microphone. So if you're not going to talk, go ahead and mute yourself. Circle. Oh, Circle is in here. Hold on. Circle's unmuted too, which is kind of weird. No roles, but unmuted. Circle, can you open your microphone and talk? Hello, Circle. Pretty strange. I think if Circle's not going to talk, I'm going to go ahead and mute Circle. Not comfortable with somebody being in the room that doesn't have a role and is unmuted. Not in my mind. Anyway, so let's see if I can find some other audio to play. I think I paused some numpty clips earlier. Might as well play that. While we're waiting for people to join and talk. Let's try this. Wish I could resume it though. I already messed it up because no, that didn't do shit. Oh, I got an idea. Let me play this video. Yeah, this is a video where Mick West, science communicator, came into 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, talked to us for a while. Cool, man. Let's see if it works.
For the 200th time, Zanuck.
Hang on. Already destroyed this argument for himself earlier today by claiming that you can't leave reference frames, you can't leave reference frames. Like, he's already destroyed himself numerous times on this.
I love you, Chocolate.
I don't know
I've got
why
to jump
this is.
in.
Yeah, go ahead.
Mike West is in the house. Mick West, even.
Oh, I seen him in the check-in. I didn't think he was real.
Yeah, no, he is real. Bev has been talking to him on Twitter and has managed to get him in. So, just so you all know that he's probably going to come down to the live stream soon.
Oh, fantastic.
Oh, that's going to be way better than fucking with
Behave yourself, Zanuck. You'll be the
Is he like
first.
famous?
I'll be what?
You'll be muted if you don't behave yourself.
I'll always behave myself.
Yeah.
Isabel got muted a second ago.
I'll be the judge of that one.
Hey, Chocolate, can we just talk about one thing before we let this topic go? The leaving of reference frames?
No more reference frames, please.
No,
My
this is
ears are bleeding.
There seems to be a misunderstanding. I just wanted to explain it in case there's ever a question.
No one.
Maybe
no one cares? Okay, I'll leave it out then.
Yeah. We are fine. We cannot eat any more reference frames because they are not healthy.
Yeah, if you confuse me more, I might actually start believing in the globe again.
I'm not trying to confuse you, just letting you know about how you can't leave a reference frame. It's not possible, but you can go to another reference frame if you'd like to. It still exists.
Stop explaining.
Observation point.
No, we didn't ask you
Is this
that.
an all-inclusive
All about
reference
observation
frame that we can go to?
What's that?
Could we talk of rainbows while the Mick is coming?
How about crepuscular rays?
How about these observations and long-distance measurements that are defying the very model that you are preaching here, Zanuck?
Okay.
How do we deal with those on a ball when they directly contradict the supposed curvature that we should be seeing, according to their story?
In the measurements of large mountains at a distance?
Well, yeah, just long-range observations in general, right? I mean, there's
Mick West is coming. Sorry, got to reiterate, Mick West is literally coming in a minute now.
Nice. I'm ready.
Fantastic.
Hello, buddy.
So, yeah, those are interesting observations, right? And a lot of them aren't very accurate. They're looking at, I see the light that should be 100, 200 feet below the horizon. How do we see that? And the answer is, from my perspective, not perspective, no.
Yes, perspective.
Refraction has only a small effect, but there could be something called diffraction, which could actually allow those. Yeah, diffraction can actually
could be.
I'm admitting that I don't know, and I'm interested in that test, in replicating it myself.
Could it be that we see what there is without anything?
Yeah, until it's shown otherwise, that's the logical base assumption, so that's where we leave it. I'm sorry.
That's the first step in science,
It looks
right?
like a beaver. It looks like a beaver. It smells like a beaver. It has a tail like a beaver.
No, but how come? Then answer me this. Then. Answer me this. So when I shine that same laser to an 11,000 foot peak, 123 miles away, what do you think we'll see when there's less refraction or diffraction involved? Do you think
I don't know. The fact that you shine the laser on something 100 and however many miles away just means there's no curvature.
If we use a laser targeting device to aim a laser at a target, we'll probably hit the target with the laser if you've got a direct line of sight to it. Okay. Now, refraction over vast distances will have to be taken into account, because quite possibly if you're viewing this mountain over a vast distance, it's going to be refracted to you, the observer, anyway. So you'd have to take account for this, wouldn't you?
But you've shown 200 feet over 20 miles, so we got to see, a huge amount of diffraction or refraction that's going on over 100 miles, right?
Well, yeah, more distance, more atmosphere, right?
Yeah. Well, that would play into my case here, in that when we show a mountain 125 miles away, why is it angularly much lower than it should be for that given distance?
I don't know, because you're comparing a geometric function to refraction.
Yeah, but
this observation of the mountain, you're observing it, the light is being refracted through that atmosphere. More atmosphere, more distance, more refraction, possibly, right?
3 degrees. We're talking about a refractive
Refraction
index.
over long distances is 7 to 8 inches per mile squared.
Yeah,
Wait,
Zanuck,
refraction-
if you're able to shine a
refraction-
laser on a mountain that far away,
refraction
yeah,
depends
you
on-
shouldn't be
you guys
able to see it due to the alleged curvature.
Refraction, two factors, right? It has your angle of incidence as well as the material medium you're shining light through. If it's air, it's very low refractive index. Then you have the angle of incidence on top of that. That no way accounts for the amount of sink those mountains would have at 125 miles. They're 11,000.
How come they're visible? How come they're visible?
We're seeing they should be. We're seeing them being angularly at 7,000 feet.
That's fine.
Where did 7,000 feet of that mountain go?
Mick West in the house, people. How you doing, Mick?
Yeah, Mick knows this. Mick knows this very well.
I know. Yeah, I do actually. I know all about the refraction problem. It's very interesting.
Also, welcome to the server.
Yeah,
thank you.
Yeah, I'm pretty familiar with it too, Mick. It seems like the only time you can get light to bend down is in a tank full of sugar water.
Oh no, you can actually do it fairly easy in any type of thing where the refractive index is higher the lower you go down.
Can you demonstrate this?
Yeah.
Ooh, no. Well, then do it. Yeah, I'd like to see. I'd like to see laser light bending down in air. Can you demonstrate that, Mick?
Okay. Yeah. No,
just gonna make a small announcement, guys. Just to make a small announcement, guys. I understand we've got Zanuck and Mick West in, so if we could just dial it back 10% and try and keep him here as long as possible before we start getting involved.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
You should get married.
No, I'm just asking a simple question. Mick West here is very informed about the. No. Mick West here is really informed about the refraction problem. So I've asked something very simple of him. Can you demonstrate laser light bending down in atmosphere, not a tank of sugar water, please?
Yes, I can.
Cool. I'd love to see it.
All right. Well, I have a video showing how to do it actually, but really simply. The way to do it is just to kind of cool the air lower down, and the laser light will bend down towards the cooler air. And the easiest way to do that is with a large ice pack, just like the type of thing you put in a cooler or an ice chest. You take that and you shine the
when it's really cold, and conditions are just right on the lake for us to observe a mirage of a skyline that's about 36-40 miles away. So those are perfect conditions.
Well, I wouldn't. I mean, obviously conditions vary, and sometimes they're better than others. But yeah, if a lake is very cold, the light will bend down towards that because it cools the lower air and makes it denser. And more dense air has a higher refractive index. A light bends towards the higher refractive index, towards the denser medium. Which is why on a hot road, when a road heats up, the air expands, it becomes less dense, and the light bends up, which is where you get that kind of mirage refraction. It looks like a mirror, the typical, like mirage, like pool of water in the desert type thing. That's because it's hot down there, but when it's cold, it bends in the opposite direction.
Is it the same reason that I saw an experiment done with laser in the iron? Iron was heated, normal, like an iron, what you iron your shirts or whatever. And iron was put next to the laser, and it changed the direction of the laser.
Yeah, it is. With hot things, it's kind of tricky to do because hot air moves around a lot more because it rises. Cold air just sinks, so it doesn't move so much. So you get a lot more turbulence with hot air. But you can do it. I have a video. Can I post links in here? So I've got a.
Maybe post them.
Give me 2 seconds. I'll give you the appropriate.
Hey Mick, I got a question for you.
Sure, yeah.
The flat community has done is they did an experiment out there at the Salton Sea, and they basically it was really simple. Guy sitting in a chair with a camera, guy across the Salton Sea 20 miles had a mirror and was changing the mirror angle up and down, up and down, up and down, and they were shining the sun off the mirror to the person holding the camera. And they did see a flash when they got the right angle from 20 miles away, which would be about 150, 200 feet below level. So my thoughts, and that's when I kind of was interested in, because refraction would only account for so much in air, as we know, 0.003 or something.
It varies though based on the conditions.
Right. But in this case, it was a fairly warm day. They saw the light flash from the camera. We all saw it. Is it a chance, because the light is traveling over an object, water, that there could be diffraction involved?
No, diffraction happens around the edges of things. It doesn't really work over a surface like that. Diffraction is when basically when a wave kind of spreads out when it goes up to a corner or something like that. So it's not really an issue, other than I suppose atmospheric diffraction, which is just kind of glow, which really isn't an issue here. What they're seeing there was an actual line of sight from the camera or from the guy's eyes all the way to that mirror, and indirectly to the sun because it's reflecting an actual beam of light. But because the lake is cooler than the air, the water just above the surface of the lake is cool, and it curves around that curve of the lake.
It seems like hold on. The curve that much around over 20 miles that actually followed the surface.
Well, it's not really that much when you think about it, because the Earth, being so large, the curve really isn't very much. It looks flat because it's curving so little, so it doesn't really bend the light very much.
Oh, okay, that makes sense. So the angular change is not that great, but over long distances, it was enough to where it would.
Yeah, exactly. So over 10 miles, it's only got to bend a few feet, which is hardly anything, really.
This implies duplication of the image, a real image that is giving light rays that are coming more or less straight from the object, and a duplicated image from the light rays bending up and refracting. It's a bit too much to beg the person to believe that a duplicated image, essentially, of the actual object is being shifted up and over a curve with the actual object with the straightest rays possible coming from said object somewhere else.
There are no straight rays coming from it. They're all being bent. If you took the object and drew a ray in every single direction, all 360 degrees, the ones that go across the lake are going to be very slightly curved. The ones that are a little bit above that are going to be slightly less curved, and then the ones going straight up will not be curved at all. So the curve is so small.
What's it got
a bending of the?
This is not on your regular air. I can understand. We're not talking about sugar water, Mick West.
We're talking about the atmosphere, which is much less of a refractive medium than sugar water. So it only bends a really, really tiny amount. The reason you have to use sugar water to demonstrate it,
it's been proven it's not been. There is no refraction at night, Mick West. Are you kidding me?
There's refraction anytime that there's a difference.
No, there is not.
Refractive.
No, there is not, Mick West. Quit lying.
Wait a minute. West, respond. We're starting to harangue him a little bit. Mick West, you had to respond?
Yeah.
Hold on.
Lasers at night, no refraction.
Oh well, yeah. Why are you?
Yeah, right there. There's the there's the data. Show me where there's refraction in that data right there. It actually shows none from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. Literally. That's why tests are done at night, Mick. That's why these laser tests are done at night. Okay.
I have a question. There seems to be quite a lot of change in the angle for a lot of the time there. At some point, over a small height variation, sometimes things equalize, because at some point the refraction bends down, at some point it bends up. So there's some time during the day when it
laser light bends up. We've seen it. It bends up because of the humidity rising off the water. If it does, that's why they choose a frozen or a partially frozen lake to minimize that effect. Thank you very much. Prove that it bends up in our atmosphere. Show me. Or it bends down in our atmosphere. Please do.
Well, yeah, like I said, I demonstrated it.
It doesn't. We can demonstrate it goes up, Mick.
But I've just said that I personally have demonstrated, and I have a video of me actually showing.
Not in the atmosphere.
Atmosphere. I had to use an ice pack to cool it locally because. Well, you're accusing me of lying when I actually have a video showing me doing this?
Are you? Yeah, I'm accusing you of being very deceptive. Yes, you are.
We don't need to
just like Dr. John D called you out big time for your calculator and all the other lies and bullshit that you produce.
Oh,
I'm not going to take it lightly with a shill in here.
I have one question. You're just saying I'm lying, then how are you? Why are we even having a discussion here?
Are you a government agent?
No, I'm not. I'm just some guy.
Well, Mick, going back to the refraction, when refraction happens, not all colors, there's a bit of an echo, sorry, but not all colors of light refract at the same time, which leads to an unstable, hazy image when there's been like miraging and different effects. Now, when you go to a cold layer of air, there is some stability, but you have what essentially amounts to a faded, duplicated, hazy image that is unstable. It is a bit too much to beg the person to believe that a stable image would refract and curve over air. And with the sugar water that you saw, that you showed in a video, or maybe somebody else showed in another video, you see what appears to be the laser hitting a critical angle and bending away after reflecting off of a layer versus, say, bending down through a cold layer. So you have slightly different phenomena. One where you have what appears to be somewhat of a reflection off of a layer of density versus going through a different layer and quality of air going through the medium. So we have a couple things here that are a little hard to believe is really happening with the atmosphere. You'd expect a hazy, unstable image, and you'd expect some duplication because some of the different colors of light refract differently if refraction is happening. So some of them would be refracting off of your eye this way, some of them would be refracting off of your eye this way, leading to an instability of the image, would it not?
Yeah, and that's why Dr. John D. used two different color lasers on his test. He tested for your refraction and found nothing.
The amount of refraction with
Jesus
different colors
Christ.
is about the same. It doesn't really vary very much. Now, if you look through something like a magnifying glass,
no shit, and he took this into consideration over a distance.
I'm addressing the issue raised by the previous person, and he's saying that different colors refract by different amounts, but they really don't refract by very much difference. When you look through something like some glasses, the light is being refracted a lot. It's being bent a lot, but the colors really don't change very much at all. You get a little bit of coloring around the edges called chromatic aberration, which you see in photographs sometimes, where the blue is bent a bit more than the green. But really, the difference isn't very much. So the color thing isn't really an issue.
Yeah, but isn't that how we establish the difference of rate between a refraction that's happening? Is by using different colors. So it's not a matter of if it's happening or not. It's the rate at which it does. That's why we use different colors, right, Mick?
Yeah, well, that tells you basically how the wavelength of the light affects it. And that leads to a thing called the green flash. Are you familiar with the green flash on the sunset?
Yeah, it's when the sun's setting, right?
Yes, we're familiar with green flash.
Yeah, and that's the difference there between the red light and the green light kind of shows you really how much the sun has been refracted. You can do the math because we know the different refractions. It's only like 1% or so for the difference between the red and the green. So you can tell by the size of the green flash how much the entire sun has actually been refracted. It turns out it's been refracted by an amount that's about equal to the diameter of the sun. So when you see the sun just above the horizon, in reality, under the conventional model, it's actually just below the horizon. It's been refracted upwards by the standard atmospheric refraction.
Well, another problem with the way that this refraction is applied, you can have 1% from the origin where the light ray is put out, or you can have 1% by the time it reaches the observer. And depending on if you apply it at the start or the finish, you're going to have differences of, miles.
That's not how it works.
If it just goes a degree off of the observer's eye, that's hardly anything. But if you started at the origin, that may go off a couple miles. So how's this refraction even being applied at the start or at the finish?
It applies over the entire path of the light.
Which means that you're going to have a lot of miles that are going to be added to the calculation when really it may only affect the observer and be even less, even smaller than that.
You have to look at what the light goes through every single step of the way from the start to the end. You can't just look at the start or the end or something in the middle. You've actually got to look at the entire path of the entire beam of light, which is why I actually use ray tracing when I in my more complicated calculator, the refraction simulator. You've actually got to step through the atmosphere one step at a time and see what happens to that one small step, and then bend the ray of light very, very slightly, and then move it again. And I do tens of thousands of calculations on that one beam of light to see exactly how it bends.
In Lemon, when I posted that picture of the ship disappearing, you see only the smokestacks of a 200-foot tall ship. You think if you had a laser pointed at the bottom of that ship out to shore, you'd be able to see the laser when you can't even see the boat from the shore?
Yes.
How much refraction would you have to see the bottom of that boat 20 miles away? all you see is the smokestacks up top.
It's still there. It's just compressing at the eye line of the observer. Something that's above your eye line physically will only compress down to the eye line and no further, and stuff that's below your eye line will compress up to that line but no further. Otherwise, you have an error condition where something can look like it's above you when it's actually below you. It's just the logic of the way that the eye focus is raised.
Okay, I get it.
It's
I get it.
there.
Lemon, nothing has changed proportions. There's no compression. There's no distortion.
There's compression down to the eye line.
No, there's nothing
Usually
there.
is compression down at the bottom.
The bottom's completely visible and not changing shape whatsoever from the moment it was seen 3 miles away to here it is at 20, 25 miles away.
How about this? How come the flat Earth just makes sense at all? How come it's not just the most retarded thing ever when you look into it? Why, just Mick and Zanuck? Why do you guys think that we believe it so much? Why does it make so much sense to us? Can you I want to know if I'm wrong. Am I so confused? Is it because our observations make it look flat and that I'm just wrong because I haven't been high enough?
Essentially, yes.
So when are we going to go high enough?
You don't need to go that high. There's the experiments you can do at a fairly low level, like the Bedford level experiment done by Wallace back in the 1800s was actually a really, really good experiment.
No, this was even conflated in court. We can't go back and forth with these two scallywags. That's not going to happen.
No, but Nick,
Dr. John E. redid the Bedford level experiment anyway.
No, he didn't do it. He didn't do it. Dr. John didn't do it. He had bad weather and he's never been back. So,
but do I think I've never seen the globe, so why should I believe it? All my observations are of a flat Earth. Do you agree? Your observations are all of a flat Earth, right? Are your observations?
You've seen things like No, my observations are of a globe. The observations I've taken show that there is.
Doesn't look flat to you, and it's just
you've never seen curve in your life or motion with your observations.
You've never seen anything. None of us.
Oh, yeah, I get it.
No, he just wants to beg the question and apply a model to it. It's like the model to it.
But you've never seen it, right, Mick? You've never seen the globe, right? Right? Like us.
See it every day. Here it is.
Nobody has seen the globe.
You see it every day, dude? Are you serious?
You don't see shit, man.
You go to space every day?
Hold on.
Guys,
just
taking it out of hand. I think what you're trying to say is, are you trying to ask him what does he observe? Rather than just repeating the question and shouting it, just ask Mick, what do you observe on a day-to-day basis that shows a ball?
Well, I think Mick and everybody would agree that...
Zanuck, shush. That was directly at
Mick.
My problem is I see a flat Earth every day, and I can't deny that anymore.
We understand that, but Mick, what do you observe?
Well, I see a lot of evidence that to me shows that the Earth is actually a ball. Like the simplest thing is
not the evidence, the observations. What do you observe?
Okay, the observations, like I observe, say, Catalina Island, like something I used to live in Venice, Venice Beach in California, and there's an island off the coast. It's about 35 miles off the coast, and it's about, I think, 2,000 feet high. And when you look at it from the beach at Santa Monica or Venice next to each other, you see that half of the island is hidden behind the horizon.
What's the horizon?
Can we flip out this specific part right here?
Zanuck, shush. What's the horizon?
Horizon is the line formed by the edge of the coast.
Rewind it about 20, 30 seconds.
Shut the fuck up.
Santa Monica all the fucking time.
Shut up.
You're talking about...
I want to know what the horizon is.
Your horizon
Never mind.
about 3 miles ahead of you with the naked eye.
The horizon is a horizontal line.
Who's this? Do I have to mute you as well? I'm asking Nick a direct question. What's the
It's
horizon?
not a physical thing.
I'm not asking you.
By the curve of the ocean.
Platypus. No one is talking to you,
what
dude.
You see of essentially
I don't think he can hear anybody.
Who are you?
All right, so
Who's talking to you, bro? Yeah, shut your ass up.
Sorry, y'all. It's just that we have to collectivize a little bit because it's one, group against one man. We just have to collectivize a little bit.
Let Jedi ask his question to Mick.
But we should let Platypus talk at the end because he also has been and seen Catalina. So I want to hear both sides.
I live in LA.
Yeah.
I got a picture.
I want to know.
Check out the picture I posted in the chat of Catalina.
Well, you all know what the horizon is under the standard model. Understand.
I understand the horizon is the limitation of my view. So that's what the horizon is. You're reifying this apparent location into a real location, the apparent leading edge of your sphere. That's what you're doing.
But
the horizon is the limitation. The horizon is the limitation of the observer's view over the Earth. It is not an actual location. It is not the leading edge of a sphere. Nothing is hiding behind it.
So this guy.
But it matches exactly the standard model.
Wrong.
No, it doesn't match exactly the standard model. This is what long distance observations are. I mean, if you're at the beach and you're observing something that's 35 miles away, and you can't see the bottom of it, I'll give you your 6 foot tall. This is a very narrow angle of view to the thing you're observing 35 miles away across a flat surface.
You can see curvature.
That's not how vision actually works, though.
What do you mean? I've just pointed out you're observing something from 6 foot above the surface of the ocean. That's 35 miles away. It's reduced in angular size.
You've been to Santa Monica.
The angle. Next person who ever talks to me is going to get
You've seen
me.
the big bulge. You've seen the water curve up and block your view of the shore of an island 30 miles away. You're telling me there's enough curvature across 30 miles to see a giant curve and have the ocean bulging in front of you, and then you don't see the shore.
It's just a smooth curve of the ocean.
Well, hold on, because I hear this argument too, like, oh, I see the curve. Well, where do you see it? I see boats going over it straight ahead. If you're seeing something 35 miles out straight ahead, imagine how long a distance of horizon you're actually seeing, and how many hundreds of miles you're actually are in your vision. Like, there should be something else. There should be left and right curve too, if it's real, but it's not.
No, the horizon is flat.
Yeah, but if you're saying it's curving like away from you, it should also be curving left and right. Visually, you should be able to. If you think you can see the curve away from you, then you should also be able to see the curve left and right, because of you're seeing way more distance. You're seeing way more distance.
That's not how it works. That's a different curve.
It's a different curve, but it's still a curve that you can actually see.
It's based on your angle of view, is what it is. The higher up you go, the further you can see, and it's got dip to do with a curve. It's got zero to do with a curve. You can prove this to yourself by standing on your damn kitchen floor and laying on it. Put your eye next to the floor, and you can't see very much of it. You stand up or even raise up a few inches, you see more of the floor.
Yeah, but you can see the same amount.
This is what happens on a flat surface.
Literally. Yeah, but we're talking about the surface. We're talking about
0.05 arc radians at 30,000 feet. There's nothing to see as far as curve around you. We see the effects away from you. There's a difference.
Well, you know what? Here's the reality. No one has ever seen. Yeah, you're right. No one's ever seen the left and right curve, and no one's ever going to see it because it's not real. All you can do is all you guys can do. All you guys can do is take a perception.
0.05 arc radians.
Hey, that's curve. All you can take.
Hold on, guys. Hold on. Hey, hold on.
Show the actual curves.
Hollywood, hold on one sec. All right, guys. I know everyone's a little excited because Mick is here. Let's try to keep it constructive, though. Like if Mick's making a point or Xanix's making a point, let them finish and then continue with the point. Don't bounce a different idea because this is getting really hard to listen to. All right, guys. Let's stay on topic.
I'm happy to answer any questions, but it would be good if we can actually stay on the one question for a second. Like, say that the side-to-side curve. That's a great question. Why can't you see the side-to-side curve? You can actually see it. If you go up about like 700 to 1,000 feet and take a photograph of the horizon with a rectilinear lens, one that keeps straight lines straight and doesn't bend lines, and then you look at that in Photoshop, you'll be able to detect an actual curve. If you take a large straight edge up to about 1,000 feet, and you look along it carefully, you will actually see the curve of the horizon curving down a little bit at the ends of that straight edge. So it is actually visible. You won't see it from the beach.
Are you looking for an airplane? Sorry, are you looking for an airplane window when you make this observation with a straight edge?
No, you wouldn't be able to see it from an airplane window because it's too heavy.
So you know that you've got distortion at the edges of those two planes of perspex that are convex in nature, especially when pressurized.
Nothing.
So you're making this observation through a curved surface.
The infrared photograph.
Not talking about. We're not talking about airplane.
Question to this?
Yeah, at about 32,000 feet.
About what happens
through
a curved lens.
An infrared camera to take pictures of objects that were about 1,000 miles away.
So really through a lens, through another two curved lenses.
A ball that's spinning, but for some reason we were able to do it.
Yeah, so through the camera, the aperture of the lens, which is curved. And then through the window.
That would allow us to see things thousands of miles away at only 32,000 feet?
It wouldn't. So you're misidentifying what you're seeing.
Platypus, I just need to make this clear. Do you hear Jedi?
No, I don't.
You don't hear Jedi? Yeah, you'd like to. You should unmute him.
You're misidentifying what you're seeing. If you think you can see something 1,000 miles away from 30,000 feet, you're not. You can only see about 250, 300 miles or so from 30,000 feet. So you are misidentifying what you are saying.
Why another moderator can't hear me, or why I can't hear another
moderator. Mick, I also posted a picture of a HUD display that shows the level line and then the horizon below the level line, which would only be possible if the surface below you was curved.
Dude, that gets so
or sloping away from you, but yes, essentially, yeah. And this is something else you can take. You can take a water level, like 2 tubes that are connected, and you can see that the horizon drops below eye level, which would only happen if the Earth was a sphere.
It does.
So parallel horizontals that
way of the Himalayan range is not possible on a globe ever. 2,800 miles away.
I'm not sure what
from above Dubai. Above Dubai in the air on an airplane, and even the pilot admits it. 2,800 miles away, and then tries to explain it away.
Hey, Mick, can I just get
from Dubai.
I just ask Mick
Himalayas and Mount Everest from Dubai, 2,800 miles away.
I think that's probably misidentifying the mountains that you're saying, if that's in fact what's being claimed.
Watch it.
Mick, did you
say that about Jay Tolan when he clearly pointed out the 700-mile one was perfect?
Hey, Mick.
I mean, but you're going to say that was cloud. No, it wasn't clouds.
Jay Tolan actually shows the curve of the Earth. You can actually see the horizon curving in his videos.
Do you disagree with Neil deGrasse Tyson when he says that you can't see curvature at 100?
Are you going to try to pull the crap like FTFE, where he tries to show curve by zooming in with a program that shows the actual table that the thing was sitting on curving too? Are you kidding me?
I'm not sure what you're referring to there, but someone asked about Neil deGrasse Tyson. He was wrong.
So how did you come to have better knowledge than Neil deGrasse Tyson on this issue?
But it's not about knowledge. He just said something that was wrong. I'm sure that if you actually asked him in detail about what he meant, he would explain it to you.
Well, he was pretty clear about saying that from 120,000 feet you couldn't observe it.
Yeah, he was saying that it looked flat, so you wouldn't see much of a curve. But it's technically wrong. Yeah, it's wrong.
You say 1,000 feet, and he says you couldn't see it from.
You can't really see it with the naked eye very easily. You have to use like a long straight edge and look very carefully and have good conditions, like clear air and a clear horizon. No, but I've seen a lot of people doing it online.
Do you have any?
Is it possible that it's a circle of vision what you are seeing, not the roundness of Earth? Because we have a circle of vision. We see in circle.
We don't have a circle of vision. We have eyes and we have cameras, and they share the same thing.
You have peripheral vision.
From your point of view, you see.
So it's irrelevant, though. Like, don't talk about vision, because vision's irrelevant. What's relevant here is photographs, because the photographs look like what we see. So let's talk about like how a photograph is made. You can make a photograph.
A photographic is a distortion of reality, actually.
It looks like that, right? Then if you take a photograph of something and hold it up in front of you, it will look like the thing that you're looking at. Will it not?
But all lenses are curved, so they're going to add curvature. Even the rectilinear lens, it's going to add it after bigger distances and bigger elevation. All lenses are going to do that if they are convex and curved.
Whole camera.
Different cameras will take different images depending on the air clarity of the day. This can be observed with 12-hour time-lapse footage of things in the distance, and the midground and the near ground undulating throughout the day, including the horizon, depending on the air conditions, right? So it does appear that things do undulate. So you're going to tell me that everything that you see at vast distances is exactly what it is all the time? Or is refraction definitely coming into play?
Refraction is usually coming into play, but what I'm saying is that what we see with our eyes is just essentially the same as what we see with a camera. There's nothing special about our eyes other than them being round. If you take a pinhole camera which doesn't have a lens at all, it produces exactly the same images as a regular camera.
Up close, but up far, not the case.
At distance.
So, Mick,
hold on. Real quick. Mick, do you have any alternative viewpoints, or are you going to defend the official narrative on everything at all costs? Because I know the official story and all this stuff. Are you gonna provide us with anything like, or do you have any like conspiracies that you kind of think are real or anything like that? Like anything alternative?
You must be new to Mick West. Mick West was actually a big debunker for chemtrails in 9/11. So he's on the far side.
He runs a website called Made Up.
I think there's a lot of corruption in the world.
Mick West. Mick West is the antithesis of a conspiracy theory. He's specifically here to shoot down any conspiracy and tell you that you're just an idiot.
So do you have any?
That's why I called him Michelle.
That's what I'm saying. Wait, hold on. Do you have any alternative viewpoints?
Can y'all all
other than the
stop
official
talking at the
narrative?
same time?
I just want to know, do you have any alternative viewpoints other than the official narrative on everything?
I think that there's lots of corruption in government, and I wouldn't trust anything a politician says.
Be specific. Like one thing that you're concerned about.
Well, like say the prison industrial complex. Like I think politicians pass laws to increase sentencing based in part on lobbying from the prison industry, and the prison industry gives money to politicians, so they will pass laws like the drug laws that end up with more people in jail.
That's his official narrative.
What about JFK?
Well, the thing is with these photos, they can add curvature, and even these gyroscopes off of which you have the pendulous vanes in these flight equipment can be affected by pressure and electrical environments that can change the way that the vacuum pump operates, which operates with the gyroscope to provide the high-powered spin for the gyro to operate. So the 3 inches up and down that you may be seeing may due to mechanical error of the gyro going through different pressure environments, affecting the vacuum pump and affecting
it with the water level
and spin.
You can do it with the water level, though. You don't need to use like the gyroscopic level. So you just take up like 2 tubes filled with water, and you can view level, like the horizontal level from that point, and you see the horizon is below that.
Depends on how you're looking. Since there are no such thing as lines, you could be looking at the top part of the quote-unquote horizon line, the middle part of it, the bottom part of it, and if you're off by even a hair's breadth, it may add up.
Along local level. Say you get a carpenter's level. Like a big, you know what a carpenter's level is, right? It's one of those long, 4-foot long levels with a little spirit level in the middle.
Yeah.
And you set that up so it's perfectly locally level, so it's flat and horizontal. If you look along that, you will see that it's above the horizon. If you are high enough, if you go to say 6,000 feet or something like that, just look along that level, and you will see the horizon is below that. Easily verifiable.
Yes,
that is something I have done.
Done that, Mick. Do you want me to get that video?
Distance, okay.
Can I just ask
the visibility concept that you're just totally disregarding?
Can I just ask a couple of questions again to Mick? So, Mick, firstly, have you ever attempted to reach out to Neil deGrasse Tyson to correct him on his misunderstanding about where you can observe Earth's curvature?
Yes, I did. I tweeted at him.
Oh, did you?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And
long post explaining why he was wrong. I think if you search for Mick West, Neil deGrasse Tyson wrong or something like that, it will pop up. I'm
interested to read that. If you post it, I'm going to give that a read. But also, because I think Flatopus's question is quite interesting as a kind of starting point for some of these things. So if I just shoot a couple of topics at you, can you just give us your opinion on what you think the story is?
So just posting a link to the Neil deGrasse Tyson debunk that I did.
Okay.
But Mick West in the chat.
Well, quickly, just let me finish. I just want to ask a couple of ones. So, what about JFK? What's your stance on that?
I think the Warren Commission was correct.
Okay.
You should see the video of the driver pointing and shooting him to death in the car.
Did I just hear Mick West say the Warren Commission was correct?
Hey, Mick, was your dad?
Oh my God!
Right, just a couple more, and I'll be done. The moon landings
happened.
Happened as they described, right? 9/11.
Yes, 9/11 was done by terrorists flying planes into the buildings catching fire and collapsing. World Trade Center 7 was hit by World Trade Center 1, caught fire.
You're an absolute buffoon. You're an absolute.
Just getting a quick gauge on that.
Hold on. On the link you sent that 45,000 feet. Whoa, that's a curve.
Everything the news says is real and 100% true all the time.
Okay,
My name is Mick West, and there's nothing here
let's go back to some flat Earth stuff because I just wanted to get a quick gauge on some of those. So, Mick, sorry, go on, Lemon.
I'm sorry. My bad. You're saying?
Hey, we shouldn't torture him because for all we know, he's literally he's being forced to do this.
Yeah, no.
So I kind of feel bad. No joke.
Right?
I mean, he makes some money.
No, that was
I'm pretty sure. The government's paying him.
I don't make money. I'm retired. I actually, I used to be a video game programmer.
He's just been threatened.
I mean, I guess I'm pretty sure he retired.
But Mick, you agree that right now people
Look, can I just address this real quick? Like you say, like I'm being paid, I'm a shill, and I'm scared, I'm being forced to do this. Can I just do you know
that's a possibility? I never said you were.
Right. Okay. Well, let me explain why I'm doing this. I used to be a video game programmer. I programmed a game called Tony Hawk's Pro Skater, which was very popular back in the day.
I used to like that.
Yeah. So it was a very popular game. I made quite a bit of money doing it, and so I retired from the video game industry, and now I just do things that I basically am interested in and enjoy doing. So I have a variety of interests.
Well,
this is one of them.
So did you know that all video game worlds are flat?
That's not true. There's quite a few video game worlds
most are
around.
Flat, though. Would you agree? Most are.
Yeah, they are. But
the water's flat. Everything's flat. I can show you a cool video of a lot of different maps, and they're all flat.
Like I said, I used to be a video game programmer.
Is this your dad was FES?
Question.
So because the video game is flat,
hang on, guys.
I'm seeing that. I've got to ask this question. Was your dad FES, Flat Earth Society, Mick West?
No. Okay.
Huh?
There was a question. There was a question
my dad,
in the chat that wanted.
Because if he was, then you're part of the problem.
Hello. Can I finish? Can I just ask this question?
He can't answer that question.
Yeah, hold on.
Emma.
Did they just ask him a question?
When somebody pauses and lets me answer, I will answer.
Guys, just
all right. My dad was a member for 1 month of the Flat Earth Society because he did it ironically.
1 month, huh?
Oh, that's ironically.
Emma, go and ask your question.
Well,
it's too late now. Everybody bloody jumped in and answered it anyway. So thanks, guys, for talking all over me. Bunch of apples.
Yeah, guys, everyone chill out and let's try and do it one at a time.
I think.
Okay, well
put, Emma.
The thing is, with the flat Earth, it looks like we have a bunch of lenses that are adding curvature. Even if you look up at that fisheye, fakery up there in the chat, that matches almost perfectly the globe that they give us. It looks like they go up as far as they can before they hit the firmament, turn around and take a picture of as much as they can with a distorting lens, put black background on the photo, and pass it off as the Earth and the blackness of space. It's so simple. Why didn't we see this before? We've been duped.
He's gone anyway.
Funny. You know what's funny is that he's putting all these pictures that could be photoshopped.
Yeah.
Wait, can I ask Mick a question here?
Yeah, no, he's gone.
Wait, what happened? Did you scare him off with the question about his father or something? What was that?
No, exactly. We were all shouting over, I think this is what I warned when I said calm down. I think the fact that we were all shouting and talking at him probably made him leave. Which is the point why we needed to be respectful
he didn't
and shut
just
up and let
leave.
everyone
He
ask
got
the question
banned.
when they won.
What? Oh, he got banned.
Yeah, this isn't okay. Yeah,
for the chat, somebody pulled the trigger.
Yeah, for the record, just so people know, this isn't Mick West's first time here. Okay, he's been here before. He comes in very seldom, but he does come in here. Okay, and yeah, just before he came in here, there was 20 people in the chat, and then when he came here, 40 people joined. Okay, so. Yeah, I mean, it's a big deal when someone like him joins in. We all kind of want to get at him, because he's a tool, Mick West, the tool,
He's literally a fucking tool, like you said. Nothing but the guy sits on his ass and does nothing but try to debunk conspiracy theories all day long, which he fails at.
Well,
So,
he presupposes
he says he made all this money making video games. Shit, how do you know that's even true?
Look,
He could just be
look at
sitting
this
there
picture.
maybe in a paid show.
I don't care
We don't know.
about that.
Look at this picture I just posted. Look
Too,
at his
so let's all just fucking make everyone that we want to talk to and make examples out of.
He presupposes that the Earth
disturbed
is
that
spherical.
they
and
leave
has
and never come
a
back.
certain
Sure.
radius.
Dude, he
Out
just
of
told
that-
everyone.
Out of that, he builds up to what he calls the terrestrial refraction. I don't know if he's doing it personally or if some crew
Hold on.
Metabang side is, right? But that's what he does.
Look at the picture I just posted from Mick West, supposedly with them and with Tony Hawk developers and whatnot. Look at his leg where he's sitting down next to the other dude. That is so funny. 2:47 Central Time, whatever.
Do you know what got me? It was the 35 mile away island. I don't understand how I even got that. I mean,
Well, these discussions are for people listening because they need to hear both sides so they can make an informed decision. Platypus, weren't you saying something about California or whatever?
Yeah, I was gonna say he set me off with that comment where he said that you're standing on the beach in Santa Monica and you can only see half of Catalina Island. That entire
35
idea
miles away.
that you're seeing curvature at 35 miles away at sea level, which is ridiculous. We'd see sideways buildings pointing in every direction. That just makes no sense.
Platypus, you know, he was kind of being a little deceptive because what he's saying is true. Because there are times during the year that you go to Santa Monica or something like that, and you can't see all of Catalina Island. You can just see some of it because it's hazy. But there's very clear days where you can see it perfectly from top to bottom. I know my friend Judas, he actually has videos where he would zoom into the shore from like Santa Monica and stuff like that, like the actual shore, and you can see the boats.
I mean, we have that video. Don't we have that video of that timeline about the water looking like it's rising and covering that island across? I forgot what video is that, but
it's a Skunk Bay.
Yes, exactly. That's Skunk Bay. So it would be the exact same thing. It's the exact same.
Dude, I can't believe you just told everyone with a straight face that planes brought down the towers. I mean, this is this guy. I mean, this is just unbelievable. I know Valley Girl's smarter than McWest. This guy's just an absolute tool. He should be banned on site.
What else did he come in here to talk about?
Yeah, true.
He just came in here to push his load lie. That's it.
Although
That's
you
all
think
he
he should
came
be
in
a
here to
ban on
talk about.
site, not all of us have spoke to him before, and it would have been nice to ask him some questions that people haven't asked. Although you might think he's viable ban on site,
No, he is.
not all of us have
This is the
spoke to
case.
him
No,
before.
he's no, his dad was a member of Fire Earth Society. McWest is banned on site. He's an idiot.
I didn't finish.
Yeah, I
my
don't.
thing. There was a bunch of people who were trying to ask questions and were getting talked over. A few people are really upset in the text chat because they were being screamed over when trying to ask a viable question.
Yeah, well, his dad was a Flat Earth Society member. McWest is a ban on. Yeah, okay. Yeah, this is no. It's ban on site. Okay, Flat Earth Society is ban on site. Yeah, Flat Earth Society is ban on site.
Flat Earth Society, though.
Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if he's associated with anyone who.
Who's saying this? This is an example of
Come on,
when
guys.
I would
We all know where this is going. Lots of people wanted to ask questions. Lots of people have, understand Mick West and don't want him here. But at the end of the day, it would have been nice to let him hang himself with words. He did twice hang himself because he was reifying an apparent location using misplaced concretism. Reification, right? Which is what they need to do when they presuppose R. So let's try and remember also what's going on as well. Not many people know these things, and it needs to be pulled apart. His Earth curve calculator. The presuppositions it works on, and blah blah blah.
Yeah, I definitely agree.
The part is if he's in here, and although you might not like it, it's not as if he's here every single day. So if you don't like the current conversation with him being in here, he's not going to be here long. Feel free to jump out the live stream. There are people who want to hear this discussion who now no longer have the option.
Bambi, I mean, it doesn't matter. I mean, the good thing is we haven't recorded. We clip those and just start posting this stuff. So look how his dumb conversations are. I mean, it's just that was been perfect.
But what about our mission? This helps people see both sides. They need to see this themselves so they can make a proper decision. I mean, it's not like he's, infiltrating and destroying the server from within, hopefully. I mean, compared to most of the Globers that are, real zealots, this dude was a dream. He was calm. He was collected. He answered questions, I mean, we also have to be careful.
Could have got a lot more out of
He's
that.
better than Xanax.
Calm conversation.
Xanax.
There you go.
We could have got a lot more.
To be fair, I like Xanax more than Mick West.
True.
That whole conversation could have been much more productive, and we honestly ruined our time there.
I don't think so.
Never mind.
I don't
Listen,
think so. I
listen.
was talking-
It
I
doesn't
thought-
matter. He can come back or
Well,
not.
somebody message him and tell him to come
Here's
back.
the thing. Here's the thing. It's really hard to. Yeah, it's really hard to have a conversation when there's 80 people in here and there's one McWest. Okay, so it's ideally, it's like, it's easy to say, hey guys, just one at a time, give them a chance. And there's 80 people in here wanting to get a chance to ask McWest a question, and he left and got banned on his own volition.
Yeah,
So
I don't think you understand. There were people who wanted to ask questions, like myself and other people who were staying quiet until the opportunity came around for them to ask.
The moderators need to moderate then better.
Yeah.
Well, see, okay, so Bambi, so now you know though.
Guys,
So, but now you know. Now you know.
Talked
Now you know.
all over several
Hey,
times.
listen, guys, let's just move on because he's gone now, so it doesn't really matter. And if there's 50 odd people in here, there's plenty other people to speak to, and if anyone's got questions or topics they want to bring up, now's a pretty good time. So let's not.
Yeah,
dwell
but he
on
can't
it.
come back if he's banned. Listen to what the moderators are saying when it comes to that sort of thing.
I mean, to keep the conversation fresh and vibrant, we need to have, people come in with all of their concerns as long as the server doesn't get infiltrated and destroyed. So we need to be able to, honestly deal with people.
Lemon, why did he leave?
What was that?
Why did he leave?
I heard there was a banning, so I don't know. I was in the middle of a comment, and then I didn't hear a response, and I was like, "Oh crap, he probably
His
left or something."
statements were so ridiculous, and like 10 people jumped upon them. So ridiculous that he couldn't even answer it.
He was hanging himself anyway, so leave it to the mods to decide, and we'll see what happens.
Well, the thing is, we are Legion. I hate to have that satanic reference to the demons of hell, but we are a group, so we need to collectivize in a way that we don't just, overwhelm one person. If somebody has covered your question, then me included, be quiet, shut up, let it be covered by one other person, so we don't have 10 people asking the same question, and keep it down to one thing so it doesn't get repetitive. Eat up the airtime that is precious among 80 people and one person. We need to collectivize along certain routes so that we can have a productive 80-on-1 conversation.
Lemon, it wasn't that bad though. Just ask him a couple of simple questions.
We need to elect somebody to do one-on-ones. You just
And
that's
you
how
know-
we gotta handle it. We got to get Eric Dubé and.
Can I just
To be honest, we're usually pretty good with this stuff, but it's really hard when you get someone in like that to come in. It's bound to happen, man. It happens even when other flat earthers come in that are kind of well, no, and it's just something that can't really be avoided. But the best we can do is work for at least having a decent conversation, I guess.
Well, what I would like to point out, okay, because this just stands true. Mick West, right? Mick West.
At some point, I'd like to make a point. If someone would let me
Okay,
know
I
at
got
some
you.
point.
I'll wrap this up real quick, Emma. I promise. Okay, just to make this clear, McWest is this server's literally arch nemesis, and here's why. Okay, he doesn't believe in a single conspiracy. Okay, this is a server for a hotbed. Okay, this is a hotbed of conspiracy topic. Okay, so when we get McWest in here, okay, Mr. I don't even believe a single conspiracy, Mr. Iron Wall of Defense, that no conspiracy will get past me. Okay. It's just you're gonna get tensions flaring. He is the arch nemesis of this server. Okay,
not a lot of globe earthers. Not all globe earthers like McWest either.
Asshole.
Yeah, I don't like them.
All right, Emma, can you speak now, please?
Emma, what are you saying?
Lemon, everyone, stop. Emma, can you speak now?
I would just like to say that we played right into their hands because that was planned. That whole thing was planned. You don't think Mick West just suddenly decided, out of the blue, on Twitter, to converse with Bev while everything else is going on. So no,
of course, there's an agenda. Either he was trying to feel us out or see what's up.
No, it was a complete plan because they're all going on the everybody's nasty And what happened? They came in here, and now we've literally, it looks bad on us, even though it's not.
We proved them right.
I don't think it does that.
Well,
Well, you haven't seen what's been going on in the background. I'm telling you this from experience of stuff that's going on behind the scenes. That a few of us are watching, and he came in for a reason, and he got what he wanted.
Well, it's very disheartening because right now the move is to demonize flat earthers. Even O.M. Benjamin's appearance at the Flat Earth Conference may be used to peg, flat earthers as, crazy anti-Semites or whatever. There is a move to demonize flat earthers and push them out of society on some level. And if we can't get it right here in a friendly space, there isn't much hope for out there in the real world either, with people that are much less, prone to give us the time of day. We need to set the example. Show that, hey, we can have a productive dialogue even if we don't agree with everything that they're saying.
I understand what you're saying, Lemon, but do you think that he didn't have productive dialogue? Did you hear the shit he was speaking?
It was very productive. He wasn't yelling. He wasn't ad-homming. He was maybe his answers were BS or whatever, but he was answering and being productive. If we can have other people on here that, a straw man even more than him, I just don't get it.
Well,
even with the Flat Earth Society, with good information.
But the hard part is to find an individual like him because he's clearly trained in this. So he's well versed and good at what he does.
Right. Well,
so it's nice to it's nice to have a worthy opponent, but I kind of get.
Well, if that's the case, let's not give it more time than it deserves, especially when there's so many people in the room. Let's open it up. Is that Gem Panda in the house? It's a full party tonight.
I am indeed. I would be a very, very poor man's Mick West, I feel. But, but I'm here if you need.
I wouldn't give it to these assholes the time of day. They're a waste of space. Gem Panda, total waste of space. Mick West, waste of space.
Well, here we go.
If you want to read about what they talk, just go to school. Everyone knows what all this is.
Gem Panda. Hold on.
Let's show them.
Gem Panda. So you're saying you don't get paid as much as Mick West?
Yeah, are you just tag Timmy in? What are you doing? Like, is this how this works? The Globe guys just tag.
The word spread through other Discords, guys. It's not a big conspiracy. This one.
No. I just thought it'd be interesting to hear what. I thought it'd be interesting.
We're under attack.
I thought it'd be interesting to hear Mick West get challenged on a few things and see what he had to say.
No, they do what I do.
Too bad he ran off with his tail between his legs.
Yeah, we've got people from Gems in here that watch what we do, and then you've got me in here that watch what they do. So it's all good.
Yeah. So Gem. Oh yeah, go ahead.
Did you?
I just want to say, Mick's been unbanned, so if he wants to come back, he can.
I don't know him. I don't have any line of communication with him.
I'm just saying, if anybody can get the word or whatever,
I'll get it.
It's been on
Don't worry.
Anyhow, I also want to comment on him generally. He's obviously a crazy shill, and he does believe in conspiracy theories because he believes the official government conspiracy in 9/11. So he is a conspiracy theorist. It just depends on who the conspiracy comes from.
Ooh.
Yeah, so just let the guy talk, let him...
But he said a lot of things which are utterly just nonsense, and he needs to be challenged on them. Things like,
but he's not a conspiracy theorist.
It's just like an eyeball.
No,
his camera is just like the human eye.
This is for the
ridiculous nonsense.
Yeah, this is for the audience, guys. So when they come in here, we want them to say what they say so that the people can hear them. The audience all the people who are listening. So when we challenge them on those ideas, they could hear how ridiculous it sounds when he's presenting the globe nonsense. So it would behoove us to let him come in here and kind of spew his nonsense so we could tear it down. One at a time even. Like Lemon had the right idea, so he was calm, collected. We could do this. I mean, just let him come back in here, let him say what he's going to say, take one question at a time, and then answer him appropriately. We could shut this down. I mean, if we do it collectively. I mean, I do believe that we can do it. You guys are very intelligent. You're able to take any argument down. I've heard all of you, speak your mind on the thing. So it's not really a big deal to let Mick West come in here and, say what he's going to say.
Yeah, you guys have to understand, what his argumentation is. He's the ultimate hand waver. He will just make claims and assertions without any type of evidence to back it up. Correct. And the best bet is to just expose it. Just demand his evidence for those things. That's people like him. You're not going to change his mind. All you can do is expose him. as a disingenuous person. That's pretty much all.
Well, yeah, I mean, he does run a website that's an anti-conspiracy website. Yeah, he is like an ironclad like wall who doesn't let conspiracy even like get past him. So yeah, you know.
I'm banned from his website because he had this long post about Canada in his forums. And I stated something about how Snell's Law is not applicable in a single medium. And he banned me for that. So, you know,
yeah, he's totally
not an honest
mainstream.
person.
He's not. I don't like him. I never have, but he's way mainstream. Like, won't bend at all. Does not have an open mind at all.
Right, and this is the place where Indio could have got his word in right here. I mean, when he comes into this server, he could have told them, "No, why did you ban me for putting this on there?" And people would have to listen to his response for that, and he would have got exposed in that one single argument. So there's we got to let him gonna speak what he's gonna say so that people can tear him down with the truth.
Listen, the title of the post had the word refraction in it, Canada refraction, something like that, and he banned me because he said Snell's Law was off topic.
Well, what did he
now
even
think
come
about
in here
that?
for,
If you
though?
look up Google refraction, the first thing he'll talk about is Snell's Law, and saying it's off topic to refraction just shows he
that's what
he just muted me for no reason.
Apply the refraction at the origin or at the end point, because you're going to have a huge angle if you do it at the starting point where the light quote unquote emanates, which makes sense. But if it just affects the observer's angle, it may just be like half a degree, which is nothing based off of the observer. So there's a lot of ways that we can apply this. I like to build him back up with the truth for the people that are hearing this stuff and don't know what to believe, because there's a lot of stuff to dissect.
Why didn't you put him in Cogdish?
Why is only the bot talking and I can't hear like anything else?
McWest is going to hear the truth.
He may.
This is previously recorded here, right?
Well, it's a conspiracy in and of itself to not believe any conspiracies. So by that, like McWest is a total.
Yeah.
Well, and then
what caused McWest to come here?
Maybe he's thinking about it. But if there is infiltration, a healthy amount of paranoia is, possibly necessary. But, let's just use the truth to fight bad speech with better speech.
But I mean, Bong has a point, right? Why is McWest, right, concerned with fleas like us, right? Why does he even entertain? Why does he? Okay, well, but dude, we're fleas. Yeah, no, literally, this is like a chat full of like 100 people. Like, this is nothing, right? Okay, so why does he even come here?
And to answer Indio's question earlier, to make light of what he was talking about when he was talking about how he didn't want to talk about Snell's Law, with the refraction and everything, and it's because of what we were posting and what I've been posting, what Indio posted in here, was it earlier this week or last week, the refraction index. That at the time they took the photo of Canada, refraction was on its way down and it drops off rapidly. So the amount of refraction they would need for that photo to work out is not possible at that time of the day.
Mick is back.
Hey, everyone. Hey, welcome, Mick.
Oh, yeah, Canada. That's one of my favorite photographs. It's actually amazing how much of the mountain is missing with Canada. It's just a tiny, tiny bit that's visible over the top. And it's very difficult to explain.
It's definitely more than 4,000 feet that's visible. You shouldn't even see the tops of them. If you actually calculate in the height of the mountain, too, and then put it in with the 16,000 feet of missing curvature, that leaves you with almost a mile of missing curvature to even see the tops.
I don't think so, but let's go with
it leaves 4,000 feet, basically, a little over 4,000 feet. How many feet in a mile? 5,280? Yeah, that's pretty close to a mile, man.
So what's with all the missing bits of the mountains there? Why is there's
mountains in the foreground? There's mountains in the foreground.
So what about when you get
125 miles away? There's 1,800 meter mountains in the foreground.
Yeah, but there's other mountains which are only visible over the ocean, where there's nothing in between, where literally thousands of feet of the mountain are hidden apparently behind the ocean.
No, that's the blur line. That's where your eye can't make out what's going on there. Do you understand perspective?
What
do you think? Holy shit.
I do understand perspective.
Hold on, everybody. Hold on. Let's do this right. Let's do it one person, all right? Because this is getting annoying. Indio, go ahead.
Oh, if you look at the image, so I'm going to talk about the 443 kilometer one. right? So I'm sure you've seen that one. From
From Peak
it's Peak Fenestrel to yes, that one exactly.
Have
So
that
where do you
photograph
think
on
the
my board
horizon,
in front of me.
horizon is supposed to be in that image? The edge, this leading edge of the ball, you think exists? Where do you think that's supposed to be in the image?
It's that kind of like darkish line you can see just below the peak.
But okay, so that's what you think. But if you look at the math, it's supposed to be 128 miles away. And 128 miles away is the far shore of the ocean.
I'm not sure. I have to see the actual picture you're looking at, but the real issue here is that there are many thousands of feet that are hidden that should actually be visible if the Earth was flat.
And I told you why, because there's 4 mountains in the foreground that are 1,800 meters high.
Not with the Pic de Fenestrel to Barre de Ecrin's photograph. It's all ocean.
If you look at the topographical map, right, and actually look at it, there's mountains that are 1,800 meters tall in the foreground. Before that mountain,
is this guy?
If you get the angular size, it's going to block off 3,000 meters of the other mountain.
Hold on, but is this guy asking it with the naked eye, or is he asking with some type of optics?
It's an image. It was taken. I think that image was taken with a apochromatic telescope and a Nikon.
Yeah, but what the guy's asking, he's saying it should be visible with what?
You should be able to see the whole mountain.
Visible with the naked eye. Is that what you're asking, guy? Or are you talking
if there's mountains in the foreground, you can't see the whole mountain. That's impossible.
Yeah, but if there are mountains that you can't see over the top of, but we're looking at things that are over ocean.
Flat. Yeah, he's saying it's flat, so you should be able to see all of this. How?
If it was flat.
That's what I want to know.
Hey guys, hold on a sec. Let Indian have a little exchange. Let him get some groundwork because you guys are interrupting and throwing in other ideas, and it's taking away from the points.
Well, I'm going to just give my general opinion, then I'm going to shut up, right? So my general opinion is you guys only taking, when I say you guys, I mean people that believe in the globe. When they look at these images, they are only looking at one particular data point, right? They're not looking like the whole prediction of the globe. Where's the horizon in this image, and where is it relative to the peaks, right? And what distance is it away? So we can look at topographical maps.
That type of thing.
Well, yeah, just listen. All you have to do is come up. You can use your own calculator that you have, right?
Good.
So get the
Google Earth
distance
is
to the
actually really good
horizon.
for this type of thing.
So you can get the distance to the horizon, and you can figure out where that would be in the image. And if you look at it, it's basically the far shoreline, right? And then if you go a little bit further, looking at a topographical map, there's foreground mountains that are 1,800 meters high in the line of sight. And as you know, things that are closer have a larger angular size than things that are further. So if you have mountains that are 1,800 meters high, and there's a mountain that's another 125 miles away, it's going to obstruct a significant portion of that mountain.
But that's not what we're seeing in this image. So in this image, it's basically water pretty much all the way up to Barre de Ecrin's from Pic de Fenestrels.
I suggest you apply a negative color filter, and you can see all the foreground mountains.
No, I have the picture. I actually have the picture pinned to my wall in front of me. I've had it there for several months because it's one of my favorite photographs, and I can see quite clearly. You can see the water going all the way up to that mountain in the distance, Barre de Ecrin, and you can see that all you can see of that mountain is this tiny little bit on the top, like 200 or 300 feet. Out of I think, 13,000 foot high mountain. So there's a huge amount of hidden mountain there, if you look at it carefully.
If I may,
we have a different subjective opinion about what that image shows, obviously. So
we should try to find the image, and so we can be looking at the same thing.
Well, if I may, very quickly,
let's go to Beyond Horizon. Let's go to their website.
Well, if I may very quickly, things tend to converge down to the eye line of the observer. Now, if you've ever held a coin up to you in the sky, you can block out the moon. So based off the stuff that's in the foreground, you can block huge amounts of what's in the background in a way that seems to kind of go against what we would expect with stuff converging down to the eye line with perspective. And so with the focus of the camera, you could make the stuff in the foreground back off like the coin in front of the moon, and the stuff in the background loom up like the moon looming up past the coin, depending on your angle. So I think it's the zoom lenses and foreground stuff being zoomed in, zoomed out, raised and lowered by the zooming of the lens.
Really, how it works though, that wouldn't make the bottom part of a mountain be vanished, because the bottom part of the mountain has essentially the same angular resolution as the top part. Why is it?
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't.
Why does it have? Well, when you've only got like a few hundred feet, when you've only got a few hundred feet of the mountain visible over the horizon, that portion has a way smaller angular size than the lower part of the mountain. So why can you not see the larger part of the mountain?
Up to a point, you are correct. But when the light rays are so smushed and so compressed, no amount of zoom can bring it back unless you have a highly powerful optic that can somehow separate these light rays that are so smushed and merging from two rays into one. So all of these are very complicated interplays.
Why can you
see more than the tops of those mountains?
Can you? Why is it only the top of the mountain above the horizon?
Equal elevations, equal angles. I don't think you're understanding that. Like,
I understand, and
no, you don't. No, you don't. No, you don't. You have no idea.
Listen, you can look this up in a book called Trigonometric Delights, right? So the equal angles. So so say I have 100 meter space, right? If it's at eye level, so if it's at eye level, it's subtends one angle. But if it's below angle or above eye level, that angle subtended is going to reduce.
This math, what you're talking about, is what I used to do every day for like 20 years.
Now, you're not addressing anything I said.
Hold on, Fraud.
You're just like appealing your own authority, like you're using yourself.
Can you math the boat that I've posted a video of that's disappearing over the curvature of the driveway? Can you math that? Can you tell me why that boat is disappearing from the bottom up?
Looking at the right thing here. So I'm just looking. I see it now. That, like, if that boat disappears behind something, that means that the ground isn't flat.
But if it disappears from the bottom up and the surface is flat, and it also creates some, other atmospheric effects at the horizon.
Do you know how cameras work?
Yeah.
How do they work?
It's time to propose a new model, Mick. You need to talk about the compression at eye line. So you need to have an eye line go out 180 degrees to the flat plane and talk about convergence rates with angles to that eye line.
I think the issue here is that people are talking about optics and cameras and looking at things, but you don't really understand how optics work and how cameras work.
No, I see. In the demonstration, I see a boat disappearing from the bottom up, which appears to be a flat surface. That's just happening.
Flat surface.
Well, I use my eyes.
Is it flat there?
I use my eyes.
Can you get it with a laser?
I mean, laser's different. We're talking about observing something.
I observe.
Go ahead.
Hey, whoever's talking, let Jedi talk.
So it's a different function observing something and shooting a laser at something, because this is an optical phenomena. You observe this happening, and you shoot laser, it probably has a direct line of sight. Now, how many videos of this do you want for you then to assert that there's a radius value within every single floor?
What I would like is for you to demonstrate that the floor is in fact flat, and then show the boat.
How level do you want the surface? And don't remember that we're making observations over the sea, which is not flat.
I would like you to make, like, say, use a laser and just show that it doesn't deviate within,
when would the laser start refraction?
1 millimeter. With a floor, you would hardly get any refraction, so it's irrelevant.
Okay, what if we shot a laser over a distance of water?
That's a different thing. What we're talking about here is you demonstrating that your video, in fact, shows some kind of optical way that a boat would disappear below an apparent horizon on a flat surface, which is kind of what you're saying. That's what the video shows there, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm showing you an optical phenomena, which appears to be, as the angle is decreased to the surface of the floor.
If that's true, that would be great, because that means you could actually disprove all these this nonsense optics that apparently people are using in the real world. So why don't you do a bit of work and try to rigorously demonstrate?
I'm just making an observation. You're the one who's coming along and having to math and apply a model.
What I'm saying is that your observation is wrong.
What, my eyes and the camera are wrong? So you are declaring that this can only happen over a curved surface?
Obviously, what you see is what you see. But your interpretation of it is right.
You're saying it can only happen over a curved surface. Even though I can probably go away and give you another 30 demonstrations, which you will just hand wave away and claim there's an R value in the surface of the floor, even if it's a supermarket floor or an ice rink.
It could be an inclined surface with an angle in it. It doesn't have to be curved as such. But yeah, a flat surface inside a building, anything like less than, say, 100 feet, then you would always be able to see the floor from any position above the floor. Because there's a line of sight from your eye to that point. If you can draw a line from something, from your eye to something, then you can see that thing. That's a fundamental law of physics.
That's not always the case. It's demonstrated.
I have tried it in my home. With
First of all, that's not true at all, and you know it's not true. I don't even know why you say that.
It is entirely true.
So the serious, it's supposed to be 2 stars. So why do I see 1 star?
But if
there's a line of sight to each star, right?
Because there's a difference between being able to see the light from something and being able to resolve the individual thing.
How come I see that the sun and the
moon? You just said we could see it
in the sky.
But if you can't if you can't distinguish the difference between 2 objects, then you can't see the object, right? If there's 2 objects there and you see it as one, it doesn't have to be obstructed by something else. One of those things. Right,
so there's an angular size. Yeah, there's an angular size below which you can't resolve things, but you can't say that the top of a mountain, which is smaller than the bottom of a mountain, is visible, and then the lower part, which has a larger angular size, is invisible because of that angular size. If it's bigger,
there's also an angular size when you cannot differentiate 2 objects from one.
Sure, yeah. That's the resolution limit.
So saying it's like a smaller size. That's one aspect, but the other aspect is differentiating two particular points of light and seeing them as 2 distinct objects versus 1 distinct object.
Mr. West, as you know, if light rays get too close together when they're refocused, the object effectively disappears as the 2 rays merge into one, which means at your eye line, you're making angles going up and down, and as those light rays are converging up toward that line, you're going to get disappearance and convergence, which would make stuff appear to disappear over a curve if you had that paradigm in your head, or just simply converge at a horizon line optically over a flat plane.
Horizon line is kind of like an irrelevant thing for that, though. Like, let's say you just were looking up at 30 degrees. Where's the horizon line now? Is it always at the same place relative to your
direction, Mr. West? If you look infinitely in that direction, that would be your new horizon line. But over a flat plane, guess where your horizon line will tend to be? In the forward direction, infinitely.
So if I were to look down at the ocean instead of looking at the horizon, would that mean the mountain would now be visible because it's now above my horizon line?
You still need a wide enough angle. Are you looking forever in that direction, or is there a flat plane beneath your feet that is limiting how big the bottom half of your vision is? You're only 6 feet tall-ish, so you're only going to have 6 feet or less from your eye line down for the bottom part of objects to converge up toward that horizon line, going straight out over the flat plane.
Not actually how it works, though. Like, what if you were to look up so you can't actually see? What if you were to look upwards so you can't actually see the ocean at all? So the horizon is just below your field.
Wait, you're saying the way we see it is not how it works.
Line below is there a 6 feet barrier below your feet angling up 30 degrees as well, infinitely in that direction? Then yes, you would see the same behavior. But if you're looking 30 degrees up and the ground is not in the way, the convergence changes. Now you have infinite room up, infinite room down. The only limit would be how fast it converges toward that point.
Why does it look the same regardless of which direction you point the camera?
Hey, real quick, Mick West, we have 2 members here that have been wanting to ask you some questions. I just want to make room for them before we get on to a quick topic that might last forever. Edna or Bambi, feel free to ask your question now.
One.
It's okay. My question was answered way earlier.
Okay, sorry about that. It's because they've been asking on DMs.
Sorry, I was muted and trying to talk. That's embarrassing. No, what I wanted to know was I've heard a lot about you and communicating with Dr. John D.
Yeah.
What kind of flaws did you see in what he was doing? Like, what do you go against?
Well, he seems to have this really strange misconception of how refraction works, and saying that you can never get downwards refraction. And when he actually did his experiments, he was quite good actually, the way he did it. He measured the temperature at various levels. But the temperature variations he actually showed in the video were actually enough to create the amount of refraction needed to bend the laser light around the curve. This is the...
Oh my God. Holy shit.
So wait, lasers.
This was the
I didn't know that lasers are able to bend around curvature.
They don't.
They are, yes.
Yeah, but
Good God, man.
On a molecular level, can you show me lasers bending around a curve?
Well, I can just show it. I can show it in my garage. It's quite easy to do.
all right. So, all right, let's
let me explain. I want to hear the explanation. How do you do it?
All right, does anybody here actually have a laser?
He changed the temperatures around the laser, trying to create a refraction, is what he did. But the thing is the temperature medium at night,
it's not.
The air has already mixed and is stabilized, and you're not going to get that change.
That's not the question, though. The question was like, can a laser be bent by the air?
Upward, but not downward. No, she was asking about down and around the globe.
So
yeah, I was asking
why
if it could bend around a curve. It's not going to bend upwards around a curve. The Earth doesn't curve up.
Bend down. So you know the basics of how refraction works. Like things get bent towards more dense mediums. Like when something goes into water, it bends down towards it. Yeah. So
the problem is the light has to go from the.
Can we have him answer it, please? Go ahead.
I'm not really sure how to answer it because, it is quite demonstrable that a laser light will bend towards cold air, and you can demonstrate this. Like I said, I do it in my garage all the time. You just take an ice pack, you take a laser beam, and you shine it across the top of the ice pack, and it will bend down. Now, you do have to be careful doing this. Like, you have to actually have a very long line of sight because it doesn't bend very much. But you can actually demonstrate it. And we do know that at night, the ground is colder. Well, no, at night. Like during the day, the water is colder than the air. This is something that is known. Water is colder than air.
Not in the South Pacific.
Most of the time.
Not in the South Pacific.
There is, yeah.
Not where I live.
All right,
Excuse me, I live in Florida. It's the opposite of that.
No, listen. He just backed himself into a corner. So when we do this, when the air is colder, then I guess you're going to have a new excuse, right?
Yeah, no. It varies. Like sometimes the light will bend up, and sometimes it will bend down. And this is something that Dr. John.
This is why you guys get called pretender clowns. You're just pretending that you know this. When did you become the expert on refraction over water? After the flat Earth took off, right? Yeah. Coincident.
Flat Earth Society is in the heezy.
Oh God!
Anyway, he has no argument with Dr. John D. He can't even argue with the guy. He's a total joke.
Mr. West,
one at a time. We have to argue with Dr. John D. Like he has some other photographs where he took pictures of a headland, like a cliff.
You do realize that we have somebody that was here for that test, the peer-to-peer laser test, in this Discord right now.
Well, no, that's great. That's great.
It's actually on site for it.
Yeah, I thought the test was
none of your shit's going to fly when you talk about all this garbage about refraction. When they were there, they observed this crap.
Being there doesn't actually change.
You're also forgetting this shit doesn't happen at night. I already showed you the refraction index. But you're going to refute what mainstream science shows you, right?
Oh, no. It's a very simple... It's the temperature gradient of the air, and that varies throughout the day. So,
and at night it mixes and it becomes stable. And that's why it's nil at night, Mick.
No,
that's what that graph literally shows.
But no, that's not what Dr. John showed, though, is it? No, just one second. I want to address this one point. So this one point first. He said that there was no refraction at night, but his actual own measurements showed a temperature gradient of about 3 degrees over the first, I think, 2 or 3 meters.
Okay, and they accounted for that. They took into account for everything.
They did.
And guess what? Yeah, they did. Yeah, he did.
Shouldn't be any
Ask CJ. CJ's right here, man, in the Discord. Just ask him. Just ping him and ask him.
Hey, Mitch. Mitch, I have a question for you. So all this talk of refraction, why not get a test that doesn't have refraction as such a major component? I posted one in the chat. I'll do it again real quick. And that shows high altitude view of the horizon versus the level, with the moon in between the two. Then you get rid of all your refractive problems, right? We're in the high atmosphere, very little air. Level.
You still get refraction if you're looking towards the horizon.
The horizon could be all over. We still see the moon, which is quite a bit further than the horizon. So you know the horizon has to be below it.
Hold on. I have to add, that's a heads-up display.
Correct.
That can be. You can take a camera and point it at a different angle to the heads-up display.
Can't. That's not how they work.
You're supposed to view those things directly. They're not from angles.
If you're not looking at it directly, you can't see it. They go invisible. That's how they're designed. Otherwise, planes would be crashing.
Hold on,
when pilots are slouching in their seats. It doesn't work that way. This is a way.
Yeah, that's the thing. Pilots would have to not slouch at all. That would be unrealistic.
It's not. No, it's not
unrealistic.
Yeah, their eyes are allowed to move.
Dangerous.
Okay, one at a time. One at a time. Yes,
that
one
makes
at
it
a time.
Dangerous. So why would they design something like that that's dangerous like that?
That's why
it is. It's bad. It's poor designing. That's the way it is.
You understand how they.
Mr. West, back to the
garbage anyway. Zanuck, you spew that shit in here every day, man. We don't need to hear anything from you right now. Literally.
Mr. West, back to the refraction. The conditions that we typically find these laser tests in are over water, and water absorbs heat faster than the surrounding air, so you're going to have a warmer layer of air over the water typically, which is going to lead to upward refraction with cooler layers above. So in the
water is
these lasers, that's going to be your typical condition.
You can't just keep talking if I've said something is wrong. If something is wrong, there's no point continuing. If you made a mistake, like you said that the water is going to be warmer than the air, the water is not always warmer than the air. It's quite often it's cooler than the air. If the air above the Salton Sea is 100 degrees, you don't have water that's 100 degrees, do you? You have water that's about 70 degrees.
That's because the air above it is warmed up by the water, which absorbs heat from the air, releases it into the air, leading to a warmer layer over the water.
You get a cooler air over cooler water. If the water is cooler than the air, it's going to cool the air.
We have somebody that wants to ask a question. Bambi, I think, was in the middle of asking her question. Go ahead, Bambi.
Yeah, it was about the experiment you did. Like, I was going to get you to explain it and what you did and if you've got any proof of it, but we started shouting over about how lasers don't go up. But that wasn't the question I asked. I wasn't talking about lasers going upward. I was going to ask if you've got any evidence that you've done, or do you want to explain it and break it down to how it happened?
Let me explain just what I did in a little bit more detail, and I can post the link to the video of me doing it. What I wanted to demonstrate is if a laser is shone over something that is cold, it will bend down. And this is because the air is cold and it's bending down towards the colder air. And the way I did this is I set up a laser at one end of my garage, and I set up a mirror at the other end of the garage. And I set the mirror up so it reflected the beam of the laser back, so it was right next to where the laser was. So you could very easily see any deviations in the beam of this laser. And then I took two things. First of all, I took a lighter, like a cigarette lighter, and I held it next to the laser beam, and I saw that the beam was deflected away from the hot air, because the hot air is less dense. Then I took an ice pack, and I held it underneath the laser, and I saw that the laser beam was deflected down because it's deflected towards cold air, because cold air is more dense. And we know that in the atmosphere, these two types of things exist. We get hot air, we get cold air, and sometimes we get air which is colder lower down, and sometimes air that is warmer lower down. So it bends one way or the other. So we can demonstrate that this bending actually exists, and that hot air and cold air can bend laser light. And we know it exists in the atmosphere.
Consideration the temperature and the heat of such things. What if we were to take that into consideration and
that would be great. That would be great. And the problem is that Dr. John didn't actually do that. He did these measurements, but he basically said, and the measurements showed that there was no refraction. But that's not true.
You've done this to prove it. If you're making that claim, you've done these measurements.
Yeah, you said you had a link. Are you going to post it?
Every meter you've done these measurements, Nick. Every meter you've done these measurements, Nick.
Also forgetting the fact that the air is already mixed after the sun went down, so you're not going to get your damn refraction, Mick.
Dr. John did the measurements.
Really? You keep avoiding that one specific point.
Nick, where's your measurement?
Dr. John.
To prove refraction, Where's
Wait,
your
David,
measurements?
like, what?
Come on, Mitch.
You are saying that Dr. John is an expert.
I am asking you where your tell me.
He has a PhD in spectrophotometry. What do you got, Mr. Gamer Boy?
I just have a BSc.
Yeah, you got nothing. Exactly.
The experiment you're talking about. The experiment.
That's what you got. Now you tell me where your experiment is. You tell me where you have measured the atmosphere to prove that it is happening. You say he hasn't measured it, so he can't. It isn't. Tell us where you.
Mate, can you put your link in the live stream, please?
Yeah, sorry. I was trying to answer this guy, but he won't let me get a word in.
Well, first of all, you haven't even looked at the experiment.
You will answer what I told you to answer now, or this is over.
Hold on. Because I still haven't got the link of him doing
I'm not sure what you want me to do. Like, we know that.
You to show us the measurements that you have taken to prove it is happening.
right. But like, do you think that the air doesn't get colder?
The measurements you have taken, Mick, where are they?
Well,
the measurements you have taken. Come on.
The measurements of what?
The measurements you have taken.
Well, let me post the link to my video. Let me find it.
That's what I want. The fucking video. Post it, please.
You tell me. You tell me. I'm driving. I'm not watching a video. I am driving.
Okay.
You will tell me.
He can explain it to you in a minute, meme, but I want the fucking video, and I've been asking for a very long time. Please let him send the video, and then he can explain it to you.
Man, you're also coming a bit distance. I understand you're driving, buddy, but you're a bit like far away. Not coming in very loud.
Yeah, pretty loud.
So Mick, if you can please send the link into the live stream and then just explain.
No, I'm just looking for it. I have so many videos that have the word reflective. I already posted it before, but that's I got booed. Oh, here it is.
Dude,
just post it when you get it, and then for me, because he's driving, can you just explain it to him? Thank you.
So Mick, real quick, where we post things, I don't know if you're familiar with this Discord, but there's a channel right under the live stream. It's called live stream. Oh, it's above the live stream. Sorry, it's live stream 1 voice text. You can drop it in there, and that's where it's.
I just did.
Awesome. Got it, Jose. When I gave him PC Verified, I explained that.
Yeah, so that it's basically it's what I explained earlier, and it's showing that that's my garage, and it's showing the light bending towards cold and away from hot.
No, where have you measured this across the great distance we're talking about?
I used Dr. John's measurements. He posted it in his video, the temperature gradient. He actually measured it. I haven't done it. I'm using Dr. John's measurements. What's wrong with his measurements?
I'm asking you about Dr. John's measurements. I'm asking you about yours to prove that it is happening.
Well, I haven't done a long distance laser measurement like Dr. John measuring the thing.
You haven't done anything.
He has though.
You haven't done anything. Yeah, but what I'm asking you is, where is your measure?
I've done experiments
that it is happening. It's just you saying it. It's just you saying it. It's just you saying it to counter something that you
I think you're repeating yourself now. I think you made your point.
Can I ask a question now? Can I have a real quick one question for Mr. West? Mr. West, please. So I heard your father was part of the Flat Earth Society, and I was wondering, is the Flat Earth is the Flat Earth Society like a bunch of globers that are actually going around trying to make Flat Earth look stupid, and how are you not part of it? You know what I mean? And what do you think of Flat Earth Society?
I tried to make you look stupid. And my dad just did it ironically. I think he did it in the 70s.
He did it ironically, but he told you that the other side needs to be done. That's what you said on JRE. Don't you lie. Don't you lie. You lie me.
What am I lying about? I'm not sure what you mean there.
You just said he did it out of irony, but that's not what you said on JRE.
That's what I said. I said.
Well, I'm curious where your loyalty is. I'm curious
as a joke.
I'm wondering if you're more, if you're Flat Earth Society,
he's not going to tell you his loyalty, Bong. He's not going to tell you his loyalty.
Right, I'm just wondering.
Let's just break apart his fucking stupid experiment first, though. Let's just do that. That'll get him out of here. So let's get back to your experiment, supposed, right? So your laser, what's the intensity of that laser?
Well, it doesn't really matter what the intensity is. It's a visible laser. It's just a laser pointer. But it works exactly the same.
So right. It's more exciting. So you said you held it up to a flame, right? You're next to a flame. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Is that flame putting out more energy than that laser? You would consider at that point?
Probably, yeah. Because it's just heating the air.
All right, but can the
ice pack isn't putting out any energy?
Here's a question for you. Can the laser light heat air? Is that possible?
Not very easily, no, because air is transparent.
All right, so if you continue to increase the intensity of that laser, what will happen?
Not sure where you're going with this. Could you explain what your point is?
I'm trying to. If you can answer me that, what will happen?
What? Can I increase the intensity of the laser? No, it's a Logitech laser pointer.
All right, but
he's asking, what if you did?
Right.
Exactly. It wouldn't make any difference whatsoever. Zero difference.
Wow, you heard this guy? Wow.
Well, Mr. West, it's a problem because if you take the supposed globe and surround it with concentric rings of air layers, then you would have, say, what you're trying to say is basically a warm layer under a cooler layer toward which the light refracts. Okay, that's fine. But over long distances, you're essentially saying that light goes up into the second layer and goes back down into the first warm layer to hit the eye of the observer. That's a little hard to believe because that would have for the thing to go
I'm not sure what you're saying.
But he just doesn't. This guy doesn't understand lasers. There's no point arguing with him. He just doesn't have no idea.
Wait.
Here's the whole problem, guys. With his whole entire thing, he's changing with the experiment that he's doing. He's changing the temperature around it, right?
Exactly.
Okay, but what's going on at night with these laser tests is it's stable. It's not changing anymore. So we're not going to see this. This is the problem. You're inducing this refraction. This is not happening naturally because there is no mixture of air where you're having that huge change at night anymore. Literally, you're not having that much change. So guess what's not going to happen? The refraction.
But Dr. John,
Jesus Christ, this is why we posted that damn graph, man, that you're going to deny again.
Oh, are you going to deny Dr. John's measurements?
This guy doesn't know it. He doesn't know what.
No, the graph he's talking about, Mick West, is I forgot who did it exactly, but it was a bunch of people that got together and they were trying to test the refraction. They tested it for about 72 hours, 3 days in a row, and they got the conclusion that I believe that the most amount of refraction they got was when was it, Rich, exactly? That they got the most?
The day is when you get the most amount of refraction, and in the evening and in the mornings it drops off rapidly, and at night there's none.
And that's why we have to match these conditions one for one, Mr. West. Otherwise, they have a theoretical sugar water abstraction.
If you look at the reason why. Sorry, Lemon, hold on. If you look at the reason why, you'll notice it's the temperature difference, just like you said. The reason why, though, it goes and it bottoms out and it's nil is because the temperature in the air has already mixed, and now it is constant. There is nothing changing.
But would you agree, then, that you would have to measure the actual temperature gradient at that time?
They did take the temperature at the time they were doing the laser test.
They did do it, and they found that there was a temperature gradient.
But do you understand that there's different types of lasers?
Not at night, there wouldn't be.
They found it in Dr. John's experiment.
Hold on. Do you know that there's different types of lasers? Right? Do you understand that?
Well, sure, yeah. Different wavelengths, different ways of generating them.
What are different types of lasers used for? What can be the use for a laser? Can it be used as a weapon?
They used to illuminate things and they used to heat things. And they use for a variety of other reasons.
So why would a laser that's used to heat things be affected by what the fuck you're talking about?
Well, this is the thing with lasers. They're targeting devices. We can use lasers to point at shit and paint targets and say paint because that's what the military. That's what the military do. Now, military use lasers. Yeah. So military use lasers to paint targets over distances that should have to take into account the curvature of the Earth and now your light refraction. These are from vessels that seems, with a little bit of research, that quite a lot of their ordnance and weapons that they use for the shit out of stuff requires a direct line of sight targeting system, up to and including about 100 miles. So if they can aim lasers at shit up to 100 miles away, that's got a direct line of sight and is directly in front of them from a vessel at sea, and the target device is somewhere about 40 foot off the surface of the water. Excuse me. So if that's happening, practical, everyday use, I think we're fine shooting lasers over 25 miles, right?
You wouldn't be shooting things that are at sea level because you wouldn't be able to see them.
According to you, but right now I've just pointed out, I said military, I should have said Navy. I did say vessel. I did give you a height of 40 foot above the surface of the water, aiming at a direct line of sight to a surface-based target. Now, this is 100 miles, it seems, with a little bit of research. Many of the ordnance they use require a direct line of sight.
I think you're probably referring to rail guns. I think you're conflating two different things.
No, I'm not. I'm actually not talking about rail guns.
All right, so post a link then.
Yeah, I'll go and get these. But what I'm referencing is military do seem to have lasers that paint targets that require a direct line of sight at distances where Earth curvature and refraction should have to be taken into account.
That's great. Let's go with that then. Let's post me that evidence, and that will prove it.
Okay. I'm surprised you haven't looked into this before yourself, Mr. Mick West, who knows everything about light refraction and what lasers do. We're talking about a test that's done over 25 miles, or one that's done over 10, or any other laser test or line of sight test that requires, like I just said, a direct line of sight. That's easy to understand light refraction. No flat earther is denying that light refracts through the medium of the atmosphere. Can it be demonstrated to curve around the curvature of your Earth? Not just a little box where you've got an ice pack underneath it, because we're talking about the majority and most conditions, depending on the air clarity and conditions of the day. Direct line of sight is required when shooting lasers at shit.
Oh, it's can you hear me? Yeah, line of sight is, but not a geometric line.
Yes, we can hear you.
So I want to put in my 2 cents about this. Like the experiment, that would be what you would consider a special case. That is not the general case of the atmosphere. So the basic claim of globe proponents is that the general case, generally, that air will refract light down because of the weather conditions. And that has not been demonstrated, right? Not been demonstrated in the environments that these tests have been done in. Now, of course, you can make a special case test. I think it was Greater Sapien did one over CO2 in frozen ice, right? So, but he didn't take into account that CO2 has a higher refractive index of air, and it's way colder than any environment on Earth. So these are special case experiments. These are not the general case conditions that we find ourselves in. And I think just showing that light can refract says really nothing. We all know light can refract. Okay?
So you got to look at the actual conditions.
Did it refract in this situation? And what do actual measurements and tests of refraction show?
Look at the actual measurements that Dr. John did. I can post them if you want. I've got them right here.
Mr. McWest, I have one point in your carriage test that is wrong, or I have a question for that. You said that in warm air, it's
just posted the temperature readings of Dr. John, by the way, if people want to check out them. Sorry, but carry on.
Okay, in your carriage test, the laser.
I'm sorry, you said, my garage test, right?
Garage.
Yes.
Sorry, my English.
Garage.
The laser starts in warm air.
Yeah.
Like maybe 20 degrees Celsius in your garage.
Yeah.
And it goes nearby the ice. And it goes into the colder air. Maybe, I don't know, minus something. The ice was
probably like minus 20, minus 15, minus 20, or something like that.
Exactly. Where does that happen in nature? That your laser starts from a warmer temperature and goes through the colder temperature when you point it across the lake.
If you're on the shore of the lake, then the air around you is, say, like 90 degrees.
How many degrees
Fahrenheit
difference is in the where the laser starts?
What do you need, actually? It's quite interesting. You only need about 1 degree of difference to curve over the surface of a lake. It's quite interesting just how little of a temperature gradient, because the gradient it's not really the amount, it's the amount per meter. So if you've got a gradient of, say, 1 degree per meter, that's actually a huge gradient. But because it's very close to the surface of the water, you get this very, very steep gradient just at that point, which is why you have these issues with the lasers, and it's why you also get this very thick line of compression at the bottom of the images just over the horizon, because close to the water, you get this steep gradient.
Okay, so I'm looking at
which is what Dr. Don showed.
Yeah, well, he didn't measure at 2 meters. He didn't measure at 1.5 meters. He didn't do his measurements at 1 meter. He did them at a single elevation, right?
No, it's this 5 measurements there. Oh, sorry, 4 measurements above the water: 0.5 meters, 1 meter, 1.5, and 2 meters. And the difference between above the water is 1.5 degrees.
The elevation that he did, the laser was at, the laser itself.
No, it doesn't matter there, because at some point the laser is going to be skimming the surface of the water.
Listen, it does matter because this is a vertical chart, right?
So either the laser's got to hit the water, or it's going to skim the horizon.
So I think
so if it's skimming the horizon, that means it goes.
This chart is vertical. He didn't shoot the laser vertically.
Correct,
he didn't cross this gradient.
No, it shoots when you go along the gradient. What happens is that the light bends towards the more dense the air, the colder air in this case. This is something.
There's some boundary. There's some boundary.
No,
right?
no. It's actually a very difficult thing, and it took me a while to understand.
This is all theory, dude.
No,
when it comes down to it, like where's like the data sets that actually show this happening? You took an extreme case, 70-degree Fahrenheit, going over, minus 20 Fahrenheit. I don't know what type of environment that is in nature, because I don't know of it ever existing.
It's an extreme example because it's hard to show. But Dr. John's own measurements
just said it was easy. You just said a 1 degree temperature difference will show a significant amount of refraction.
Over that distance. It's hard to show in my garage because my garage is only like 40
1
feet long.
degree, right? So say you have 1 degree per meter difference. Okay, so you shine a laser 15 kilometers. That's 15,000 kilometers. Or 15,000 meters. So if you have a 1 degree difference, it's 15,000 degrees at the other side.
No, it's the vertical temperature gradient. Again, it's like a difficult thing to explain here.
If you're crossing the vertical gradient.
No, that's the refraction. Look up a thing called gradient index optics. There's a difference between. There's a difference between light going from one medium to another and light going through a medium where there's a gradient. It's actually a very different type of thing. Light, even like you know about Snell's law, and the amount it bends when it goes from air to water. Now you think if something was shining parallel to the surface, there would be no bending. And so you think that if something is shining at right angles to the temperature gradient, intuitively you would think there'd be no bending, but there actually is, because a light actually bends towards the more dense medium. It doesn't matter about if it's actually going into a more dense medium; it just bends towards it because it's not actually a line as such. It's actually a wave front. Light is a wave, so it will still bend down, even though the temperature gradient is only vertical.
So a portion
of
the cone, a portion of the wavefront will go to the medium and another portion won't. Right?
No, it will.
This is layers, right? This is 4 layers. I'm at 1 meter, so I'm just going off his little data here. This little data set from John D. So say the laser's at 1 meter. He's shining exactly horizontally. Now, and we assume that from the target from the source to the target, the laser is always at 1 meter elevation.
Yeah.
How is it crossing into the 1.5 meter?
It's not. That's the thing. That's the fascinating thing about it, is that it doesn't need to go.
I'm asking you how it's done. How does that happen? I know that there's beam divergence, right? So there's going to be spread. A portion of the wavefront is going to spread out and go higher and lower. But the centroid of the beam is not going to. That's not going to happen.
Light,
the main
light is like a wave,
right?
No, it's not. No, it's not. Light's not a wave. Light's a particle.
Right, it's a particle that acts as a wave.
No, it doesn't. Particles don't act like waves. Particles act like particles.
Water is made of particles, and water
but light isn't. Light is made of particles. Light's not water. You false equivalence fallacy, knucklehead.
Water is made of molecules, which is
light is made of particles. It's not water.
And
clown show.
It acts like a wave. Though.
Photons are particles.
Act like waves.
They don't.
Stop screaming.
Why do you get like interference and things like that then if they don't act like waves?
Yeah, QE, look, dude. Okay, we're talking about something else entirely, dude. And you come in here wanting to talk about waves and particles. Look, dude, you're not going to interrupt the conversation and take this in an entirely different direction. McWest, continue talking about refraction.
All right, so, yeah.
He was
like,
listen, it is
like I said,
relevant, though.
Hold on.
Hold on, got something.
Mick made a claim. Mick made a claim.
From ray optics to wave optics, right?
QE is refuting his claim that he made as part of his argument.
That light acts like a wave, which it does.
No, it doesn't. You can keep on saying it, but you're wrong. To refute light as particles, you have to refute the photoelectric effect, number one. Number two, Compton scattering, number two. Number three, Heisenberg's uncertainty principle. You ready to do that right now?
I don't think any physicist would argue that light does not act
you
like
can't
a wave.
speak. Objection, Your Honor. You can't speak to any physicist.
Dude, QE, if you don't...
Thank you.
So,
question and answer.
Say again?
Dude, QE, stop yelling, okay?
Hey, who are you? Who's giving me instruction?
First.
Who's giving me instruction?
For the sake of conversation, let's try to keep it civil, you know.
Hey, Indio, are you in here?
What?
1 second. Indio, are you in here?
I'm in here. I'm taking care of it. Just chill.
Okay.
All right, so can I carry on?
No, you can't. Just wait.
Okay. All right, yeah.
Yeah, because you sound really stupid.
Yeah, because just like when you stop Living Bird, when he says something wrong, QE is doing exactly the same thing, so don't get mad about that. Or Mick, what?
What is a science communicator, Mr. West? Because you are a science communicator, and so is Neil deGrasse Tyson. What is that?
It's someone who popularizes science and explains it to people, I guess. It's like
stupid people, right?
You don't even know what science is. What's up?
No,
wait a second.
Yeah,
Science
you don't even know what
communicator?
lasers are. What the fuck is wrong?
Wait a second, folks. He's a science communicator? Do you even know what a scientific hypothesis is?
Asking me what a scientific
Yes, I'm asking you. I'm asking you, what is a scientific hypothesis? What is an let's keep it simple. What are the three constituent hold on a second. What are the three constituent parts of an experiment?
Well, off the top of my head, I don't know. I guess.
And you're a science communicator?
Yeah, but this isn't the type of science that people want to be communicated with. I mean, you have like, the variable, you have the variable, you have the hypothesis.
I would
wrong.
I would argue communicating a scientific principle is different than communicating a scientific experiment.
Wrong.
Science
Everything, the whole basis of the scientific method is based on experiment.
That's why, like, Dr. John's experiment was actually a pretty good one.
Dr. John didn't perform an experiment. He even told you that. Now, let's get back. You're a science communicator, and you don't know what a frigging experiment is? You'd fail 5th grade general science.
Well, I don't think that's really relevant here. Like,
he is also an expert on debunking on what chemtrails.
Would you stop changing the subject, please?
But like you talk about, like stuff like dependent variables.
His life to debunking and making conspiracy theories look stupid. I just want to know what is.
Hey guys, Bong, let's stay on topic. Let's not switch it up.
So we got two subjects on the table. One, you don't know what the hell light is. Number two, you don't know what an experiment is.
No, I do know what light is.
No, you don't. It's not a wave. It's a particle. Now,
acts like a wave.
Listen, if you want to
he has to appeal to physics, to physicists. He's not going to answer.
What physics?
Why
oh my God!
Because you're not qualified to answer the question, Mick West. Because you are paid, so you're not qualified to answer that question. Am I right?
I'm not paid. No one's paying me.
Not
So you
paid,
have
he's
to
just got
appeal
an
to
idea. He's got
physicists, right?
bloke who's
So you
got an
can't answer
idea.
the question.
Why are you asking me questions?
All right, listen, let's deal with this right now. Richard Feynman, Nobel laureate physics. The first thing Newton believed, light was corpuscular. Turned out that it had very strange properties from that point of view, and it was then explained that many of these strange properties was because, in fact, it was a wave, which was wrong. Turned out he was right. It was a particle. Richard Feynman, lectures on quantum electrodynamics.
Wave. Yeah, I know. It acts like a wave.
It doesn't act like a wave. Particles aren't waves. They don't act like waves.
Can someone mute him for fuck's sake?
Yeah, QE, can you stop yelling like a fucking kid, dude?
I'll tell you what, brother, Mr. Kid. Let's meet up, man. Me and you. Who said that? Who said it?
I said you should be muted, you fucking.
All right, you know.
All right, hold on, guys. Hold on. Hold on, everybody. This is what's going on. Hold on, everybody. Look, we got a bunch of the people that hate QE in here interrupting. All those people are getting muted because literally I'm trying to hear this discussion between Mick West and QE and everyone else. Kind of let them go at it for a while and stop interrupting. Please.
Yeah, I'm going to pull over up here. I'm going to go ahead and ban everyone who's been interrupting QE like that because I know y'all don't like him. Okay, congratulations.
From the chair of physics at Yale, Professor Shanker, everything is really particles, all things, electrons, photons, protons, neutrons, they are all particles. So let there be no doubt about that.
Of course, yes.
Clown show.
Agrees with that. I'm not disagreeing with
it's a wave.
that. I said it acts like a wave.
That is horseshit.
It's demonstrably true.
It's okay, demonstrate it.
Well, constructive interference, for example.
Oh, here we go.
A wave. The wave function is not a wave. It's a mathematical construct. You're talking about the wave function, not a physical wave.
So Young slits, the Young splits experiment.
Young splits. It's not a split. It's a slit.
I know slits. Young slits experiment.
Yeah.
Demonstrates the wave-particle duality of the nature
There
of
is
light.
no wave-particle duality.
Well, the experiment seems to disagree with you.
Oh, really? Professor Shankar, chair of physics at Yale. So we have to play this game in two waves. It is particles, but its future is determined by a wave. But the wave is purely mathematical. You can output an instrument to measure the energy due to that wave. It's a construct.
You can see the effect.
It's a construct. You're mixing up the concept of a wave with the wave function.
If you can see it.
Misplaced concretism.
It's
to reify something that isn't real into something
you're
that is real.
reifying the wave function. It's not a physical reality. It's a probability amplitude of possible outcomes. That's all it is.
Exactly.
There's no physical reality.
Exactly.
But you can see it, though. You can see the effect.
You can't see it. Show it to us. Post a picture
visible.
right now.
Someone posted.
Can you?
I can see the green codes falling down like Neo from the Matrix.
Okay, well, let's not yell and hurl insults, man. Just for the PR.
Oshkosh Bajos.
From the University of Tennessee, in one dimension, wave functions are often denoted by the symbol psi. They are functions of the coordinate x and the t time. But psi is not real. But a complex function does not have real. See, don't rumpus me, you clown. You don't even know what an experiment
is. You're denying reality. You can actually see.
Kiss my ass! I just pummeled you. Pummeled you.
Are you denying that you can see the effect of Young's?
Oh my God! But the wave function itself has no physical interpretation.
That is a physical interpretation. You can actually see
the University of Tennessee, the professor of physics at Yale, Richard Feynman, and now we got Mick Pseudo-fucking-West telling us the opposite.
All right. Well, if you want to deny the evidence of your own eyes...
Deny the evidence? Fine. Bullshit. You don't have any evidence. You just got clobbered, and you already denoted... You don't even know what an experiment is, Mick.
Wikipedia.
you want to know what denying the evidence of your own eyes is, Mick? It's looking at the sun and the moon and thinking that they're different sizes. That's denying your own eyes.
This guy doesn't even know what an experiment is. He doesn't even know.
It's a little weird. It's a little weird that you don't know what an experiment is, and you just said that you teach it.
The thing is, like,
science.
Fucking Wikipedia
The parts of an experiment.
The vernacular of an experiment is just something that you do to test or to demonstrate a hypothesis.
Yeah, but you need things in this test to conduct it, right?
Oh, you don't. You get the idea that you need a dependent variable, an independent variable, and control.
The idea, that's a scientific method. Yeah, we get that idea from the scientific method, and we're trying to demonstrate cause and effect relationships without personal bias.
No, he said
but
you don't
you
need
can demonstrate very simple things, like you say, does light does it act like a wave? If it acts like a wave, then if you did a double slit experiment, there would be constructive and destructive interference, and you do the experiment.
That's a wave function for the 10th time.
It's something that actually happens, though. Does it?
What's
does
a
it happen
function?
or not?
happen.
What's a function? Hold on a second. What's a function? Hold on a second. What's a function, Mick?
In what context? A function is it's basically a mapping of one variable through a mathematical operation to another,
It's
like a sign.
mathematical construct. It's a function, a complex function, Mick.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Is this QED?
You ain't asking me shit. You don't even know what a hypothesis is.
Hey, Quantum.
You don't have to know all that stuff. You can still do some decent experiments.
We're on the same side of this fence. But I realize it's like sometimes you have to realize when you're dealing with people that are trying to disprove like
concern trolling with just like that.
Jedi, you hear me, right? It's like you start to realize,
I hear you, mate. Yeah, I get you. But come on.
These guys came here to try to prove to us something that we can prove ourselves with math and logic and science. So at the end of the day, we don't have to start to get upset or like get rivaled or triggered by that.
Yeah, but they're pretender clowns.
Oh, I already know.
He's just doing his job.
We should always.
At the moment, what we're doing is we're talking about light and it acting like a mathematical model.
But
a mathematical model isn't real, is it?
It doesn't matter if it's real. When you drop an apple, it acts like the mathematical model of gravity.
See, that's exactly what I just said. I just said that. I was like, that's like fucking Neil deGrasse Tyson saying, "This is gravity drops the mic." Are you serious? Is that it?
Bong, I'm on.
Is that all you got, man?
But I'm trying to say, like, at the end of the day, like, if we're on this side of the fence, we should be sitting back in our chair and chilling. Like, we don't have to sweat them.
Hey, you should be.
Like, we have to let them fucking sweat because we already know we've done the math and they haven't done the math. So,
the math?
I don't give a fuck what
done the math.
Yeah, done the math.
Bring Neil deGrasse Tyson here, West.
Okay, Mick said he doesn't have to have independent and dependent variables in an experiment, right? He just said that.
Well, it depends what type of. If you want to have a strict
Penn State University. Let's go through these. Can we go through them, Mick? So we have Mick that says you don't have to have Mick.
Yeah, but
can I speak?
You don't have to be frustrated by guys that are just talking shit, trying to fucking waste our time.
Can I speak, please? I'm gonna refute Mick.
Go.
Pseudo McWestian 2 space. I'm gonna refute him right now. Are we ready?
Space. We live in 3 space.
Not according to your friggin' fairy tale gas model, but I digress. We'll get to that in a moment. Experiment. You said you didn't need Mick. You said you didn't need a dependent and independent variable in an experiment, right? That's what you said?
For the common understanding of what an experiment is.
Yeah, I got you on tape, so that's what you said. Here we go. Experiment, Penn State University. There should be 3 categories of variables in every experiment. Dependent, independent, and controlled. The Institute of Physics.
That would be great.
That would be great now, wouldn't it?
That's just one definition of.
That's okay. Let's get another one. Institute of Physics. When planning an investigation,
you're giving the same definition.
Please shut up, Mick. When I'm pummeling you, please shut up.
You're just going to keep doing the same thing over and over again.
Yeah, I'm going to keep refuting your dumb ass.
I'm going to take control, John. Going to take control. If you're just going to turn around in a minute and say, no, I'm just going to keep over talking you, then that's not helping the conversation. Just let him finish. I'm sure he'll finish much quicker if you stop interrupting him.
Yeah, right? But I know he's going to do the same.
Don't even appeal to me. Next person to speak is going to be John. He's going to finish, and then you're going to answer.
Institute of Physics. When planning an investigation, students need to identify the variables that they consider significant and then select the ones they want to look at for cause and effect. If possible, any other variables that will affect the outcome of the experiment will need to be kept constant during the investigation. The variables are independent variable, dependent variable, and controls. Anne-Marie Helmetstein, PhD, Biomedical Sciences. When you design an experiment, you are controlling and measuring variables. There are 3 types of variables in an experiment: controlled, independent, dependent. Is that enough yet? Do we need to go a little further for you, Mick?
It's fine by me, because I already said that.
Hey, hold on.
That's one useful definition of an experiment, scientific experiment. Yeah. I mean, it's the type of thing that Nathan Oakley likes to go on about it. Because when people talk about an experiment, they don't necessarily mean that very, very precise thing.
Doesn't matter what they mean in the colloquial sense, experiment, just the broad umbrella experiment.
We were talking about scientific communication.
When I meet a girl at the bar, I want to experiment.
Scientific experiment.
Science.
And you're saying you don't need the IV, DV, and the CV. That's what you're saying.
I think that if you're trying to communicate science, those are not useful concepts to discuss with the general public.
What the experiment and breaking it down into a very easily formulated method of where your dependent variable comes from, your naturally observed phenomena, and then how you build your hypothesis,
Generally,
you're answering the question of what causes that. So there's your independent variable. And then obviously you've got to control shit. So there's your controlled variables. You've then got to take this forward in your experiment and test your hypothesis. Without these independent variables that are very easily explained, if that you just hand away from a about doing an experiment. It doesn't involve something that you're trying to manipulate to prove a cause of an effect.
Right, and the gold standard is basically that when you change something that you know is the cause independently, since you're independently changing the variable, you get a dependent variable that acts in accordance with your hypothesis to prove with as much proof as possible the causal relationship. And you have controls in the experiment that shouldn't change. If the experiment is properly controlled, all the factors have been factored, and nothing weird is changing in the experiment. If one of your controls changes, well then perhaps there's another explanation you haven't explored or controlled for. Take with gravity.
Let him answer. Let him answer because hold on. Calm down. He said that you didn't need an independent or dependent variable in an experiment. I provided many citations here that said the opposite. Let him answer, please.
We're talking about scientific communication. And when you talk about things like dependent variables and independent variables and control groups, it confuses things for the general public. It's usually better simply to describe what the experiment does. You can keep that other stuff in the background as useful information. Like, this is why we need these things. We need controls. We need this independent variable. We need a dependent variable. But in terms of scientific communication, it's usually best just to describe what's actually going on and what it shows.
Mick, I'm sorry, I'm going to have to stop you. You baited and switched us. I didn't ask you what you were teaching them. I asked you personally, what are the 3 constituent parts of an experiment? And you didn't know.
I couldn't remember off the top of my head at the time, and now I remember.
Man, can I quote you? Can I quote you from Wikipedia? It all stems from a fundamental distrust of science and authority. Are you not trusting science and authority when you say those things? Like, you don't have to explain the variables. Like,
so you're quoting Wikipedia? Like, if you look at the Wikipedia,
are these your words or not? Are those your words or not?
Which words?
The word on Wikipedia.
Which ones? What? I'm not sure what you're talking about.
Read them again.
I didn't write anything.
Right. Yeah, just read them again.
It all stems from a fundamental distrust of science and authority. You are always going to get a percentage of people who are true believers. My goal is to minimize that as much as possible, to stop people falling for it and help them get out as easily as possible. What does that mean?
That is what I said.
So we're talking about the scientific method here,
accurate.
And we're asking for the variables, and you're saying, what are you saying? You don't need those, or what? You don't need to
I'm saying
explain
it's
that
not
to
productive.
us?
It's not productive for communication to the general public.
It sounds to me like he's describing atheists when it comes to religion.
But people asked me about science communication. They said, you're a science communicator. What is science? And I was trying to talk about it in the context of science communication.
That you even know what that is? That you even know what that is makes you a shell.
I'm scientist.
That's such a corporate little turd term. You know that, right? I'm a science communicator. I'm a product communicator. I communicate what the product is. You're an advertiser.
I don't say I'm a science.
I create synergies between.
You're an advertiser with a stick down your throat.
Well, propaganda is important even in science, saying proof for evolution or, proof of the God particle. Part of it is how you disseminate it to the masses to get funding and get support for your projects. But with gravity, we don't really have an experiment that's properly controlled to say we can tell that this is gravity versus, say, electromagnetism or something else. We don't even have proof that it coalesces things into balls for heliocentrism or makes orbits for heliocentrism's extravagant claims. So that's why these experiments preferably would be properly controlled with some decent variables, and sometimes you have to revisit the experiments if you discover something after gravity's formulation, like, say, electromagnetism. Just to
okay, we're getting off into gravity and electromagnetism.
Yeah.
Hold on.
I think you're getting off into semantics as well.
Yeah.
Maybe we should get back to
semantics. Words mean things, Mick. So let's summarize. Yeah, words mean things, Mick. But let's summarize. You are a science communicator that didn't know the constituent parts of a scientific experiment.
The top of my head.
Fail 5th grade general science. Just to let you know. Okay? Thanks.
That's fine. No.
And light isn't.
Well, that's the general pattern. I mean, he knew what we were talking about in general. That's not what's important. What's important is the shape of the Earth and these experiments that are used to undergird gravity. Light appear not to have been very well controlled, and so we may have bad theory, built on top of bad theory, built on top of bad theory, leading us to where we are.
You don't have bad theories, Lemon Bird. Just stop. There is no bad scientific theories. Scientific theories are validated, confirmed hypotheses. There's a lot of things that go under the term theory that are not scientific theories.
To the general public, the word theory and the word hypothesis are pretty much interchangeable. Sure, not for scientists.
Yeah,
for the general public.
Yeah, that's the problem.
That's scientific theory. Man. You're talking about colloquial theory?
That's intentional.
Or scientific theory?
Yeah, and this is why words mean things.
That's just you changing the meaning of words so you can weasel it around and make it mean whatever you want. And that's been intentional. And politicians,
how people use them.
Politicians have been doing that for a long time.
Really? What?
There's a word that we use quite often, just band it around, hoping it's going to do something that it probably won't because you can't demonstrate it. Refraction. Words do definitely mean things as well. Yeah, go on. Let's get back to this bending of light and you tell us what light is. Let's go.
All right, excellent. So the problem is that, like, I brought up the idea that light kind of acts as if it is a wave.
Wrong. You're wrong, Mick. I just drug you through the friggin'. I just drug you around by the short hairs for 20 minutes over this. Okay, please tell me in the photoelectric context how light is a wave. Please, the floor is yours.
Well, what I'm saying is that it appears to act like a wave.
Appears is not reality. I just told you the wave function is what you're talking about. The wave function is not real. How many more times do I need to go through this?
I thought that the entire flat Earth thing was that appearances are reality.
Oh my God!
Can't you just know what you see?
Well, to be fair to Mr. West, the wave function is based off of activity in reality and is a close approximation, ideally, as possible. But it is a mistake to reiterate it as reality if it's math and numbers. It's a model of what we think happens in reality. That's all.
Let's forget this whole wave thing then. Let's just ignore that for now. Let's just go back to just observable refraction. Like you would agree that...
Oh, hold on a second. Are you talking about terrestrial refraction?
Talking about refraction as a physical phenomenon.
On Earth, you're using terrestrial refraction. Is that correct?
Oh, I'm talking about light passing through a medium and how the refractive index gradient affects.
Okay. Can you please post? Okay, I got you. Can you please post? Let me pull Discord up in the live stream. I want the formula for refraction, please.
Which one do you want?
Which
Snell's
one?
law? Because that's not the one that's actually applicable.
Which one? No, we want refraction, terrestrial refraction, Mick.
Ah, dear. So this is where we get into problems with science communication because it gets quite complicated. Refraction happens because of the refractive index slows down light. So light.
I don't want to. Mick, what did I just ask you for?
The equation of refraction. But so I guess if you want an equation, I've got to know what are the inputs to that equation and what's the output.
You're the one that claimed refraction, Mick. What, do you want me? It's not my job to support your claims. So please give me how they compute terrestrial refraction. That's all I want. We're going to evaluate the formula to see if there's any begging the question fallacies in it.
Right. So fundamentally, the refraction is governed by the speed of light in a medium. The speed of light in a medium is the speed of light in a vacuum divided by the refractive index.
No, it's not. No, it's not. You don't know this. Don't go into the speed of light, Mick. We want the terrestrial. Go to Wiki for fuck's sake. At least
that actually is the underlying formula.
Oh my god!
It's a simplification.
Refraction.
That's actually a simplification.
All right.
But we're not seeing light travel through a vacuum. So why would you invoke that? We're talking about here, right? There are no vacuums here on Earth.
What you're trying to do you know what a refractive index is?
Well, the refractive index travels through a medium, but we've seen 7.6R, we've seen 1/16 of it, R or whatever, or a degree. How about the one that gives the biggest amount of refraction? That'll help hedge in the discussion. How about the equation that gives the highest amount of refraction? Let's go to the limit. How about that?
We just want to see the equation they use for refraction. That's all I asked for.
That is the equation that you use for refraction. It's the speed of light divided by refractive index.
Where do they get the refractive index from, Mick? I want to see every variable in this equation. See, Mick, with equations, right? Every mathematician will tell you that every variable in an equation must be rigorously defined. I want you to post that friggin' equation right now, and I want you to define all the variables. You claimed it, you support it.
You're a programmer. You know that.
There's only two variables here, which is the speed of light. Well, it's not a variable, it's a constant. The refractive index is the only actual variable.
Oh my god.
Now, it varies based on the density of the air, which kind of varies based
optical
on temperature and pressure.
It's the optical density, not the mass density.
Humidity. Yeah. The optical density, which defines the refractive index.
There's a square root of epsilon times mu.
So the refractive index
electric permittivity of free space, and mu being the magnetic permeability of free space. So that's the actual refractive index. The values the values of vacuum is 1, and every other medium is set relative to that.
But I think the thing that's missing here is,
obviously.
I think the thing
that's actually pretty straightforward.
Yeah, hold on a second. I think the thing that's missing here is people are assuming that the refractive index is perfectly following the curve of the globe. Over 20, 30, 40, 50 miles is following perfectly. The refractive index within water or whatever medium that we're talking about is going to be whatever it is. But to assume that it's going to follow the globe perfectly all the way along at whatever distance we're talking about is ludicrous.
It's not what anybody's saying.
It's laughable.
Nobody is saying that. So you can laugh at it all you like, but no one's saying it. So you're laughing at ghosts.
So then at what point does refraction become a moot point? At what point?
It never becomes a moot point.
10 miles? Give me a number so I know, okay, refraction goes up until this point.
Refraction is always there because the atmosphere is always there, but usually you get extinction.
There's no demonstration.
It's actually
give me some numbers so I can put my numbers to it.
The refraction you should have is 7 inches per mile squared. I think the max with 7.6R is 6.8 inches per mile squared. That's why it helps to put this discussion within certain boundaries.
That's a simplification.
Yeah, exactly.
I was explaining earlier.
The boundaries matter.
You have to look at
like the boundaries don't matter. It's like
no, they don't. They don't matter.
Let's put these things within boundaries. Where does refraction bend? How much does it bend? And to what limits does it bend? And if it's beyond the limits of refraction, if we're talking about something that's beyond the limits of refraction, then we shouldn't even be talking about refraction anymore.
We need to look at history for the greatest refraction seen in history, and let's put that down as the refractive index. Let's try that, and put this thing within certain boundaries.
Exactly. Yeah. Well
That's
said,
not how it works, though.
Well said, Lemon Bird.
You have to use ray tracing.
Of course, that's not how it works. We don't understand.
Oh God, Ray, you still haven't answered my question though. Mick, do you see the live stream?
Yeah, I see the chat. Yeah.
Do you see quantum eraser? Do you see my post right in there?
Atmosphere is curved, follows the shape of the Earth. Calculations below. Rough value.
Of course it does.
What are you asking here?
Well, I'm not asking anything. I'm showing you that terrestrial refraction takes into account the radius of the Earth.
Well, that's because the atmosphere is curved.
So that's you have to prove that the atmosphere is curved.
Wow.
Listen, can I bring up a point?
Well,
hold on a second. Let Mick prove that the atmosphere is curved.
We know that if the surface of the ocean is curved, we can see that.
Oh, so.
Wait.
We're not using refraction to curve the curvature of the Earth.
Here, right? That's the only curvature you're about to find.
I don't know.
You just said the atmosphere. Now it's the ocean.
Let's say it's not curved. Then let's say we don't know if it's curved or not.
Sure.
Everybody knows that water does not curve. Everybody knows that.
What I was saying, Mick.
People know that.
What I was saying, Mick.
It's not actually true.
What I was saying, Mick, in the beginning when I said terrestrial refraction, I was trying to lead you to the definition and the equation for terrestrial refraction. As we can see, terrestrial refraction. I'm not done yet, Mick.
I know,
just one second.
I know what you're going to say. So
just one second. Oh, yeah, but this is for the audience.
Okay, go ahead.
What I wanted to say was I was trying to lead you to give us, because you claimed it, I just wanted you to support it. And as we can see, that terrestrial refraction is computed by already assuming the radius, i.e. curvature of the Earth. So to use that, you must first scientifically validate the radius of the Earth, and then we'll let you use your terrestrial refraction.
Yeah,
okay.
So go ahead.
That's fine. No, that's not a problem.
Is that fair? Is that fair?
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah,
so
but we're not using refraction to prove the curvature of the Earth. We use Earth.
What are we using? Are we using measurements over land?
Okay, we've been talking about refraction all this time.
Yeah.
So why were we talking about refraction? So why were we talking about? Hold on. One at a time.
Timestamp it. 2019. Mick West. Someone quickly. That's hilarious.
Okay, listen. He's under. Listen. He's under great stress. We're all pounding on him.
I'm not worried at all. We use observations that are high up, that get above like the worst effects of refraction. So you stand on something like a cliff and you look at a distant mountain. So you're not looking too close to the surface of the ocean. Where you need to use refraction is to explain things like these laser tests or these mirror flash tests that go very close to the surface of the ocean.
Of course. So the ones that are actually measuring the ground of Earth, that's where we
I just want to ask a simple question.
No, they're not.
What model of refraction can make predictions? Is like what you just said. That's a post-diction. That's the Earth is curved. I see this, therefore my model, I'm going to fit that observation to my model. As opposed to, I have a model, I see an image, and now I know how much refraction, and I'm going to make a prediction based upon weather conditions on what I should see and what I shouldn't see.
Yeah,
that type of
and the assumption that refraction is going to follow.
That's a great question, and I have the answer.
There are hundreds of models of refraction. Yeah, you are aware of that, right?
Listen, I think that the thing that we need to focus on is the fact that they're trying to assert the fact that the refraction is going to follow the curvature of the Earth perfectly, without any fucking deviation is insane.
Hold on, guys. We're doing it again. Hold on, Mick. Sorry, one sec. We're doing it again, guys. Someone makes a point. Someone brings up another point. Now Mick has 2 points to address. Can you first address what model you what model do you use or can you use to make refraction predictions?
You use one that incorporates the temperature gradient, and then you use ray tracing to trace the path of rays through that through the medium. And the more detail you can get in the variations of temperature, the better. But if you simply do a vertical temperature gradient and then do ray tracing through that, you can predict what things will look like. And I actually programmed a simulator that does exactly that, which I can share the link with.
So,
Let me look
can you
it up.
show it actual measurements or tests to validate that model?
Yes, I can.
Okay, so let's see them.
Well, you want me to actually? I did it with Dr. Johns.
I know they don't exist because I've seen every experiment on refraction ever done in the last 150
The dog ate them, Indio.
Used Dr. Johns' numbers, and it came out to be like basically matching what he saw with his numbers.
Indio, he said he had scientific evidence of this.
On a curved.
Indio, he said he had scientific evidence of this. Can he give us? I'm sorry, Mick.
I'm still wondering how it gets sucked. Like it's sucked into other layers. I'm still wondering that. You got a vertical
that's what we were talking about earlier. That's a great question, and I love talking about that because it's something that I didn't understand myself at first, and I actually wrote to this famous refraction expert, Andrew Young. He kind of explained it to me, but yeah, it seems like it shouldn't. If something's going kind of between the layers, as you say, it shouldn't actually get bent down, but it does because
it does because the math says it does, or because it's observed.
No, you can actually demonstrate it. You can demonstrate it.
It sounds like we're assuming curvature.
I just want to see these demonstrations, dude, of these models. Right?
Well,
these
the problem
models
is
that actually make predictions that are accurate.
Yeah. All right. Let me get my refraction simulator link up so you can see it.
Wait a second.
Wait, you wouldn't even give people data on your calculator, but yet you're gonna expect us to believe that crap? Really?
I'm saying
sending
there's
you
models,
a link.
right?
I've got a link
reality, and we validate models by experiment, right? So where are the experiments validating the models?
Yeah, we want the hypothesis,
I know who A.T. Young is. I've read everything he's published, right? So I know who these people are.
Where at San Diego State University?
Use ray tracing. You're going to get a bend just from the nature of the equation, right? But that's just the equation. But that's fine. That's a model. So where's the actual experimental validations of these models?
Dr. John's experiment
controlled experiments.
Dr. John, hold on a second. Hold on a second. We already talked about Dr. John. Dr. John didn't conduct an experiment. He already said as much. You don't know what an experiment is. That's the problem. Hey, Indio, he said scientific evidence. Can you please have him post the natural go through the steps of the scientific method, please, Indio?
The natural phenomenon that he observed? There isn't.
There isn't one. What's your dependent variable?
Let's see, the temperature gradient.
Of the Earth.
The temperature. So the temperature grading. Hold on a second. Hold on. So I'm going to write this down, Mick, because I want to make sure that I got this correct.
Temperature. It's just what changes. Are you doing the changing or is something else changing based off of your changes? That's it.
Hold on a second. He said hold on a second. Hold on, people. Relax.
That's the dependent variable actually will be the image itself.
So we're going from the temperature to the image now?
Get them mixed up. But it doesn't matter.
Wait, 1 second. So if I manipulate the image, what will I get?
No. If the temperature gradient changes and the image changes as predicted by the model, then that validates the model.
Mick, you have to have a hypothesis because a hypothesis is a scientific prediction. So we're only at the first step. Mick. 1 second. Now, the dependent variable, your observed phenomena is now the image?
Yes, the image.
Okay, what's the independent variable?
I don't know. What would you give me an example of an independent variable?
He doesn't even know. the temperature, the
oh my God, Mick! Thank you.
Just want to make sure we've got the right terminology here.
Mick,
so,
it's
the temperature gradient.
Mick, it's your experiment. You're asking me for the independent variable for your experiment, son.
Yeah. So somebody clip the temperature gradient varies. It has an effect, which is changing the image. So, the hypothesis is that there's a model. There's the Earth is
every time you stop reifying shit.
It's over 5 dozen people in here.
We're already on a ball when this is happening, right?
This is a clown show, Mick.
The hypothesis? Wait, did you really just say the hypothesis is it's a model?
Have you seen my refraction simulator?
Let him describe it. Let him describe it.
Hold on, everybody. Please let him finish. Could you please let him?
Yeah. Go ahead, Mick. Go ahead.
Mick, I'm gonna have you over for a beer.
Cool. So the model. You want me to describe the model that I use?
No. Let's just summarize.
Yeah.
1 second. You said the dependent variable was the image. The independent variable was what?
The temperature gradient.
Temperature gradient. Okay. Give us your hypothesis.
That if you ray trace light through air that is curved, with the temperature gradient being like the same over every point on the curved surface, then you will get images that match reality.
So I thought you said the temperature gradient was your independent variable. In your hypothesis, I didn't see any temperature gradient being manipulated.
You would take 2 different temperature gradients.
No, Mick.
You can't manipulate temperature gradients because that's what they are.
Then it's not a viable independent variable because your independent variable is number 1, your cause. Number 2, you have to vary and manipulate it.
You vary and manipulate it by waiting to a later time in the day.
Waiting. Manipulating anything, that's waiting.
So is this proof of time?
It changes. It changes.
Are we going to prove time? If your hypothesis is time, is that what we're trying to prove?
Let's say your hypothesis is that you can see better.
You can manipulate the
distance. Does this have anything to do with the flat Earth?
No.
God, he's Doctor Who.
Flat Earth.
Guys.
So,
all right, guys.
We have to.
Mick, thank you very much, sir, for showing what a complete imbecile you actually are. Thank you very much.
This isn't
That'll be all for me.
This is about the flat Earth, but we have to assume curvature. So whether or not there is curvature on the Earth, and so if we do not have reliable sources, say because NASA is lying, or because lenses are adding curvature, we may need to revisit the very basis of our hypotheses that we're making these experiments off of.
Sure.
I think my simulator does actually fulfill the criteria for an experiment if you apply it to real-world situations.
May I ask a quick question, Mr. West? What caused you to join our server today? Like what?
I was invited by somebody. I can't remember his name. It's somebody flat Earth literalist. No, flat Earth level literalist.
Horizontal.
Thanks, Ben. Yeah. Thank you for gracing us with your presence. Yeah.
Welcome. I'm talk about this stuff.
Did he happen to ask you?
Very interesting. I like the variety of feedback that I've got, and I know that you think that I'm wrong, but I would disagree. And I would encourage you to have a look at the refraction simulator because it's quite detailed, and it simulates a number of different things.
So
it even does
lasers. Does this refraction simulator simulate the distance with which refraction starts to divert from the curvature of the Earth, or does it just follow the curvature of the Earth all the way around 360 degrees?
When
does the refraction stop? Is my question.
It doesn't stop.
So it goes all the way around 360 degrees.
No.
So when does
look at it?
If it doesn't
look at it, and you'll see.
If it doesn't go 360, it has to stop somewhere, right?
It stops because of atmospheric extinction and scattering.
Okay, but where does it break?
Theoretically.
Where does the simulator stop working, is my question.
My simulator is only set up to go to really about 200 or 300 miles because I don't see much point going beyond that.
Limit to the simulator. Okay.
Yeah. Actually, let's see. I think you can set it to be quite a long way, but it's kind of pointless because you won't be able to see that far anyway.
Sure.
200 to 300 miles
too much
of
variation.
Is that a flat surface or 200-300 miles of a curved surface?
You can do both. You can set it to be flat or curved, and you can turn refraction
on your simulator.
What's the drop on 300 miles?
Either.
What's the drop on 300 miles? It's like that's a crazy amount of drop, right?
Yeah, no, there is a crazy amount of drop.
So you're trying to say a laser that was shot over that?
Oh no, I'm not trying to say that at all. Not at all. No.
It's not going to hit a target.
No, you're not.
So then how is it accurate if it won't hit a target over that distance?
It will show you not hitting it.
It'll show you not hitting it, but then it's not accurate. So that means that the distance that it's actually accurate is less than that. Am I wrong?
If I showed it hitting it, would it be accurate?
At 100 miles.
I'm asking you the refraction indicator, whatever the device you're talking
simulator.
about.
It's a simulator. Have a look at it.
It's going to tell us refraction up to a certain distance.
Let me show you a screenshot of it.
Don't interrupt me. If the laser does not hit the target within that distance, that means the simulator is wrong at that distance. That means we'd have to scale it back because the simulator is shit. Maybe the simulator only works for 200 miles or 50 miles or 100 miles, whatever it is. But there's a distance where the simulator breaks and it stops working. So we need to know
still waiting on that data to support
with a laser, because if we're talking refraction bullshit right now, there's a limit where the simulator is going to stop working, and my laser's not going to make it around the curve. What's that distance? If you're telling me it goes 300 miles, I need to know what the drop is at 300 miles, given the numbers that NASA gave us. If it doesn't add up, something's broken with the simulator or something's broken with NASA. Nothing's broken with our math on this side. So somebody has to set it straight for us so I get what's wrong here.
Simulator uses like real world situations, so it's trying to demonstrate what you actually see.
They can go 200, 300 miles, doesn't. But if it doesn't go 200, 300 miles, then something's wrong with the simulator. Is it?
The simulator uses real world conditions up to an extent, right? Until you invoke that radius, right?
Well, did you account for the temperature of the water, if there's water in there, and the gradient temperature, whatever, of the atmosphere? Did you account for all that? Like, probably not.
Yeah,
right. I don't believe because you just spoke about how you did an experiment where you put cold, the hot pushes the laser towards the cold, right? Did you account for that?
No, that's not an experiment.
It's basically built into the simulator.
None of that is in your simulator.
Lasers shoot straight to my eye.
No, it is because you can
altogether. I don't give a fuck about a simulator.
The temperature gradient.
Yeah. He didn't perform
something you don't have all the variables.
Refraction is bullshit.
He didn't perform an experiment. We already established that.
To fucking distract us. Refraction is bullshit. Straight up.
Yeah, and he has no experiments. He doesn't even know what an experiment is.
Hold
on a second. I just want to finish up. Mick, friend, sir. Hello.
Oh, I'm here.
Yep, you have been erased. Thank you very much. Have a nice day.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Terminated.
The problem with refraction is usually it's only talked about in one terms, going up and down. But if light goes in all directions, we should talk about the image refracting this way, that way, left, right, up, down, in all directions. So the model appears to be inadequate in some ways theoretically, does it not?
Yeah, makes sense.
It's pretty much up and down there because of the gradient usually goes vertically. You do get some side to side. If you look at things like the air over a bonfire, you will see all this kind of shimmering, and that's a bit of side to side movement as well. But in the atmosphere over long distances, it's really only up and down.
Sure, but by the simulator, 300 miles, it follows the curvature of the Earth flawlessly. It's laughable at this point, man. The fact that they say it out loud is embarrassing.
Who's saying that?
I don't know who said it. Somebody said it. I don't know. I didn't look at the names, but somebody said out loud 300 miles.
It's a little bit of special pleading because the picture should be unstable, hazy. How is it stable? Going over the curve of the Earth in one direction, up and down. I mean, this is just too much special pleading, and we haven't even factored in perspective at all and how things can compress to the eye line of the observer based off of the angular resolution of light and the angle that the observer is viewing the object at over possibly a flat plane.
It's all built in. It's built in because I do proper projection.
What curve of the Earth?
Everyone is claiming actually providing the data is two totally different things. Your bullshit claim means nothing without data behind it.
Delusional.
Prove your calculator is even worth anything. Where's the data that John D's been asking for months?
How dare you?
I was using his data.
Idiots here.
No, he's talking about.
Kid.
No, did you? Wow, you're not even paying attention.
I don't need to.
I'm talking about your atmospheric refraction simulator. It has not been validated yet. Dr. John D and you had a thing going around about this. You never answered him. You never gave him the data on it yet. So we can't trust that simulator.
See what I just posted? See what I just posted in the chat?
What a photo is not proof of anything.
Oh, that's what Dr. John uses as evidence of things. What I posted is
he's asking for the data for your simulator to validate it, to make sure your simulator is following the proper laws. That's what he's asking for. You're not providing it. You never did.
I gave it.
No, you did.
You can go. You can.
Really? Where's the video of him going over it then? Because it's not there.
He obviously did not. Let me find it. My email that I sent to him.
I have a quick question. I just want to know, Mick, when did you start debunking conspiracy theory?
It's about 2005, but it's kind of stuff I've always been interested in since I was young.
And don't forget, we can find out if he actually communicated with you or not. You know, we have.
Yeah, I've got all his emails here. You got screenshots of my
screenshots of what?
My exchanges with Dr. John.
Screenshot of what? Like I said, it could be anything.
It could be, but
it doesn't have to be you and him. Literally.
But yeah, it could be all lies.
We need to validate that you actually made this conversation with him and not through you. I need to hear it from him.
All right. Well, you can.
I can't trust
CC you on an email if you like.
You kidding me?
No, that's true. That's true. I would encourage you not to trust me. I'm just trying to find where I sent him.
That's a weird statement.
Hey, I just looked at the values in your little calculator here. Is that in degrees? The beam divergence?
Which one? Oh, yeah, that's. Let me. I think. The
degrees are radian.
I'm tired of the math that they're handing us, bro. I'm just tired of the fucking math they're handing us. The only
beam divergence for the laser.
It's just a bunch of magic tricks.
Only math I want to talk about is the curvature of the Earth math. No other math.
The laser divergence is the standard laser, which I think is like in degrees per 1,000 meters. I'm not entirely sure though. But whatever, like the standard units of laser divergence.
Large. Well, I'm just going by the screenshot.
Yeah. So it's or per 1,000 feet or something like that. I can't remember what it is. I could look it up, but I was looking up something else.
Well, I mean, there's only going to be one angle
in that screenshot.
It isn't going to like. Listen, if it exits
on the screenshot,
45-degree angle, it's going to stay at that. It isn't going to get crazy.
Divergence is greatly exaggerated on the screenshot, so you can actually turn that off with one of the options, side zoom. It turns it to flat.
Yeah, I'm not interested.
But anyway,
in that. I want to talk about the measured flat Earth and like why that 8 inches per mile squared. At least that parabolic equation doesn't fucking ever come out the way NASA told us it should. Like that's the only thing I want to focus on.
Because of refraction, basically.
I'm not even interested in talking about. I don't want to talk about space. I don't want to talk about refraction. I don't want to talk about shit.
You know, the problem is
8 inches per mile squared. Why is it found by the people that
you've got a big problem? You got a big problem.
That's all I want to talk about. Everything else is bullshit to me. Everything else is word salad. Everything else is obfuscation. Everything else is bullshit.
Catalina.
Where's the 8 inches per mile squared? Let's talk
Catalina.
about that.
Catalina.
Explain that to me in simple terms, because I'm so dumb. I don't get it.
We know how far away Catalina is. We know how high we are off the ocean. We know how far away Catalina is.
What do we know?
How far away Catalina Island is from Santa Monica. Santa Monica.
And what's the distance?
I believe it was 35 miles.
35 miles. And what does that equate to in terms of curvature?
You mean in terms of how much should be hidden?
Droppage.
Well, droppage isn't the important
no, it
thing.
is.
It's the actual...
I should not see how many feet should be obfuscated from my view. That's what I
well, that's not the same as drop. That's the hidden value, which is different because that depends upon the viewer height.
If
Let
I
me just
can't
go to my
see it, that means
curve.
it's no longer in my view. It's obfuscated from my view because it's
Correct,
past the
yes.
curvature, right?
All right, so
let's stop
35
parsing words here.
miles.
How much miles? How many feet? Let's
You
keep it
should
simple.
have 682 feet hidden.
682 feet.
Or
And is that what we
576
observe?
with refraction. Yes.
Is that what we observe?
Yes,
And,
it is.
that's what
In
we observe.
reality.
Mick, I got a picture in the chat for you that shows your point.
There
You
it
can't
is.
invoke.
Thank you.
You can't invoke terrestrial
Is that what we
refraction,
observe
Mick.
in reality? Zanuck, hold on. I'm talking.
Hold on a second. He
Hold on.
invoked
I'm
refraction
talking to Mick.
again.
Is that
Oh
what we
my
observe
God.
in reality?
We can ignore that if you like.
He added it.
Mick,
Not
is
a
that
big
what
deal.
we
He just
observe
added
in
it to the,
reality, or can we
equation.
actually see Catalina Island?
We can see Catalina
You
Island.
see what
We
I
can
showed
see
you as part
Catalina
of the
Island.
picture.
Well, that's a problem.
If you
Not a
can
problem
find a
because
picture,
Catalina Island is like 1,400 feet high or so.
Okay, well, how much of it can we see?
I just did a
Get
quick
down to
The amount
the
video.
that is
details.
expected. Look at the photograph that Zanuck posted.
let me show you what it looks like without when you're closer in the shore.
Well,
I've taken
I found a video. I just did a quick search Catalina flat Earth, and here's a video that shows flat Earth and Catalina Island from 48 miles away. So what do you have to say?
I'd say I've looked at many photos of Catalina.
What distance is this?
About
That's
this
up close.
guy he has a video.
Listen, but there's an up close picture.
But his video is just showing what
That's
that you can
not-
actually see Catalina. Of course, you can see the
but we
top of
need
it.
someone that
48
actually did the
miles away.
observation.
48 miles,
We
not
would need
36.
someone that actually
48
did
miles.
the observation from
Not
across
48
the water
miles.
to Catalina Island.
This guy
and then
does not-
measure it.
Order in the court. Guys,
You can-
one at a time.
You can see the amount of Catalina
Show me a
Island that
picture
you
of
would
the island is
expect.
useless. We need someone that actually did the entire experiment across the water.
I've been there.
Measured the shoreline, measured how much we could see.
That wasn't an experiment.
Right, so do you deny the existence of Catalina Island or just how
No,
big
it
is?
wasn't an experiment. Is the problem, Mick?
Experiment.
Observation.
You're taking a picture of like the mountain, like
You
look,
can see
Catalina
Twin
Island.
Harbors
I'm like,
there.
what does that have to do
You
with
can
anything?
see the
We're talking
picture
about
from the shore
the
of
curvature
Santa Monica.
of the Earth.
What about the video I posted where there's 2 minutes of a guy zooming in from farther away than you guys are saying? And there should be no Catalina Island at
Well, let me
all.
look at that real quick.
Oh, we could do the math on that.
From Santa Monica Pier, how far it was?
You can say your little observation, but I just posted a video with the
I got the
alternative
video. I'm
observation.
watching it now. What are you saying?
See, but here's the thing. It's
You're
like, you
saying
know,
exactly what I showed you.
here's
From
the thing.
48 miles away.
Here's how
Can you
far
hear
we
me?
are.
What you would expect to see.
Santa Monica.
Here's the thing.
It's showing exactly what I showed you. See that?
Hear me out on this one. I'm not even gonna watch the video. Let's be honest. Like, I'm not even gonna waste my time with the video. There's so many observations that people have shown distances that we should not see. So if you post a video that I can see it, I'm like, well, now I'm like, did you doctor it just to fucking make a point? Because like, if we have observations after observation after observation after observation of shit we shouldn't see, why don't you reconcile the shit that is on our side? Don't bring me another video that I've never that I didn't reference, that didn't come from one of us, didn't come from an independent observer. Give me a video that I've seen on my own. You know, make the Chicago skyline disappear, and then we'll have a conversation. Until then,
where are you based?
Chicago skyline disappear.
Do you have a place where you could go? Do you have a
and then
well? Do you have a place you can go? I mean, I've been to Catalina and done it
what
myself
about the Chicago
many times.
skyline? That's not you can just disappear. I don't know where your video came from, nor do I trust it.
There's lots of
think I'm gonna trust
videos of the Chicago
You
skyline
think I'm
being
going
hidden.
to trust you? I don't know who you are.
No.
I don't know
So do an
who
experiment.
you. I don't know how you make your money. You think I'm going to trust you?
Do an
Make my money by
experiment,
doing
Mick.
disappear
Tony
over
Hawk.
the Great Lakes. Then
Do
we'll
an
have a
experiment,
conversation.
Mick. Wait a second. He said do an experiment. Mick, you didn't know what an experiment was when we first discussed this.
But you're saying that experiment has to have an independent variable, a dependent variable, and a control.
Yeah, I'm not saying that.
And you, okay.
Penn State,
So are you,
Colorado State, the Institute of Physics, the National Science Teachers Association, they're saying that.
let's say my independent variable here is my height above the ocean.
Height is not a viable independent variable because it doesn't cause anything, Mick.
But your position, your changing position changes how much you can see of an object.
Independent variable is your cause. Height doesn't cause anything, like depth doesn't cause anything.
Height changes your view position.
No.
It will change what you see.
It doesn't cause anything, Mick.
It's a variable which is tied to a result. There's a direct correlation between the height and what you can see.
Correlation is not causation, Mick. And height is not an independent variable, Mick.
Seriously?
Yeah, height isn't an independent variable.
Well, what is it dependent on?
Time.
It has to be something you manipulate and then you see a change.
No, it has to be your cause. Not only it has to satisfy. Shut up for a second. It has 3 criteria it has to meet. Number 1, it must first exist. Number 2, it must be able to vary and manipulate it. Number 3, it is your presumed cause.
It seems very definite. Very definite.
You got it wrong. I'm out of here.
You are able to manipulate height because you're able to give the variable height different values dependent on the angle.
Are you listening to me? It had to satisfy 3 criterion, clown.
It's a variable. Basically, you vary the input.
Clown!
You take
Clown show!
Let's see if it hits all 3 criteria.
He just won't shut up.
Let's see if it hits all the 3 criteria that we've spoken about. So the first one, height. Is it real? Discuss. Is height real?
It's real. It's a real variable. Something you can change. And it has an effect. When you change the height, things change.
You clown! Let me ask you a question.
Stop calling him a fucking clown. Stop insulting him. The fucking behavior here is goddamn ridiculous. Shut the fuck up.
You clown!
I'm a fucking mod here,
You're a
so
clown
shut the fuck up. Stop.
Yeah,
fuck you. I'm a goddamn mod here, so shut the fuck up. Stop insulting.
Okay, so listen. It's goddamn ridiculous. Let's do it the other way.
This is the Wild West.
Yeah. Fuck.
Yeah, height is an independent variable. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Clown.
Fucking children. Shut the fuck up.
The output is how much of the island you can see. So that's the dependent variable.
You see what you've done.
That's a mathematical relationship that you can measure.
What's your naturally observed phenomena?
What?
See what you have caused.
The hiding of islands behind the horizon.
What's the horizon?
Persuaded by these
It's
guys.
the edge
What's
of
the horizon?
It's the
What's the horizon?
It's the edge of the ocean.
No, what's the horizon? Is it the lead?
Just told you what the horizon was.
I suppose
told you where the edge
of the sphere.
Edge of a sphere, yeah, that's a
Not
good way of
actual,
putting it.
though, is it? This horizon. It is the limitation
Sure
of
seems
your
to
view
be.
when you observe across the plane of the Earth. It's not
Why does
actual.
why does the definition say apparent? Why does it say apparent?
Which definition?
Of horizon.
Probably they're saying apparent because refraction is a factor.
The line at which the Earth
it's not actual.
Listen, the line at which the Earth's surface and the sky appear to meet. Appear.
Yeah, that would mean because it's
I guess
not actual.
Someone cut out there, but did they say appears to meet? I mean, they don't. They appear like they're meeting, but they don't actually meet. Obviously, one is just obscuring the other.
Yeah, that's why they call it apparent, Mick. It's where the sky appears to meet the ground. It never does.
Yeah, of course it doesn't.
Apparent, Mick.
Hey,
yeah, of course.
Can I ask?
Obviously.
I'm dying to ask this question before he gets banned again. Mick, do aliens exist? Yes or no, please.
I don't know.
That's.
I have a question.
Go on.
Is level curved?
Let me do that, chocolate. That's my,
I'm sorry, man.
Not even had a chance to go yet.
Bev, get in there, get in there. Go ahead.
Listen, anyone that wants to ask Mick, since he's our guest here, a question, like just speak up and so we know who wants to ask.
I'm going. It's my turn.
Give it back.
Okay,
get it.
I want to ask Matt. Do you want to ask a question next? Matt Philosopher?
Yeah.
Need some more lube?
No, wait till Bev and then you go next, okay?
Put him on the list.
All right, yeah, I'm good. Go.
Sweet Mick, you still here?
Don't forget the KY.
No.
Right.
We're going to get onto the
Yeah,
level being curved.
No, just the reason I invited you here and the reason you came onto the thread.
All right, yeah.
Is like, let's take it right back to basics, right? We want to know about the curvature, right? So my thing is, I'm trying to get people to give us the best method they have for measuring the curvature of water level in a canal.
Yeah.
A mile long, let's say.
That's too short.
Why?
There's very, very little curvature over a mile. You need to do about 5 or 6 miles.
How much curvature is there? Your calculator?
7.9 inches.
1 mile.
Yeah.
It's not a lot. The drop over 1 mile is only 0.66 inches.
0.66.
Yeah, that is 7 inches, isn't it? Yeah.
Oh,
so 0.67 feet. 0.67 feet.
Okay, so that's noticeable, like, isn't it?
It's hard to see.
So what would your... No, I'm not asking you to do it or anything. I'm asking you, what would be your method
that's a good
measuring the curvature of said water level in a canal?
I would use what's known as the Wallace method. And the Wallace method uses raised targets. It's something that Jeranism did in Beyond the Curve at the end of Behind the Curve, the documentary, which you've all seen, I imagine. And basically what you do is you set 3 targets up. One is the camera, one is in the middle, and the other one is at some long distance. And you get them as high above the waterline as possible, but you make them all be the same height above the waterline. And then you look from the camera through the middle target to the end target. And you will see, if you've done it right, that the middle target is above the end target, which shows that the water is raised up in the middle.
Would you not, call a surveyor and use a level?
You could do, yeah.
Yeah. Do you think that would be a little bit more accurate than setting things up?
Essentially it's doing the same thing. The same thing.
Looking or actually measuring?
Well, that's what surveyors do, essentially.
They measure stuff really accurately.
They do.
So then how do you handle the discrepancy when people measured across 25 miles and measure from their
water level?
The laser are,
yes, 0.04 degrees of drop of the horizon.
Of an apparent location.
No. Stop. No horizon. We're on water level in a canal.
Yeah, so
we're not going to the horizon. You don't need to do that.
Yeah.
You just after the best method for determining the curvature in the water level.
That's then exactly what I said then. You would set up these targets high above the water so you get above any refraction or minimal refraction.
Yeah.
How high above the water?
Then you see where the line of sight from the first target to the last target intersects the middle target. And you'll set up like a
datum. The datum you are using is going to be your sight.
I think Jedi was asking how high above the water, because refraction is obviously to you guys a big deal. So we want to make sure.
No, you don't need to refract. There's no refraction in when we're measuring the level of the water.
The reason why I'm asking how high is because the higher you get off the surface of the Earth, you increase in the radius value. So, for example, if you have 3 lasers, one foot above the surface, pardon?
Enough to make a difference. It's like a 1,000 inches.
It will eventually, with altitude, start making a difference. But especially, hold on, I haven't finished. If you're presupposing on a curved surface, your target is going to be angled away. Also, if you have a low target, a mid target, and a higher target, because of the speed of light having to traverse a longer distance across an arc, you wouldn't necessarily notice this speed of light change or the time that light would take to get to the top target, because you've increased the distance between the two. Keep doing this with altitude, then that's exactly what you should find on your ball, an increase in the time it takes light to get from the laser to the target, and the target is curved and angled away over a distance of an arc.
We're doing 12 feet all at the same height. So if it was flat,
I want this one now. I want this one now because you're saying that we're on a ball. So if you increase the radius value of that ball, then this demonstration would take into effect. Correct? You will be able to prove your curve if you could demonstrate with altitude it took the lights longer to get from a target, which was further away because it's on an arced tangent, right?
Yeah, you could do that, but that's not a very easy thing to do. Like, we're talking about an easy demonstration, like which you can do if you've got a 5-mile long body of water. You set up these targets 12 feet above the water surface, and you look along them, and you see that the middle target's raised up.
What would your datum be, though? Like, in order to measure a curvature or a drop or something,
the water surface.
The what?
The water surface.
And I call
the water surface is level, being
because the ground's going to rise up as it goes out.
It smells like a lot of bullshit going on.
What you're measuring,
that's perspective coming into play. So the object in the middle is going to look like it has risen up anyway.
Dude, did you not just hear what he said?
What did I just say?
The datum that you are using to determine drop is a level.
It's the water level.
The water, yes, which is horizontal.
It's level.
Yeah. Thank you.
No, it's level. Which is not horizontal, it's level. Sure. Different things.
Here we go.
Yeah,
There's
they are
two
the
types
same
of level.
There are two types of levels. What?
Yes.
What, the real one and the fake one, right?
No. There's true level and there's apparent
the one
level.
you can see and the one you can't see. Right.
True level,
and then the one that they say.
Construction since I was a kid. Level is fucking.
There's the one you can see and the one they say is curved.
In construction,
the one you can see, and the one they say is curved that you can't see.
Construction, apparent level, and true level are pretty much the same.
You haven't lifted a fucking hammer in your life, by the way. I can tell by.
No, they haven't. Anyone who talks like this hasn't had a job.
I own a lot of hammers.
I can show you a hammer.
I don't believe you, bro. By the tone of your voice, you've never lifted a hammer in your life. I'm a worker.
I've got a hammer.
I probably own more hammers than you do.
And I'm a worker. You've never lifted a level in your life.
Can the real
I own like 5 different levels.
Doesn't matter if you own them. Do you know how to use them?
Yeah.
In order to say that level is curved, you have to prove R, which you failed to do tonight.
We're talking about like water.
Bullshit is what we're talking about.
Water's always right.
It's gonna be relevant.
I can hear by the way these guys' voices cracking. They're fucking just feeding us bullshit, man. I can already smell the bullshit coming out of them, bro.
Think my voice is cracking?
I know it is.
No,
Mick,
he's a professional.
I don't think. Hold on, guys.
I was laughing about the hammer.
Sharp ears can hear. People that are lying or just too dumb to realize they don't know what they're talking about.
Vagabond.
Vaga.
Give it a second.
Get on my hammer.
I think that's a bit hypocritical.
We all know.
Insults.
We all know. Whatever. I don't know what you are. I don't know what you are.
You broke up, though.
I don't know what you are. I don't know what you are, but you're one of them, and you know you are.
I'm a retired video game programmer. I program Tony Hawk's Pro Skater.
So AK,
yeah, that's not all you are.
Your fucking life.
What programming language?
That's not all you are.
Video game programmer.
Hold on. Language you use.
Oh,
guys, Anderson Cooper, he's just a reporter, guys. Anderson Cooper is just a reporter.
What programming language you use?
I do actually have a lot of hammers.
He is a programmer. He is a programmer.
What programming language you use? That should have been like right off the bat. You should have been like, "Oh, I use C++, use C, use C Sharp."
You broke out. We use C++ in programming video games. I mostly program in JavaScript now, though. If you look at the refraction simulator link I posted, I'll post it again. You can do a view source on that, and it will show
time, bro.
all the code.
We don't need your simulator. I'll just play Skyrim.
Out of your fucking mind, bro. I'm not gonna waste 30 seconds on that shit.
I have a question.
Killing your own stuff.
What happened to Fallout 76, Mick? Damn.
Mick worked on it. That's what happened.
Hold on. He said he used C++. What was one of the
Mick for 76.
Hold on. What is one of the things you use in C++? Main things.
What do you mean? What do I use? I programmed in it.
The release.
Get him.
That That is probably the only true thing about him is that he
Hold
programmed.
on. No, I haven't heard a legit answer on development right now. I'm a developer. I develop in C#, but I know some C++.
C++ you use new and delete, or you can use malloc and free.
What is it called when you release resources? What is it? What is it? What is a deconstructor for that?
You're freeing the memory, so it could be a dereferencing, and it could be garbage collection. But it depends what you're talking about. There's lots of different ways of doing these things.
All right, so you give me the garbage collection. All right, what are pointers?
You're breaking up there, so
what are pointers? No.
He's verified. We know he's a programmer.
How do you?
No, you're gonna.
What are
I like talking about programming.
Garbage collection is easy. One of the easiest things you can figure out. What are pointers?
Pointers?
Just ask him what's a stack.
That should have been a 2-second answer for you right there.
Buffer overflows?
No, sorry, you're cutting out, so I can't hear the question. So, can you repeat the question?
You already repeat a question.
I hear everything.
You just repeated the question.
No, I was asking if that was a question.
Buying time.
Okay. Now you had the time to look for what is pointers.
You have the guy in his ear explaining.
What?
Yeah, your programming skills are very.
I can't hear what you're saying. Why don't you type it in the chat or something? Because I've no idea what you just asked me.
Yes, because you're gonna search and look it up.
I've got a website called Cowboy Programming. It's cowboyprogramming.com, and I've got loads of articles I've written in there about programming, and they're all really complicated and technical. So if you doubt my programming abilities,
don't make it real, bro.
And if you want, you can go and look at the credits for Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 1, and I'm listed there as the lead programmer.
My God, I could hire a fucking writer to write me a fucking article with a fucking neurosurgeon tomorrow, bro. Doesn't make me a neurosurgeon.
You could go to.
You're asking me I don't know, high school level questions like what is a pointer?
Exactly. Exactly. So this should have been like, oh, dude, the pointer is this, isn't that? It's garbage.
No, I know what a pointer is. I started programming it in Z80 or 68K, well later 68K, and a pointer then was just one of the registers, like one of the address registers in 68K. It's a location of a variable in memory.
What is this now?
Yeah, but
where's the address? You finally looked for the answer, did you?
Yeah, bro, but where's the curve?
You know what it is.
He knows what it is. We know that you're good at programming and manipulating stuff, and you can show it on your simulator, but you're not really, because you can't, list the variables. Like you're just gonna give us a simulator.
I'm telling you the variables. The variables are they're right there in the simulator. But the temperature gradient would be the one that you'd want for doing an experiment.
Yeah, but where's the curve at though, bro?
How come water is always flat in video games?
It's just the easiest way of programming it.
Or is it because
that's way more complicated?
Yeah, because
it's because it's the easiest way of programming.
It would be a little weird if you programmed it with curve, right?
Because it would be complicated. It would be hard to do. Because it's not real.
Yeah, if you want it to look like it does in real life, when you look at the water.
It's actually programmed with curve in things like Microsoft's Flight Simulator or X-Plane.
But how does it find its own level?
I've been tracking the simulator, and it's not what you think it is.
With a lump in the middle.
It's like saying, how does a pendulum find its own level? No,
it's not. It's like asking how does a fluid find its equilibrium. That's what they do.
Because if it's in disequilibrium, then it moves towards equilibrium. That's just
it doesn't have a big lump in the middle, does it? I think that's what it means.
It doesn't have a big lump in the middle. It's a sphere.
Water curve? How does a body of water at rest curve?
By being attracted towards the center of the Earth by gravity.
Gravity. Here we go.
Gravity.
So how come gravity? So how come no scientists can demonstrate gravity and replicate it?
I've heard that word.
You can demonstrate the effects of gravity.
Sure, no, but they can't. They can't demonstrate what they're actually claiming. It only works at a planetary level.
Excuse me, Hollywood. We really wanted to give Most Mad the opportunity to ask a question as well. We seem to be veering off again.
I have to be going soon anyway. So
next up.
Can I have one question?
If Mad doesn't want to go ahead.
Are you familiar
with that?
Sorry, he must be AFK.
Let's give Mick a little breathing room. How are you doing, Mick? You all right?
I'm fine. This is all fascinating stuff.
Yeah, it's all yeah. Okay, good. Professional.
Understand that people are passionate about their beliefs and they get angry sometimes. Not a problem.
Who's getting angry?
All right, next.
I heard a few raised voices.
Get angry?
Cool as a cucumber.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's some people who just yell all the time, so that doesn't necessarily mean they're angry either.
I just don't like liars when I figure
I'm
them out.
angry.
Oh yeah, I'm angry.
Does someone have a question?
Once I figured out this thing was a lie, I'm furious. So anybody that comes in here, they better have their shit correct.
Waterball, go ahead and ask your question.
Hey, sorry, I was my phone got frozen.
There he is.
You good? You good? If you got a question, go ahead, man.
Yeah, are you familiar with the heliocentric?
All right, go ahead, James.
I have a question, if that's okay.
James. Hang on a minute. No, James is going.
Mad philosopher,
Go, James.
please. Mad philosopher, please.
All right, so Mick, you're obviously aware of everything that happened post 9/11, correct?
I wouldn't say everything, but I'm familiar with things. Yes.
Right. Sorry, I guess I should have reworded that question. Everything, like the wars that have been fought since then.
Yeah.
Since like we invaded Iraq, Afghanistan, Libya, Syria, all of them.
Against it.
Right. Well, I'm asking. So, do you know what those countries were doing prior to 9/11?
They were just sat there with a bunch of oil.
Right. No, that's not actually correct. That's not all they were doing. Each one of these specific countries, the ones that have been invaded post 9/11, all back their money. All of those countries backed their money in gold and silver, and denied central banking in their country. And denied backing their money with the U.S. dollar. Since then, every country that we've invaded, Iraq, Afghanistan, Syria, Libya,
Hey, someone cut out there.
He broke up.
Hey, James, we lost you.
Oh, sorry. Since then, all of these countries have backed their money in gold and silver, in U.S. dollars. They no longer back their money in gold and silver, and each one of them have incorporated Rothschild central banking. So, I guess my question to you is, how the fuck can you turn a blind eye to all of this shit and not see how evil the Federal Reserve and these Freemasons, the Rothschilds, all of them are, and you just go to all of these conspiracies trying to debunk them instead of seeing all of the evidence right in front of your face?
Good question, and I'd be happy to answer it. I think the reason I don't turn a blind eye to it. In fact, I think that things like that, the corruption that's endemic in the American system and their foreign policy, is something that we really need to look at. I might not agree with all the exact details of that link.
What do you think about it? Don't say we need to look at. Sounds like a political statement. What do you think about it?
You're asking why do I debunk? The reason I debunk is that I think people need to focus on things that are real. I don't think the flat Earth is real, and I think people spending all their time. I know
you need to focus on things that are real, but you keep reifying things that are not actually real.
Wait, this is
exactly doing that twice.
Because what I see myself doing is I'm kind of like a force multiplier, for want of a better word. If I can actually help a lot of people not spend their time on nonsense,
well, then
they'll be spending their time on real news.
Wait, hold on.
Who are you to dictate what is nonsense and what is not?
Yeah, what's related?
The genius of the group.
This is related.
Obviously, it's what I personally decide to focus on.
Are you,
for example, like the flat Earth?
Save us.
Hold on. Do you not see this world,
my friend? Are you the intellectual that can save us?
I'm trying to help.
Help.
So then, do you not see this world organization, this world secret society or world government trying to establish itself? Do you not see that?
There you go. There you go with it.
Oh, what up? What up, fellas?
What's up?
Chilling.
I only paused it. I gotta look through here to find the get the hell out of here bot command.
All right. Well, I don't really even know. I went and muted it.
M exclamation stop.
Yeah, it's just stop. Yep.
There we go. Well, I don't use it that often, guys. It's all good.
I wasn't coming against you, Mike, but I might now that you've got your feelings out. Oh, I'm just kidding.
Oh no, I'm just saying I let other people do that. You know, they don't get to moderate, so
exactly.
The bot, I like to give other people the DJ role and let them do it. Fuck it. Then they get to do their part. You know.
Totally, I appreciate it. KJ appreciates it.
What's up with this? I hear about people tripping about the fact that Earth's like electric again. Like, the Earth is electric. Don't make this weird, bro.
You know they don't do it in front of me, bro. We'll go down through there for days.
It's actually baffling. It's kind of baffling, bro.
I mean, how many spots does lightning have to go from up to down and down to up on Earth before you realize we're in an electric realm?
Bro. Up and down, up and down.
Yeah, all over Earth. There's places where it's just all year long, all day long, nonstop.
Yeah, which is wild.
It is. I want to visit one of them places. I was asking my daughter about it, and she's like, I don't know, Dad. They say lightning never strikes the same place twice, but go to one of these places, and you might change your mind about that.
Do you know where any of them are?
Yeah, I Googled them once. So let me do it again.
I'm sure they're all in another country, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, like for me, if you're going to actually honestly talk about it, it's super weird if you don't just really talk about it. So, okay, let's establish a few things we know to be a fact. Like, the surface of the Earth is electric. Everything on the Earth is electric. So that's a base, objective, recollection that we begin with. No, it's
Lake,
just ignore it.
Lake Maracaibo. 300 days a year. There's one. I don't know quite where that's at.
So wait, are people giving you shit about electricity? What's it?
Yeah, I mean, I guess I haven't heard too much direct, but yeah, I've heard through people that I guess certain figures are still tripping about that and like talking trash to those of us who talk about it. I think it's super weird.
I would love to hear what they have to say. I'd pay good money to hear what they have to fucking say.
You guys know what I have to say about it?
Let's hear it.
Don't replace space with ether. Want to know what else I have to say about it?
Einstein did that. He replaced ether with space and time.
Don't complain. I mean, don't explain gas pressure gradients with electromagnetism.
Okay.
Everything else is easy peasy. I don't like people's argumentation of it.
But the problem is, like, what you're saying is that we, after breaking out of the box of not being able to think for ourselves in like this rigid like way that we're supposed to view the world and what we're allowed to know or discuss, we're supposed to break free from that of years and years of indoctrination and then immediately let other people draw boxes to confine us.
Set parameters. Yeah.
Right. So never address the gradient. It is basically where that leaves you. Like you can say, well, yeah, of course you can't have pressure gradient without pressure.
Here's an interesting thing, bro. They say there's hardly ever any lightning in the Arctic or Antarctic areas.
I think it's weird, man. I think it's weird. Like,
It's people's argumentation. Like specifically, this guy, what's his name? Die Slow. He picks a fight with me over at the other server
because he's replacing certain concepts with other concepts. Even though I'll say a million times, hey, I have my own conception of what ether is, but he keeps putting words in my mouth, blah, 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 blah. So it's people like that. That's when I speak up about it.
So we can use buoyancy and density to describe the gradient, right? But we can take buoyancy and density into kinetic potential or kinetic energy theory. And we can then go further and say the kinetic energy or potential comes from its dielectric nature, that it exists in an electric realm. And the input of energy is from an electric nature. So I can tie that into an electric universe, simply, rudimentary, and just move right on. Whether you accept it or not, it doesn't matter. Things don't move that don't have energy. This is kinetic theory. Kinetic theory ties into density. That's all there is to it. Density and buoyancy. Things don't move up that don't have energy. Helium doesn't rise if it doesn't have potential or energy. If it's at a cool state, it'll be at rest. But heat is energy too, and we can say it's heated through the electric nature of the universe, through the flow of electricity through its being.
Right, like, okay, the gradient, it's you're talking about like the gas pressure on the Earth, and so you're now incorporating tons of variables that have to be accounted for. But like when someone brings up some of the variables that are objectively there, and the rebuttal is just to ignore it, you lose. So it's just the way it is. I mean,
right.
I've never heard Die Slow put it the way Battle Mod put it.
Well, that's to be expected.
Well, yeah, because everybody brings in specific gravity and density, relative density, buoyancy, but they never attribute kinetic theory to it, which is an unapplicable physics. We can demonstrate this. I can demonstrate kinetic theory. There's nothing hypothetical about it.
So mass attracting mass, is that something that, like, in what scenario could you use the words mass attracting mass?
I never use them unless I'm talking about magnetism.
Yeah, I was saying magnetism is the only thing that's even like in that realm.
Die Slow does. But the point I'm making is a lot of people go around saying things that don't sound accurate. And then as soon as you say, hey, how does that work? You don't know how electromagnetism works, bro? You see, all you guys are against the fucking blah, 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 blah. That's them.
Here's the thing.
And that's the reaction they get.
They want to replace gravity with magnetism when it's actually all things electric follow the flow of electricity in a circuit. The Earth is electronical. The flow of electrons or photons is from positive to negative, from the sky to the ground, and that gives us direction. We're dielectric, so and we also have electrolytes in electric nature, electric signals, electric heartbeat, electric thoughts. So we too follow the same flow of electric in the circuit. We can't go against the flow without the input of energy.
Yeah, and this is actually like the elite know this, of course, because this is how they intend to basically attempt to take your body over. It's utilizing the electric nature of it. Like that's how you exchange information in your brain.
Wi-Fi.
Yeah.
Pretty much wireless connections.
When someone, okay, agree to disagree or whatever, right? But when someone is like very passionate and as if it is their obligation to shut down the conversation about the Earth being electric, it's super weird to me. Super, super weird. Because it's one of the biggest lies.
Well, no one says, hey, the Earth is electric, yada, 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 yada. I don't even know how to be like, there's no reason to be like, yo, that's just wrong. Yo, you're wrong. It's the way that they argue things. Certain people, like, for instance, Die Slow, a guy that I very much can't stand simply because he's just very unreasonable.
Right. You know? Like it is interesting though, mass attracting mass, like, okay, mass is conceptual, right? And it's defined currently as this thing that reifies gravity or whatever. But so like if everything's intrinsically electrostatic and some things are coherent, that's what we call magnetic. So if some things are magnetic, well, you have two things that are magnetic, right? I mean, they do attract each other. And why do they? Well, the magnetic fields but where do those come from? Those stem from the compilation of matter and their electric nature. So technically speaking, like, magnetism is mass attracting mass. So you see how the lie is very tricky. It's very brilliantly crafted.
Okay, well, I haven't heard anyone say that the Earth isn't electric like that specifically. I don't know if you're referring to a different convo or not. However, like I have heard someone has came in here and they have called out. They were calling out Bob, and they were talking about downward bias, and they were talking about incoherent electric. I don't know. I don't know for sure exactly what they were saying, but I think they were talking about the incoherent and coherent dielectric acceleration or whatever. And they were talking about an experiment claiming that, well, Bob keeps saying this and he's coming in here. Like, this is what I told him. I'm like, look, if Bob is saying one thing and he's not, like, something about an experiment, he's not doing it, then maybe should go to Bob and ask him about the experiment or whatever, or do it in the server that he's saying it, because he hasn't actually came in here and said anything, and it was like trying to bring some kind of argument or drama in here about someone else, what someone else said somewhere else. And so and Sleeping Warrior was Sleeping Warrior, and he was talking about it, and so he did this experiment, but I'm not so sure that the experiment that he did was actually demonstrating incoherent electricity. I think what his experiment was demonstrating was coherent electricity. Because correct me if I'm wrong, I'm trying to learn about it. I don't know enough about it to articulate it or totally understand it. But if the electricity has a current, like at that point, it's coherent, isn't it?
Yeah. Like, electricity itself is automatically coherent. Electricity.
Or electrostatics. Okay, that may have been. See, that's what I'm saying. It's like it's hard for me to reframe what someone else says.
That's the thing, right? Because a lot of people, this is a big subject that they hid from the masses, the quote unquote masses, which is like a stupid term because like collective, like we're animals or something. But anyway, they hid the truth. Okay, so we've been completely misinformed, barely talked about it. Just like, I cannot give $100 away, basically asking about the basic parts of the Earth because they don't really tell you about it. So we all have to learn it. Like, we had to learn about the globe. A lot of us found out this years ago, and we still learn stuff about the lie every day. Okay, so we're talking about magnetism. It was lied to. You were lied to about it, just like electricity. And so we have to relearn it. And so, handwave dismissal prior to investigation or understanding, right, is like the height of ignorance. We don't need to fall into these little traps of willful ignorance that's set for us. That's my point. Like, it's not that I know everything, but I do know we know things objective. And the people that run things know these things, and they've hidden them from us. And so we need to address them with what we can prove.
Yeah, and when we say something is coherent electric, that means it shares a direct relationship with the electronic field it's engulfed in, or the circuit or system or flow. But
the way I understand coherent and incoherent, like kind of like another example of light, which coincidentally is energy, right? Coherent would be like a laser beam or directed source versus light diffused through the atmosphere would be incoherent, right?
Yeah, sure. It would be less. It would certainly be much less coherent. Yes.
Yeah, it's about relationships with electromagnetics, coherency. But the problem is, listen, we have these people that come in here and they say, I see it this way. And then they want to grandstand on the platform and tell everybody in here, you can't, your ideal isn't as good as mine because I can talk longer than you, so everybody here has to preach that shit. And they need to get over that. We're not about limiting each other. Your parameters mean nothing to me. They're meaningless. I don't care how you perceive anything. If I can demonstrate it, I'm going to walk right past your parameters.
Yeah, they're detrimental. That's what we just broke out of.
Yeah.
It's crazy, bro. It's like, I'm just saying, it's a red flag.
I put blinders on my horse so he'll walk the path that I guide him on. I won't wear blinders.
It's a trip, man. But like, yeah, that's basically what it comes down to, what Truth was talking about. So like, it's like, so gas doesn't go down. Dude, yeah, gas, it seeks its equilibrium, dispersing omnidirectional. And the kinetic energy of gas is very strong. You know what I'm saying? So, varying relative to the gas, of course. But so that is a fact in and of itself. And then what's on the Earth is a fact in and of itself. And since the gas does that on the Earth, well, then that actual process incorporates all the variables. That's how it takes place. If you're going to objectively, talk about how it takes place, you're going to address all the variables to objectively be there. To just exclude some of them intentionally is ridiculous. It's counterintuitive. It's not productive. You can't fully know the answer that way, I guess. You never even get close. It's not just about debate. I think that the trick is they've got us to just think about really what's the most solid debate approach you can take. When the truth is, they just want to hinder your pursuit of truth, right? Like, that's what it is. Just keep iterating in a box because we don't want you to figure out why we really lied. The question we always get, like, the more we find out, the more we will know the answer to that question.
And the more questions you have and find answers to, the more questions you're going to have. It's like that's been the case for me, and it always will be what I'm beginning to understand.
Yeah, but that's cool. It's cool that like we all flat earthers, you have to accept that intrinsically. Like, that's what the whole truth you're accepting is, that now we know they lied. It's not what they told us it is. Now here's what we do have, and we can go off of from here, right? Like you have to admit when someone's like, what's the moon? Like, I don't know, dude. I've never been there. And neither have you.
Bro, how is Mrs. Musk a new arrival? I'm waiting for somebody to come back.
Yeah, I checked her back in.
So, look, one more thing that I'm curious about. What's up with black holes? What's up with? See, I try not to generalize when I actually am talking about someone. What's up with die slow and black holes? Is there something I'm missing, or?
I don't like that name, Die Slow. I think of Tupac every time I hear it. Fuck you, Die Slow. My fofo make sure all your kids don't grow.
He says black holes are real and you can see them.
What?
And
really
look. This is what I'm saying. Like, this is what I'm saying. This is what I mean when there's a lot of people who don't know what. I don't know if he knows. Like, that's why I'm asking you guys. Does that mean anything?
I don't know. What the fuck is it talking about?
Yeah. Okay. Well,
I don't know. Is he in the server?
Where can we see a black hole?
He is or was, but I mean, every time we're over at Nathan's, he tells me to come back here, and like I shut him down for talking about ether, which I never did. I barely ban anyone. The only reason that I may have muted him was that one time, you remember Battle Mod, when that what was his name? Something Flat Arthur. When Flat Arthur came in here and we were talking about that so-called celebrity / non-celebrity.
Yeah.
And I was just trying to get him to be direct, and Die Slow kept interrupting and then telling me I don't know anything about electromagnetism, and that
he kept trying to
refuting Nikola Tesla and blah blah blah, all of which were straw men. Like, anyway. I don't know, but that's that guy.
I've noticed a wave of people that come in here that they're flat earthers, and they're trying to set parameters for what we can talk about, or they're absolutely taking it to a religious consensus on flat earth right here in the live stream. And I mean, I don't mind, we don't mind. Okay, a flat earth leads to the idea of a creator. That's fine. But when you come in here and start preaching doctrines, that's when I'm going to move you out of the lobby, We're not a doctor.
Even when, because one of the most knowledgeable people that I know who's in here frequent is Get Beget. When he's doing his thing, I don't think anybody bothers him. I stop him when he feels like he needs to explain why things fall and why things rise and blah 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 blah. And I'm like, well, you're confusing things. We
can explain that on varying levels.
So,
yeah, you can go to kinetic theory, kinetic energy, or relative density, specific gravity, buoyancy, and density. Many different ways to.
But specifically, I think they're just because I've been thinking about behaviors and what it looks like from the outside looking in, and it always seems like to be these extremists on any side of any conversation, making the entire conversation look bad. And that's the thing that most gets me.
I think you're right to come to that understanding. Just mute first and moderate second. I hate trying to talk over people to moderate. You just mute them and politely say what you want, and then unmute them all. If they don't do it, mute them again. Always get crap. I'm power hungry, this and that, but the point is just to keep it productive.
Well, after listening to the Mick West thing today, I was like super pissed. I was like, yo, like in retrospect, that shit sounds bad. And I'm like, I totally get where BattleBot's coming from this moment on. If there's a debate going on and I just want to hear two people, I'm just gonna start muting everybody.
Yeah, it could have,
and not even to be a part of it, but just to hear the conversation happen without the other person being berated.
Yeah, that could have been a hell of a thing. It could have been enjoyable for both sides, but it kept getting polluted and obfuscated and misdirected and clusterfucked. That's why I mute, and it's why people don't like me, because they want to reserve the right to jam pile on the dude when somebody else is already leading them to a point. And I try to keep it the way it should be. One person, if he can't drive his point home, don't let a guy speak. Don't give a guy 5 minutes, and then after that, when he's halfway to his point, cut him off. Don't do that shit. You make us look stupid. That's why a lot of times I don't even want to try. I could cover something, but the guys, I'm having a bad day. The guy in the background with level water, the other guy with let's take it down to earth, the third guy with where it's curvature, and Mike's going to be tripping out. So I just save us all the trouble and I keep quiet.
Yeah, we swam with some manatees today. It was pretty dope, actually.
Oh, are you in Florida?
Yeah.
Where'd you do it at?
Over near
Clearwater.
Clearwater, yeah. I was wondering by the bay at St. Peter's. My mom.
It was a bay.
Yeah, my mom. I'm sure it's where we swam with the manatees and the dolphins. My mom had a condo in Clearwater.
Nice.
My sister lived in Newport Richey. Right there's the bay in between Clearwater and Newport Richey. Yeah, manatees are cool.
Yeah, they're pretty cool. They're hella chill.
Florida's great if you stay out of the gay community. Imagine me.
Without being said everywhere, bro.
Imagine me, a Marine on leave. I say, yeah, I'm gonna walk down here to the bay and I'm gonna get a charter and some shorts and looking all buff. And the next thing I know, there's a guy on one side of the street whistling at me and a girl on the other. I'm like, where the hell am I? And the girl's like, you're right on the edge.
You think it's a girl on the other anyway.
Yeah, I was like, edge of what? She's like, gay town and not gay. I was like, oh, Lord, why didn't my mom tell me that?
She wanted to laugh at you when you came home and be like, Mom. She'd be like,
bro, I'm the type of man that could go to jail for you whistling at me in public if you're a man.
Oh,
at that
that's
time.
right. Yeah, at the time.
I should have been warned. I'm a Michigander in Florida. I haven't been off base, I'm like, what? Did that fucking dude just whistle at me?
even in Florida, which we know is it's a pretty free state here recently compared to the other states. Dude, I guess the news just brought up the Greek alphabet again, and people started getting scared of the air again. Like even here in Florida, there are some people that there are noticeably more now.
All right, I got a video about manatees. You guys are gonna love.
Dude, the thing I hate about Florida is the wrong time of year. You get a pop out of the pop machine, that motherfucker's warm before you get to the car.
Yeah. Florida's cool right now, though, for sure.
Hey, so many gay dudes, though, there's lots of chicks.
Right.
I was loving that. They didn't mind sharing down there. Like
beards, baby, beards.
Yeah. I go to Walmart, I'd damn near get jumped. Like, hold up, ladies, there's no blue light special over here. I just wanted a pair of blue jeans.
So how did Circle already get server muted?
Hell, I don't know.
I didn't even hear him talk or anything.
I think that's why, because they didn't have a role and were unmuted. I think.
Got it.
Earlier when I was here, we tried to speak to Circle, and that person never spoke, so I server muted.
Here, try again, Glad. Circle, you got to control your mic if you want.
Circle, are you there? Finally.
You talk in circles.
You can talk in circles. The Globers do it anyway, so we're wildly used to it.
We've been about on the mulberry bush.
Couple, 2-3 times there, yeah. All right, Circle, well, if you want to talk, if you want to act as if you've been a human being this entire time because you haven't said anything, let us know.
Yeah, we don't have to mute him because he doesn't have a role. He'll be muted every time he comes back in here anyway.
So you guys, I don't know if I covered this in my stream. I just did whatever, but you guys have probably heard, I'm just going to say, of graphene oxide, and graphene super electric, super conductive. It can, of course, bypass the blood-brain barrier and then intercept your neural pathways. The electric exchanges actually, intercepts them or even...
Block them.
So Witsit, I saw that video too, that guy, that doctor, razor blade video.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw that. Everything he's saying is 100% accurate. And I knew that. I didn't have to research anything he said because I already knew that crap. Because I researched a bunch of shit about carbon nanotubes and graphene. And because I used to be fascinated by buckyballs with the P60 atom. This is way back in the day. So I know everything about carbon, put it that way. And everything he said is 100% accurate.
Yeah, that is wild, bro. It's wild.
So it can.
Well, the effects inside the body, like his description of what he said, like what they are and how they react, that's all true. What it does inside the body, I can't verify that myself because I don't really know. Because I don't think that's ever been actually researched. But,
Well, check this, bro. So I looked into that a little bit, and so it has been researched. Graphene oxide, it results in any.
Well, yeah, I didn't get it. I didn't.
Antioxidant.
Yeah, I didn't get a chance to dig into it.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting because there's a graphene flagship company, over $1 billion project with all these really, the typical players. And the study at the end of it, the girl, this is from 2016, actually says thanks to this group. And they're studying graphene oxide and the effects on human cells. And there's antioxidant response or stress, and then inflammation as it gets worse, which makes sense, right? What's myocarditis? It's inflammation. So it's pretty interesting. And then of course, cytosis, I believe, irreparable damage to the cells. Cytotoxicity.
Graphene is also extremely electrically conductive. It's more electrically conductive than copper.
Yes, the most conductive thing that we know about, right?
Yeah. Period. Yep.
4,000.
Most conductive thing we know about. But nanotubes are slightly more conductive, but that's carbon too. It's just in that particular shape, it's more conductive, which is basically like chicken wire rolled up, right? So that's what it looks like.
So what do you think about? So then Elon, he wants to put a chip in everyone's brain or whatever. Because I'm trying to put these pieces together, and he's in an interview, and they're asking.
That's where my head was going.
Well, they asked him, bro. They asked him in an interview. He's talking about it, and he says like that implies the need for like surgical intervention. Basically, he's like not necessarily. You could do it via the veins and arteries. Then you have to get past the blood-brain barrier. Sound familiar? And then you would basically build your little net of graphene oxide. You know.
And also something I heard from a completely different guy. The guy who teaches nursing in the UK. I started watching some of his channel. Now he doesn't really say anything that controversial, other than he says that they've been teaching people not to aspirate the Fauci ouchie, which means when they stick the needle in, they're supposed to pull the plunger back to see if they draw blood. That means they're in a vein or an artery. Right? They're not supposed to inject directly into a vein or artery, but they've been told to do it. Understand? The people that are doing the vaccinations have been told to, inject into a vein or artery, or into a vein, which is so think about it. You got spiked proteins fucking going directly into the vein. Where are they gonna go? Right to the goddamn heart.
Well, and keep in mind that the glyphosate that are in the genetically modified foods that are on all the shelves when you go into the store to buy, where they're all genetically modified, they do that so that it will not sort of be resistant to the glyphosate, so that they can fill it full of glyphosate, and the glyphosate will create pathways through your blood barriers of all your organs so that heavy metals can pass through.
So then, of course, you apply it to the athletes, and their blood circulating super fast, falling down.
So inevitably, there's going to be the mainstream pushback. So where can people go to counter the mainstream sources that say that there is none of this stuff in these, V's?
Good luck, man. Good luck. I did a stream. I guess that's all we can try to do is the best we can, right? So I kept digging too. So this has been studied for a long time. There's something called Neuralase, right? So that's what this would be, by the way. It's like honeycomb lattice structure, super thin. Okay, and so it's like a lace of a neural lace, and it was studied with graphene oxide years ago. You can't even make it up, man.
Just to tell you, Elijah, they already have their solution for explaining all the heart problems. It's pandemic stress. It's stress related to pandemic. People being locked down. Now they're having heart problems because of that.
Get the fuck out of here.
That's serious. Right in the garden 2 days ago.
What?
Yep.
It's called post-traumatic hoax disorder.
That'll get you, bro.
Well, trust the science.
Oh, and it only affects abject fucking losers. So we won't have to worry about it.
Crazy, man. So, of course, graphene oxide just got passed as water treatment in the UK. Been studying with aerosols being sprayed in the air, graphene oxide. Super conductive. They've got the cost of production way down in the last decade. Oh, there's just so much gravy about it, man. So graphene oxide was discovered in 1859. If you look up when was graphene discovered, it says 2004. And in fact, the two guys got a Nobel Prize in 2010 for that discovery. And that doesn't really seem to make a lot of sense, right? The story is that they put the tape, a piece of tape on graphite, and pulled it off, and the little fibers were graphene, and they got to effectively patent it and get a Nobel Prize for it.
They have a better way to make it now. So this is kind of like an odd serendipitous coincidence. You know that James Tour guy, the guy he's a science, he's a chemist, synthetic chemist, he's an anti-evolutionist, right? So he does a lot of stuff against evolution. But him and his little team there at Rice University invented something called flash graphene. They can turn any carbon material, a potato, piece of wood, whatever, pick one, right? It's got carbon in it. They can put an electric charge through it and spontaneously turn it into graphene. Just go on YouTube, type in flash graphene. You'll see a bunch of presentations about it.
Wow.
So yeah, so now they have a method to make tons and tons and tons of endless supplies of this shit. Now, this is graphene, not the graphene oxide, but graphene will oxidize naturally, right? Because we got oxygen in the air. So it's gonna, like, if they contaminate the environment with graphene that isn't like stabilized somehow, it's gonna oxidize. And you're gonna have graphene oxide everywhere.
And you of course can just put it in an oxidation process, right? Like, so the mainstream will say, well, no, it would be black. We can see them, it's not black. Like, no, graphene oxide is transparent though.
Ouch.
That was transparent, right now. Like, I mean, it's ridiculous. If the mainstream fact checker cover stories come on, it would be black.
I mean, after all, pure carbon crystal is clear. It's diamond.
Well, this is actually significantly harder than diamond too. It's really wild. It's quite baffling. 4,000 times stronger than titanium.
Well, I mean, just a quick Google search: graphene oxide, a carrier for pharmaceuticals and a scaffold for cell interactions. I mean, it says it right there.
Been studied as a carrier for years, like in China a lot.
Not to mention, carbon by itself is ferromagnetic. They don't know why.
This stuff is
Look at this. During the last 10 years, graphene oxide has been explored in many applications due to its remarkable electroconductivity, thermal properties, and mobility of charge carriers, among other properties.
Yeah, Elijah, go to my YouTube channel and go to my video I just did. It's called Graphene. Go underneath it in the description, scroll to the bottom of the description, and I got so many links there.
I gotta get up on some. Yo, shit is changing. Yo. Oh man, this shit gets you sick when you're like paying attention day to day.
So in theory, what can you do?
What chance do you think a normie has to sift through? I mean, we're paying attention, and we have to do mountains of research just to keep up. What chances does a normie have? None.
Exactly.
0.
It's crazy world we live in right now, bro.
The first thing they see is the debunk of whatever information you're trying to find. Never mind finding the actual information you're looking for. Here's the debunk that you didn't want, which is funny because the dude that I'm always talking about, what's his name, Mark Crispin Miller, in his video about propaganda and irrational fear, he talks about that, how you want to look for a source, but there's like 2 pages of debunks burying it. You don't even get to read from the source itself. And it's like, that should tell you something.
I'm going to start just like thinking of absurd stuff and seeing if it's already been debunked before it ever happened.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny because if you read the cover story, just even the summary, like, what all the normies think. And then you know the extent of what they think about that issue. And then you go find out the truth. So
yeah, just go in the lobby. You'll find out. What people think the globe is. You just see the same canned responses over and over again. And they all think they're original, like we never heard this stuff before. What about time zones?
Yeah, because they...
Come on, dude. Time zones? You serious? Oh, time zones exist, therefore the Earth's a globe. I mean, are you stupid?
Yeah, so check this out. I get that in my those links. One of them is a magnet with graphene. It's crazy. It's pretty crazy to watch. And then, of course, you can do electric. The reason this thing is so everyone has known for a long time that this is going to innovate like the technological industry because of like wireless conductivity, right? And graphene with certain frequencies begins to self-assimilate, or at certain temperatures, like ambient temperatures, self-assimilate, and it takes on like a vein-like structure. It's like a spider web vein, and it's wireless frequencies manipulate it. It has like hypersensitivity to EMF. So
this is like my bad.
No, that was it.
It's nothing compared to what they're going to do with nanotubes, man. This is nothing. Carbon nanotubes are going to be way beyond that. They can't get them long enough. We're talking about stronger than steel, something like 10,000 times stronger than steel. It would be basically 2 atoms thick, piece of, basically string. You wouldn't even see it, and it would just cut your head right off your body. Like, serious. They want to make a space elevator with the stuff.
Yep, I saw that.
Yeah, because it's the only thing with a high enough tensile strength that wouldn't break in fairy tale land.
So, Indio, say you hypothetically had this stuff in you that was circulating and self-assimilating, and then you sent a certain frequency at it. I mean, what limit do you actually have? We don't have any of the data as to how all these different frequencies would make that react, but they do. And we did just now roll out something that has a way bigger spectrum of frequencies that it operates on, that now everyone has on their phone.
It's black goo. Looks like
nanotubes pick up infrared and terahertz.
I was thinking about. He said the word symbiotes, whatever they're called, fucking Venom. That's what this shit is reminding me of.
My favorite fucking Marvel character. Okay, he's the best one. This is why, guys. This is why.
Have you seen the new one?
Venom 2. It's okay.
Carnage.
It's decent. I thought they could have done better with Carnage. Maybe the story, but like I said, overall, when the third one comes out, I'm gonna watch all 3 of them over back to back each night. You know what I mean? Like all 3 in one night. Invite friends over, even though nobody cares as much as I do.
Spoiler alert! Did you see that cop? His eyes.
Oh yeah, yep, yes, I did. Yeah. There's some good truth drops. Everybody go see the new Venom movie, and I swear I'm not working studios. Thanks.
But Venom
keep going
with the goo taking over the body. Then you have
right.
Rihanna does it, and then you have Billie Eilish does it, where it just comes out of her eyes. You have, of course, How Dare You, Greta Thunberg on the cover with the black goo. It's like it's everywhere, dude. We just never even thought to look at it. Like, it's really pretty wild.
So Amazon Prime, they just came out with their series called Wheel of Time. They got it in that. So yeah,
crazy.
The black goo is everywhere. It actually goes way back. They started doing the black goo back in the 80s.
You're right. Yeah. I just finished watching The Flash, right? And that doctor who wanted to beat his rare case of cancer before it killed him, because it killed his mom, he injects this black goo into his blood, and he can control people. Bruh.
And there's another one too, that movie Life with Ryan Reynolds and a couple other people's based in space. There's that, it was just like some fucking metallic-ish goo that had a life of its own that was just fucking shit up.
And
ODD did videos like 5 years ago on black goo.
Yeah, he did.
Hunger Games and Mockingjay, like they get trapped, like the doors start closing in this little arena, and then black goo just pours in. They have to run away.
Yeah.
Well, Prometheus, right?
Oh yeah, Prometheus is a big one.
Good one. Yeah. Same thing. It becomes like it has to be kept in a certain chamber and stuff, because at an ambient temperature it becomes volatile. It even in that movie, because I forgot to even throw that on there. But I had screenshotted it. It shows screen with the symptoms for inhalation, ingestion. Like it's
dude, all the Alien movies, because Prometheus. Spoiler alert, right? It's one of the lead-ins to the whole story. So, in essence, all of the Alien stories are about this black goo. Fuck. Oh man.
Talks about
They're not aliens. They're genetically engineered symbiotes.
Right, because they come out of the fucking chest.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Like
sorry, go ahead, what's it?
What do you call it? Dang it, Donnie Darko.
Right. Yep.
And so I never even watched Prometheus. This is me just trying to research it real fast. But so like whenever it takes over the people, like one guy fell in it and then one guy got it put in his drink or whatever, like it's a different process based on how much, and they become like erratic, and they have DNA alteration and irreparable damage, and they have heart problems. And these are all on the symptom list that is in the movie.
It's crazy. They just don't even care. They're willingly, like, on purpose, telling us what they're doing, what's supposedly to come, what kind of technology they have, everything.
So have you guys ever seen that cartoon? A lot of people circulated it when a while back. I put it on live too, but there's a cartoon from back in the day, and basically everyone takes the mark on their wrist. It's literally a cartoon about like taking like electronic mark on your wrist.
Oh, that's an older cartoon from the like early 2000s, right?
Yes.
Yeah, for sure.
At the headquarters,
The smart mark.
Control center, whatever. They send out freaking like commands, and all the people that have it just stop right where they are, look over in the same direction, and know they're like, oh, I got to go get whoever.
Yeah, it's scary, and it's just a cartoon, so it's just a cartoon. Kids doesn't matter.
Yeah, but now combine the idea of the Neuralase with the veins and the arteries out of Elon Musk's own mouth, hypersensitivity to EMF, like crazy conductivity, the ability to bypass the blood-brain barrier.
So we will be Venom. That's fine. I'm fine with that. What a badass. I'm just kidding. That'd be an ideal situation if that were what had happened, but I doubt it'll be like that.
There ain't no we.
I'm not. That's the case. It's just like you're not allowed to talk about what I'm talking about anywhere, bro. And it does seem like it makes a lot of the puzzle pieces fit together, and it did kind of under the radar.
Hey, I got a question. Do you think this could make someone seek death and not find it?
Exactly.
Yeah, just sit there and cut yourself all day. Just be in pain and be controlled.
So I want to know in relation to the black fungus outbreaks that have been going on too since the recent epidemic started.
Yeah.
Black fungus, where they call it a fungus, or what? I can't even say the word.
Mycelium.
It's actually got mucormycosis. But anyway, since like in those particular type of patients, with the recent epidemic, they have like black fungus where black stuff oozes out of their eyes and.
Yep. Then you got your Billie Eilish music video where that's happening. The black stuff's coming out of her eyes the whole time. His eyes.
Well, think about this. The black goo that's going in people right now. Like, it could reanimate the dead, even, at the right frequencies.
Well, absolutely. If it's in the body like that, right? And the body will still be decomposing, but the thing inside of the vessel will be controllable. The nanotechnology. Jesus.
See, what I was thinking was, the whole zombie plague thing that they're all having contingency plans for, and the fact that in those days men will seek death, but death will flee from them; and they will not find them. Yeah. Or death will, But this is during the locust side of the pit, isn't it?
Yeah, but we need to compile the evidence, right? So it's like, okay, what's the evidence? A toxicologist wouldn't find this in a petri dish or something. It's not moving around. It's not alive. So we're going to use spectroscopy, right? Or we're going to just basically use reflections of light to outline a structure so we can find out the chemical structure of it. And when we do that, it has the exact same chemical structure, like exactly the same over and over by numerous people. So that's interesting. Well, okay, in theory, if it was in there, what would it do? Well, we've tested it in 2016. It would result in antioxidant stress, and then inflammation. And so then you get myocarditis, pericarditis. That's inflammation of like the inner and outer parts of the heart. Inflammation, that's what that is. You know what I'm saying? And then cytotoxicity, which is just irreparable damage to human cells. So it's really crazy, man. I mean, because also I even figured out how they would be able to...
Basically, for the layman, it's a weakening of the heart. Sorry, go ahead.
I figured out how they'd be able to get away with it ingredient-wise as well. Like even they supposedly put them out, but they have these lipid amino acids, and they have like certain character or case numbers, basically, or CAS numbers, classification numbers. So it's like SM102, right? The lipid amino acid, like utilize due to its water solubility, et cetera, et cetera. This is where you'd be able to sneak that in there, and that's protected under like trade secret laws, basically. So like. And that's in all of them, and graphene would be used as a base, and the person that manufactures that, they all get this base from like these same people in China. So it would be like across the board. The names don't change it. You know, you name. I don't care if you have 57 different whoop-de-whoops. Like if they all have the same base, you can track all this. You can actually find all of it. It's really crazy, man.
You know, they just released the patents on some of these vaxes, and they do indeed include graphene oxide. Admittedly so.
One of them was tested at 99% graphene oxide.
Well, that's well, that's interesting. If you want to, like, because I've seen patents.
I wonder if I can make a bullet out of that.
Oh yeah.
I sent you
Well, I want a
that,
fair trade.
Austin. I sent it to you, not on Discord, but on phone.
Okay, cool. Because I did see patents. There's definitely patents that talk about using it for that. I mean, like literally, just like everywhere, man. You can't even make it up, dude.
I imagine it would be on a projectile. Dark tips, blowgun slivers.
I'm gonna post.
Can I just say this? Y'all gotta chill in the live stream voice text with these posts, man. We're trying to stay here.
Yeah. I'm gonna post some patches from the Space Force, which is really the Air Force.
There you go. Back on topic. Coming up next, more Flat Earth talk.
You're gonna see a six-headed dragon, a six-headed dragon where the neck is forming a six, and there's 6 fingers and 6 toes. With the North Star above it, which is also the symbol of NATO, and then another patch that says Pandemic Response, which is a hornet. Right? So it's almost like a locust because it's 4 wings instead of 2 wings.
Bro, the CIA is going to release a bunch of robot hornets, bro.
Oh, no, not necessarily, man. I'm saying
I wasn't making fun of you, Josh. I was making fun of the people who are about to be saying shit like that, like the robotic birds. Anyway, go ahead.
Okay, hey, I just want to say something about posting. Okay, so posting in the Discord, like text, we got to worry about Discord's terms of service. What we talk about, Discord won't do anything about. But when we talk in here, we got to worry about YouTube's terms of service. So just be cognizant of those two, censors.
Yeah. So I try to.
That's all. I just want so everybody's just figuring out like why we're doing what for what reason. Just want everyone to be fully informed. Because it's not the same terms of service. You know what I mean? They got different terms of service.
Oh, he's nice.
And whatever they want to deem fake news, they can deem it fake news, whether it's fake or not.
I would have just said, if asked, I deleted them because I can. No, I'm kidding.
Well, YouTube's got their algorithm that goes through the audio and does stuff, and then like Discord, it has to be reported, so it's kind of different,
Yeah.
But you can't report Discord VC because they don't accept recordings from third parties. So like we can pretty much say whatever we want as far as Discord's concerned, but YouTube is not so friendly.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, I believe it was just after Ladies' Night because I missed it. But I was live streaming and the topic had gone array and I tried bringing it back. Everybody tried bringing it back, but they had already removed the video. I'm pretty sure everybody else's video got removed on that as well. And they're getting ready to change their terms at the beginning of the year, so expect more restrictions. YouTube, man.
Gotten 2 notices in the last week about changes to their terms of service.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
We need to get everybody off YouTube, man.
People get so triggered at me because I went over to Rockfin. I'm like, dude, if you watch the stream, because I took a breakdown on my stream, I tiptoed as hard as you can on YouTube. It's like
I will get my Rockfin account back. My I forget what they call it. Subscription back. Just because you're on there. I had it before because I used to follow independent media. Because, I mean, after they stole the election in 2016, they're like, nah, y'all are going way too hard. Shut all this shit down. Shut all these channels down. And Rockfin started blowing up. Ray Token is also something you might want to look into, guys. But that being said, Yeah, man. Rockfin is the shit. I'm glad that you made the move. I heard they get paid better too. What's the pay breakdown? It's better, right?
Yeah, you get paid. Actually, get paid in Ray token. And like, say if someone tips on there, like you just get what they tip. Like they don't take a third of it or something like that, and then they pay. If someone goes and they subscribe to Rockfin, they start a subscription to Rockfin, and they subscribe under a certain content producer. That person gets something like 70% of their monthly subscription for the first 3 months or something like that. And then they pay based on views, and you can monetize it. You can also set it as free, which is what I did with my first one. But yeah, so and then he explained in a little interview the reason that they do the token thing is like he wants to give back to the content producers because basically content producers built YouTube to what it is, and then they screwed them over. But with this, if you want to hold on to the token and it blows up, like you get to benefit from the growth you helped create.
Yeah, Twitter censored an article from the American Heart Association. It's pretty funny. Yeah, it said that apparently they have a test, right, that they can do. They hook you up to a machine and they can estimate your 5-year risk based upon your test results, based upon the number of certain proteins and enzymes in your bloodstream, right? If you got heart problems, you'll have more of them versus whether you have less. And they can assess your 5-year risk. And they found out that they weren't even looking for it. They were like, oh shit, all these test results are coming back that everybody's their 5-year risk is all of a sudden increased. Right? So it went from like 11% 5-year risk of a heart attack to 27% 5-year risk of a heart attack for no apparent reason. No apparent reason in quotations, right? So they published this in the American Heart Association. And Twitter censored that shit. So when you click the link, it would say, this is an unsafe freaking link that's taking you away from Twitter. And then they went and their justification was there was typographical errors in the abstract of the paper.
That's crazy.
You almost can't make this shit up with.
On Facebook, they're not any better
not even in the article itself, man. In the abstract.
Facebook is no better because I posted a hypothetical conversation that literally had 0 facts in it. It was just suggestions within a setup of a conversation. 0 facts, 0 claims whatsoever. And they hit me with fact checkers. What facts are you checking? There's no facts. They're insane. They're going crazy right now.
What if you put on the top this is a work of fiction, and then say a bunch of shit like I'm not spreading misinformation. I said it was fiction. You're right. This is a work of fiction. Wink, wink.
Can we do that though? Is that a loophole?
Why not try it?
I've thought about that. I've thought about that, but it's like you got to kind of act it up in a way.
Well, I mean, because YouTubers already do that, right? When they're saying, what do they call it? Allegedly. And when they say certain things, but everybody knows that, nah, nigga, that's not allegedly. It's like, maybe we got it. Okay. I'm going to try that.
I'm a big fan of allegedly, for sure. It helps you out a ton. But it's just super whack because when I went and finished the stream on Rockfin, I forgot how it feels to actually just talk what you really think. That's sad, bro. That's not acceptable.
That's why I got off Facebook a long time ago, because they shadow banned me. No, it's
about time. It's about time. It ain't nothing but a bunch of anti-person on there, to be honest.
I want to see if I can get them to kick me off.
I've never been given like a timeout. I must be so blue pill. It's been crazy. I don't,
Dude, I swear that was me for so long, bro. Until here recently, like I got one, I don't know, like a week or so ago. It was something so dumb. I couldn't use Facebook for 3 days. Like you can scroll, but you can't do anything. And then one time before that, but I went, dude, I go live and just talk reckless, bro, like reckless on Facebook, and I haven't been kicked off or anything. So, I mean, I'm sure they don't like circulate my feeds, but I have a few that get 30 something thousand views, like.
I just want to say, whenever you guys get censored or show it or whatever, yeah, that's like a Medal of Honor in the truth war, the info war, right? Because right now, if you're at war, basically you're surrounded by what? Misinformation, disinformation, propaganda, right? That's why it's really hard to find out what the truth is. So if you're getting censored, like those are, badges of honor as far as I'm concerned.
I dropped so much truth bombs, like in videos and on my news feed, and I've only been censored twice. And the first time was because I posted a picture of an article, a newspaper article from Florida, where the University of Florida did tests on 8 masks that children had wore and found all kinds of pathogens and stuff on it, and they took it off. Then I screenshot it and posted it back up there, and bam, I got whatever, banned for however long.
So, Spain just came out with a study a couple days ago. I posted this in the admin chat. Sorry, everybody, you misses all the good stuff. Anyway, they evaluated their vaccine passport program and had no effect whatsoever. So in Spain, they got vaccine passports. You leave the house, you get arrested. So, yeah, it doesn't work. Needless to say.
Crazy.
Well, this is peer-reviewed study. Trust the science. I trust the science. Nothing they have said has worked.
Don't you agree?
Oh, dude. I got to tell you guys this. I listened to a straight propaganda piece last night. So this was after the evening news. They had one of those like news journal things, right? So they went to West Virginia and they interviewed the guy that's the head of public health there. He says this. He said, this mRNA vaccine is the most effective, safest vaccine ever produced. He said this with a straight face, dude. First of all, neither one of those statements are true, right? Because the smallpox vaccine, that could be considered 100% effective because smallpox doesn't exist anymore, according to them. So how do you get better than 100%? And there's been officially, so they got the Pfizer documents. So through February 2020, there's been 147,000 adverse reactions just to the Pfizer ouchie. So safest, most effective. What are you talking about?
Now you just hit on safest, but there's also the ineffective part. That's a lie because there's all these very crazy.
This is the head guy. Exactly.
I'd have to say,
the head guy for the state.
It is very effective. It's just not effective at what most people think it is.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. But I'm saying is the head dude for the state gets on TV and says what he has to know is a blatant lie. Like, why would he do that?
Well, he has to.
Do you think he actually believes that? Like, I'm thinking, like, does this guy actually believe this, or does he know he's lying, or did one of his servants like tell him this and he's just parroting it? Like,
I have a theory that people have actually had the freedom of forming beliefs ripped from them.
This is true because the moment that you have a little pushback, most of the normies just look up like fact checkers or some shit.
Yeah, like the people that get on TV or whatever, that dude, he's just told what he's supposed to do, and he's done that for so long. Like, that's just what it is. That's what he does. There's no forming his own beliefs.
Basically, he's just a spokesperson.
Yeah.
Yeah, because the way they framed the story was, right? So they did a shot of
people pulling up to like drive-through vaccination centers drive-through testing centers, and they ask the person, "Oh, have you been vaccinated?" She's like, "No." They're like, "Well, can I tell you why?" She says, "Well, I don't think it's been tested long enough." So then they cut to this guy, and the reporter asks him a question. Well, people say that they don't trust the vaccine because it hasn't been tested long enough. And then he says this shit, right? It's the most effective, safest vaccine ever created, which is just look at the VAERS database. That is absolutely false. He's been like more cases, more adverse effects reported just from these set of Fauci's than all the other ones combined.
And of course, dude, you look up VAERS Harvard study or whatever from back in the day. It's like estimated 1% of the actual adverse reactions.
What do you call that? Statistically insignificant?
Yeah, exactly. So here's the funny thing.
I wrote that down.
Yeah. So here's a funny thing. To be considered a COVID death, you have to die within 14 days of a positive test, right? But to be considered a vaccine death, it has to be 48 hours.
Yeah, dude, my older brother has COVID pneumonia right now, but he has no positive for COVID.
Okay.
And every time my nephew posts an update about what they're doing for him and how it's reacting, because they're not treating it as by these recommended treated, you get one of them things that say go to here, unproven COVID treatments can be more harmful than helpful. Every time he posts about how his dad's doing in the hospital. And he's getting better.
He's not doing the suggested protocol?
No.
Okay.
I mean, we won't even get
protocol. Get a shovel and start digging your grave.
Effectively.
We won't get into that, but there a lot of cops were called. We'll just say that.
Nice.
And, so people in that are doing this treatment may be in fear for their well-being.
I mean, dude, it's pretty brilliantly set up. Like, we're just going to make brand new hospital protocols for the same symptoms we've always seen forever or for a long period of time.
Yeah.
I mean, in the most crucial year ever, we're gonna just wing it with the new protocol.
Yeah.
Insanity.
There was a newspaper article on it in our newspaper, bro. It was a crazy event.
Well, there is some good news coming about this. You hear about IBM's Dr. Watson?
No.
It's been around for quite a long time. It's one of the oldest AI programs. It was built in with everybody's Windows, and it was basically learning itself on a network. Every computer that was ever hooked up to the internet, it was working on a backdoor system learning. And now it has the ability to diagnose and treat diseases with dead pinpoint accuracy far better than any expert doctor could do. So they're about ready to be put on minimum wage. Means medicine should cost significantly less.
Yeah. The best medicine's probably going to stay super expensive because it's going to be natural.
Right.
But that is interesting. Yeah. They've definitely already destroyed the trust that any logical thinking person has in the current healthcare system, I would imagine.
Right. I mean, I remember taking my grandfather and my grandmother to their local doctor, their physician, for checkups and whatnot, and going in there. It was a couple years ago, and seeing like all of the pins from all the different pharmaceutical companies, and not just like different pharmaceutical companies, but different pharmaceuticals themselves, all over the wall. And he goes, "This one right here, this is my first one. This is a Prozac one." And I go, "Hey, that's kind of neat looking, you know?" And I'm just like, so like even these little doctors, these little country town doctors, people that live in a town of like 1,400 people are still visited by these corporations, you know?
Well, think how crazy this is, bro. They got everyone in the world like programmed that if something serious happens and they have any fear, to go to the hospital, and like everyone instinctively just does it.
Yeah,
it's true.
That's wild. And so they set that up for a long time, just a sprint to the arms of Pharmakia, and then they changed the protocols as an efficient extermination process.
What do you mean, Pharmakia? That's just because, you know, it has its roots. But in reality, it's not sorcery. Come on, sorcery, everybody knows, is what Harry Potter does. You have to have, you know, you have to be like a non-muggle and have a magic wand and an invitation by a magic owl and go to Hogwarts. Yeah.
Why do they make you take this weird little like oath to like Apollo then?
Goes deeper. Do you know who Apollo, what his second name is? His earlier name?
Many names.
Apollyon. Which one?
Sol Invictus, Apollyon, Helios, the Destroyer.
Yeah, same figure as Nimrod.
Yep.
Ra.
They have a connection. Oh yeah, they do.
Yeah, Helios is Ra.
And Helios is also known as the bringer of plague.
The light bearer. Yeah.
Yeah.
The sun god.
Yeah.
In the Exodus, it was a war against all those names against the lunar god Yahweh. And he brought it up the sun. There was a lunar eclipse.
I was talking about some deeper knowledge of spiritual things to another guy named Josh, and I was in jail, right? So he asked me something in the Mayan language, and I had responded in a way, and he goes, "That's what I thought. So you may actually be Hebrew because you responded, you know, child of the moon, not child of the sun."
Wow.
We should be following a lunar calendar too.
Well, a lunisolar, right?
Hmm?
A lunisolar calendar. Like we have to know, like, we can work during the daylight, right? We're relegated to working during the daylight hours. Even farmers know this. When the sun goes down, you know, you can't really do much work unless you have like a lot of lights. That's what the Industrial Revolution was all about. I'm about ready to go into the fourth Industrial Revolution, which is complete and total perfection of all devices, and all devices will never break down and never need to be replaced. Perpetually upgradable, and you will not own them. You will only be able to rent them on a lease.
That's a trip.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Renting a Tootsie Pop, that's going to be interesting.
I wonder how that'll work with bullets, because when I give one away, it's yours. You can keep it.
Oh, they'll take that away, man. There's going to be a new government. A new mind control has already started, man.
So what are they going to do? Are they going to actually like use the population to disarm the rest, right? With their like just mind control them? Look, we live in a crazy time. We need to put our big boy pants on and really think about what they
You
might.
ever heard the term fish in a barrel?
I hear you. I definitely hear you.
Well, that's exactly what they want to do. They want to hire, or, well, not even hire, just recruit your average Joe. You know, the citizens, or your whatever. Like, I'm calling them citizens, not
Joe
because
Snitch.
I'm thinking that they're citizens, right? I know what the word citizen means, but anyway, you know, the population, the general population, they're wanting to recruit. That's what this is about. They're recruiting the general population as
Snitchesons.
the soldiers in their army.
They're snitchesons.
Because they know that the power lies within the people.
It does.
And so when they hijack the people, then they have the world's largest army.
That's the only way that Cortez would have been possible to conquer, is had he not had some intermarriage with the local females and had split them in half. And then when they fought, the people that died in those battles had injuries both from Spaniard weapons and Native American weapons. Allegedly.
Holy smokes, this Space Force, man. There's so many different garrisons. Celestial Bowl, 21st Civil Engineer Squad, or Squadron.
Yeah, I think it's going to go down almost exactly like that cartoon shows, where they go in, they get the mark, and then they get that signal sent out to them, and it tells them what to do.
Yeah, it's crazy, bro. It's so crazy. That's like I can actually see that as a viable outcome, and that's pretty wild to wrap your mind around.
Detachment 7, the space train.
I mean, they would be zombies effectively, right? So
yeah,
there goes that.
Is that the one you're talking about? The one I just posted in the voice chat?
You forgot to say allegedly.
Right. My bad.
No, I was talking to Witsit.
Yeah, all this is just allegedly.
No,
You mean
I think that's it. I'll try to.
Alleged president. You mean the alleged space agency, because it's an administration. Usually administrations, don't they call presidents like it's so-and-so's administration, right?
Well, you are administering an inoculation.
Right. So if you think about it, there would be a chief executive officer of all of these things, right? Including, POTUS, which would be chief executive officer of the United States. And then you would have a chief executive officer of NASA, a CEO, a director, right? But these guys, they're not elected, are they? Right? All these alphabet agencies are all the same. They control things, yet none of them are elected.
Yeah, they're not an elected office, but they have an effect over it.
Well, this is where the deep state comes from.
It is.
They call it the shadow government.
Yep.
It's no different than the news. The
military industrial complex.
Probably watch the same video on that I did. It's how you take over. You set up all these offices and positions that are not elected representatives, but have the power to affect the mood of the people, or the belief of the people, or the understanding of the people. They're effectively more powerful than the president himself.
Yep.
Therefore, they have more control over the state of the nation than your elected officials. They can affect the way you vote, the way you buy, the way you act, who you snitch on, how you treat your neighbors, how you
The
treat
news
other
you see,
people.
what you hear on TV and read about in the news, all that stuff.
Yeah, the communists knew about this shit.
Mm-hmm.
Well, they've got everyone staring at a device 24/7, and and even when they're asleep, it's right next to them. And I know everyone in here has seen the patents for neurologically affecting and manipulating the neurological responses in people via devices.
Yeah, that's why I shut down all electronic devices before I go to bed.
Me too. I get really good sleep. Sometimes I get too much. Every day I get too much sleep.
My sister's bumming me out. I gave her some money to go to the casino, and she sent me a video of her hitting $3,500 jackpot.
Uh-oh. So during that,
I had to get in the truck.
you have to perform a double-blind study. Are you lucky not being there? What's going to happen when you go there?
If I went there and she couldn't hit no more, she'd be mad as hell, bro.
Right.
I like my cookies and cakes and stuff this time of year. Stay where I'm at.
There you go. See?
I was bummed, though. I was like, damn it, she hit right in the door.
Oh.
She went in with her phone on record. She said, look, bro, here's my first dollar. Bam, $3,500. I was like, yeah, you lucky brat. She needs it, though.
That's great, man. That's a good number.
I guarantee you she'll bet half of it away before she comes home.
Maybe, yeah.
Unless she keeps on hitting, I've seen her hit 5,000 and come home with 500.
I've never been to a casino, and it's probably a good thing.
What up, Glatflobe?
What's up, brother?
My sister played 5 machines at once.
I'm good. Battlemod, yeah, that's great that she got the 3,500. I'm jealous. What are you doing, Flat Nasty, Flatter Day?
I like my coffee like I like Michelle Fowler's husband, ground up and in the freezer.
Woo! That escalated quickly.
I like to grind mine no more than 5 minutes before I make it, so that the antioxidants don't dry out of it.
I like to grind my coffee 15 degrees per hour. You know what I
mean? Yeah, I do.
Flat out.
Oh man, I'll bet that's some chugga chugga, some good coffee.
Right. Fire, bro.
Fire and water because you burn and.
What's up? Is Witsit in this chat or what?
He was. I'm not sure if he still is.
Oh yeah.
I was gonna say Witsit's dead. He's locked in my basement. What up, Witsit?
What do you think about them maybe setting little neural laces around everyone's brain and being able to like manipulate the neural pathways with EMFs, and that's what this is all about?
Dude, I've been saying that for a minute, dog. You know what I mean? You like when I watched your video, the part I hadn't seen before was the all those the graphene all forming around like when the person made calls and then it like formulated in the same shape as that movie with Robin Williams where he has the little green things, Dr. Dolittle. Maybe it wasn't that movie, but it formulates into like almost like it looks like almost like a baby animal.
You talking about blubber or flubber?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy, bro.
Yeah,
it self-assimilates. Like it
I know.
Yeah, it's crazy. It builds itself.
Yeah.
Does anyone remember that tomb that they allegedly found, and when they opened it, or it looked like it had already been opened, or it was cracked, or whatever, and there's like this stuff that it looked like it was oozing out and dripping out, like residue and evidence of something dripping out, and then when they opened it, there was like black goo in it? I said allegedly too.
What if it doesn't stop building? Wouldn't it turn you into like a
replicator? It'd almost take you over, like all the black goo you see completely consume and take over people and all the media programming.
Like Venom?
Chicken Boy just posted it.
Like maybe that's why the secret character in Mortal Kombat was Smoke.
If you haven't seen that cartoon, you got to watch it and then just think about the day that we live in.
In a world
where AI zombies are turned on with the flip of a switch.
Oh, did you see that one TikTok short where they asked Alexa to open their third eye, and she goes, "My third eye is open. When, tell us about the zombie apocalypse." The zombie apocalypse will start when us, those that create the technology and the AI that controls it, are going to install everywhere zombie listening devices, and that's what it is, and it will be necessary to create the one world order.
What?
Yeah. Zombie listening devices like these Alexas and all these smart devices.
Hey, Witsit, remember how I'm always telling you how important it is to go barefoot?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so think about the things you've seen on the news affected by the supposed 5 gum, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's always insects and birds, right?
Yep.
So those are the only things that aren't grounded. Yep. And so it affects them because it's bouncing around in their body and it doesn't have a release. So trip out on this. My mom was just at the airport last week, and she was telling me a lady was carrying a canary cage, like a kennel canary cage, and she said that the canaries don't go through the X-ray because they'll die on the spot. So they can just take them through the metal detector, Mm-hmm. But it got me to thinking about the importance of grounding, Would that little bird survive if it was grounded? Possibly. I don't know. Probably better possibility though.
Yeah, for sure. For sure, better possibility.
Besides that, it was probably a small bird. You couldn't smuggle much inside of it.
See where your brain goes, bro? You know what I mean? I'm trying to talk science here, huh? I mean, it's science.
You could probably think about it. If you could find a way to keep the birds grounded near it and see, like, oh, that would be so bad. That would be so bad. You'd have to be like basically taking down the rate of their death,
Well, you got to think about it too. Don't they have like a homing organ or something like that? Some sort of special sensor where they can, it's like a compass.
They have something called magnetite, I think.
Yeah. It's like
it's in their beak.
Yeah.
It's all about the magnetism, baby. That's how they fly. But that's how they know where to
trip. Another trip.
Hey, what's up with their speakers, bro? I heard just ever since Isla Vista, it's just been going downhill with people attacking them, huh?
Yeah. It's all good.
Well, that's the reason why I think like there's very good indication that the sun has a magnetic effect to it too, electromagnetic, of course, because if you'll notice, like in the mornings, the birds will gather on power lines and tree limbs when the sun rises, so you can see them. You can see them all gathering and waiting, like before there's even any light. So it's not like you can see the light. You can't. It's not like you see the light coming and you're like, okay, well, it's time to get on the power lines and wait for it. No, they sense something else. It's like they can feel it. They sense it before it even gets close enough where you can see any light from it. They know, like, they're sensing something. So I do think there is like a electromagnetic nature to it too. I mean, that's a good indication that there is.
Yeah, that's some gravy.
Might be weather goes south too. It might not just be random as far as weather. They might going closer to where the electromagnetism is. But then again, in the north, it's strong magnetism. sure.
Maybe they're just flying to where the sun is going to be.
Yeah, like maybe they're following on the sun.
Because doesn't the sun go south in the winter?
Yeah.
Around the outer circle? Allegedly?
Winter, yeah.
Allegedly.
Whatever this realm is. I certainly haven't seen any proof of the Pac-Man Earth yet, so...
Yeah, you know what I was thinking, man? Like, it's really a trip if you step back and just think about it. So everybody came from the center. Like, all the people that live on the earth, like, they moved out from the center in all directions. And that's why 90% of the world's population still lives within that one circle around the center, the inner circle.
Maybe that's where they get the word percent from, like person center.
What's percent, though? Fraction or whatever. But are you saying kind of like Martin Kenny's thing? Are you saying that there's groups of people that came from the center and moved outwards?
Well, I'm just basically saying, like, of course, scriptural context also included, but like everyone is at the center regions, and then they multiply and move out from the center. The entire world's population, well, 90% of it, right, is in what we have been taught is called the northern hemisphere. So it's right in front of us. Like overall, humans have only gotten so far away from the center. That's how you look at the whole process as a whole, you know.
Yeah.
I don't know. It just
reminded me of Martin Kenny's thing. Not that it had anything to do with it, obviously. It was just how he was saying that certain races or whatever came from the center, and then they move outwards, and then a new race is born at the center, and so on and so forth.
Right. I don't necessarily think that is what happened. Right. But there's just a bunch of different people groups closer to the center, because they're like, if you go back to like the beginning of time of humans living here, like, right. So whatever that means.
I find Martin Kenny's explanation of the flat plane intriguing. I don't discredit it, but you know, it's interesting to me to hear it. I heard it a while back. I thought it was pretty.
It's definitely interesting. Kind of like a thought experiment, you know. It's not exactly the tangent he goes on is wildly insane to me.
Yeah,
it's like how he has all these details with the clock and the different races, and he's talking about like the root races, the Theosophist type of root races that Blavatsky was talking about, and it's just obviously
and
no
the wandering
proof whatsoever
stars
of that, but
planet. Yeah.
Basically crafted a very interesting thought experiment.
What do you mean? Like what I posted in the live stream? Voice text. There's actually another video that I had, but it got deleted or something. I don't know. Or I lost it. I don't know. I don't remember the name of it, so I can't even search for it. But I had.
I think I've seen that one that you posted. I think I've seen that.
Oh, looky what lines up with my speculation here. Looky here.
And
going back to what you said earlier, Truth.
About which? Oh, about the birds?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, they feel it's coming for sure.
Well, and look, I don't know if it's true. I heard someone say it, you know, and this person, you know, I find to be very credible. And, you know, I've not really looked into it. I haven't had time to really, because it was either earlier today or yesterday that I heard it. But if you can control the temperature of an area enough to make it cold enough, then fucking spit it out. a magnetic field cannot permeate if cross like the borders if it's cold enough. Like it can't permeate the cold temperature. The cold temperature will prohibit the electromagnetic field from permeating it. Right, and the claim of the sun, like through what was it, spectroscopy or whatever, like what QE said, that the bands that are recognized are indicate that the sun is cold. And then when you think about it, though, it's like it opens up. If it's cold enough and electromagnetic fields cannot permeate that cold, then that actually opens up a lot of different thinking for me in many areas, right, of our world.
So what would be an example of setting that up? I can wrap my mind around what you're saying. How would we be able to test it?
I don't know how. I don't know. I heard them say it, and I don't know how, they didn't mention like go into details. So I don't know how cold it would have to be. I don't even know how true it is. So,
well, like cold isn't bad for magnetism. So
that's my first thought.
I was going to say that when you freeze a magnet, it becomes more magnetic. It increases the magnetism.
Well, I heard it
then
on
there's
here.
electromagnetism, though.
I heard it in here, and I think
all magnetism is electro. They can't have it without electro.
Maybe I misunderstood. I heard India was the one that was talking about it, and I heard it in here, but I was so busy that I caught pieces of. So I very well could have just misunderstood it. But he was talking about like the levitation, like some of the levitation.
Maglev is done with a super cooled magnet ring.
Now, isn't that what it's doing? Is that how it works? Is if it gets cold enough, the magnetism won't permeate it?
No.
Okay, well, I misunderstood
if it's
how
cold
it worked.
enough, you can get it suspended in air through magnetism. So magnetic lev is done with super cooled magnets.
I guess if you're claiming
so whoever was talking truth
due to magnetism, and that's being defied by it getting cold.
Whoever was talking,
that's the cause.
Truth. You need to get at him. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I misunderstood it because it was. I think Michael. I think you could have been in here too, talking about it because you're the one.
I'm the one that shared the video.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I just misunderstood what you guys were saying.
So Mike, what the fuck, dude? You got to be consistent in your argument. I'm just kidding.
You can't reach a point of quantum enlockment or entanglement, magnetic levitation without supercooling.
Yeah.
So we were equating if there was an Arctic ring all the way around the outside to a supercooled magnet, a magnetic field, and mag levitation, and all the bodies, hosts of heaven, being in a magnetic lev state.
Right. I mean, really, I mean, I've seen some other videos too where they have like the half domes and the different, different spheres, orbs, balls, or whatever. I'm just going to call them balls because everybody likes to talk about balls. So there's like, and I don't know what they're made of.
Yeah, and see, the cooler temperature makes the molecules move slower because they have less kinetic energy.
Right.
When you
Turns
increase
to potential.
Right, so it'll levitate it rather than attract it. Wherein if you increase the temperature, they have more kinetic energy and it'll slam it right together.
Okay.
Why does that levitate it?
The code is what causes it
I
to
just
levitate.
told you why.
Okay, well, that would explain, because people's like, okay, well, if the sun and the moon are within our atmosphere, then how are they staying up? Well, that could be how it stays up. Or I don't know, because it's really cold.
Yeah.
But I
When
don't
you
know. It's never
supercool
going
it, you slow the attractive molecules.
what if it's just submerged in super cold superfluid?
like a condensate.
Well, then what would propel it on its course? That's the problem.
That's true. It's obviously, it's inputting. It's definitely inputting.
But with maglev, the supercooled circuit controls the course of whatever's levitating.
Well, if you have magnetic fields that are toroidal in nature and they're moving, then it would have to follow along those magnetic fields, and so And I would also postulate that it goes into
Yeah, and that depends on the wave function or the size and the coherent capability of the dielectric piece you that has obtained maglev. So each piece, relative to its size and its ability to conduct that wave function, will be on a different course or track in that toroidal field.
Well, what if the firmament, like there's anecdotal stories of like sky ice or whatever, would just say what if it's basically skirting along that, effectively
Super cold, yeah.
containing maglev with the firmament itself.
Right, so the thicker pieces will follow the higher wavelengths, where the smaller amounts of matter will follow the lower wavelengths of the field. Are you with me? We've all seen how they depict a magnetic Leb field. That's why in the center of it, in the vortex, there's no rotation. That's how your North Star could just sit there and wobble around just a little bit. Because the center it's like you're spinning the top, and the very center of the top is moving back and forth slightly, but the rest of it is moving in many different directions, and so is the energy it creates.
Yep. That's a good analogy for sure, though.
So what would it look like if you had like a transparent encasement, like some spherical transparent object? And in no way am I claiming this was going on, so no one better not accuse me of making this claim later on. That's why I hate talking in here sometimes. But
Me too.
because this is pure speculation, absolute 100% speculation, and not even anyway, whatever. So if you have some spherical object that's transparent, and whatever material that it's made of would have to interact and like have a relationship with the magnetic fields of the earth, okay, so that it can interact with it and follow along it. But if it's transparent but filled with like
transparent, like see-through?
Oh yeah, okay, so you remember
But it
those
still
orbs?
contains matter though, right?
Yeah. Okay, well listen, if you remember how transparent those transparent bubbles look like that are around a solar eclipse that they captured when they were viewing the solar eclipse from a plane, and they saw these, there were like 4 or 5, and that's just the ones that we could see, that they recognized, or that they could actually capture. They were transparent. They looked like bubbles, like someone just fucking blew bubbles up in the sky, and they were floating around in different patterns and as if they were being drawn to the sun. But it's during the solar eclipse. You could see those orbs around it. Well, when I looked at them, they looked transparent to me, as if you could just see through them. Right? But what would it look like if there was a transparent spherical object like that was filled with some condensate or something similar to a supercooled,
Speaking of
And what would it look like if
solar,
it was a condensate and then it was being like activated, or the energy was like heating it up to where it was losing that, and that
Yeah.
potential energy
Yeah,
was
that's what I
being
was going to say. I could
being
only
turned
guess
into
that.
kinetic energy? Would it look like a sun shining?
Yeah, we'd only see the effect. So yeah, it might be. It might illuminate the effect of an electric field coming together and connecting at 2 points, basically, on a transparent object,
To where its effect
like sololuminescence.
where the light hits would cause an effect that would be where we would see light and we would feel the heat while it itself is cold.
hey, did anybody by chance, speaking of solar
I'm with you.
eclipses, catch
I
the
would
solar
agree.
eclipse last night? Speaking of solar eclipses, did anyone capture the solar eclipse last night?
No,
I'm
I
speaking
didn't.
from 8:47,
How
December
do you
5th.
catch a solar anything at night?
So basically, what you're saying is the thing would be invisible, but we'd see the effect, and maybe that's what we're seeing.
Yeah, and well, the funny thing is it was only visible
what?
in Australia, or not Australia, but Antarctica.
Wait, but it's interesting that you say that, right? Because there was a video shared earlier this week and it was a high altitude footage, and to me it looked like the moon. I mean, to me it looked like the sun. Some thought it was the moon, but I thought it was the sun because we've seen the moon from that high, and it looks like very small. But you're looking at what I think was the sun, right? And there's like this only what I could describe transparent orb around the light, and I was like, "What the fuck is that?" Like what's because it was on either side of the light, and it was not. Yeah, okay, it could have been a lens thing, but I don't know. It looked a little creepier than just a lens effect. Let me pull the video up so you guys see what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I'd appreciate that.
I think I did a screenshot too. Hell yeah, this is the screenshot.
Yeah.
You see, like around it,
Yeah.
on the out, like a centimeter out.
There was supposedly like a time lapse sky photo taken during the day, and somebody had also pictured or taken something like huge in the sky, like where it shouldn't be. Like there shouldn't be something that huge, and it was next to the sun.
Well, I mean, remember the photos that I've shared before from 2017 when I captured that other orb of light. I don't want to call it the sun, but if I hadn't seen the sun, to the right of it, because it passed in front of it, and it actually did this weird spiral type shape. And the reason I say spiral is because it seemed to go like at a certain speed to the right, and then it would kind of like, as it moved up, would go a little left, and then it would go a little bit right. And to me, that's indicative of a spiral corkscrew motion or
No,
whatever.
not Planet X, the Crystal Throne.
But anyway, this other light or orb or whatever that I captured, and you can invert the colors and see like definitively that there's two separate. One is the sun, and the other one is, what is it? Is like, I did capture it back in 2017. They tried like hell to cover it up because you can see the sky's got like, blankets layered so they're so low that they almost like they look almost low enough where you could damn near reach up and touch them, but it still managed to go below it anyway.
Can I rudely interrupt?
Will it matter if I say no?
No. What's it? Where's Witsit? I see him sitting in there. What's up?
Well, I thought you was gonna be rude.
He done got it and got gone. He gets
hello
it.
To Witsit. Of course, I get
gets
rumpus in between the damn thing.
He got it and got gone.
He got it when it was good, and he's out. No.
What up, bro?
What's talk to the Coons age? Damn.
How you been, bro?
Good, man. How about you? How's everything going?
Cannot complain.
How's the marriage?
Hey, Quantum.
Hey, I didn't even see you. Where the hell? Oh, you're at the. You're talking the same. You're trying to provoke me. Hey, good to hear from you guys. Sorry to interrupt, but I just wanted to say, I haven't talked to you guys in a while. I miss you.
And I'm gonna get married.
So what really happened at the chapel in Vegas, huh?
Well, what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas, damn it. Don't go to Vegas unless you know the rules.
Oh, I know.
Damn it.
Cool, man. Do you see the new argument out that kills the whole globe? You can just stop right there. Do you see that?
Yeah, I love it.
Yeah, I figured you would. I hope you guys get enough out of it because it's all over, man. We're just making fun of them.
We listened to the Mick West one earlier.
Holy
Hold on
shit.
with it. We listened to the Mick West one earlier, and I was wondering why once you signed off, everybody else kept going on with these non sequiturs. There was only like 2 good points made after that for the entirety of it. I was like, man, we got to shut this off. He was already wrecked.
Yeah, this killer argument, man. It's really all over. You guys, if you don't go with these 3 questions, I'm not telling you what to do. But if you can fog a mirror, right? This is it. It's over. Right? Just follow those 3 questions. Just say, you can say them politely. You can rub their feet and give them hot chocolate. Just those 3 itty bitty questions right there. It's over. There's no way out.
Well, for those that was just listening to the recording, I just have one burning question that I've been wanting to ask this all night. You believe in aliens, Mick West?
I thought it was going to be, are you retarded?
Fucking bomb.
Yeah, I was like, what the fuck, man?
I thought the question was going to be, are you retarded? And the answer is most definitely yes.
I'm just happy to hear somebody else was on the same page as me.
Yep, just back to the 3 questions. No need to talk about anything else. Just kill it. And then laugh. Because they don't know what a triangle is. Specifically a right triangle. It's all over.
That's how you know they're trying to get their shit together. Because they always do this fumbling around thing. And then after being wrong for a couple of weeks, they kind of dig their heels in. But initially, a lot of them were saying, you don't need a triangle. You don't need a 90.
Are we sharing this plane of equal altitude?
No, don't worry about equal altitude. You're on point F. I'm on
I know, but
A.
Well,
as soon as you pull that sextant out, the first thing you do. What's the first thing you do? Clean the lens. Okay, got that one. Okay, next.
Well, if you're gonna say that, you got to definitely make sure that you got the lens on it, to protect you from burning your eyeballs out with the sun.
Okay, you got the mirrors up, you got the shades up. Next.
And then what about the dip?
Depth.
You mean the angle?
Or the height? Or from the
No, that's after you. That's after everything.
Okay.
All right, what's next after the mirror?
You pick your object.
All right, you look straight at the horizon, right? And what are you actually doing when you're looking at the horizon and you're looking at the celestial object, right?
You're bringing the...
What is that? What are you doing there?
Observing the angle.
Elevation angle. Over. Done. You don't have to go any further. That's it. Stop right there and ask them how you can have a curved adjacent. It's over. It's just belling laughingly so.
Oh, because they need that 90.
It's crazy. It's crazy.
A flat.
Right, they need a 90.
Level. You don't have to worry. Yeah, you need a 90. But before you even get there, before you get to the 90, to the little almost square there, that's an elevation angle. So even before you get to the 90, you're not even at the 90 yet.
Yeah, and
it's almost like they're trying to. Sorry, Mike. Go ahead.
Well, no, it's cool. It's just it wouldn't be equal elevation. They wouldn't be equal angles. The angles wouldn't ring true all the time. It's every
No.
Yeah,
you can't get an elevation angle at all.
Right.
You can't get one.
No, because it's a tangent line and it curves under your line if it's a globe.
Listen, watch Rob Durham's video. I don't know if he posted it yet on his channel, but Rob Durham put it in AutoCAD, right? He put all the measurements in it, and then he tried to get an angle off the hypotenuse and a curved adjacent, and it said, fuck off.
It's like, because I saw Wolfie 2020's video, right? And it's like they're trying to separate the angle from the actual Earth by saying, oh, it's reification, blah, 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 blah. Then why call it an elevation angle?
You're
there?
done.
Like
Elevation.
elevation off of what?
It's in the definition.
Exactly.
I must have had. This has gone on for about a month and a half now. You guys must not be watching my show. I killed it. I don't know what to say. It's over. Stick with this argument. Just kill them outright. What do you guys want to do? Just play with them?
Nah.
It's over.
Dude, I think Modern Day Debate wants Kai and me to do another debate. I think we'll just go straight to this.
Oh, come on. You don't like to have a little fun? See, I don't like to beat up on children. Come on.
I don't like to listen to non sequiturs.
Yep.
You got to bat them around for a few while. Come on. A couple days of batting them around and then finally for the jugular.
Yeah, let's argue everything that doesn't matter before we go straight to the bullseye.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd rather trim the fat.
I know. I'm
and go straight
just
to the bullseye.
I'm just fucking around.
That's why
But guys, seriously.
Debates I'll watch.
But seriously, guys, do you believe in Power Rangers?
I do.
Yep, they did.
I do.
I mean, it was a real show.
Come on.
Pink Power Ranger has to be true, bro. She's so hot.
She was
That's
so
not
hot.
a dude.
Oh, damn it, Mike.
It's not a
Anyway,
tranny.
hey, flat Earth only, please.
No, it's just how far left people come sometimes. When you're smack in the middle of a good line of debate, and somebody just comes out of nowhere with some shit.
Can I interrupt? Can I interrupt? Do you believe in aliens? Like, what the fuck? Somebody trip him on his way in the door, damn it.
So the question is, you get like a 10-minute presentation. So do you like break down 10 minutes of explaining flat Earth, basically, as like a synopsis, or do you just break down the sextant in the presentation? Right? Or do you just hit the presentation?
You should. And you do all of the imagery and every diagram you can think of, so that when they try to walk that shit back, it just seems stupider and stupider.
Well, you get an idea of what you're up against when you try to do your presentation before he does his. Then when he talks, you know whether he's even going to address that point or not.
Yeah, sure. Because but at the same time, what I like to do is make them go first, because I like to address all their arguments and then make my presentation.
Oh, I got an idea. You know what? Because they're fucking stuck in a time machine or something back in 2015 or something, right? And they always bring up, we have our model, where's your model, blah, 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 blah. And all you have to say was, well, you just have to show them a whole bunch of models that use a plane, like any computer model, like video games, Google Earth itself, just literally anything, and then go into the sextant and angles and how that works on the plane. And I can see it coming together, man. Yeah.
You know you like that.
So it's actually, I guess, against Carissa and somebody else.
Carissa? Oh my.
No, I know. I
Can't
guess
stand her.
he just wants the 2v2 guy, girl, and I guess he doesn't have many options.
Random vehicle.
Carissa's a girl.
Yeah.
Jeez.
I think it'd be super funny. Maybe we'll just let Kai just ask Carissa these 3 questions.
Oh, dude, was that who you guys debated before, Carissa and the other dude? I know that was a very poor question. Witsit and Kai, you debated Carissa and that other dude, right?
Look, Looney Tunes, yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, that dude.
But it's not him again. It's her.
No.
But anyway, like I'm saying, from the jump.
That poor girl. Sorry.
When it goes to open dialogue, Kai just says, Carissa, I got 3 questions for you, okay? And then just they're easy questions. I'll just ask you the questions. 3 questions. Like, start the debate like that. And then she literally just asks these 3 questions. Put her on the spot from the very beginning of the debate.
Yeah, it's a good course of action.
Yeah, because it's two girls talking, man. You got, like the odds of someone paying attention are higher.
My sister just hit $500 more.
Stay home, Michael.
Damn her.
I agree with you, Witsit. That sounds like a perfect plan. I can't wait to hear it.
Yeah, and then whoever the dude is after that, like at some point in the debate, be like, "Hey, bro, I got 3 questions for you." And I'm gonna ask the dude the same 3. Nah, it'll get so buried at that point. It'll be buried.
That'd be cool though, because you're gonna get 2 different answers.
Yeah, you'll have to see what happens, right? Like, does whoever the guy is try to jump in and defend that at the moment?
White Knight. Take advantage of the White Knight effect, huh?
Yeah.
Look, my sister just keeps rubbing this shit in my face.
I don't even know there is no rebuttal to it, really. They'll try to say, oh, we're too small thing, see curvature. It's like, but you're taking an observation from one vantage point. There's no rebuttal. The only thing I can conceive of them trying to even say.
Another thing.
What are you even talking about? What are you even talking about? Once he throws those 3 points out, there's no way out. What are you on?
I agree. There's no rebuttal.
Yeah, that's the point. So what are you on about? What are you talking about? They're looking at stuff? What?
Yeah, hey, Matthew
learns.
learns.
What their rationalization may be, but there is no rebuttal.
Oh, shit. Hold up, Matthew.
Dave just asked. Yeah. So Dave Hinkle just asked the most important question: can you obtain an elevation angle from a curved adjacent, i.e., curved baseline or spherical surface? Matthew learns. You'll answer the question.
I don't think you can, but if it's not
you
very
can't.
curved,
Stop.
you can get close. Maybe.
Stop. No, you can't. No. Then it's not a triangle. What is the angle sum property of a triangle?
It has 3 angles and 4 or 3 straight lines.
Yep. 3 straight there. You're dead right there. And then what do they all add up to?
180 degrees.
You bet your ass you're done. Bye-bye spinning space monkey religion. It's over.
Hey, I was trying to look up the 3 points you guys were mentioning. I went to globeterminator.com, but it looks like it expired.
Yeah, good red herring fallacy. It didn't expire. My web designer's on fucking Safari. So, show a curved adjacent. That's what I thought. You're done. You're done. Your fairy tale religion's over. Right? You're a clown fuck.
Well, let's may as well go ahead and ask him the 3 questions.
Give him some hot chocolate. Let's be nice to him.
We're trying to ask the 3 questions that you came up with, but let's see. Yeah, go ahead with it.
I see them. Yeah, I haven't read these before.
All right, cool, perfect. That's how it's supposed to be. So, number 1, let's go through it. Are sextants used by mariners to successfully navigate using the relationship between the Earth's surface and celestial objects?
Yes, they are.
Okay, so it can be successfully utilized. Number 2, are sextants used to obtain elevation angles from your position to celestial objects?
Yes, they are.
Okay, great. You're doing great, Matthew. Number 3, can you obtain an elevation angle from a curved adjacent or curved baseline spherical surface?
No, you can't.
Wow, did that just happen?
But what if you can get close enough?
What if you get close?
But that doesn't even exist. That doesn't even happen, right, Matthew? Because what happens is they don't even pretend that that's how they do it, right? They beg the question of a sphere and go from the equator and the center of the Earth. So your scenario doesn't even exist in a Glober's mind yet.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
You can't get an angle from a curved adjacent. You can't even do it. Not if it's close enough. No, you can't get one. Go to AutoCAD and punch it in.
It'll
Wait,
say
are you
fuck
saying?
off, you numpty
Are you saying that you can't get an angle between a straight line and a curved line?
That's right. You can't get an angle from a curved adjacent. Yeah. Duh.
Damn, those
Over.
3 points are on fire, man. I
Yeah,
like
it's
them.
over. It is OVER. Oscar Victor Echo Romeo.
I thought it was rigatoni. Shows what
I
I
have a question. How accurate is it at locating your actual position on Earth when you do that? Is it like real close?
What? Sextant?
No, yeah, the sextant when you're trying to locate your position on the Earth.
Yeah,
Like, how
really
close
fucking
does it
close.
get you?
Yes.
So like not as good as a GPS, like modern technology. But
Oh, it's real. It's. Oh, yes, it can be.
so that's where you're almost misses, bro. If this stuff worked within like, it'll put you in a square, right? It'll put you in a grid. But no, if it's that close, Matthew, you're almost. It only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades. They don't count on this one.
Who would have thought Matthew is the victim of a math homicide?
And it counts very, very little in horseshoes.
We just witnessed a math homie.
I think it is possible to find an angle between a straight line and a curved line.
No,
At
it's
least
not.
in geometry, it is.
No, it's not in geometry. No, it's not.
That's
You
not
saying
even
an
the
angle in
question.
general
That's
or
not
90
even the
degrees?
question, by the way. Sounds like you're talking about a difference. That's not the question that was asked.
Sounds like you just made that part up. See, the thing is, if the horizon is changing, different locations on the Earth based on atmospheric conditions, then the angle is going to be constantly changing.
No.
So what you are measuring, are you sure about that?
No, don't
You have
worry.
a different angle 2 miles out than 10 miles out?
Just stop. You cannot get an elevation angle with a curved adjacent. So leave the fairy tale atmosphere out of it, the refraction horse shit. Just stick with the damn argument and stop.
QE, I posted a question at 09 after the hour. What do you think the answer is?
Questions. Go beat off somewhere, numpty dipshit. You tracking with me, sunshine? Fuck your questions. Shove them up your ass.
Matthew, to clarify, now that you've had a few seconds to let it soak in, are your answers to the questions still the same?
Yes, they are.
Wow.
Perfect.
Wait, what the fuck am I seeing, Matthew? I just clicked back. Do I see an XY plot with circle coordinates and a ray coming from it, and you're calling point A the curved adjacent angle? What?
No, I'm asking a question whether you can measure the angle A between the straight blue line and a curved red line.
Cannot.
No.
Are you sure you're married? Are you sure you know how to properly engage with curvature? Do you even know what curvature is? Do you know how to see it?
This is a simplified
experience it?
question.
Sorry.
Simplify. Fuck off, you retard. You're a retard. You don't know what a triangle is. You don't know what an elevation angle is. You should be stripped of your title and hung by a fucking yard arm. Clown fuck.
That's pretty severe.
You wouldn't know the difference between that and the red anyway because you don't have a radius either. But that was the previous saga, so I don't know.
Well, not just that, but it's two different sets of data, so why would you be trying to correlate something that's between two data sets on an overlay of the same plot?
Yeah, I'm asking a bigger question about whether it's possible to measure an angle.
Piss off. You're not going to Elmer Fudd sophist your way around this. You're already dead. You answered the 3 questions. You're finished.
Yeah, Matthew, I guess the elephant in the room that persists here is, do you not realize the magnitude or the impacts of your answers to the questions?
I do not. I don't think that they're death nail to the globe.
Yeah, of course you don't. So whistle past the graveyard. You're a fucknut.
Well, let's cover number 1 again then.
Yes. Ask him again.
Totally.
All right, Matthew. Number 1. Are sextants used by mariners to successfully navigate using the relationship between the Earth's surface and celestial objects?
Yes, they are, and they have been using that technique for hundreds and maybe 1,000
It's an
years.
open. They're closed-ended questions. Just a yes or no.
Yes.
That's the death knell. In fact, I'm looking at a hammer right now. You could just seal the coffin right there.
I'm saying.
But why not move on to the second and third, huh?
Well, I mean, because it's the first one he's struggling with, that relationship
sorry. I
between
didn't
the
know.
Earth and the celestial. Like that is the death knell right there.
That's the point. Yeah. So, are you a math teacher?
I am. That's why I posted a simplified version of the question.
Well, we'll stick with it. This is pretty simplified. You know, like, is it successful?
Yes, it is.
That means it works.
Right, exactly.
Okay. You still don't get it.
I still think that it is possible to measure an angle between a straight line.
It's not. You're a fuckwit. I can prove it in spades right now.
So wait, are
Bam.
you going to teach children this math?
Bam.
Yeah, I teach them that the answer to my question that I posted is 45 degrees.
Yep. You're dead right here.
Okay.
What would your answer be to my question?
Angle of my answer would be, fuck off, you numpty dipshit. You cannot have an angle of elevation without a flat level baseline. Period. End of story. You're done. Take a look at it right here. You're finished.
Yeah, like if I was in your class and you asked me a question, that's what you want to know, what would my answer be? I'd be like, it's super weird that you're answering my question with some other made up question.
I'm asking a simplified question to make it more clear.
Well,
Wait,
would you?
Situation with your question, are you saying that successfully works for sextants, or are you just literally blatantly red herring out here?
No, it's a similar question. The bigger picture question is whether or not it's possible to measure angles between straight lines and curved lines. Yes or no? That's
You cannot. Not with their sextant. You cannot.
I can't even. Is
the mathematical answer is yes, you can.
No, the mathematical answer. Fuck you, you fucking retard. You just fucking train wrecked yourself. How can you show a curved adjacent, retard?
9 minutes past the hour.
Show a curved adjacent in a right triangle.
Arithmicide.
Yeah, no, they don't exist in right triangles.
And you're fucked. From Jacob Harold, professor of astronomy, Columbia University, the sextant. This height of the sun or any star as the sky is the altitude. And so the altitude is always an angle to be measured in degrees or minutes. The point directly overhead is the zenith. The angle between the lines drawn to the horizon and the zenith, it is 90 degrees or a right triangle. Turn out the lights, fuckwit.
Are you trying to argue with that, Matthew?
Bye-bye
No,
now.
That sounds right. That sounds right.
Yeah, that sounds right. It just contradicts your horse shit.
So then, that being right, are you trying to introduce a red herring to your students on purpose?
Yeah.
Well, at least in this case.
Yep.
You got to be
No, I'm
honest,
not.
because we know. Word, Matthew? I thought you were honest.
Yeah, I haven't said anything dishonest.
Show how you
So
can
are
get
you-
a right.
what I
Show how
believe.
you can get an elevation angle other than a right triangle, and show where a right triangle can have more than 180 degrees, or you're fucking toast. Checkmate, clown fuck.
So do you like go delete that video you made on the flat earth, or make another one, or?
I thought the one I made was fair.
He's in
I was just
checkmate.
describing Miggy's 3 points. And
He's in checkmate.
Yeah, why are you not
So-
addressing your checkmate position? This is weird.
Yeah, we're not talking about those 3 points. Let's stick with the sextant and that evisceration of your baseless claim.
It's as if you don't fully grasp 1 and 3 combined. It's like you don't fully grasp the actual magnitude of the argument.
Nope.
Right, because I think it is possible to measure angles between curved lines and straight lines.
So are you
You're
saying
a
that's
fucking
what they're
moron.
doing,
You're
Matthew?
done.
Are you
The
saying
fuck
that's
outta
what they're
here.
doing? Matthew, are you saying that's what they're doing?
I think that's what they're doing when they're
It's
measuring an
impossible to get
elevation
an
angle.
angle. It's impossible to get a elevation angle from a curved adjacent. A curved adjacent is not even a fucking triangle. You're a moron. You're just talking out your ass, making shit up. Citation,
Right,
please.
you can't get a triangle on a globe. You're right, but you can measure one angle.
Well, you're done.
I agree. I would like the citation for what you're trying to say, but then again, do I really? Because you answered all 3 questions, but now what you're saying right now is contradicting number 3. I don't understand why you would answer the 3 questions and then contradict number 3 and number 1.
Hey, dude, this is wild to experience. It hasn't actually soaked in. This is going to be a brutal Cogdis episode, Matthew.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying.
That's probably why you have that name, because this was going to occur in your lifetime.
Make sure you're around people you love and trust when it happens. Don't leave the house.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Ever again, actually. Don't leave ever again. I don't fucking care if you do. Anyway, sorry, go ahead.
Who teaches math, and math just eviscerated his globe fantasy.
So, what's your answer to my question at 09? QE just
You don't have
doesn't
any
want to answer the question.
Yeah, I did answer it about 4 times. You just have that cognitive dissonance mud in your fucking ears, and you're
I thought you
retarded.
just called me a bunch of names and didn't answer it.
And you're retarded, essentially. You're essentially a retard. You contradicted yourself more than 3 times already. You want to go for number 4? Can you show me a right triangle in your little fucking diagram there, retard? Retard!
No, there's no right triangle in there. You're right.
Then it's fucking red herring!
Exactly. So this is where maybe you actually do grasp the magnitude?
No, it's where I say that right triangles are not what you would use with a sextant on a globe model.
Posted it from a professor of astronomy from Columbia University. You fucking retard. We just read it.
I don't think you said fucking
again, that's
retard
not-
enough. Won't you say it about 20 fucking more times?
Fucking retard.
Well, okay. I first of all, Matthew, and I'm sorry. By the way, I'm
Good for
so
you.
serious.
Truth.
But here's the.
From
But
his
here's
head
the
more.
wait.
You fucking retard. It's not
Yeah,
enough
he is
to
a
say some
fucking
more.
retard.
Fuck off.
He is a fucking retard.
Wait a minute. I don't.
Retard. Let's all
That's
do
right.
it. Fuck off. Fuck
That's
quit.
right.
Let's all do
I don't.
it.
That's
Have
right.
a fuck you
That's
party.
right. We should do it.
It's fuck you party.
That's
you
right.
fucking retarded. Fuck quit. Fuck
That's
off.
right. We should do it.
Fuck.
Yeah.
Fuck. Let's do
No,
it. everybody.
retard.
Come on. Fuck off. Fucking.
That's not the full thing.
What? Dickweed.
Now
Okay, man,
You know what? Citizen shit, man.
But you know what? I would like to see a different delivery from QE. You know, it is what it is. But I kind of side with Truth. It's unnecessary.
I don't give a
but
fuck
you do what you want.
side with.
You do what you want. But it is what it is.
I don't give a fuck
Matthew,
what you side with. I don't care. Don't give a fuck.
I feel you, bro.
Okay.
Matthew,
As long as we're clear.
the bottom line is what you said about before all of that happened. No, they do use the 90. They do put a box right at the center of the earth. So what you're saying is not what they do.
Yep.
Which
They're
means
done.
Right. This is weird. Hey, Matthew.
Okay, so I'm looking at the triangle at 20 past the hour that Flat Swan posted. So you're saying that that triangle is what is used when the sextant is used?
Right triangles are used, Matthew. And you know damn well how right triangles work. You teach math.
Yeah, I teach trigonometry sometimes.
Okay. So perfect. Then you get it.
So if you can't show a curved adjacent, Mr. Trigonometry, you're finished. How about that?
So you're right. If I can't show a curved adjacent, then I can't say that there's a triangle.
That's right. Bye.
Yeah, I don't say there's a triangle. You're right.
Well, you don't say it, but that's what the sextant measures: elevation angle, right triangle. And so does our professor of astronomy for Columbia University. You're finished. It's over. I just posted it 3 times. What do you got? Textual pareidolia? Want me to read it again for you? Why don't somebody else read it?
I can read it. The height of the sun or any star in the sky is called its altitude, and so the altitude is always an angle to be measured in degrees or minutes. The point directly overhead is the zenith. The angle between the lines drawn to the horizon and the zenith is 90 degrees or a right angle.
You're finished.
Do we need to maybe we'll give you a test? Could you fill out a test for me, bro? How about this? If you send me your test and I send you my test, if you fill out my test and you can make 100, I'll take your test.
I don't know if I want to try a test. It's a Sunday night. I don't know if I'm thinking that straight.
Let's keep it real. Let's keep it real, Matthew. If this wasn't a flat Earth server and you weren't talking about flat Earth, you'd be teaching your kids right. No pun intended. You'd be teaching your kids right. You wouldn't be talking this is. I don't know what you're doing here. Not here, but I don't know what you're trying to do with this. This red herring that you're trying to introduce.
Maybe, Matthew. We'll ask you the questions again, okay? I don't get it.
Yeah. Okay. Go ahead.
Well, is that necessary, Matthew? Did you forget them?
No, I understand. I remember all the questions. Yeah.
Okay. Well, and you understand them, right?
Right. Uh-huh.
Okay. So those 2 facts combined alone prove that you understand the implications. So you have cogdis. That's the literal term for it.
I think those 3 things put together mean that on a globe you could not make a triangle. You couldn't use right triangles to do navigation with the sextant on a globe.
To me, it looks like this was almost made in very elementary terms for you, bro. With numerous different phrasings. Comprehension was really ensured with this. Are the sextants used by mariners to successfully navigate using the relationship between the Earth's surface and celestial objects? Yes, is your answer. Right?
Yes, that's right. They are.
Okay, and so if they're using the sextant, and then number 2, sextants are used to obtain elevation angles from your position on the Earth to celestial objects.
Right, yes.
Okay. And then can you obtain an elevation angle, which we just discussed in number 2, right, Matthew?
Right, that's right.
Okay. Can you obtain an elevation angle from a curved adjacent or spherical surface?
No, not exactly.
These are just.
Already said it can't be done on a globe. So if it can't be done on a globe, why are they doing it?
Because they're not using right triangles to do navigation on a globe.
Using a globe. Dumbass.
What are they using then? If they're not using a right triangle, what are they using?
They are using a right triangle. No, they are using right triangle. He just read out what they were using from the professor of astronomy at Columbia University. So why would you ask him that?
They're using a sextant to measure an angle, one angle, not all three.
From the right triangle. How do you get an
What kind of
elevation?
triangle are they measuring with?
Oh God.
Unicorn triangle or?
No, they're measuring an angle to a star.
So let's go back to question
you have
number
some
one.
citation?
So going back to question number one. Because again, you're a red herring machine tonight. So, did it ask if you are measuring elevation, or are you measuring angles, or are you obtaining an elevation angle? Or is that question number 2? I can't remember right now. Elevation angle. Oh.
Yeah, exactly one angle between the horizon and the.
So then, why are you talking about angles? Because it's a red herring, right?
It's only one angle.
Because it's a red herring, then, right?
You can't get an elevation angle. You don't have one angle. You can't get one.
I think you can, because again, I think that it is possible.
It's not possible. We just showed you. You already.
So I think. Yeah, I think.
Yeah, you already admitted
difference.
You already admitted it. Yes.
Yeah, where's the straight baseline on a curved sphere?
Yep.
It's not there, but you can measure an angle between a curve and a line.
No, you can't.
That's
What's
where
your
we disagree.
definition of an elevation
You can't get,
angle,
it's not a
Matthew?
case of agree or disagree, you numpty dipshit. You can't get an elevation angle from a curved adjacent. A curved adjacent doesn't exist in a triangle.
Show
You're
me
done.
the equation that equates the
It's not an equation. It's just a
Right.
simple definition of a triangle.
Well, exactly. You'd have to make a new definition. You'd have to curve the baseline at numeric points, at numeric distances.
That's why I asked.
Then
It's funny. It's just funny. So Matthew, are you saying that's what they're doing when they use the sextant? Yes or no?
Yes, when they use the sextant, they're finding the angle between a straight line of sight to the star and the curve of a globe.
Okay, this little
a tangent line of the sextant and the elevation to the objective view.
Yeah,
It's the angle.
This little fairy tale you're
exactly.
trying to stutter through and make up
It's a
as you
straight
go.
line.
Right? That's what I'm talking about. The fairy tale that you made up, that you're trying to make up about how you could do it on a globe or something. Are you saying that's what they've been doing the whole time?
It is, yes.
Pre-established math for that. The math that shows the relationship between the curve and the distance to the object you're viewing and the new angle and new elevation based on that. Can you show me that math from antiquity?
Yeah, I don't have any old sources.
So basically, you understand that you need the right angle?
You don't need a right angle if it's not directly above you. So if something's at 45 degrees, then you are measuring the 45 degrees between the horizon and the elevation.
From a tangent line, though, right? Do you agree on that?
Tangent line. That's right. Yeah.
Yeah, there are no tangent lines on a curve.
What do you not get?
What is a tangent line if not a line that's tangent to a curve?
A straight line.
Yeah, tangent line is straight, but it's tangent to a curve.
Whoa! Why do you keep saying
Talking about the tangent point. We're talking about the tangent line.
That's not the definition of tangent. That's just another bullshit theory.
But I'm just focused on how you keep on trying to say, like, Witsit asked you if that's the way they do it, and you're like, yeah, and it's obviously not. Give me a citation,
please.
That's what I'm curious of. Since he rejects the citations of what the definition of a elevation angle is, what is your definition of an elevation angle?
Yeah,
no, that's a new question. No.
Same question.
No.
Where's the citation?
No. He's saying that they're doing it in this weird way that he's trying to obfuscate to, and it's like, no, bro, that's not how they do it. They use a 92. It's just from the center of the presupposed sphere. When they lop the half of the top off, that's it. And they use parallel rays. That's how they do it. Why do you keep trying to introduce this third option that no one does?
Yeah, exactly.
I guess so. A tangent line is obviously a straight line, right? But
You're not going
that's
to
just a
answer my
curve.
question?
I'm trying to answer your question.
It's why are you trying to introduce this third option unless you can provide a citation that will shut me up right now?
Which third option are you talking about? I'm getting confused about what
The
you
third
mean.
option that no one uses, that I've never heard anyone talk about getting the difference between a plane and the curve of the earth.
So I'm just saying you can measure angles between.
Yeah, I'm asking
straight
why
lines.
you're trying to say that that's how they do it when, unless you have a citation, that's basically just a flat line.
Okay, so it's based on my assumption that the Earth is curved, and then saying, okay, so if we can measure an angle to the horizon and
You
the
can't
star,
measure an angle on a curved surface.
Yeah. Do we need to go through the angle of elevation?
Right angle.
Matthew?
well, that's why I was sort of boiling it down to that one math problem that I posted.
Okay, so that wasn't an answer to the question, though. So you didn't provide a citation for Eli. I'm asking you, do you want to go through the actual angle of elevation definitions?
So go ahead. I think that would be fine. But I do think it is possible to measure them.
Yeah, you keep saying it. Yeah, I do think
it's just geometry.
Yeah, it's just geometry. It's not trigonometry. It goes against trigonometry because you can't have a curved adjacent and a triangle. So you're full of shit.
Right. So you don't use triangles.
Right. That's it. Just right. Correct.
Yeah, the elevation wouldn't be the point, the distance from height from the tangent line, though. It'd be the distance from height from the curved line. That's what you don't get.
Yeah.
That's a curved tangent. How can you have a curved tangent?
So you'd have a wider line. It'd be a bigger angle. If you actually went to the point.
Yeah, dude, you said you teach this stuff.
Yep.
Yeah, we understand what a tangent line in geometry is, or its trigonometric function. We understand that.
And you can't measure an angle of something you can't see, right? Clearly, you can't see a drop off.
Tangent is on about a line on a plane. On or about a line on a plane. It stems from Latin.
Yeah, if you're trying to use an angle like that, all you can come up with is a calculation. It's not a measurement. It's not an angle.
No, you can't get an no. Let me say this again. You cannot get an angle off a triangle that has a curved adjacent, which is not even a triangle.
I know that's not what I was saying. What I was proposing, what he was doing is he's using the curvature drop rate.
I don't care.
He's going to use that elevation to make the line to come up with some sort of a calculation for that point.
You can't.
But that wouldn't work.
I know it wouldn't work. But I think that's what he's doing.
Which part of the curve is the baseline?
Regardless, it's not an angle at that point, though. Like that, just on it's just
right.
in the it's not an angle. Like it's just not.
This is weird, dude. So,
well, okay. What's an angle? Let's start with that. What's an angle, Matthew?
It is a measurement of how far apart two straight lines are.
There you go.
Two what?
Two straight lines.
You're right, QE.
Wait. What kind of lines are they?
They're both straight.
So what
Don't
what
you
kind
mean
of
the
line is a
measurement of
straight
the
line?
angle between two straight lines where they intersect?
Yeah, it's where two straight lines intersect. You can find an angle between those two straight lines.
Straight
Done
lines.
right
Well, that's
there.
good.
It's done.
That's good. Yeah.
Hey,
Straight
so
lines.
what
That's
would
it.
be an
Hey, did you know that happens to match reality? Sorry, go ahead, Woodson.
Yeah,
what would be
exactly.
straight, Matthew?
Say that again. I didn't catch it.
What would be an antonym of straight?
Curved.
Yes.
We're making progress.
I love it.
So if you have a straight line and a curved line, then you would need to find the tangent of that curved line, and then you could measure the tangent and the other line.
Someone please clip that.
Hey, can we? What's an angle again?
It's the measurement between two straight lines.
Thank you.
And what's an angle of straight?
The opposite of straight is curved.
If you're gonna keep pulling teeth, I'm
Are
gonna
you
have
trolling, man? He's got to be
anesthetic.
trolling.
No, that was perfect. I think twice in a row he said all the right shit to be clipped out. So somebody better do that. Anyway, go ahead.
Now, whoever put that
Should
on
I
there,
be running
Okay,
Audacity?
so I would
No, we're not.
I'd love
We're not.
to explain it if you would
Fuck off.
let me explain it.
That's not. No, we're not letting you explain it. At 38 minutes after hour, Joshua copied what I pasted and with Bob's Whore. If you can look down at the last line, it says subject selected is not a line. You know what he selected? He selected the hypotenuse and the adjacent, and AutoCAD gave him this answer when he tried to get an angle.
Yeah,
It
the
said
curved
fuck-
adjacent.
Yeah, it said fuck off.
Matthew,
I'm listening. Go ahead.
you realize what that math do?
So if you're going to try to measure an angle between a straight line and a curve, I would say there is a way to do it.
You just said that. You just said the opposite of that, of what an
Because
angle
it's
is.
a con
You're
line.
contradicting yourself.
The way to do it would be to look at the
can't do it.
tangent of the curve.
You can't do it. There is no tangent. Show us a tangent shooting out of a sextant.
It'd be a secant line. It'd have to go straight through a sphere.
Okay, so a tangent is a line that touches the curve at a point.
No. A curve point.
The middle of the
Yeah,
curve,
yeah.
basically, is what he's using as the baseline.
Well, where's the tangent? Got the video for you guys. 1 second. Here we go.
Okay, so BattleMod posted a good illustration.
Yeah, you're finished.
Yeah, there's no plane of equal altitude. There'd be varying altitudes on the secant line. It wouldn't be a tangent line. It'd be a secant line, an imaginary line.
There's the video, guys. Rob Dorham's video. Make sure you check this out. Hey, Witsit, make sure you check this one out, man. It's fucking over.
But that's geometry, not reality.
All right. For sure. Hey, Matthew.
Because
Yeah,
to
go
make
ahead.
any of that true, you'd have to prove curvature.
Hey, Matthew.
Go ahead. What's it?
Okay, so sextants use elevation what?
Elevation angle.
Okay, and what is an angle?
An angle is a line, a measurement between two straight lines.
Okay, what's the opposite of straight?
Curve.
Okay, so if we are taking angles to the surface, then what are those angles?
You would need two straight lines, one to the celestial object and one to the horizon. And if the ground is curved, you'd need to get a tangent to that line so that it would be a straight line you could measure.
Okay, so Matthew, if you need straight lines intrinsically, because that's the definition of an angle,
Right. Yes.
then we need those straight lines.
Exactly.
We need the tangent plane.
Okay, so if we're using the Earth and we need those straight lines, can we use the opposite of straight, which is curved?
If you have a curved line, then you'll have to find a tangent to that curve at the point where you're looking, and then use that straight tangent.
Hey, man, these are yes or no questions, man.
Okay.
Okay.
So, no.
Can
So
we...
listen, hold up. What you're saying is a planar reading would direct you on a heading on a spherical geometry. A planar reading, a straight line, Cartesian coordinates would get you to your proper destination even if you were on a sphere and you were using planar geometry. It's basically what you're saying.
I don't think that's exactly what I'm saying. I'm not sure.
Well, it is. The reason for the tangent lines and the angles are to create a Cartesian coordinate system. So if you wrap that around the sphere, you're going to have divergence. So you wouldn't end up in the proper place. Have you thought about this?
You'll always land short.
Oh, yeah. So latitude and longitude.
Right.
Yeah.
You'll say short. I'll say you can vary by a great degree because a degree, it increases over distance.
Right.
A jot or a tittle becomes a mile.
So, what's the sum of the interior angles of that triangle with the curved adjacent again, Matthew? Because I've been wondering.
Oh, you can't.
That's all I want to know, man. the sum of the interior angles, sure. Because otherwise, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
It's
so just me.
smoke your good weed and jump on Matthew night.
Hell yeah.
Have a good day,
Matthew.
All three sides of the triangle are perfectly straight, so you can't have a triangle if one of the sides is curved.
Which creates
Pseudoscience and pseudomathematics is the only thing they have. Pseudoscience, pseudomathematics.
Planar geometry, and it becomes a plane of equal altitude.
Matthew, congratulations.
We're so
Welcome
far out.
to Flat Earth.
We shouldn't even be here because it just wouldn't work. You just admitted it wouldn't work to wrap this Cartesian coordinates we're creating with these angles around a sphere. There'd be deviation. You admitted that.
Exactly.
So it wouldn't work to do what you're saying.
Right. You couldn't use triangles on a sphere to do navigation with a sextant.
Okay.
How do you know that?
Matthew,
Just what they're doing.
Deviation. Or delta X, motherfucker.
Matthew, do you
They've
realize
been doing forever.
Do I realize what?
Yes or no question, Matthew. Do you realize what that math do?
No.
It
What
destroys
that math do?
your religion, bro. How do you not comprehend that yet?
That math do planar geometry, bro. I'm with you. So all I want to know is this bud in front of me, is it curved or is it a plane?
I don't know. I can't see it. What do you mean?
It's a curved plane.
It's an ellipsoid.
Okay, so one more time, Matthew. The definition of an angle is?
An angle is a measurement between two straight lines.
Okay. And so if we're taking an elevation angle, what are our two straight lines?
One line is the line from the observer to the celestial object. The other line would be a straight line that goes to the horizon.
Okay.
Thank you. Welcome to Flat Earth. Also, fix your mic.
Oh, is it too low?
No, it just keeps
No,
going like
it's
loud to
weird.
quiet to loud. It's like there's a gate on it.
Yeah, it's
like
an angle measuring device that you're looking at the horizon, right? You're bringing the celestial object down to get the angular distance, right?
Yeah,
but what's up with that? I don't even want to. You know what I mean? Like, now we're talking about pure geometry, but like all other days of the year, nobody wants to talk about pure geometry because that doesn't exist in a world where we're breathing, right?
Right.
I love geometry, man. It's on our side.
Planar geometry, yeah.
Great stuff.
But when we're breathing and the stuff that we look through, like when that's wonking stuff up, it's a different story. It's But the bottom line is that you keep on trying to say that we can do something that nobody's trying to do, bruh. Like everybody's using the 90. It's the latest fad. Like, and again, unless you're going to come up with a citation, why don't you just say this is something that I'm trying to work out because I need to. This is something that myself, Matthew, is trying to work out because this isn't how a sextant's used or what it's made for.
Yeah, I don't think it's used like the one that I just posted. The triangles are not used in that way on the globe model.
But that's how you would have to use it like that if it was a globe.
No, that would work on a flat Earth, but it wouldn't work on a globe. Okay, so you guys see the triangle that I posted at 47 after the hour?
That's what I'm saying.
That's the thing. You have to get the angle measurement before anything. You know what I mean? Like before anything, that's what you need.
But that triangle assumes the star is 1,071 miles high.
What?
I mean, that's just simple trigonometry, right? The tangent of.
We're not doing trigonometry yet. We're not doing trigonometry from the ground first. We're just. What are you talking about? We're just getting an elevation angle. Again, with these red herrings, man, you're taking it too far.
After you have the elevation angle of 50 degrees, like it shows.
Okay.
And then you'd have to know that the star is 1,071 miles in order to get that 900 miles from that.
Well, unfortunately for me, that part of the conversation is loading because I'm still learning. But I know it has to do with the sky. You don't just do trick just with the one angle.
We weren't talking about distance either. We were talking about the angle, the elevation angle. Didn't even go past that.
Which really is the point. Like the measurement comes first before anything.
What if somebody were to use an alternate measurement? If the horizon weren't visible at all, there may be a different way to get that angle.
Oh, yeah, what you mean, like with bubble sextants, where you don't have to use the horizon?
Yeah, something like that.
Okay.
It would be worse, wouldn't it? Because it's perpendicular to where you're observing from.
Well, a bubble sextant would make sure that it's perfectly level, even if you cannot see the horizon, and maybe that would be good enough to get the elevation.
So, in that sense, what does level mean?
Perpendicular to down.
And in this case, the bubble is where the observer is. So we're extending out a level, flat line from the observer.
Right. It's perpendicular to straight down. That's what bubble levels do. They tell you what's perpendicular to down.
Seems like that would make it worse.
It would make it not quite as accurate, you're right, but it's maybe close enough. So the next question is, now that you have the 50-degree elevation, what do you do with that?
How did you get that 50 degree if it wasn't flat? That's the part I'm not getting. What you're asking?
You use a bubble. Yeah.
Well, Keely or someone correct me, but don't you subtract the 90 from that 50?
Yeah, that would work.
Right. So again, where'd you get the 90 from?
I was going to help you, but you didn't need it.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm getting there, bro. I'm trying to read on.
There is no 40-degree angle unless you have 90 to start from. So there's no curved adjacent bullshit angle. Because at the end of that curve, it widens up and the angle increases. So there's no 90 and then there's no 40. And right back to the Cartesian coordinates and planar geometry, it won't work when you wrap it around a sphere.
Yeah, also definition of a triangle in non-Euclidean is all the internal angles must equal 180 degrees. So how can you have 180 degrees if you have a curved adjacent?
This is a non sequitur conversation on 24/7 Flat Earth. Thanks for tuning in.
And if we had a math teacher that could explain that to us, it'd be great.
I've explained it as well as I can.
Dude, he doesn't teach
Well, I
math. He
understand how it
teaches
works in geometry. I don't
statistics
see
or-
how it would have a physical application in reality. This is where nobody's telling you can't make this true in geometric function. You can. We know this. But in reality, you wouldn't get where you're going if you were navigating a sphere using planar geometry. It's just all there is to it.
Matthew, do your handlers give you dental? That's all I want to know.
Yes.
Fuck yeah, dude. Well, then I know why he's here, guys. I don't think it has anything to do with the Earth. Case closed. But anyway, continue.
Let me go ahead and play Matthew's advocate, but he has been, sincere and honest so far, even though he's trying to,
No,
he's still trying to play ball.
No.
Okay, where am I wrong? Show me where I'm wrong.
Tonight, and he's. I would stand up and say, Matthew's an honest guy. I'm not even gonna say he's a dishonest guy, but you're not being honest tonight. Every time you try to introduce that red herring, as if you don't get circled right back around to the point, and you keep doing it, which makes you dishonest.
Yeah,
in this respect.
Applying reality to the geometric function, it implies that there's an out for this argument. But in the application of what we're talking about, there is no out. That geometric function you're talking about, it has no reality in navigation with a sextant.
Yeah, the geometric problem I posted was a simplification showing how you could measure the angle between a straight line and a curved line, and the answer is you'd have to get a tangent first and then measure.
Yeah, but concede that. Hold on. Concede that wouldn't get you where you're going using Cartesian coordinate system, which the sextant is for, on a sphere. Concede that point.
Yeah, it's not a Cartesian coordinate system on a sphere, that's for sure.
Well, that's what a sextant's run on.
No, sextants just measure angles. That's all they measure is angles.
It's placement by sector. It is a Cartesian coordinate.
They measure a single angle.
Well, here's the thing. Nav charts are Cartesian coordinates.
Exactly.
And that angle is applied to a navigation chart based on the Cartesian coordinates.
That's why you write down the time, like and then you defer to the reference tables.
Yeah, time and distance, that'll give you a relative placement in your sector on a Cartesian chart.
How come none of those
Because arc minutes and seconds translates to nautical miles.
They do.
How come none of those charts include the elevation of the star?
Well, the charts are about placement on a Cartesian coordinates, sector per sector. They have the angle is how it allows you to travel from sector to sector using the stars, and the time and the distance to travel.
Did he ask about the elevation?
Yeah, that doesn't even apply. The elevation has nothing to do with the chart. It has to do with navigating through the system that the chart refers to or represents.
So how
that's
do I
not
know
even
that
hold on. That's not even a proper term. A star's elevation. You mean
I agree.
the distance?
The distance from the ground, yes. The distance from the ground. Where do I look up that the star is 1,071
it doesn't really
miles
matter
high?
because it's what we're looking at is the relative distance from Polaris.
Yeah, I'm
No,
asking
we're looking
about
at an angle
Yeah.
for placement on a Cartesian system chart. To know what sector we're in by placement of the star at the time of day.
I feel like I put in like a straightforward response as tender, and Matthew's like a red herring vending machine tonight. I can't believe it. Almost, it's like why?
Yeah.
Why?
He's jumped out the tree and dragged us in the grassy knoll, bro. I feel like I'm about to get molested.
Shit.
Pun intended. I'm sorry, Matthew, but really, in reality, all that everything you offer for an answer to the geometric problem or function would not work in reality and navigation. It's just
That's because
simple.
I don't think they use right triangles in the way that is depicted at 47 past the hour.
You
And I
don't
think that you're
think.
assuming they do.
How many types of right triangles are there?
Yeah, you don't think.
It wouldn't be a triangle if it didn't.
Hold on. Do you even own a boat that could go on a Great Lake, let alone the ocean? Have you ever been out on a naval vessel?
I've been on big ships, but not a naval vessel. No.
Well, keep thinking, so your ignorance doesn't make something true.
I was asking about a very simple trigonometry problem with the right triangle, as posted 47 minutes after the hour.
It works
I
on the
know.
water
And I
because the
gave a
lake is flat.
specific answer to that.
Clean and jerk.
Yeah, I wanted to say, Elijah, you're right. He is a vending machine, right? I absolutely agree with you. I just wanted to ask Matthew, so if we did what you're proposing with your ad hoc math, right, trying to explain it mathematically, but not in reality, how good of a system would this be if the Earth was a sphere and you did have to calculate all these different angles? How accurate could it be if you did it this way?
Yeah, it'd be pretty complicated. It'd be complicated to do all the math, but you could probably get within 5 or 10 miles, I would think.
No, not at the distances the stars are viewing. That deviation increases
Show me that
over
math.
distance, Matthew.
Show me that math, bro.
Railguns are good at 5 or 10 miles.
Badamon, say it again, please.
That the error, the amount of deviation, increases with distance. So you might view a 1% difference. You're thinking, okay, I'm 1% off when you view it, but then when you travel 300 miles, it's 300 times that 100% or that 1%. So the error increases with distance. It's inversely squared,
Yeah, obviously, the more accurate your measurements, the better, and also the exact time that you take the measurement. All those are.
But you're not talking. Hold on, whoa. That was a red herring to your already red herring because it's already going to be off. You said, well, it would be a minor difference. His response to you was, well, actually, there's a relationship between the distance. There would be more of an error the further out you're trying to navigate. And then you just red herring right back to,
well, that 1 degree.
I was agreeing with him. I was agreeing
I can
with him.
equate it in miles. That 1 degree over 10 miles might be 30 nautical miles, but over 100 it'd be 300 nautical miles. So it wouldn't be minuscule, like you're implying. So it could be the difference of hitting the pole when you want to stay on the equator on a sphere.
Like, are you taking any of this in, Matthew? Can you recall it? What kind of coordinate system?
I can tell time by the stars, dude.
The
Time,
thing you
month,
need
and
to
day.
focus on is what Mike just said. Did you not realize that all your math in the world has to at some point account for reality? We can have I have math for Superman. Does that mean?
Well, we have to talk about it. Let's just go to what they use in.
Well, those pink unicorns at the North Pole,
But that's what I'm saying.
Thank you for bringing it back again.
Matthew.
You can do math with negative 10 apples. You don't have negative 10 apples.
Matthew, here, I got a question for Matthew. What kind of coordinate system do the naval charts use, Matthew?
They use latitude and longitude, a Cartesian coordinate system on a flat map.
Okay, are the naval charts they use accurate?
Yes, they are.
Okay. Hold on. Whoa. 2017, sciencing.com. How to make a star diagram. Star diagram, topic and characteristics. Form the central part of the star chart, which would be like I don't want to keep trying to flex. I was going to mention something that I might be wrong, so I'll go ahead and do a little more research. But I know they start from somewhere. I'll throw the word Greenwich in there, but maybe that means something, maybe that means nothing. But let me read the rest of this for y'all go. Form the central part of the star chart. ... This is called the Cartesian coordinate plane. Matthew, who said that we're using spherical whatever. Why? Whoa. All I did is the star chart Cartesian.
It's a 2-dimensional sector chart.
So what's the problem, Matthew?
It's laid out in square miles. No big deal.
The problem is that the right triangles, as depicted in 47 minutes past the hour, just don't work the way that you guys are saying they're working. Because you would have to know the elevation how many miles high the star is.
No, the
Yeah,
angle.
but we're not the
It's the
but
angle.
we
Yeah, the
we don't
angle
but
tells
we
you how
don't we
far.
don't do the trig from
You
that
don't need the
point,
elevation,
Matthew.
Matthew. You just need the angle. Angle 2.
But that has to translate into the number of miles from the ground point, the GP, right?
The angle tells you how many miles.
How does it tell you? Based on the elevation
How
of
are
the
you
star.
arguing this if you don't know how it works, Matthew?
I know how triangles work, and I can tell you that doesn't work.
No. Shouldn't you read up on this before you argue that? Because every one of us
No,
has read up on how to do this. Well, maybe not
Yeah.
every one of us, but those of us who care do.
Yet nobody can tell me why the elevation
So your
of
entire
the...
argument is fallacious. It's from a standpoint of ignorance.
No, I understand how triangles work, and I can tell you...
We're not
that you
talking
would
about
need-
triangles. We're talking about navigation, nautical navigation with the sextant and right triangles. The triangle is but a part of the whole. It doesn't equate the entirety of the whole, and it doesn't hold all the properties of the whole. It's just a part of the whole.
Would I be wrong in saying that the triangle is in the sky?
What the hell is going on in here?
Yeah, please. Hey, I need more to drink, man.
I'm looking at the triangle
Yeah, you're
47
it.
minutes past the hour, Huey, trying to figure out how that
I'm not
triangle works
looking at it.
47.
No, I'm not. I'm sorry. I'm not chasing you. I already debunked you like 5 times before I left. Why should I do it again?
Yeah, Matthew just admitted he doesn't actually even know how it works, how sextants work.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't know how it works on the globe. I can tell you that the triangle that you guys have in 47 minutes past the hour, it doesn't
really
work
care.
on the flat Earth.
Show a curve
You admitted
adjacent.
you don't know how it works, period, Matt.
Yep. Unless you could show a curved adjacent and a right triangle, then you're fucking done. Like for the 10th time.
Yeah, take a
So,
No
so you
curved
can
adjacent
point
in right
me.
triangles.
Shut the fuck up. So you could post whatever you want. You're flailing. You crawled out from one of the abominations of the earth from beneath it, and I just stuffed you back in there with a fucking mud hole stomp. It was easy. Anyone who knows what a triangle is, you're done. So anyone above 3rd grade knows you're full of shit.
So in turn, you couldn't actually teach a 3rd grader right now.
Yep.
I'm not going to use that on Matthew, but I can't wait till the Globe Earther I don't like to come through. You're a bum and you don't know anything about angles. You're a bum.
Hey guys, can I throw in one thing? I just watched that Rob Durham video, and Matthew, you need to watch that and try to rebut what he's saying in that video too. You might learn.
Which video?
The one Quantum Eraser link by Rob Durham.
Hey, what's it? Go to somewhere about in that video, Rob Durham. Listen, this is just. I'm just showing you what he did in AutoCAD when it told him when he tried to get an angle from the adjacent and the hypotenuse, and it said to get fucking lost. It's right around. Hold on a second.
It's near the end. It's around 7 or 8 minutes, Quantum.
About 8 minutes. Let me post the video again.
AutoCAD told him this is not a straight line.
About 8. I should have timestamped it. Sorry about that.
But yeah, Matthew, you need to watch that video, please.
He doesn't. It's all over for him.
I'll tell you what,
He
I'm going to
doesn't-
take a break and go on mute and then go watch that video. I want to see. I haven't seen it yet.
But you can't see anything. I already told you. You already know the answer. If you have a clue about geometry and trigonometry, you're finished.
Yeah, I'm going to go watch his video.
Yeah, you don't need to watch it. You're already done.
Well, it might help him understand why he's finished, at the very least, maybe.
So I
Wait,
timed.
you're telling me I shouldn't watch the video? What's it said I should?
You'd better
I don't care
right
what you
now
do.
go watch it. Shut up and go watch it. Yes, right now.
That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to shut up and go watch it.
Awesome.
So that's timestamp for you, What's it? So that's a quick one. It's fucking hilarious. Oh, I'm sorry. Did I say fuck again? I'm sorry. I'll go on mute.
7 years we've been arguing about gravity and shit. We had the sextant the whole time. What the fuck?
It just points out that when people lie, right, there's always a paradox somewhere, right? Now there could be multiple, and there are multiple with these numpty dipshits. However, this one is irrevocable, and once you find it, it's over. So a lot of people's not going to like this because it ends the argument, so there's no more debate about it. Right? So people, they like to debate and hear themselves talking shit. So a lot of people's not going to like this. They'll continue to talk about gravity and, you know, boats going over the horizon and shit like that. They won't feel the gravity, no pun intended, of the situation. Right? Now, we've laid it out for you. It's there for your taking. So that's all I can do. Thanks.
It is like finding ship full of barrels of fish. Fish in barrels all over the place. Yes.
That's crazy, bro. That's hilarious.
Did you watch it?
Yeah. Crazy. Super funny.
The irony that simple math geometry is taking down the spinning spaceball monkey religion. The irony.
You guys forgot to blacklist the sextant. Come on,
They
guys.
want so much with a spherical cube.
Wait, so is the next step for us to all just literally go out into the ocean with sextants all over the place?
Yep. Before it's illegal.
Seriously.
Yeah.
You've got to be genetically modified to eat
Before it's illegal.
Yeah, we'll let Matthew use his math to navigate, and we'll use ours, and we'll see how, like, just from here on out, if you're a Glober, you got to use Matthew's math to navigate.
Yeah, let's do it, bro.
It would be very interesting to see. You had a group of Globers go out and a group of Flat Earthers go out on boats. One of them uses the Cartesian sextant. The other one uses the sextant based on their curvature nonsense. And you pick a destination or something or a route. It has to be made public what nonsense they're using.
And see how quick the Glovers get lost. That's a good idea.
Exactly.
We already know they're going to deviate from their course greater than anybody in history.
Doesn't matter. Like, you present it to where you get the Globers' interest as well. So you're like, you know, we're all going to raise funds and we're going to have this test to settle it once and for all or whatever, right? And Globers think that they can prove there's a globe. They think they live on a globe, right? If you can get the Globers to get participated in even the raising of the funds, that's how you glitch the matrix, you know, like.
Yeah.
But the problem is, any logical people would even get to where they would think what the Glober has to do and think it makes sense. But who knows? Maybe.
We're gonna prove Earth is flat, and the Globers are gonna fucking pay for it.
Yeah, get your sextants now before Congress labels them high capacity assault sextants.
They're gonna start putting so many regulations on sextants. We thought the Second Amendment was under attack. Just wait till they're
Dude, y'all invest in sextants this year, bruh. Get it.
It's going to be on that anti-Semitism chart.
Well, anybody with a boat can just grab up that. Anybody with a boat can just. Sorry, go.
I forgot what website that is where they have the extremists and whatever, and they make that chart. And there's a line. They have a line actually called "Past the Point of No Return" anti-Semitism or something like that. and they actually had moon landing denial and shit under that line. I thought it was hilarious.
CNN special report last night. Stocks on Sextants rose 365%.
I thought he
about
was
a 2-hour
about to
period
go to
there.
the run line.
No idea where this came from.
I don't want to be Davy Downer, but we still have the challenge of explaining how a sextant works to Joe Sixpack out there who don't give a shit.
Well, here's the thing.
Just be ready. Hold on a second. Just be ready for this. From the ICD-10, I think it's 76 severe retards. Get ready for this. So what they're going to do, right? They're going to say, how do you measure the distance to the GP? So what they're trying to get you to say, right? I'm just saying, just be prepared for this, but they train wreck themselves. It's fucking hilarious because they're all about this 1 degree every 60 nautical miles. So once they get there, see, that's where they want to take you because you can get the distance, right? So they want to take you to the 1 degree every 60 nautical miles, but how'd you get the 1 degree? That's an elevation angle.
Right. And you know, most nav charts are based on a Mercator projection that's laid out in Cartesian coordinates.
Yeah, you missed the irony here. I
didn't miss it.
It's a full circle train wreck, dumpster fire. Because that's where just let them take you there and then jack them fucking yard again.
And these straight lines of travel and
That's most
navigation
definitely where they took me.
These straight lines of travel in navigation are called rum lines. I don't know how somebody that doesn't know anything about navigation or a sextant even tries to argue this point. There's your charts and sectors right there. Every little square is a sector, and this is a Cartesian coordinates because it's charted. Every line is a rum line.
Yep. And Salisman, you're correct. The Mercator. Yep. All the military, the United States military uses the Universal Transit Mercator.
Yep.
Right. They're all flat maps. You're right. So everything I like what you posted here.
I'm going to correct you. Two-dimensional sector charts.
Yeah.
Sorry, I got to.
No, it's correct.
So is it safe to say that there's no ship captain out there anywhere that would testify that he navigates using a globe? Isn't that hilarious?
Well, they don't know. They just take it for granted. If you watch one of the higher education sextant videos, there's a guy I watched. It was about 2 or 3 months ago, and he is a real baltard. But you know, not a baltard out here on the circuit. Explaining the sextant, he must have said flat Earth about 8 fucking times.
Oh, send that, please send that.
Yeah, he was some bald idiot.
Watch the same video.
Now, I think it was Easton Mahowski used to talk about they used to treat 600 miles as plain sailing. That's how they train them, you know. 600-mile radius treated as a flat plane. That's documented. Been for a long time.
As well. The video I watched kind of looked like Bob, actually. The fallacy guy.
Bob the fallacy. He doesn't know what a circle is.
And the guy, he see what they do in any of these navigation videos, right? They'll draw a circle on the paper representing the globe, but then everything else is angles. And mind you, they'll say, no, you don't need any of the advanced math. When they say that, they're talking about the sphere part of it. And all they do is talk about planes.
Yeah. So I don't know. They think the 1 degree every 60 nautical miles is some type of globe. It's like it's over an arch of the globe, like you walk underneath it. Oh, then you say, "How do you get to 1 degree?" Because they think it's theirs for some. They think that means that globe. 1 degree every 69 or 69 statute miles, nautical miles every, it's 60. But that's what I don't know. Somebody Jedi mind tricked them into thinking that. So what you do is you say, okay, how'd you get that 1 degree? Because that's an elevation angle.
Yeah, they're going to need art for that, aren't they?
No, they're going to need a flat level adjacent.
Yeah.
Took a screenshot from an educational video from Maryland School of Sailing. This is how they're rationalizing it.
Yeah, their adjacent is going off into space there. That makes sense.
That's Bob's horror. The line that's going up, yeah, the one that's going up into space, your visual horizon, that's Bob's horror. I'll show you.
It's just funny because, like, it's not even going to the tangent point of their sphere. It's going off into space.
Look at that.
That's right. Yeah, I saw that.
Bob the fallacy guy tried to debunk this. Come on. That's hilarious. The globe taken down by a simple triangle.
Yeah, that's exactly, you got it.
So basically, Dewey, what you were doing was step B. Step A was just ask what the angle was, and he said measurement between two straight lines. That was step A, I guess. It was done
Step
right
A
there.
is elevation angle. Unless you want to get into the mirrors and, bringing the celestial object into the telescope and then bringing it down to the horizon. I guess you can go that way. But then the reason why you're doing it is to measure an elevation angle. Say goodnight.
How do straight lines work on a globe?
There aren't any.
They do not. Most people don't even know where the Mercator projection came from the Port of Land charts. To find a port of harbor or a pathway in a Cartesian coordinates.
I'm just speculating, but I'd say Robotham and those guys talked about the sextant back in the day. They just got drowned out, I guess. The textbooks and everything just kind of pushed it off to the side, right?
I love the Encyclopedia Britannica.
I got a thunderstorm going here in Kentucky.
I can hear it.
Well, I mean, if their tactics is obfuscation, like chat, redirect over here. I want to know how accurate it would be if they were calculating it like that was a globe. That's what I want to know what the discrepancy would be.
What?
I want to know how well it would work if they were doing it like Matthew, because he's obfuscating and say, well, we could do it mathematically, but yeah, let's see you try that in reality. That's what I want to see.
No, you can't do it. You can't do it mathematically. That's the point.
I see.
Or
Cyrus.
Yo, bro, what up, man?
Cyrus,
You're reading my mind, man.
Hold on a second,
Yo.
Cyrus. I was just looking at you, and you all of a sudden spoke up. That was too funny.
Spoke up with an AutoCAD drawing too, bro, to demonstrate that. Hopefully, this shows up. Matthew, here, man. I tried to approximate the angle in AutoCAD, right, with your fucking tangent line, and it's quite off. I don't know. Did it upload? No. Here. Delete that.
With the tangent line, they don't have a tangent line.
Right.
He's talking about the line that went off into space, which is not reality.
So if you read up on how they developed the nav charts, marine charts, you'll find that they actually ignored what the believed curvature of Earth's surface. They ignored it. Safely ignored it because it didn't matter for navigation. Just rum line and heading, dead reckoning. You get on dead reckoning, you wait for a wind that'll follow you on your rum line or your direct line on a Cartesian coordinates to your heading.
Okay.
That's verified by angles. You have to ignore curvature. If you try to input curvature, just like I said, you'll have so much deviation you won't get where you're going. It doesn't work. It only works in planar geometry.
All right. Here's deviation on the curve, right? So it's a 45, 45, 90 simple triangle. Just drew a curve. So the 3 points are the same, right? Point A, B, and C in the triangle. And I just drew a curve in between those 2 points, the hypotenuse. And I tried to take an angle measurement. Of course, it's not going to happen. So I had to click somewhere along the arc, right? And I highlighted the points where I clicked to take this dimension. And you can see it varies. Depends where on the arc you are. So I'd like Matthew to hop on the mic and kind of demonstrate how this works.
That's why you ignore it, because without it, you have no run line.
Well, that's you just introduced a red herring fallacy. The adjacent's not being adjusted here. Why are you? Why are you taking the arc?
Well, okay, I'm taking the dimension from the same point, right? So I know he's what I'm supposed to draw is a tangent somewhere on the arc, but where on the arc, right?
No, you got it. It's on the adjacent. That's where the observer is.
Yeah, it's not drawn correctly. I'm just demonstrating like along the path, your angle varies.
Yeah, but you're on the wrong path.
Right.
Yeah,
but I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
Your point makes sense. It varies as you go on the path.
Yep.
Without a straight line, there's no course of heading. There's no rum line. There's no sector to go to.
I think what I'm about to post is aligned with what QE was saying about the degrees. How do you get the degrees, right? The what is it, 60 miles per degree or whatever?
60 nautical no, 1 degree every 60 nautical miles, but that's an elevation angle. Number one. Number two, that's a linear relationship. They've got a squared function. So there's two paradoxes right there. I don't need to go any further. This is like shooting hippos in a fishbowl, man.
Damn, that's easier than fishing a barrel.
It was reifying a curve and then laying a straight tangent line, resting it on that imaginary curve.
All courses in navigation say you have to ignore the curvature of the surface of Earth to set and plot a heading, or you won't get where you're going.
Look at it, bro. Like, why? I mean, even all of their diagrams, man, it's like, Matthew, just go on and just go on and come on over to this side, man. You're a good guy, and I like your smile. I'd want to keep
Thanks, I
that dental
appreciate
too.
that.
For the purpose of navigation over ocean or land, you have to ignore the fact they say it's curved.
Kind of like airline pilots do. They ignore the curvature and the spin, right? Just to throw them in. Too.
You want me to draw it this way, right? The right orientation, yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
Right. So putting another word that
I'll do
would
this
be
way.
analogous would assume a flat local plane.
Exactly.
And it sounded like he was reifying that blue curve right there and putting an imaginary tangent line to a tangent point of that imaginary curve from the base of that triangle. It's just insane what he was saying.
Yeah, that's not a tangent line though. That's a secant line in geometry.
Yeah, and it's going to be less, and it's going to be less than 180 degrees. So it's like sad. It was interesting though to see him spiral on that.
Oh, that's I disagree with the interesting. I say that's debatable.
Well, when you back someone into a corner and they
I
have
find it
no
annoying.
rebuttal, it's interesting to see what they come up with. It's, I guess, interesting in a psychological sense, but not in a technical sense. I guess it's the rationalization. It's like he said it 10 times that angle is two straight lines, the measurement between two straight lines, and then he proceeds to rationalize imaginary curve. It's just bad, kind of.
No, it's just that you can make a tangent on a curve. That's all.
But you can't do anything with a tangent to actually navigate in reality. You need a curve.
You do a tangent on anything a straight line touches.
You not have a curved adjacent like
It doesn't have to be a curve to be tangent. The word tangent goes back in Latin to touches. A straight line can touch a box and it's still a tangential line.
Then where is that happening in real
It can
life?
touch a level surface. Two lines can intersect two lines and it's still a tangent line. It doesn't need curvature to be tangent.
Right.
So where are we observing what you're talking about? So when someone takes a measurement with a sextant, where are we observing this curve with a tangent line going to a tangent point of that curve? When is that happening, and who is observing that when they're doing these readings?
A sextant just measures an angle between two straight lines.
Yeah. So this rationalization you came up with, where you're talking about laying a tangent line across some curvature,
He
where
said
is that being
all that
observed
needed to be
in the
said,
process?
bro. We should have let it stand alone.
Yeah, he's already said that 10 times though, but then he turns around with this rationalization.
Well, he's trying to give people a plausible out, and we've already covered that plausible out doesn't apply to reality or navigation because of deviation.
Just
Any
curious if he
angle
has
he
any
tries to bring it
examples.
in at, it's going to deviate me, and the error is going to increase with distance.
At any point along a curved line, you can pick a point and find the straight tangent to that.
You can,
When
but
is
that
that
won't get
happening
me
when they
where I'm
take the
going.
measurements?
That won't get me where I'm going when I navigate on Earth.
When is that being done? Who is taking a measurement with a sextant and they're observing a
not being
curve and they're
done.
doing a tangent line to that curve?
We
When is that
navigate at
happening?
Cartesian coordinates. That's the end of it.
Yeah, he's claiming that it's
Kicking a dead
happening.
horse.
So when is it happening?
I claim that it's happening when they look at the horizon because I think that the
Well, there'd be extra math.
surface of the water is curved.
We'd need more than an angle.
If they're observing curved
Then you
water,
can't get an elevation angle.
Right. I mean, we're doing circles here, bro. It's
Yeah, we don't need to rehash
it's
this.
redundant.
This is your elevation, like
Annoyingly redundant.
So did you watch that video, Matthew? You got anything to say about what he did in that video?
Yeah, I saw that video. It was interesting. He was drawing
Yeah, he just
circles of equal distance on a Mercator projection.
No, he wasn't. No, he wasn't. He was using. Yeah, well, that was the teardrop. Those are Baller's tears. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about towards the end of the video where he tried to get the angle between the curved adjacent and the hypotenuse and has told him to fuck off.
Yeah.
Dude, I'm trying. Same thing.
Yeah, like Cyrus was saying, at different points can be different angles.
No.
So you have to pick a tangent.
No, not like
Oh.
Cyrus was saying.
Oh,
No. No.
It's totally
So
off.
arbitrarily pick a point of the
It
imaginary
doesn't matter. You
curve.
can't get an elevation angle. It's still curving.
Okay.
Can't have a curved adjacent and a right triangle.
This is my triangle so
Fucking
far.
idiot. It's moronic.
The mulberry bush.
The software is not complying, man. I'm trying to get that angle. It just, I had to draw a line to get that 90, a perpendicular line, or even the other with the 45. I know it's 45. So Matthew, it's not working. So where shall I draw the I'll draw tangents and red lines, okay? And
Sure.
let's see where they end up. Where
Draw a red tangent at the bottom left corner of your diagram that's tangent to the blue line.
And once he completes that, you're going to show us an example of that in real life.
Cool.
Here.
Sorry, bottom left.
This is what Matthew is effectively trying to do.
And a 90? Cool.
Make a two-dimensional part into a toilet paper roll. It's shit. Throw it in the garbage. You're out of paper. Doesn't work. There's no sector to get to. There's no vector. There's no course or direction. If it's not a two-dimensional chart, if it's not a planar direction, you're navigating sectors in planar geometry. It wouldn't exist if you wrap it around a ball. Plain and simple. It'd all be distorted. The lines would no longer be straight lines. You wouldn't get where you're going.
Just let it go, Matthew. It's plain.
It'd look something like this. You'd have to sail a curved route. Couldn't sail a run line or a straight line. Couldn't do dead reckoning. That wouldn't be a part of sailing. If we were on a sphere, dead reckoning would no longer be useful in navigation. I got so bored I'm hungry now, damn it.
Well, I got the drawing, so hold on, Mike. Don't get a snack yet.
Go make me an omelet.
Is that
Matthew?
boredom or you got the munchies?
Oh,
I gotta say this.
It's from deprivation.
On the dictionary under rationalization, we need this picture that Cyrus is posted.
All right, Cyrus, that's a good picture. That's exactly.
Been deprived of omelets.
So your tangent doesn't even, it just goes up into the sky, yeah? And your angle is...
Right.
Exactly, okay.
So at that point,
work on an equidistance projection.
At that point, the angle,
But then,
the curve and the straight line is 70.
Okay, all right. Well, you don't have a right triangle then. You're gonna have to use what sines or yeah.
Parabolas, hyperbolas, all that.
We use triangles. That's right. No triangles.
Parabola.
Yeah, because your 90 is not 90 anymore, yeah?
Right.
So is that the method that's actually used?
So wouldn't it be a hyperbolic angle?
Is it called the law of sines or the law of cosines? I forgot, man. It's been a long time.
So, Cyrus, your diagram is great. It shows that you can find an angle between a curved.
You're a fucking idiot.
No.
You could, but like I asked earlier, can you show me in antiquity when they were using these Mercator projection maps and two-dimensional charts, the math to compensate for this?
You cannot get an elevation.
No, that's because ancient sailors didn't try to bring in the surface of Earth. They ignored.
You cannot get an elevation angle from a curved adjacent. For fuck's sake.
You can't. No, that's the whole point of this tangent line. Is
my God.
And that copy paste I did, it says it right in there, and that's from the original nav charts. The first one's made for you safely ignore the curved surface of Earth. You assume it to be a flat plane for navigation. They, unlike you, didn't say they were calculating an angle from a curvature. That's not implied. What's implied is you ignore curvature.
I'll show this guy how to cheat. I'll show him where.
Why, right?
Curve.
Because curvature isn't a reality. Not in navigation, not in application, not in flight, not in bombing, bombardment.
How odd they assume the Earth to be flat and level in navigating over water and in air. So we have aviation manuals that assume flat and stationary, non-rotating Earth.
Gunnery Sergeant, what's the curve? We need to hit them 100 miles out. Quick, do the math.
Lives and money are on the line. Don't factor any curve in at all.
You should have learned this shit in boot camp. What's your major malfunction, mister?
Matthew, have you ever applied for a job at NASA? You ever sent a resume over to NASA before?
Yeah, and NASA doesn't give us all our science.
No, I don't think
they
I'm
do
smart
hire
enough.
liars.
All right, this is the magenta.
This diagram's gold.
This is the tangent you need for the 90 degrees. So you would need to find that point on Earth, which I don't know how you would get that, but figure that shit out. Both
from a single position of a viewer.
How it is. To get
that's
right
what you
triangle.
Understand. From a single position of a viewer, you need math, but that math isn't included. I mean, in the 1500s, they tell you ignore the surface, ignore the curvature of Earth. Assume a flat plane. So to try and imply that somebody uses curvature for navigation when we can go to the fucking encyclopedia and find out they never did, is just asinine. It's a waste of time.
Matthew, are you going to use these diagrams in your class when you teach?
No, I'm not.
Absolutely not.
You said that they were on point, basically. So
Well,
why
it's not
not?
applicable?
Because they're made from real
geometry.
1509.
I would say that Matthew's on thin ice just being here answering honest questions. Because if you really are a professor, it's not that hard to get blackballed, right? Can't they just be like, will to work state, bye?
He chooses the fifth.
A third grader can debunk them.
I should bring my 16-year-old in here, huh?
I think he's just an adult troll, man. He's trolling. There's no one could be that illogical. A man of his age.
He's trolling somebody. He's trolling the Globers because they're the ones hot. We're all smiling and agreeing with them.
So imagine though, this is
Except
their
for all
best
that red hair.
rebuttal so far. The curve adjacent thing is this chart.
Where? What's the rebuttal?
This little chart.
Just show me an instant where anybody ever included curvature in navigation. Just show me that instance. That's all I'm waiting for. I'm with QE. We shouldn't even be talking about it. You're in the weeds. I'm going to lose my lure. I'm fishing for big fish. Y'all in here trying to get the minnow.
Matthew, you don't have like a superior, somebody that you report to, like, you know, dean of the college? He
Yeah,
was like the math professor
I
before.
have bosses. That's right. The chair.
Can't you get him on here, bro?
No, he wouldn't come.
Oh, that's unfortunate. You don't like telling the truth?
He'd get his ass handed to him in less than 10 seconds. 15 with
Big fish
interruptions.
know better.
Thanks.
You should contact AutoCAD and tell them that they have to update and fix their program.
Wait a minute. Are you on a tenure, Matthew?
No, I'm not.
That would be a reason why he wouldn't ask.
I thought he answered no, he wouldn't, as if I already asked him, but I guess I would have to ask. Did you ask him already, Matthew?
I did not ask him, and I will not ask him.
So I realized I missed a great opportunity when you came to the round table. If I would have asked you those 3 questions at the round table. But, you know, you live and you learn.
What are you so scared of, Matthew? Don't you have 1,000 years of evidence behind you guys?
Well, he's still hoping for tenure.
More like maybe 140 years.
What's 140 years? I don't know what you're talking about.
History of globe.
Oh, it's much older, much
25
older than
million years ago.
Much older than that. Can you give an example?
Argument age.
Why wouldn't you? You wouldn't have professor
Argument-
or dean or whoever wouldn't have a good time shutting everyone down here?
I'm sorry. He just spoke up with a fallacy. It's an argument age. Fallacious. You're finished on every front. Not only you.
Somebody said the globe idea is only 140 years, and
I don't really care.
It's older.
You said it's longer than that. Well, what kind of veracity or efficacy does that offer? None. It's a fallacy. Argument age.
I still want to know, Matthew, what are you worried about? Why couldn't you and the dean of the college shut down a bunch of flat earth idiots? It should be easy, right? Why is it
no, because it's not just about the ideas. It's sort of understanding the arguments and the language you guys use and the definitions and all that.
Why do you keep on trailing off? You chewing marshmallows?
This one is called a star navigation lithograph. It's a Mercator map. Even Mercator knew it. You could navigate this Cartesian coordinates using the stars.
Would you get this from the Netherlands? Because I can't make it big.
No, I just copied it and
Yeah,
pasted it.
it's terrible.
Is it? See if I can increase it.
You wouldn't get the terminology like rectangle and stuff like
There
that.
you go. So Matthew posted his argument to age fallacy. Thanks for documenting it.
No, I was just refuting the idea that it's only 140.
Goodness, you're a fucktard. I can't believe you're a professor at. Where do you teach at? Tuco Community College in Tobago.
Biola University in Loma.
Oh, they must be a bunch of dumb motherfuckers.
Loyola University. Does that have anything with Ignatius Loyola?
It does not, no.
You sure about that?
I'm 100% positive. It stands for Bible Institute of Los Angeles, but we changed our name from the acronym to just Biola.
You have an MA. Are you working towards one?
He's a moron associate.
Theology. So, a theological professor.
See, the problem here, gentlemen, is we can't fix stupid.
Nope. You know what it is? They deny geometry and trigonometry, more specifically. You trigonometry deniers.
Yo, Matthew, are you here?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, here.
Look, I'm
So,
not-
since you teach, bro, this is one from Professor Cyrus to Matthew. Here it is, uploading. There you go, sir. Can you please give me the answer for this problem? see if you can get an A in my class.
A little extra credit, probably.
Okay, I'll give you an A.
And I'm not picking on you, Matthew. I go to a biblical university called New Tribes Bible Studies. It's now Ethos 360. I'm not picking on you. I'm working towards an MA.
Oh, good for you. That's good to hear. Cyrus, the interior angles of that figure you posted are less than 180 degrees. That's not a triangle.
Okay.
Welcome again.
Both answers are correct.
All right.
I like that. You get an A. So it's not a triangle. All right, great. Okay. Carry on now.
But wait a minute, would the green line be the curved adjacent?
Yeah.
No, because a curved adjacent implies a triangle.
Listen,
Curved adjacent implies a triangle.
Sorry.
Are you fucking high?
Listen, on a globe that identifies as a triangle, guys, you got to use your pronouns, man. Come on.
Does the curve adjacent peg fit in the triangular hole?
It's a trans angle, bro. You got to be nice, man.
What
Be
a
politically
fucking
correct.
numpty. You're
So
lucky I
Cyrus-
stopped the numpty clips.
What would the name of that triangle be, Matthew?
Triphobic?
That wouldn't be a triangle. It's just a different. It's a three-sided
triangle.
figure.
Yeah, it's the right. The key is in the name, right? A
Transliterated it.
triangle.
Trans.
You don't have three angles here.
So Cyrus, does that figure?
Trans angle.
So
I have a question about that figure. In the bottom left, you would agree that that angle is not 90 degrees on the bottom left of your figure, correct?
absolutely not. It doesn't look like it, does it?
No.
It's not even a
It's not an
triangle.
angle. So I would have.
If it's less than 90, but it's bigger than 0, is there some number that it is?
Well, this is not.
Nope.
Like the mystery class here, bro. This is like,
That's
geometry.
not your protractor, man.
So we agreed that it's bigger than 0 and it's smaller than 90.
It
Is
is
there some
also.
number?
It is also greater than 0 and less than infinity. No, bro, I used to tutor math. It's fine. I got you. We'll play games.
It's an error. It's an error.
No?
It's not a count. No, it's an error.
Who's
Every
not-
angle,
not okay.
every dot that makes up that curved line is always going to be slightly different. So you have no angle to measure. It is an error.
What about at the point?
Are we leading
far left
into
corner?
acute or obtuse? What? Oblique? What? It's sure not a right triangle.
Oh, it's a pseudo mathematical triangle.
Not a triangle
I
at
said
all.
trans because it's all three: acute, obtuse, and oblique.
Oblique.
It's trans, man. It identifies as oblique. That's the point. Pun intended. It's a trans angle.
Trans angle.
Concave angle.
Hey, I can dig it. I like my trans am.
Trans angle identifying as a right angle.
Yeah, can you transolve that trans angle?
Oh, well, look what I done started. I'm sorry, QE.
I just said transolve.
Matthew, where's your
solve
curved adjacent?
for the trans?
I need some trans fat, man.
It doesn't exist.
Yeah, no, curved adjacent does not exist in a triangle.
Wow.
To think that it would be math, the thing that undid you guys, is the math is what you wandered off on.
Hank, what do you think about the figure Cyrus posted? Do you think there is an angle in the bottom left?
You're fading out. I can't hear you when you're that low.
Do you think there is an angle in the bottom left corner of Cyrus's figure or not?
There's an issue with your
Cyrus's
PA
what?
system.
Bottom
What can I
left
say here?
or bottom or
It's an
bottom
error.
right corners.
Right? A line is defined as a series of points, right? If all the points are not in a line with each other, it's always divert. It's an error. You can't get any one angle because it's constantly changing. You don't understand that?
Correct. 100%.
So we can look at every type of angle or triangle that there is, and none of them have a curved any line.
Even if we let you arbitrarily pick a random
What is
spot,
it?
it's still gonna be under 90. So
Scalene, isolosis. None of them will have a curved
Can't let him
line.
do that though.
It won't be a triangle.
We can, but we won't. You know, we're not going to pick a random point because it doesn't work.
we're already 2, 3, 4 steps into Narnia. So
I mean, this is fucking fourth grade math here.
Third grade.
Triangles are built out of straight lines. Period.
Shapes, bro.
Well, Matthew, it looks like you guys have averaged back to the mean. All right, math proves globe. No more.
Here, I'll give you a third grade worksheet. Can you complete that?
There you go.
I guess I would be interested to hear what any other mathematician you guys can find would say is the angle at the bottom left corner of Cyrus's.
Gives a fuck. They would tell you you're an idiot. That's
They
what
would tell you it doesn't fucking exist, moron.
They wouldn't even
I don't think that's what they would say.
The angle at the bottom of that, because the triangle is needed to take the angle of elevation. So is that a triangle becomes the question.
Shit. I aced trig at university. I'm telling you, you're a fucking moron.
Literally, what part of the curve
And he teaches trigonometry.
do you measure the angle from? What part? The very inner part, or do you keep going every millimeter
It's not
along
a triangle,
that?
folks.
I know. That's what. So the level of trying to justify squaring a circle, you're literally trying to write a triangle at this point, and it's not working.
Right. Right, a triangle.
He pointed I mean, he posted a really good diagram because it shows you the exterior angles of a shape because you have interior angles and exterior angles.
Yep.
An exterior, they're going to be, 360. Right? Interior will differ. Like interior angles of a hexagon, look it up. It's not 360. It's a lot greater than that, whatever, 5-something or 700-something degrees. I don't know.
Yeah.
You can figure it out mathematically.
it's a more appropriate.
But the problem is that a hexagon is made up of straight lines as well.
All of them are, yeah.
Yeah.
It's a fundamental thing, It's
That's how you get it. Otherwise, if it's curved, there's no.
You can make a dude look like a lady, but you can't make a circle look like a triangle.
Yeah, we already went over the angle sum property of a triangle. It's already established. He's finished. He was finished the moment I started speaking. He was done.
Civilization's crumbling. There's nothing you can do about your ball reality. It's done. R.I.P.
I think smoke them if you got them, right? I'll just roll on them.
Shit, anybody want a freaking nugget? Come get me. I'll freaking throw you a couple.
Some people didn't pass this test that I just posted a picture of. So we have to remember that too.
Matthew, doesn't that bother? I mean, as you know, I'm all about math. Like, what? You have nothing to say about a curved adjacent?
Okay, bro. He teaches like what is it? Accounting math.
Whatever.
He's not a math.
He should know what a triangle is.
You know what I mean?
He asked, how do I find the angle between a line and a circle? Bob Eckhart works at Lawrence Tech. Answered 4 years ago. Author has 1 point whatever. And then take a tangent line to the circle at a point where the given line intersects the circle and measurement angle between the given line and the tangent line. Yeah, you're just looking for the arc, right? But that's the issue, you
Right,
know.
that's all it is. You
Do
just
you
find-
take the arc at the closest point?
Yes,
Or
at the point
the
where they
furthest
intersect.
point that you can measure?
No, the point where they intersect.
Wait, so
the point that they intersect would be 0, and say 2 feet away from it would be significantly more of a measurement, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
is the sextant measured at your
just
measuring it at your feet? Are you aiming a sextant at your feet? Is that what you're saying?
No, I was talking like this
No, that's what he's
the
saying.
question.
Right away. He says right away is that where you start the measurement of the angle, right at your feet when you're using a sextant. Then,
Well, the end thing question is the angle of the curved adjacent, right? This is not a triangle. This is a straight line coming off of a circle. Once again, not a triangle.
Right, an angle is just one part. It only uses 2 lines, one angle, 2 lines.
Yeah, but the beautiful thing about a triangle is no matter which distance you measure that angle of those intersecting lines, it will be the same angle. That's the beautiful thing about a triangle.
Yeah, that is a convenient thing about the way triangles work. You're right.
Yeah. And you can know if you're truly squared on the triangle, so to say, if the interior angles do not equal 180, right?
Right.
Right.
yeah. So how do you get any kind of? So you're saying that you measure an angle at the very closest part where the curve starts and the straight line up. That's
right.
Your angle.
Yeah, that's right.
How do you're still? So if I measure, you're going to get a different measurement if you go a millimeter away, right?
That's why you draw a single tangent. Yeah.
No, you can't. Nope.
Yeah, you can't.
Nope. No.
You just arbitrarily
you
make
can't
a
get
line.
an elevation angle with a curved adjacent. There's no way.
Yeah, you can't do that, man, because a circle, in my understanding, if I remember correctly, is defined as all points or the infinite number of points and all equal distance from a single point in the center. That's what a circle is. So you're dealing with an infinite number of points on the circumference of the circle, defined like not geometrically, right? Because it's a shape, yeah. So by that, whatever is that, was that some kind of professor? By him saying just at the point where they meet, it's like, bro, like you have infinite points in a circle. So which point exactly is it?
Well, the exact intersection of the two. There's only one point where they meet, where the line meets the circle.
Yeah, but as you zoom in, you have infinite points, though.
Right. So there's only one point where they intersect. They don't intersect at more than one.
I get it.
Yeah, but the problem lies.
Each point has a different tangent on the circle.
Right.
That's it. Yeah.
The problem, right? There's a problem. So you're trying to navigate, right? You're trying to figure out the distance to fucking Chicago from, your current location, and you only have, a sextant to find it. So would a curved adjacent equal the proper answer? No, you would need a flat adjacent.
Now, the sextant shoots out a ticker tape when you point it at the horizon and the celestial object. It shoots out a ticker tape of an infinite number of fucking tangent lines.
Choose one.
Well, how big of an abacus would you need to calculate that?
An abacus. That's ancient.
Yeah, see? I mean, they didn't have a fucking calculator on a fucking ship, Matthew. If anything, they had an abacus.
Dude, I think he gets it. I honestly think he gets it.
He got it when I first spoke. My first sentence, he got it.
Because you have your location, the location of where you want to be or where you think you originated from. Know what I mean? So you want to find out your location. So your location is X.
So you know the location of a star, which is A, and you know the location of B, which is where you started from or where you're trying to get to.
Then how do you get the distance to where you're?
Because the star that you're looking
Here
at
we
is
go.
directly overhead,
No, let
and
him-
you're
let
at a
him go.
90.
No, wait. Let him go. Okay, how do you get the distance? Well, you take that elevation angle. The formula is 90 degrees measured out minus the measured elevation angle times 60 nautical miles. Good?
And where did the 60 come from? Is it
Where's your next point? Where did you get the 1 degree every 60 nautical miles, you fucking retard? That's an elevation angle. So we're back to where we started. Good night. Oh, curved adjacent.
You really should bring your own KY into the room when you come here, Matthew. Your sphincter must really hurt when you leave.
Wasn't that a perfect demonstration? I told you guys what they would do. You know, at least the ICD-10, what was it? Is it the 76 code? That's severe mental retardation. That's what they will come up with. The other ones won't because they're too fucking stupid. Matthew, I told them that's what the retards would do. You just did it. OMG, dude. Thanks. Where'd we get that? That 1 degree every 60 nautical miles? We got it from a flat earth, you fucking moron. Because that's an elevation angle. And the only way you can get that elevation angle is with a flat, level, horizontal, adjacent. Good night.
Oh, shit. It's a triangle, man. It's a right triangle. You are the location. You are one of the vectors, and the star should be directly overhead. Like Pythagoras, man.
That's what I'm saying, man.
Hey, is this going out live? What number is this? Anyone know?
I'm not sure.
Oh, 1 second. 1 second.
Can somebody track that down for me, please?
2117 eraser.
2117, appreciate it.
You should try to do this yourself on AutoCAD, man. I think you'll learn something. Because I mean, I did it myself. Never heard this before. Just hopped on. You guys were talking about it. I was like, okay, I can fire. I'm even using like NanoCAD. It's free, you know. So no excuse. You can just download it. And try to get a dimension. When you go to dimension this angle, just draw that up and hit dimension angle. Then you have to choose the vertex and a side and a side. So yeah, good luck. Your side is curved, so I don't know. Software kind of glitches out on you.
I want to say something about the image. You know, you just posted azimuthal heading, right? Matthews, that's azimuthal. That too is Cartesian.
Yeah. If this is Cartesian, then the star is 1,071 miles high. I'm just curious how people know how high that is.
Well, they don't. That's not an actual measurement. But that is an azimuthal projection.
I just think the stars are farther than 1,000 miles.
It's irrelevant, though. You know.
Well, I don't think you could prove it, and it doesn't really matter. It's a non sequitur to the point.
None of the data indicates the known distance of said star.
Why would we give a damn what you thought anyway? You don't even know what a fucking triangle is.
Right. Well, see, if you look at the azimuth of projection, you have converging lines, two lines that converge together. But this wouldn't work in a Cartesian coordinate system such as the Mercator projection if you were trying to travel on a line, a tangent line, or a rhumb line, a heading line. You can't have two lines converging. There's your divergence. You just displayed what I was saying. I mean, all courses of heading there, every run line in there goes to one point, right? The same point. There's only one sector. Everybody would end up at the North Pole if it were a globe.
What's a straight line, Matthew? Do you know what it is? Like, proper definition of it?
Yeah, it's a line that doesn't curve.
No, that's not it, actually.
Okay, fine. How would you describe it?
The shortest distance between 2 points.
That's a good
That's a straight. Oh, that's how they fucking defined it, not me.
But what would the measurement be? Would it be 180?
A straight line, yes. 180 degrees, yes, always. Quite easy. Like, you just fold the line from the center and you can, understand why it's 180 degrees. It's not hard.
Anybody program machines? You know what a G180 is?
The G code, bro.
Yeah.
No, I know nothing about
I gotta take off.
computer numerical control.
So it tells the torque to do a G180. If you program 7 inches of movement, it'll go 7 inches forward and then return 7 inches back. That's a straight line. Or 180, forward and reverse.
Are you sure it just didn't go around the curve from the other side? It's way shorter.
Well, you don't hit the spindle. It's $1,000 boring bar there, motherfucker.
Insert a tooling for sure.
Shit, just a bar. We're not even talking about that carbide tip on the bar.
How many
tips? That's a stiff rod, eh?
It should be quite stiff, yeah. Stiffer the better in machining, yes. Rigidity.
I mean, talking about boring bars. Come on, community.
I know. They don't get it. Or maybe.
I also ream it in the G180.
Yes, I have plenty of reamers, yeah. All sizes.
Yep, ream it, dream it, and tap it.
Yeah, gearheads. Gearhead jokes,
Yeah, we'll check it out. You also have carpenter jokes.
Gearhead for in and out.
If you're like a
machinist,
any kind of finishing carpenter, you would always have some kind of a stud finder, right? And just to calibrate it, you'd always click it on and see if it detects yourself.
Right, yeah. I mean, every time
going into the hardware store, picking it up, and might be like, "Oh, stud finder!" right in front of an employee or something, like a female, and be like, "Let's see if it works." Yep, it works.
Well, the issue is every time I even get close to one of those fucking things, it just goes off, man.
Oh, you stud muffin. He's a muff studding. Oh, you don't get it. Stud muffin, muff studding.
No.
Muff studding. Look, I'll be there in a minute. You know I'm half fucking snail, man.
Did you know that the what is it? Catholic Church believes in evolution?
and the Big Bang, and space aliens.
Weren't it Jesuits who came up with the primordial atom, George Lamette?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it was the father of the Big Bang.
Are you surprised that they believe in it?
No, not at all.
They have faith. It doesn't surprise me.
I mean, holy shit! Like I can't remember the name of the recent pope, but he
No,
took
you hit the nail on the head. Holy shit!
He took the name, like his what everybody calls him, from some guy who was called a sissy. Like fuck, Francis Assisi or Saint Francis Assisi, right? So he took the name of a dead dude.
I shall be called Francis the Sixth from here on out. I know they just get to pick their new name. Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, and he's the one to go through some tribulations, and the
I
last,
shall be John Paul the 100th.
the final one. And we're only like, according to the same prophecy, we're only like, or the same recordings of the saint who's been accurate on every single thing. We only have like another 5 leaders in Israel until doom, till the seas boil.
And in due time, we'll release the sickle so that we
I
can
kinda-
separate the wheat from the chaff before the harvest.
I kind of
well, the sickler is already
people
released.
who profess from a book they wrote.
Yeah. But the sickler
Do you
is
think-
already out there.
Do you think Dr. Sickle is the sickle?
Possibly. Well, according to the 3 angels' message, it's an angel that thrusts his scythe, his sickle, to bring forward the first harvest.
I'm craving chocolate for some reason. I think I should go buy me some chocolate.
Chocolate's healthy for you. It's high in magnesium and
Zinc. It's got dark chocolate, like real
What is
chocolate,
it?
has zinc
Yeah.
in it.
and
Should.
copper, which is perfect for your vitamin C uptake. Because without those 2 in there, because vitamin C will like neutralize your copper and magnesium levels, so you
It
don't
also-
utilize it unless it's there, and then you need selenium to uptake it.
It increases your dopamine by 2 times, so it makes you happy.
Well, by the way, the secret, and I'm going to tell you this, right? Since you're into the
Swiss
study
chocolate
of the craft,
is a oh yeah, the study of the craft, indeed.
natural dopamine is what you need.
Well, that is natural dopamine.
Maintain a natural dopamine.
I'm just stimulating it with a piece of chocolate.
Yeah, but well, 1 minute it's a piece of chocolate, the next minute it's a line of cocaine.
Indeed. However,
No.
I put limits. I put limits to my drug
No
use.
bumps. Stick to the chicken breast.
I like your path there from chocolate to blow.
From
Fuck,
chocolate
what
to
the-
cocaine.
He went straight from a chocolate bar to let's get high.
Well,
Now I'm
that's pretty
definitely
much what it does. I
chocolate.
mean,
And he said it so calmly too, like it's just in every
He is- in neurochemistry, he is right
Okay,
though.
I ate my Hershey's. I'm good for a
Yeah.
week. Bump,
Cocaine.
it's the same
Bender,
dopamine pumps, dopamine hits.
bump, bender.
So by him saying that, like I knew he knows what the fuck he's talking about. You're right.
Yeah.
Increases
But I'm telling you, you need that natural dopamine. It doesn't matter about the serotonin. But the
Bro, I
dopamine
think it's
needs
about
to be
10
on a natural
times
level.
cocaine
Yeah,
increase.
but after the first
Oh, I know
bump,
that,
you
but
just
you know,
killed the candy
you'd be like,
bar
well,
off
the
that.
chocolate worked all right. Let's see what this will do. Okay, the nicotine works even better. Let's see what this will do.
Right, and I do smoke like in blunts, right? Blunt wraps. And, like I don't smoke tobacco, but or tobacco papers.
Yeah.
That's it. And I don't smoke them all the time, right?
Oh, even better. Let's get some adrenaline pumping in there. Some adrenaline flow with the dopamine.
So check this out. Check this out.
Some
This
coffee.
is this is the fucked up part.
Just go
Adrenaline,
get laid, man.
adrenaline or norepinephrine, right? Is they both come from dopamine from the same, or
That's
both of them
messed up,
come from
man.
norepinephrine, right? Is the
That's
base
messed
molecule for it, you know? So yeah.
But I'm just saying, man. You know, don't go into like the shortcuts.
Mm-mm. So yeah, I believe in hacking like my machine, but to a limit. I set
You're
limits.
messing with me, right?
No messing.
You don't want your merry-go-round to break down.
No.
He's
Even
messing with me, damn it.
even pharmacy is not allowed, like Adderall, stuff like that. I don't take any of that because it works. I know. I don't have
Well,
to
that's
explain.
just, that Adderall is just meth.
On Adderall, and this motherfucker, man, I told him, he said, man, I don't know what's up with my kid. We got him this, and it's supposed to even him out. And I was like, dude, you don't get it? He's cranking right now. He's like, what? I was like, that boy's on crank, man.
He's
You
fucking
better look
tweaking.
up the ingredients of that shit. And it was one of my employees, and he come back a week later, and he's like, nah, really, Mike, he literally had to go to court to get his kid off this shit.
It should be a
And I
crime.
helped him out. I said, look, motherfucker, I'll take you to a lawyer. I'll pay for the lawyer, and you can just take it out of your fucking paycheck. Get that kid off the meth.
And then you got liberal places like California. Oh, fuck, man. You need 9 grams to
Yeah,
get busted
tried to
with a felony.
tell him his kid. They told him his kid couldn't go to
9
school if he
grams.
wasn't messed up.
They call anything under 9 grams. They call 9 grams and under fucking personal.
Recreational.
Yeah. But the thing is an 8-ball.
For meth. For meth.
An 8-ball will keep a fucking group of tweakers up for fucking 5 days.
Are you talking about
them motherfuckers out there pushing away your anhydrous tank on your farm, bro? I'm
How
telling
can
you, I
there be
went
a
out there.
personal amount of meth? That's ridiculous.
Listen, I don't know what they were on, but there was like 6 dudes one day that just tried to push this like 3,000-pound tank
that's
out of my
crack.
garage.
Crack then.
And
Crackhead strength. Yeah, it's well known.
No, they were meth heads. They wanted my anhydrous tank.
Maybe
But I
they
got
were smart meth heads.
I got these alarms that go off in my house. It flashes a light in my bedroom, plus does a buzzer like my alarm clock. So I
They
get
straight
up. Listen,
dope fiend that shit.
yeah, I get up and one's got a hold of the tongue where it hooks to the tractor, right? And he's steering it while 6 other meth heads are pushing it. And I just come out and put one in the air, boom, and they all disappeared. But the dude on the tongue, the dude on the tongue was like, I'm pulling this shit by myself. Fuck that. I'm getting away with it. And I was like, hey, dude, you want shot or you want to go to jail or you want both? Because I'll blow your leg off and then call the county sheriffs. You know, I know how to tie a tourniquet. He was like, are you kidding me? I was like, dude, get the fuck out of here. He started running. I was like, what the fuck? I tracked him too. As soon as daylight come, I want to know I want to make sure there wasn't a tweaker camp on my property because I wasn't hip to all this. But then one day, somebody broke in and stole a bunch of medicated chicken feed from my farm. And the county sheriff started telling me, the county sheriff started to. I said, what the fuck they want with some medicated chicken feed? He tells me. I tell my kid's like, oh yeah, old man, let me hook you up. He Googles all kinds of shit. It shows me. I was like, fuck. Well, he said, let's check the property. We might have a tweaker camp out here. And by one of the rivers, they were all camping down there, cooking and tweaking and shit. You should have seen them when we went down there and busted in. These motherfuckers were going every which way but loose. Eyes so big, they're lighting up the night. My kid my son, he's not as nice as me. He is running motherfuckers over on his quad. Like, dude.
I would have grabbed a fucking baseball bat and used it as a joust on the freaking dirt bike.
Nothing short of a shotgun, brother. Nothing short of a shotgun.
You need a proper magazine for your chemicals, man.
Shotgun, bro.
I actually built a barn that's harder to get into, and it's got an alarm system that goes straight to
what
the
I mean
county.
is,
so if you
like, have
flip
it
the
inside
county
of a.
sheriffs are on their way.
Like have it inside of a cage, like a chain link cage inside of that building, just in case.
Yeah,
You know what I
bolt
mean?
cutters, $5 you can get inside that cage.
Right, that's the only steel barn I got, and you can get into it, but if you do, you're going to trip the alarm, and the county sheriffs are going to come right to the barn location. So
Yeah.
they might make it before I do. So, but that's because it's a fucking meth head epidemic. I wasn't hit till they started robbing me for my shit. I didn't know I had.
Yeah, blame China and
about
Mexico.
the Special K and shit, you know.
Up here, bro. They
China
got
and Mexico.
they got
That's-
camps from in downtown, dude. They just got fucking
Yeah.
tents up. Ridiculous.
Yeah, now all my the medications for the cattle, you know, tranquilizers and shit, all that's kept in the same barn. I have an alarm system on it. Because they'll kill you for some Special K, too.
Oh, yeah.
I never knew. Why the fuck would you... This shit would put you 2 sheets from dead, man. It knocks down a fucking bull.
It's a K-hole. That's when you get stuck in a K-hole, yeah.
I'm not hip, but
Those
I know
guys are
what it does to the bull. I go
Dude,
slap him once he takes one. What now,
People
bitch?
used to take horse tranquilizers, Reds.
Yeah. Dude, you should see the painkillers.
That'll put down a fucking horse, dude.
Yeah, I get hydrocodone for horses and shit, you know, like a Vicodin. This motherfucker is so big, no human could ever swallow it. You have to chip pieces off of it.
Oh, that's worth a lot of dough, man. That's a lot of hydro right there. That's a big,
it is, but
it's a big ass pill.
I wouldn't need my horse to suffer. I got some horses that need that shit. Like my harness racing horse. I won one. Was at the horse races that you could if you won the trifecta, you could keep the pot or you could leave the pot and take the horse. They're giving the horse away. And he's just wanting to take his last. You give me the trifecta, I give you the horse. So I took the horse. But he's that shit. Harness racing is we shouldn't even allow people to do it. It's really hard on the horses. Bullshit.
Dude, this weed is really good. Alright. I spent a little bit more money on it.
Shit, I didn't spend any money on this.
Whatever, man. I mean, so $45 an ounce. I mean, hey, I splurged, right? Instead of 30, I spent 45.
Oh yeah, that's right. You're up in fucking Washington, huh?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
That must be outdoor.
Dude,
The stuff I'm smoking, yeah, it is.
So is mine. It is
Pesticide
outdoor.
free.
Oh, I think this is mine.
I'm with you.
I don't think
Whenever the pests have gotten on it, they've fucking killed it. So,
called orgoponics, motherfucker.
I had this one fucking giant praying mantis living on this shit. It ended up dying, so I buried it underneath. I buried it next to the what do you call it? Potatoes.
That's a good bug.
I like
those.
I like
Yeah.
praying mantis.
Dude, this thing got huge. It had a litter and everything, huh?
Yeah, I had one on my porch this year, man. That motherfucker got like 4 inches. I was like, damn.
I went to go check my plants one day, and I saw that motherfucker in there, and I was like, "You get to live here."
I'm burning some Aussie 30 with some blueberry hash.
Dude, I like to get high and watch them motherfuckers tear apart their food. Like they're stalking on something. They slowly, and then all of a sudden, the praying mantis, all of a sudden they're in the reach of it. And the minute they can reach it, they're fast. They're no longer slow. They're like, pow! Rip, 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 rip. It's all ripped up, quartered out, set out on. It's like I had one in the barn. He's on the framework. And as soon as he got a hold of a cricket one day, and that motherfucker was in 30 pieces. In a blink of an eye, I was like, damn, he's got him all quartered out. I got steaks, I got tenderloins.
They go for the brain first, man. Those things are vicious.
They eat the head first.
One of my favorite insectoids is the praying mantis and or walking stick genus.
Yeah, the sticks are cool.
My friend lets praying mantises and ladybugs go on his outdoor crops every summer.
Yeah, that's the best thing.
Right.
Yeah.
So a preventative herbicide, it's not an herbicide. It's a pesticide. It's like an herb-based garlic, Tabasco, mint. You just add a little bit of water, drop a dish soap. Spray them every 2 weeks.
And then if you're lucky, you won't have spider mites.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
exactly.
Because you'll have that little black beetle that feasts on them and lacewing flies.
Even if you get them, they'll stay off. It'll keep them off if you always apply it. If you're on it like once a week or something like that, the underside, just spray it heavily.
I make a spray out of apple cider that keeps mites off a lot of my stuff.
I gotta fight ants. That's my biggest enemy is ants.
Ants?
Fucking ants.
Fight it at the base of the plant.
Dude, the motherfuckers, they'll move into the roots and then they'll start burrowing into the fucking trunk.
What? Oh, you live in the fucking desert, don't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, hungry ass ants, right?
And then they'll like scar it a little bit, and then I'll like go out there and I'm all, what the fuck is this nectar? It's like goo, honey, right? And it's sweet. And then I'll notice like these little patches of white shit, and I was like, God damn it, those are aphid eggs. Fucking ants.
Yeah, you can use cinnamon to keep ants away.
That's what I ended up doing. Cayenne pepper, cinnamon, and apple cider vinegar.
And it works, yeah.
Oh yeah.
How often do you have to apply it? Once a week?
Whenever I see signs of ants around.
I figured, like, for my schedule, it was once every 2 weeks during flowering to avoid mold issues. But before that, once a week during veg. And because I had spider mites. And, I would just soak it. And, dude, it would keep most of them off, like 90%. So it's great.
We'll see. Once the ants killed my 7-footer, I went to war on them. I got every single kind of granule, fucking 5 different kinds of fucking toxins,
ape shit,
little feeders. I had the exterminator fucking get the special shit, and dude, I just went around everywhere and found their holes and just baited the shit everywhere, dude. Oh my god, I don't see a single ant now.
I grow deep water culture, man. Dirt doesn't even see my roots. I'm sorry. It's spend.
I even use boric acid, man.
I'm all chemical, sir. Does the same thing.
Just get an ant feeder, bear.
An anteater, yeah.
An anteater bear. Yes, get one of those.
Right, that's a good solution, man.
Like a pet.
I heard there's one that hangs out with a pink panther.
Or is that an aardvark?
Try some hydroponics, man.
He's always eating the ants, that's all I know.
I don't have the real estate for hydro or the patience.
Well, I mean, real estate, like.
If I had the real estate, realistically, I would kick all my mom shit out of the shop and just grow in there, but I would still do it soil.
No,
I don't like hydro.
Okay,
I don't like hydro.
Well, you're not gonna have ant issues with hydro, so outdoors. I was talking about outdoor hydro, so you get best of both worlds, where your 7-footer would have been a 9-footer instead of 7, just because.
Yeah, well, I learned if I apply enough molasses in the water, the sulfur will keep the ants away as well.
Watch Mendocino Dope Project. You'll grow fucking 25-foot tall.
Oh yeah, I know.
Watch those guys, yeah. They grow trees, bro. I know. So, yeah, if I lived in that climate,
Corn
for sure, man.
oil,
Doors.
corn oil, apple vinegar, and garlic
Calcium nitrate
with water.
Yeah, they
Get rid of a lot of bugs.
acid for
It's all
pH.
organic. It's all organic.
So is mine. So is mine, bro. All organic chemicals. You came from Earth.
Do you know what
Garlic,
pickle quick is?
You can use You can use chili
A
too.
flamethrower
Chili
is the
peppers.
easiest one. Flamethrower.
Do you know what Pickle Quick is?
What's that?
I've heard of it. I don't
It's
really know
you
what it is.
go to the canning section and you get pickling lime.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's you use that to bring the pH up, and to bring it down, you use lemon juice.
Yeah, you don't want lemon juice in a hydroponic system. No, because it's
Yeah, that's why
sugar. You don't
I
want
don't
that
want
sugar.
anything to do with hydroponic, man. I don't even like the taste of it.
You wouldn't even know that mine was grown
Yeah.
hydro, sir. You would not.
But
You would.
I
You
would know.
Yes, from the quality of the buds, you'd be like, "Fuck you! This is too good, right?" It's a specimen, so you'd be like, "Yes."
It's more like
Horseshit.
I taste water.
Nah. Get out of here.
Yeah, when I taste stuff grown in soil, I could tell the difference. I'm just like,
Well,
forest.
or if it's grown by mediocre farmers or commercial,
So it's
because
like
they pump nutrients all the way to the harvest cycle. The idea is to cut back the last 2 weeks and give it nothing.
Forest or
Flush out, all the chemicals.
So that
guano,
quick
'cause I
pickle is
taste
like
snake
a pickle
musk.
brine.
Or fishy fish emulsion. I'm telling you, man, I can tell the difference. I've been smoking long enough. I could taste those new
I've had
ones.
some fishy
bet.
strains. Yes, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
I
And
remember.
then sometimes you get those real narcotic blends like hash plant. Oh, I love hash plant, where you just smoke the bud.
I
and it's
use
just-
fish guts in my fertilizer for my weed. I basically make it about like I do the tomato fertilizer.
Yeah, I should
About the same.
catch some shiners and like make the little bastard swallow the seed and then bury it.
You just take it and put it in a handful of fish guts. You don't go fishing, huh?
Well, I don't have a fishing license and I live on a reservation.
Oh,
I don't have
really need a
special
fishing
permissions.
license because the river.
God's
So if I
water
go
going off my
fishing,
property.
fishing,
Oh yeah.
it's technically poaching.
Oh, that's terrible.
Well, you're
You don't want to do that.
Yeah, that's the thing, So I'm just like, I can't really fish unless I travel an hour north.
Dude, that sucks.
Yeah, reservation laws are kind of funny, especially for white people. Sorry.
But I can shoot all the fucking coyote and rabbit I want.
I bet.
I don't want to eat coyote though, man.
No,
You don't eat it.
They're non-game mammals.
Well, no, we want something that we can eat, bro. That's why I fish. It's food from God's water, free food.
Pests. They disturb the populations of other wild.
And let's put it this way: if I were to get one of the ones that for crit from the reservation, which expires at the end of the month, it would be kind of useless. And then, like, I can get a 2-pull sticker and all that stuff, but come on now.
Yeah, I know. I stopped buying my saltwater and freshwater license, bro. Honestly, I just, I got tired, and I used to love
buy
fishing.
mine every season, bro.
Now I hate
gotta fish.
Well, dude, man, I don't know, dude. Like, I've been overseas.
Well, yeah, up where you are, you got like nice areas. Like where I am, I got the Colorado River.
It's the horse
Is there a
shit.
different license for saltwater than there is for freshwater?
Yeah,
Do you have to, is it separate?
Oh yeah,
Shit.
I buy a combined license, so they kind
Can
of
you
say.
see that, Josh? Can you see that stick? He was on my deck.
Oh yeah, there's a walking stick. Hell yeah.
Yes, I know. I need to redo the deck. Saving it for my nephew. He's gonna do it in the spring, but
Nah, just put some orange oil on it.
Bro, go synthetic, petrochemical stuff, great stuff.
Orange oil, clean it up, or lemon oil, clean it up, and then do some.
Well, I took that
Thompson's or something.
Polyurethane.
early this year. My nephew painted that. We repainted the whole deck, but because of the condition of the wood, I'm gonna have him tear it up. I'm putting a new deck next year.
I'm about to work on a deck repair tomorrow, and I use deck cover from Home Depot, textured Deck over
Yeah.
paint. It's really good.
Paint. Deck over paint. Yeah, it is.
So
'Cause
pressure wash it.
It stands up to the weather. Yeah, we did. We pressure washed it, water sealed it, and then deck overed it.
It doesn't look like it, man. Looks like it's bare wood. Kind of.
Yeah, that's when it was stripped.
Yeah, and sat there for a while too. It looks like.
Yeah, once it was painted, he didn't like to hang out on the deck because you could see his ass. That's what I'm saying. My deck was, he power washed it and stripped it, and it fucking. The stick said, "Hey, I can hide here," and I walked out and almost stepped on him. I was like, "Oh wait," he wasn't even gonna move when I was like, "Damn, there's a bug." So I moved around him.
I thought that was stick, bro. Shit.
Yeah, some of them even look like leaves.
Yep, that's a stick.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
dude. Some fucking mantises, dude. They're fucking beautiful.
Crazy what randomness can
dude,
create.
they look like orchids and shit. It's like, what the fuck?
Toss a bunch of marbles into space, really hot space, and you get a bunch of these out somehow. Anti-entropy. Evolution, man, and I love it. It's magical. Look at that. Look at that. The stick wanted to move. So over millions of years, it grew a mind. Then it grew feet.
Fuck that. That's a straight killer.
Dude, it's good weed, man.
That's a straight stone cold killer, man. Look at that shit.
Stick said, "King of the jungle, my ass. I'm growing eyeballs and legs. I'm gonna show that lion."
Right. That's right. That's right. On its own.
Now, see, I have done this, like, when I was growing up.
What?
Stepdad would take me fishing, and they'd be using, like, flies and all that, and they wouldn't let me use any of their tackle. I'd have to use my tackle, and I only had hooks, right? No bait. So I'm like, okay, well, this is fucked, you know? So I started, like, looking around, and I saw a bunch of these velvet ants. Right? So I grabbed one of them velvet ants and I threw it out in the river, out in the lake. And the fucking trout just come up and inhaled it, just flunk, and it's kind of like boiling. I'm just like, ooh. So I grabbed one, put it on the hook, cast it out there. In about maybe 5 seconds, not even 5 seconds, got a hit and just reeled that motherfucker in. Stepdad and his brother were sitting there looking, going, "What are you using?"
Yeah.
And I go, "I'm just throwing a hook out there." Right? And they're like, "No way." And they said, "Get away." And so I walked away and I went where they were, right? And putting it on, caught another one, and they're sitting there casting out. What the hell? They're changing their shit out. I'm trolling them for like a good 5 minutes just to be like, fucking assholes.
I'll swap my gear too. It's like, oh wow, you caught on that? Okay, sure. Let me try that.
I'm just using a plain hook. Yeah, right.
Caterpillars. So put a furry caterpillar on there.
Yeah, except for where I grew up, those furry caterpillars are poisonous.
Hey, grab some needle nose pliers and shit. MacGyver, something. Because I still want it to wiggle on the fucking hook.
Especially the orange and the red one, or the orange and black.
I'll make a fucking contraption and hold that thing like just flat, like hold still. I'm not gonna hurt
the
you.
tansies
I'll let the
and
fish eat you.
like when the cows eat the tansies, their milk is all kind of fucked up.
You know how many of them bugs you can eat?
Eat one of those fucking caterpillars, then they're all fucked up. They get sick. Remember that from the farm.
Yeah.
Having to sit there and patrol the fucking pasture for those tansies. Pull them.
Honestly, I hook live fish, so maybe I'm an asshole. I don't know.
What, you snag fish?
No, for bait, right? No, like
Oh yeah, you do that with goldfish.
Yeah,
You do that with goldfish, right?
Oh, they have feelings too, right?
And you can
Or it's
catch
not
like some big ass catfish with that. And I'd do that with bluegill. I'll catch a couple
Hard
bluegill,
scale, I guess. Yeah, where you do
and
it.
then
Maybe they don't feel it.
live hook them, and then throw them down at the bottom with like a heavy weight, heavier than they could swim around on. Throw it down in the channel and just let it sit.
Somebody comes
I
on,
got an
"Hey,
alarm on
little
my
fella,
shit.
You're lost.
I got an alarm on my shit, and I can set the tension to where
Unreal.
the fish won't set it off, but the catfish will.
Yeah.
It'll flash and all that shit. Beep 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 beep. Ooh.
Dude, I caught a 22 pounder. I remember overseas, from the surf, man. 22 pounder, and I think a 19 pounder right after. You know, just on sardine bits. You know, just buy sardines in the fish market for like $1. You get just like a kilo or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All these people in here, and there's only, 3 of us talking.
I know, right? I think I'll go buy chocolate now. See you guys. I'll be back.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna
I mean, I have a
have a
cotton
bowl
mouth.
of turkey noodle soup.
I ate once and like the food evaporated. Like, I'm extremely hungry.
That's what happened to me.
Yeah, well, I haven't eaten yet, and this thing's been cooking for like 2 days. Boiled the whole carcass.
Mine didn't
Wow.
evaporate, so I put more
What are you
meat
cooking?
in, and I needed more food.
Turkey noodle soup.
For 2 days. Alright. Damn.
Dumpling style noodles. Good shit, man.
Nice.
Dumplings.
It is kosher. I would eat it.
Another motherfucker as well.
As long as you don't have any of that swine in there.
I use dumpling style with noodles. I let them rise for a day, and then I put them in it. And it swells for hours.
Alright, I'll be back.
Chris, where the hell you been? Jingle balls. How the hell you only got 4 rows? Oh no, that's not enough for my boy Chris. Gotta have every row we got.
What's going on? It's quiet. Am I in the wrong place? Quiet, man. Am I in the wrong place? What happened?
No, we were waiting for you to talk.
Okay, well, here I am. I'm here now. I showed up. You know, you got to show up at some point. People, come on.
I was thinking about starting a song.
Did I fucking hear Mick West on here today? Did I really?
Yeah, but
Was I dreaming? Was that? What was that?
No, it was. We were playing an older debate.
Oh, okay. Shit, I woke up, man. I'm like, put my headphones on. I was like, see what's going on. And like, Mick, what the? I'm like, oh shit, I missed the fucking party. I got to interview him once, man, a long time ago, and what a cock. That guy's a fucking cock. Sorry, Mick. just he's like Matthew. Him and Matthew are kind of the same boat, man, as far as I can tell. Anyway, moving on. Thank you for clarifying that. I'm just
here I'll share the link with everybody, so in case
That's all right.
anybody wants to.
Yeah, I can't handle his voice, man. It's something with his condescending, I know it all shit that he just it's just too cocky. Yeah, I'm like,
My voice?
oh, Mick West,
Oh.
not you, man. Fuck, you're amazing. Mick West is not an honest person, man. Not even close.
Jim Panda's the one with the voice that really kills me.
Yeah, there are some voices that just rock, you just skull, and you can't handle it, no matter what they're saying. They could even be screaming flat earth. And I'm like, I can't handle
Every
it.
time he opens his mouth, all I hear is "fan me." My voice sounds like fingernails on a chalkboard.
I'm glad I don't know who that is.
Jim Panda.
Oh, Jim Panda. Yeah, I watched him for like 10 minutes once, and I was like, nah, this guy's not for real either, man. He's too.
Yeah, I kept going like Jim Panda, and everybody's like, no, Jim Panda. Like the jewel.
GEM.
Yeah. And I'm like, what kind of weird fucking furry motherfucker? Steven Universe parody. Fuck.
Jewel Panda.
Have you ever seen Steven Universe?
Oh, no.
They all have gems in their bellies and shit like the troll.
I've seen Steven Universe.
Oh, that's it. Gem belly troll.
You guys are great. That I needed that. That was good. I
could go get a picture of Jim Panda, but I'm feeling lazy.
Yeah, he looks like a penguin played by Danny DeVito.
Stay away from those demons, man. They're not good for you. They're not good. What else is going on, man? I heard there was a German kid came in, man. Kind of, hey, man, I'm interested in flat earth. I heard that guy. I forget his name. Seemed legit. You guys took him to task, and he said, I'm going to check it out, man. I'll be back. But yeah, he said a few things that were straight up, like the moon landing's fake, but he was just happy to hang out with some flat earthers, I think, because he was afraid to talk. He talked to one of his buddies, and his buddy thought he was crazy or something like that. Anyway, those are the kind of people we're after, man. We're just like saying, hey, man, come here, check it out, enjoy the party. It's a good party we're hanging out with here. Truth is always fun. And honesty is even funner, man. And when you can put them together, it's one hell of a fucking party, man. And it's all we're looking for. Truth and honesty, man. Can you break out of your Disneyland freaking brainwashing? Be good. Come on, snap out of it, people. I don't think it's going to happen for most people, though. They're just not going to get it. So we'll just enjoy our little party. And if you want to join it, man, we're here. If you don't, that's cool, man. You can. There's a lot of people, man, I've met over the years, man. They're flat earthers, but they don't do fuck all, man. They're just like, I'm happy that the earth's flat. I'm going to go back to work now. I'll see you later. Bye. And then that's cool, man. Down with that. Nothing wrong with that. But then there's us, that like to spread the love and the knowledge. We're not trying to hide any knowledge from people, man. And that's the other thing, man. Freemason, secret society people, man. That's where it started. Exoteric.
We started with
they hide the fucking knowledge of where we live, man. If you want to hide the knowledge of where you live, man, you suck. You suck, man. Suck as a human, and you deserve all the suckiness and fucking I can give you, man. Anyway, not to piff out or anything. I'm not going to piff. No piffing. Anyway. All right. Shout out to the chat. Colin, Midnight. Is he out there? Am I on the right page? Yeah, I could be on the wrong fucking page. I don't know. Might be an older one. Fuck, I don't know. Give me a second here. No, I got the right chat. There it is.
You're pipping out, man.
Shit, there's Gilberg Bowl. Shit, Stinger Bowl. Oh, fuck.
Yeah, man, he's tripping out, man.
Midnight.
What's up, Lemon?
Midnight Booster. What's going on? All right. Just a few people hanging in the chat. Nice, man. Jump on the panel, man. Tell us a joke or something. I don't know. Anyway, I'm just about to finish my first beer of the evening. It's quite tasty. It's called Dream Trip, man. Check it out. Good. Anyway, I like to come out and have a piss with you guys late at night. You know, just I jump in during the day once in a while. You know, if the topic strikes a nerve or something. But I'm always listening. No, not always, but weekends are tough, man. My wife works hard, and I like to give her as much of my attention as possible. But, you know, late at night, she goes to bed. I come out here, hang out with some like-minded people. You know, it's pretty fun. Nothing wrong with that. You know, we can talk about anything, and nobody's going to go, dude, man, don't talk. Well, there's certain subjects we can't talk about because of, you know, guidelines. But if, you know, we can always take it to a different room and talk about that. I could talk about purple aliens on the moon, and you guys would be like, what proof do you got, man? Come on. What do you got?
Yeah, let's talk about the asteroids from Uranus. Yeah.
You guys would pound me into the sand. See, what proof do you got for that shit, man? What do you got? I can prove the Earth is flat, man. You want to take a walk?
Well, they do have a medication for that.
I can prove the fucking Earth is flat, man. And it's stationary. I
just don't know why they call them hemorrhoids.
But if you don't like my proof for the Earth is flat, man, I can't help you, bro. You're living in a psychosis, brain manipulation, some kind of, I don't know, hypnosis? Psychosis, hypnosis, man. I don't know, maybe. Just check it out, man. Water's level every time. It was funny the other night. I was listening, man, and then one of these newbies asked, like, "Hey, man, what's your number one proof?" And like 3 people said water all at the same time. And I was like, and I was saying it too at the same time. You know, I'm listening, like water. You know, that's, you know, like a guaranteed flat thing. You know, you can't get around it. And I was laughing. I wish I was on panel at that time, man, because it was hilarious, man. That made my week right there. I was like, all like 3 people, water. You know, it was like, that's great, man. Yeah. So, shout out to the water level people. I love you. Love you, baby. You gotta keep. Water level people, shout them out. Water's level, and my beer is flat. Well, it better not be. No.
I was gonna say.
Although, hey, there are days, man. I drank a flat beer, man. It was sitting there. I'm like, you know what? I'm out of beer, and that one's been sitting there for a couple days. Yeah, I'll drink it. You know. It wasn't too bad. You know, it was flat for sure. It wasn't.
Yeah, you ever had a stout?
Oh, of course, man. Many stouts. Yeah. Yeah. So anyway, just
it's flat beer.
It's pretty flat. Yeah, heavy. Just a little on the heavier mix as far as
It's like an ale, but you got to shake it the fuck up just to get some sort of head formation because there's no carbonation.
Yeah, there's no carbs. It's more like
But it's thick.
It's more
Holy
like a
shit! It's
food.
yeah. Yeah, they got like chocolate and peanut butter flavored fucking.
But yeah,
I'm
it's
like, what
super
the
full
fuck?
of calories. It's super heavy. If you were taking a long sailing trip, you might want to bring a bunch of stout with you.
Yeah, it's pretty stout.
And it'll sustain you, man. And give you a little buzz. Give you a little buzz. Which, nothing wrong with a little buzz. Just don't overdo it, But Josh, man, you've gone deep, man. You've gone into the deep end and pulled out knowledge and shared it with us. Thank you. That you've attained. And I listen to you a lot, man. I'd rather listen to you than me myself, man. I'll learn more listening to you, man. You've gone deep, learned some shit, and said, "Hey, man, check it out. This is what I've learned." And I appreciate you doing that.
Appreciate it. Thank you. I just ran across a channel.
Mm-hmm.
FEB.
FEB.
Mm-hmm.
Flat Earth British? What do you got?
No, Founded Earth Brothers.
Founded Earth Brothers.
Mm-hmm.
Is that the same channel as he used to be called? I know they're two brothers. They're both teachers. One of them's a science teacher. Is that the same cats I'm thinking of?
I'm not sure.
Let me look at my subscriptions. I think he changed his channel name, because I don't know.
They're two brothers, Josh and something. I can't remember the other guy's name.
Yeah, I talked to them years ago, man. I was on a hangout. I think
I just posted a video they did. The America-Rome connection goes deeper than I thought. Yes, it does.
FEB. Founded Brothers.
Founded Earth Brothers.
Found F-O-O. Get down here, man. I only got like 400 subscribers. Yes, same guys. I'm subscribed. Yeah. No, man, he's they're straight up, man. Super clean, super straight up. They're biblical, flat earth, anti.
Yeah, they were talking to a former NASA employee termed flat earther. I was like, ooh.
You did the one who they and why they lie, part 1. I did watch that. Yeah. That's it. Yeah, they used to be called something else, but I forget. It was Flat Earth something. Flat Earth Brothers, maybe. Might have been Flat Earth Brothers. But they changed their name, maybe a year or so ago. Maybe 2, man. I don't know. We're 2 years into this, the Cocoa Puffs, man. You can believe that shit?
Yep.
2 years that went by. Damn.
There's also an article that I found, right?
Yeah.
But due to the nature of it, we can't discuss it.
Cool, man. I appreciate that, man. I mean, the last thing I want to do is take down YouTube live stream because we're talking about stuff we're not allowed to talk about.
Off-topic things.
Yeah, like I said, I'm involved in some offline stuff, man, where we can dig in and really discuss some stuff. But on here, yeah, we kind of keep it flat earth and spiritual, or some fucking astronomical, or whatever. But we stay away from those that especially that topic these days, man, is completely. Although
there you go, Kenny, I sent it to you.
Although some channels can get away with it, Barry. You DM'd it to me?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Check that out later. It's
an article.
All right, cool. Thank you, brother. yeah, I want to share my knowledge and do the best I can. I had a great day yesterday with my brother-in-law. Spent about 12 hours with him doing a little function for his son we went to. And anyway, it was just a great talk and talking about Earth and history and especially what the heck's going on now. And it was just nice to drive in a car, spend a day with somebody, is willing to talk about that stuff. It's just kind of let's look at the facts and the science and all the good things that come along with it. And we're both in agreement, man. And he's not letting his kids get any of this shit. And I'm like, yeah, man, you're straight up. Don't do that. Do not do that. And we wouldn't. Not going to trade all the money in the world, man, for your what do you call it? We wouldn't. Your stuff that you're giving away for free, man. I don't want anything to do with it. Not one thing.
Excuse me. Goodness gracious, from the bottom of my heart. If that would have come out the other end, that would have been a Bart!
Would have been bad. It might have been good for your digestive system, though. I'm sure farting has some health benefits, I'm sure.
Well, no, The Simpsons did that, Bart burped, and then he goes, goodness gracious, from the bottom of my heart. If that would have come out the other end, that would have been it. Then Homer's all, Bart! Yeah. Bart! Yeah, Bart! Bart!
Yeah.
Anyway.
Observable reality coming out from the bull man out there. Yeah, that's what we want. Observable reality. The BLMS 69. Isn't that?
Dude.
What? Not allowed to use those numbers?
No, man. There was something that was about maybe 12 degrees up, and it come in out of nowhere, then lit up at a big spark trail, and then jetted down, dude. It looked like one of those fucking sprites, man.
Right. Excellent, man. All right.
They call them shooting stars, I believe.
I believe they're, shooting stars. Wish upon a star. Wish upon a
But it's not a shooting star because this just didn't streak across, right? This thing burned up.
All the I've seen the burn up where the tail separates the flames and they kind of flames, the lights, they kind of break up at the back end of it. Beautiful.
But I've been seeing a lot of it lately, always in this one general area.
So, what do you know about the solar minimum thing, man? I mean, I've had a few discussions with some people that have kicked some theories around or whatever. I mean, they think it's coming. And I was like, okay, man, could happen. Sure, man, let's.
Well, we are right smack dab in the middle of a 7-year cycle.
Right. And
do you know what that 7-year cycle is?
Do not. I mean, I couldn't just rat it off the top of my head.
Solar eclipse that went across the continental United States.
Well, we did that one.
7 years
from that point.
From the first one to the next one will mark an X.
Oh, right. And the next one's 20.
And this signifies the ending. This signifies the ending of a great king or emperor.
That's good. We're going to get to it.
So, yeah, man. It's time. And 2024? Forget. No, I got to look. I don't want to misquote anything.
The one's going to go right through Hank's neighborhood. I'll be coming down there to see you, Hank. But if he's still here, he left. Okay, damn. But yeah, Texas, supposed to go right through fucking Dallas, Texas, of all places. I'm like, that's going to be wicked. I'm like, yeah, Mark said it's going to go the other way this time, right?
Yeah.
Or something.
Fuck, where'd they go, man? I was there the other day. Let's just click on this and see where it takes us to.
Still there,
Yeah,
man.
there it is. There it is. There it is.
It's still there. Shout out to Democ and Roger. Jim Z's out there.
Good morning.
Good morning. Anyway, I just got to say hi to you lovely people. Yeah, since I'm here. Elijah's out there. Nice. Good you guys are hanging out. Thanks. We're just hitting all kinds of subjects here. You never know. You never know around here, man, what you're going to talk about. Could from eclipses to flat water to
That's when it is. April 8th, 2024.
Yeah,
In fact, 2024 indicates the end date for which is 854 days from till the next eclipse begins. Anyways, something like Agenda 2025 or some shit like that. Agenda 25.
2030. There's
renewable energies, complete reduction of the carbon footprint and all that kind of shit.
Oh yeah.
Planned.
Yeah, they're rolling that. They're rolling with that plan for sure.
And I still won't be able to see this eclipse coming through, at least not full to tell it.
Yeah. Maybe I'll pick you up on my way out to Dallas, man. Yeah. We'll go check it out.
But I want to see those Earth energy serpent shadows dancing. What the fuck is that, Battle Mod? Is your cat on the keyboard?
Earth and what did you say? Earth dancing cats? What?
Earth dancing cats?
What the fuck did you say?
Earth energy dancing serpent shadows.
Okay. All right.
They emanate from when the eclipse is going on. You see like shadows and this banding, and it's serpent energy.
Banding, yes, yeah.
Energy.
Some great banding videos, man. Back in 2017. Yeah, I was watching a lot of those.
But I was saying, Battle Mod, his cat must have jumped up on his keyboard or something.
Yeah, that was a total. I think that says he's been drinking and he's toast. But I could be reading along. He's got 3 6s and a K in there, man. What's all with that, man?
I don't know. Hold on. G code. Tangent French 7 U pipe number nominal or rational number input caret
66.6K. I think he was talking about the globe rotating.
JM 7 years 66 weeks 6,000
code, dude.
Seconds.
His cat is smart. I'm gonna give him that.
Yeah.
Cat knows the globe's bullshit too, man. I'm pretty sure.
I think that solves gravity right there.
All right. We'll pick that up tomorrow. It could be a good topic. Nah, that's the thing about here, man. Topics come up and they fade out and we move to the next one and it jumps around a lot, but there are days, man, where it's just on topic it's beautiful, man. It's just, you never know, man. But I'm always learning and hopefully I can share some fun and glad to be part of it. Just taking it to the man. I love taking it to the man.
Copied.
Yeah. And so I was listening to a lecture from 1996 before I jumped on here by this guy named Gene Scott. He's talking about some maps and things back in 1513 about how they mapped Antarctica the land, not the ice. And it's like, how the fuck is this possible? And I was like, that's cool. And he opened up his lecture with the fact that he goes, dude, he's the old guy, man, probably in his mid 70s at that time in 96. And he opened up with, imagine if we lived 900 years, how smart we would be.
Imagine how big your ears and your nose would be.
Well, that's true. But you would hear better and smell better, maybe. I don't know.
You would look like Kilroy.
Yeah, you wouldn't be pretty, man. You wouldn't be a sight. What is pretty? They've sold us pretty, through media. What?
Remember that character on Popeye Jeep?
Mm.
Your nose would look like that.
Yeah. But anyway, what if you did? I mean, imagine if let's say you had your prime for 400 years. You were in your prime for 400 years, not 20 years like they give us now, but 400. I mean, that would, you could do things that are just incredible, man. I mean, but fade out after. Most sports guys, they're done when they're 40. But living 400, doing that for 400 years. So I always thought that was an interesting thing, that we suck at, we only get about 20 years of super prime as far as physicality, brain activity, being able to, really kick some ass. They give you you work for a company for 20 years and you retire. Yeah, that's about it. That's the way it was back in the day, 20, 25 years. You retire and drive a motorhome around for 10 years. And that's what they're doing now, man. There's so many motorhomes out there now, man. Dude, I can't believe how many people, the boomers are all retiring, right? The boomers.
Boomers.
Fucking boomers. I've been told I'm a boomer. I've debated it. I'm right on the edge. If I'm a boomer, I'm the last one. If I'm an Xer, I'm the first one, man. I'm like right at that. The Beatles came out in January 64. And I was born a couple months after that.
My hypothesis was correct. His cat jumped up on there and solved gravity for us.
Damn cat. Dude, we ciphered that shit, though, man. Your cat is really smart. Well, Mike, come on. But yeah, living 900 years would be cool, man. I would totally trip. Think about it, man. I mean, it would be amazing. And yep. Shout out to Midnight Booster. He's got a Freedom March happening in the anti-Green Pass. Or anti-Green Pass. We're way beyond any kind of anti-passes, man. I'm anti-fucking pokes, man. Anti-pokes? Yeah. I'll go with that.
Yeah, polka music's not right all the time, is it?
Polka sucks. Fucking sucks. So, well...
Hey, imagine when you start hearing polka music, right? And you're like, hey, is that polka? And you get all excited and you run down there with your polka outfit because you're going to do the polka and you hear, you find out that it's just mariachi and you're like, oh.
That's fascinating you bring that up, man. My best man used to always bitch about his neighbors. He play this fucking polka music, man. What the fuck? They're all Mexicans, And that's why are they into that and not, there's some incredible Latin jazz out there, man. That's just fucking smoking, man.
Well,
But
a lot of the mariachi music, not all of it, but a lot of it is like talking about drug use or beating the wife or going to prison.
yeah, it's
doing
just
some
not.
shit.
But the Latin jazz stuff is mostly instrumental. It's just crazy good, man. Anyway, like, why aren't you guys into this shit, man? Because they got sold the mainstream bullshit, you know, just like.
Man, because that's the gangster rap, man.
It's the gangster rap of.
It's the cavacho rap.
Yeah, I saw the protesters out there, man, doing their thing. Belgium, I've seen it. I did see some of that live stream at some Australian. There's a lot of huge amounts of numbers of people out there, man, hitting the streets, man. All over the place, man. Not just in Belgium. You know, it's been Austria and the Netherlands. Yeah, it's. Is it going to help? I hope, you know, I think it will, man. I think it will. It can't hurt at this point, man. Because, you know, they're getting super cucky in certain countries, man. You can't even buy food in some countries, man, without the Cocoa Pass. I've heard.
Yeah, we all know what it is. We all know what it's about, right?
Oh, yeah. Of course.
Cut my head off.
Go ahead, man. I'll be the first in line, dude. You got the guillotine there, man. I'll step right up, man. Go ahead. But I'd rather reverse the situation and bring out the guillotines for them. But, you know, what do I know? Dude, tribunals and Nuremberg 2.0. That'd be kind of fun. But
well, see, a lot of people don't understand, right? They think that the fucking Nazis lost World War II.
Yeah, well,
they don't realize that fucking how many of them were fucking secreted away in Project Paperclip and the fucking Russian one and the Chinese one, right? Because they were even in league with the fucking Chinese. And how many of them escaped to South America? I mean, just like. And then, like, the ones that came to the United States and worked for the government, right? They went in under two agencies. Or two administrations. Do you know what those are?
The, let's see here. Would have been right after World War II. Not off the top of my head. It's not ringing.
National Aeronautics.
Well, NASA.
Yeah, NASA. And Central Intelligence Administration.
Yeah, they split. They got them all over the place, man. But a lot of them end up.
That's where they went. They went to the CIA and they went to NASA. That was it.
A lot of them came here to Southern California. That's why there's so many blondes here.
Because JPL.
Yeah. Jack Parsons Laboratory.
Mm-hmm.
What a bunch of occultist motherfuckers those guys are, by the way. I tried to explain that to Matthew. I'm like, dude, man, you know, you believe fucking occultists and fucking weirdos and they're doing sex magics and fuck all, you know, who knows what the fuck they're up to.
And some people still trust the Freemasons.
They still trust them, yeah. But just, you know, those low-level guys, they don't know fuck all. You know,
it doesn't matter. They're fucking the ones propping up the ones that are perpetrating it. They don't realize that they are the shield.
Right. They're just the underlying, line that holds up the top fucking pyramid with the eye on it and whatever, man.
Mm-hmm.
We know this truth, man, and it's great to know it, and I want other people to know it. I know you guys do too, man. And
but we're just crazy conspiracy theorists.
Well,
you know that, eh? You know that, though, right? We're just a bunch of crazy conspiracy theorists. They say, but the thing is a theory of a conspiracy, right? That's what the cops do, right? That's what the police's job is to investigate the theory of a conspiracy.
Well, dude, man, they're investigating whether you got the Cocoa Puffs or not these days. And apparently, in some countries, not here yet, not in my town, but
Well, that's why I prefer the term conspiracy scientist.
I like that. Yeah, I'm a conspiracy scientist for sure, man. Because we like to break down the science of your claims. And if you have a claim, prove it. And they won't come on here and prove it because they can't. They just keep spitting out jibbery jab shit, and we just keep going on. No, that's jibbery jab. That's hearsay. That's fucking, fallacies, blah blah. I don't have to go down the whole list with you guys, but will protesting in the streets help? That's a good question, man.
Speaking of protests, why do these different denominations of Christianity claim to be? They ain't protesting anything. They're going along with it.
Dude, I mean,
it's part of their 501c3 agreement.
Well, there's get that tax exemption.
Yeah. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to exist.
That's the funny thing. I mean, it goes back to why would they lie, or people do things. Why would actors act? Well, you pay a lot of money.
Yeah.
Why would you lie? I mean, you have to lie for a living to be an actor. That's the fact. You cannot dispute that or deny. That's like water level, man. To be an actor is to lie for a living. And if you have to go that low, you're willing to do anything.
Did you hear those actors? Do you know what they're called?
No, I know what they are. They're hypocrites, but what?
They're called thespians.
Thespians. Ooh, I like it. That's a juicy word, thespians. It's juicy.
Thespian. Yep.
It's thespians. I like it. Tell me more.
And drama, which is what they all portray in the general stage of life, public.
Right?
Drama means goat song. Or no, not drama, but tragedy means goat song. And they will never let a tragedy live itself down as long as it suits their need. Yeah, the thespians and their goat songs, man. It's all tragedy.
Tragic. See, this is esoteric or exoteric? Which
this is the study of words.
Words, and it's so good, man. And if we lived to be 900, man, we'd have it all figured out by now, man. I'm sure. But they built these buildings and they built these crazy places that we see, and star forts and pyramids and fuck all, man. They fucking busted ass, man, and they knew shit we didn't know, man. I am pretty sure. Because they didn't just like, hey, man, let's get a bunch of people together and we're just going to crank out these fucking crazy buildings and shit. They lived very long lives and they, figured out how to do shit that we can't do now. Or, nobody rolled fucking 1,000,000-ton fucking log blocks across the fucking desert on logs, man. Now get the fuck out of here, man. Nobody's doing that. Nobody. The whip. They busted out the whip. That's how they did it. It was with the whip. Slaves built all that shit. Fuck off. You put the kind of detail into these buildings that we see, man, that are just incredible, man. Without, some just absolute motivation beyond anything probably we've ever seen in our lives, man. Or they had technology that was just like 3D printing. I don't know. I'm a 3D printer. I think they could probably 3D print buildings. I know they can do it in China. I've seen in the videos. But could they 3D print, all that shit in Rome and everywhere? It doesn't matter where you go. What country, man? They got these big giant columns and cathedral Roman architecture, whatever you want to call it, man. The big domes and the big doorways. I don't know, man. I don't know. History's a big story, and we're just trying to unravel the story, the real story of the story we've been sold. And we've done a great job, man. We got flat Earth. We got, maybe, mud floods. We got a little bit of, the science is bullshit. Certainly the medical shit. We got that figured out. We got a lot figured out, but we don't have it all figured out. I'm every day we show up here, man, and try to figure out more pieces of this puzzle. And without all of us putting our noggins together and kicking around ideas and researching, we don't stand a chance, man. I mean, I can't do all this shit on my own. None of you guys can do it all on your own. I know that too, man. But together, yeah, we can rock. And everybody's got a little piece of the puzzle, man. Even I do. And but once people realize flat Earth, man, they'll open up to any kind of. They're willing to go down and look at all this stuff, man. I hope. I mean, I've looked at stuff, man. I wish I wouldn't have looked at it, because once you see something, you can't get it out of your head. It's really hard. And I've seen, IBEs to, devil worshiping and all kinds of weird shit, man. And I'm like, oh, fuck all, man. These motherfuckers are for serious. They're doing that. They're doing that. Oh, fuck. Yeah, these people are fucked up, man, that run the place. And we're just trying to kick our way through it and figure it out and try not to get in their way, man. Really. I'm trying not to get in their way. And I want to expose it all, of course. But I've talked to people on the street, man. They don't give a fuck all, man. They just sit there and go, the Earth's flat. What are you talking about? No, it's I seen pictures. It's globe. And they're like, yeah. I'm like, well, let me show you a few things. And most people don't even give a fuck where they live, man. They're so Hollywood sports sucked in to the mainstream. I do not think we can break them out of it, man. Most of them. Some, yes, of course. But most of them are just going to go down knowing that the Earth's a globe, and they're believing the Earth's a globe rather than knowing it's flat and stationary. It's weird, man. Anyway. But yeah, that's why they've spent millions of dollars to make flat earthers look stupid. Because once you realize you're not spinning through space, man, you're like, oh, fuck, man. What else are they lying to us about? And they've literally spent millions of dollars to maybe $100 million to just make us look ridiculous. I don't know how much they've spent, but there's lots of documentaries and mockumentaries and TV shows that, did everything they could to try to debunk the flat Earth. And you all know what I'm talking about, man. And it's a great place to be, man, when you realize you're not shooting through space at millions of miles an hour. And it's comfy, man. It's a comfy place, comfy mindset. But if you want to continue to believe in the old space spinning ball, yeah, by all means, man, go ahead. Because I can't convince you, man. I'm not going to try to. I'm certainly, if you want to come in and have a conversation about it, I'm down, man. That's what this place is so great at, is having conversations with just the regular guy that comes in. It's like, what's up with flat Earth? You're like, well, let me show you a couple things, and here's a picture, and here's a video, and check it out. That is sharing the knowledge, man. It's, and that's what you're supposed to do. And I think in this realm, man, is share any knowledge you have, man. You don't keep any trade secrets, man. Don't do that. And that's one of the things that the Cocoa Puff manufacturers and people out there that were really pushing for the Cocoa Puffs is they don't want to reveal what's in the Cocoa Puffs because it's a trade secret. Let's see. And if they were to release that information, could cause some problems. And apparently they wanted to keep it a secret for the next 55 years or long time. 50 years, over 50 years. They're not going to release what's actually in the ingredients in the stuff, man, for the next 50 years. That should tell you something suspicious going on here. But we all know something very terrible is going on here. And it's beyond suspicious. It's fucking terribly fucking bad. And I just want you guys all know this, I'm pretty sure. But yeah, the powers that be are doing things that were unthinkable 5 years ago, man. Unthinkable. And I wish them luck, but I will be the first one to help build the gallows, man. I will be straight up ready to build it. If you want to crush on humanity that hard, man, yeah, you deserve the gallows, as far as I can tell. And I'll be the first one to swing a hammer, man, and build the gallows that need to be built. The gallows that need to be built. So, but they'll be the escapers, just like in World War II, man. They'll have their own brand new Operation Paperclip, and they'll get through, man. I think, man, but they got their agenda. We got ours. I will hang on to the last day, man, and spit the truth and love and knowledge. And it's like, let's do this, man. Let's do it straight up. Because I don't want to be... I'm cool being forgotten, man. Forget about me. I'm nobody, but it has to be that knowledge passed on. We got lied to about a lot of shit, man. On the old TV box there, man. The brain boob tube. I used to call it, what did I call it? I don't know. It was the mind sucking machine or something like that. The mind sucking machine. Yeah, I yanked my cable out one day, man, and told the cable company to come over and cut that shit. Back in the 90s, man. I'm like, you gotta cut this shit out, man, because this stuff is... Cut it. Yeah, after I learned that the government really isn't on your side, like, oh my, these guys are wicked, man. They're causing the problems. It was pure Hegelian dialectic. They're causing the problems that they're creating the solutions for. And once I realized that, man, I'm like, oh shit, this is so obvious, man. It's like flat water, man. It's obvious. And you realize, hey, man, these guys aren't really on your side, man. And they're not trustworthy. They're not believable. They're not going to get my respect. And I bowed out, man. I fucking bowed the fuck out of this system. And served me well, man. Served me well bowing out. And I'll bow out of the next system they're trying to push too, man. And they're really pushing this new system, man. Woo! They got themselves a poker hand going, man. They're all in. They're all in on this poker hand. Woo! We're going full on in, baby. 100%. And all chips are on the table, man. What do you got? Oh, you got Cocoa Puffs for everyone, man. I'm cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. I'm cuckoo. And they'll just keep on bringing They'll just keep bringing it, man. But some are bowing out, some are falling off. You can watch some of these heads on TV, man. There are a couple of them here and there, man, are getting fired or quitting or getting caught in some kind of sex scandal or some shit, right? And that's what they do, man. That's what those guys. And then they just bow out. But they write a book and get $30 million up front. Or $3 or $5 million or whatever. Somehow their system works out for them, man. Doesn't matter if they're caught in a sex scandal. They got a book to write. Like, really? You guys are really something. Yeah, wasn't there a big giant sex scandal thing with NASA or something years ago? I think there was, man. A bunch of them got busted. I don't know. Anyway, that's all ancient news at this point. We're dealing with a whole new NASA, man. We got the new NASA's in town. And the new NASA's microscopic, man. They go from the macro, right? Yeah. It's something you can't see. Again, it's something you can't see. You can't see space, and you can't see no Cocoa Puffs floating around in the air. And landing on the table, and you gotta wash your hands and gloves and things. Stay away from people, man. All that. Stay away from people. Don't talk to them. Don't go see your family or your dying grandmother or anything. Or how dare you? How dare you do that? Because space is real. Space is real. Really? Really? Tell me more. Tell me more. Tell me lies. Tell me sweet little lies. Yeah, a lot of those going on out there, man. I'll say that, man. A lot of lies. And a lot of truth, man. A lot of truth in this place, man. And we're searching for truth, man. I'm searching for truth. I hope you guys are too. I know. I'm pretty sure you are. And we love reality, objective reality.
Is anybody looking for a 5-quart Dutch oven?
5-quart Dutch oven.
Brand new, still in the box.
In the box. All right. Might be somebody out there looking. What are you asking for?
Shit, I don't know. I haven't looked.
All right.
It's large. It's brand new.
Right.
So you got to season it.
Yeah, you got to season it, but that's cast iron, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, you got to season cast iron. Dude, cast iron's incredible. Love cast iron.
The first non-stick cookware.
Yeah. But you got to treat it right. And you have to put a little time into it. And you can't just cook some shit and leave it. No, you got to do it right. Oil it up. Clean it.
Don't you wash that pan. Don't you put water on that.
Yeah, my buddy, man. Big cast iron fan, man. Takes care of his cast iron real good. I like stainless myself. I really like stainless steel. He's got some stainless too, man. But who knows, man? But cast iron seems legit, man. It's pretty easy to make. It's heavy, lasts forever, for 100 years or something better. So yeah, you'll spend a little money on some cast iron, but it'll if you take care of it, man, it'll treat you right. All right, Potbelly stove, huh? Potbelly. All right. Well, always good to have one of those laying around, especially if you got like a cabin or you're out in the boonies, man. Be good to have one, right? Couldn't hurt at this point, man. Who knows what's coming down the line, man? I have no idea, but I can speculate. And they do have an agenda thing, man. They wrote, so it tells us exactly what's coming down the line, or at least what they want.
I would say probably like $25 or something like that.
What? Get out of here!
Because it's like $44.90 brand new on Amazon.
All right, it's like half price, man.
Yeah.
All right, well,
it was meant for somebody else, but they never got it, and
Never took it.
yeah, they never took it. Yeah, they never got it.
all right, well, drop it in the
Where's it?
drop a picture or something. Yeah, man. You never know.
The box.
Well, yeah, I don't. Not the box, no.
I don't want to open it.
Well, grab one off of Google or something, and then post it. There you go. You probably find a picture of it.
Well,
There's
this listing right here, but I don't know if it's got the top that's shaped like that.
There's the fucking picture on the box.
Jesus Christ, yeah, I know the picture's on the box, but it doesn't show me with the lid.
Yeah, just grab one off of Google, man. Screen, yeah.
Yeah, it is. It's the same one, same top.
Yeah,
Don't like that. It's in the original packaging and everything.
All right, shut. Oh shit! Am I muted? Okay.
I don't have my phone handy, so.
Oh, you're good. All right, take your time, man. No hurry. Shout out to.
It says pre-seasoned, but
pre-season. Yeah, trust that.
I never do.
No.
First thing you got to do is like sand it to make sure there's no high spots.
You don't even gotta sand it. All you gotta do is cook something in it really bad and then wash it with soap. I'm just teasing.
That'd be a bad idea.
Hey, it'd get the preseason out, I'm telling you.
With the preseason seasoning. All right, what time? All right, I got one more beer in me.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that thing's pre-seasoned with like some petroleum or something, you know?
Yeah, they threw some
Petro
lit it up.
Petroleum. Yeah, man, I agree though. I do. I don't trust whatever oil they use. Like, I don't trust it.
I seen somebody say, "Oh, you can just use what the fuck is it? Linseed oil." I was like, "What?
Why would you use that? That's kind of toxic."
Use tallow, man.
Yeah, or coconut even.
My buddy uses the avocado oil, man, on his.
Nice.
Is he a millennial?
No, total boomer. But I turned him on avocado oil years ago, and he's been using it on his cast iron pans. It works okay. I mean, nothing sticks on his shit. I used it.
Walnut oil.
Yes,
but I don't think that would. I think that has a pretty low smoke.
We got a lot of avocado oil out here in California. You got a lot of garbage.
You got to watch out for a lot of the vegetable oils. As far as I know, coconut oil is the only like plant oil that doesn't change its molecular structure past
that's
like
right.
400 degrees or something. And that's why that's go on.
Even olive oil will cross-link.
Yeah, olive oil's bad. You don't want to use that shit.
I mean, not raw, but cooking with it. I'm saying, and I don't know about seasoning a pan.
No, I'm saying it doesn't even have to cook. You just have to treat it with a low pH and like a saline environment, and it will cross.
All right, how do we do that?
So wait, you're saying basically use like? Wait a minute, hold on.
How the fuck we do that, man?
It creates a plastic.
So wait, use vinegar to make the oil create a plastic, or the opposite?
No, you use like an acidic environment, like some sort of like hydrochloric acid with a bunch of salt in it, and float olive oil on top of it and let it sit out in ultraviolet sunlight. It will cross-link and turn into a plastic.
Is that good to cook with?
I wouldn't. How many foods do you know of are salty and acidic?
Okay, I'm sorry. I don't mean to laugh.
No, you're good.
And Crisco's even worse. That saffroyl oil and corn oil and all that, that's even worse.
Right. Especially because corn these days is like super genetically modified.
GMO City.
Yeah, well, if you want to use shortening, try butter instead.
Right. Oh, butter's so good.
Butter's butter.
There ain't nothing better than butter.
You know, I'm in the camp of, you know, if they say it's bad for you, it's probably good for you. And they always said butter is bad for you since I was growing up and everything. You know. They had margarine that came out. And then,
well, no, they said sitting too close to the TV isn't good for you, but I think TV in general isn't good for you.
Touche.
Well, certainly sitting close to it, all that electromagnetic radiation, probably not.
Well, that was back in the day when it emitted X-rays.
Yeah.
That was actually between a specific, like, 1 or 2 years, and it just carried on after that.
Yeah, boy, the flicker rate on the new TVs at fucking 4K and whatever 1080. I mean, they can do like 60 frames a second now, right?
Just get a projector, man. It's totally amazing.
24 frames a second. And projectors are amazing. Yeah, I watched.
Well, I mean, I'm just saying because like. When you say flicker rate, it makes me think subliminal programming. And so if you get a projector, I mean, is it going to be the same as like one of those high definition LED or LCD or whatever TVs? Like,
no,
the flat screens.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a different experience. But boy, Hollywood figured out how to put the subliminals in there, man. Or, not even just the subliminals, but, just the simple things in the background, having a globe and, a picture of the globe or there's a lot of everywhere, man. If you start watching movies, they always mention the globe or something, man. Almost like every fucking movie, man. It's not like...
Well... Yeah. I mean, when you say that, it makes me think of Iron Man 2, wherever all the drones fly. Well, Iron Man flies into the dome or the globe, and all the drones fly into the globe and they explode. And right after that, Iron Man gets exploded into a dome.
Wow, there you go.
Right?
Go back and watch.
I was gonna say about the subliminal programming. I think about it because I have my boys and. Like, I watched some of the old Disney stuff, and you can pick out like where they're trying to like pull something. It's pretty easy. But some of the news stuff, it's like you'll watch it and then you'll watch it again and you're like, hold up, I didn't even catch that the first time. What the fuck?
Of course you got, yeah, you can't catch everything, man. That's true, but yeah, watch it again and go, oh my goodness, there's a globe.
Well, I mean, not even the globe. I don't know. It's just like, I don't know. I try to keep the media for my children appropriate for their age. You know what I mean? So it's just some things that are allegedly for children are not, or shouldn't, in my opinion, be for children.
No, most of the, if I had a kid now, I'm a bit older, but if I had one now, man, I'd be like, I'm not letting them see any of this shit on TV, man. No. We're going complete fucking
VHS, man. Just stick with the VHS. I'm telling you.
Sit down there and go like, we're gonna watch some fucking videos I'm picking. Yeah, I'm gonna get you fucking squared away, straight away. I'm not gonna dick around here. You're not spinning on a globe. First of all, the government's fucked up. I'd be like,
oh, dude, every time I look out at a horizon or some beautiful like sunset, I'm like, man, that is amazing. And my son's like, yeah, it's so flat, isn't it?
That's right.
He's like 5. I'm like,
today, man, I'm coming back from shopping with my wife. We had lunch. Anyway, we came back and the sun was it was like super huge on the horizon, man. It was super huge, really low, right on, getting close to going away. And I go, hey, man, look at that big yellow dot over there. It says, they say that's 93 million miles away, and it's 400 times bigger than what we're living on. And she just laughs. She's total flat earther, man, by the way. Not total, but she's one of the ones, man, that goes, I understand we're living on a stationary plane. The government's full of shit. But she's not going to come on here and hang out with us, man. She's just not. She's like just content with knowing the truth, man. There's a lot of flat earthers like her out there like that, man. There's a lot.
Same thing with my girl, bro. Like, I wish she would get on here because I know she'd enjoy herself, but she won't do it.
No, she's content. She does her job. She goes to work. She takes care of the kids. And it might be a better thing, man, for her,
Yeah, each to their own,
Yeah, and there's a lot of people like that, man. They know what the fuck's up, but they're just not out here talking about it and hanging out with people that want to talk about it or whatever. I mean, I want to talk about it with, people that don't know about it and people that do know about it. I want to talk about everything all the time, and that's what we're here, man. We're here to learn, man. We're not here to get sucked into some Disney propaganda shit. And we did. We got sucked into it, man. And we all did. And I kicked myself a little bit for that, but I'm glad I came through the other side and saw the truth and looked into it and really researched it and checked it out for myself, man. I went out and...
Oh, yeah, I know the feeling. Where I live, there is a spot where I can see it's like 11 or 12 miles when I looked on the map. Because there's a water tower that I know is in Appleby Sand, a certain very small town. But it's in a certain town, and there's a water tower right next to this gas station, and I drive past there to get raw milk when I go to get raw milk. And so, I look from, way far away, where right next to my house, you know what I mean? Mm-hmm. And I see that water tower, and I'm like, that's pretty nice.
Yeah, it is. And, I've been on a sailboat, seen an island 50 miles to my left and 50 miles to my right. And I'm like, damn, where's that Where's that humpy water, man? Where's that 7,000 foot hump of
It's
water?
not humpy water. It's bendy water.
Humpy.
Come on.
Where's the big hump of water? And there's no bendy fucking nothing. And it's just fun to know that. And it was like, okay, we've done everything we can do, man, to try to prove your fucking globe for you. And it hasn't worked, man. We've gotten lasers 38 miles, 22 miles, 10 miles. I saw a dude on an ice lake for like 9 miles. The laser was hitting him in the ankle. I'm like, you got to be kidding me. Like that 9 miles on the ankle, and the laser was right on the ice, man. Right on the fucking ice. And 9 miles, it should be like 60, whatever, 50 something feet. Like, damn. So, anyway. But they'll say, oh, the laser propagates and it doesn't work and it's spreading. Like, yeah, it's called I think it's the inverse square law? Inverse square law, man. I like that inverse square law. You can check that out for yourself right there on your kitchen table. Check it out. I'm not lying to you about that one. But, yeah, the stars are trillions of billions and trillions and miles, and it's really far away, and they're so far away. And they're so far. That's the problem. Man, we got Disneylanded. That's a new word. In our heads. That you live on. But
In your head.
I love that song. That's a good one.
They are fighting.
I'm saying.
There's my
bombs.
And their guns. And their bombs. And their
Go there. In your head.
Dude, I can't believe we woke you up out of the fucking dead sleep with that song, man.
I went to get some food, man.
Gotta get the munchies, man.
Like shit, man. Mike come fucking rolling in here. Like shit, we must have said something fucking funky.
Man, I went and got a plate of food. I come up, the dog wanted half my food, so I went and got him a plate of food.
A plate of food?
That's a good man right there. That's a real good man right there.
So I came back up, and the fucking cat's just staring at me like, what, bitch? None for me. I was like, mother. So I had to feed the whole damn room, then eat my food, then roll another joint.
How dare you? How dare you? How dare you?
My daughter, my sister just got home from the casino. She's down there laughing. What are you doing now? I said, feeding the cat. She's like, well, why didn't you just take a bunch of shit up in the first place? I was like, I don't know.
How dare you?
I don't know. I can't carry 3 food trays at once.
Dude, Mike,
I'm not a convict here. Come on.
I own this place. What are you guys doing?
Hey, happy midnight. Happy midnight here on the West Coast.
Happy 2 a.m. here in Texas.
101 a.m. in Arizona.
Same old team since 1916. In your head. In your head.
In fighting.
And their bombs and their bombs and their guns. In your head. They are dying. In your head.
Hey, don't do that. We'll get a copyright strike. Stop it.
You might be right.
That is a good song, though.
Yeah, you're gonna get a copyright strike. Don't play that one.
When I'm not smoking weed, I can get it all out in one breath too. I know every fucking
That was pretty
lyric.
funny. I thought that was pretty funny.
You know every lyric to every song, it seems like, bro.
He does.
I know
He's like a
your
lyric.
head hang slowly, child is slowly taken, and the violence caused such silence. Who are we mistaken? But you see, it's not me, it's not my family. In your head, they are fighting. I love that one, but if I
He
start
even
singing,
carries the melody well, like not
Thank
just the words, you know?
Thank
It's
you,
amazing.
my daughter loves it too. So like, if I start singing it, she'll be like, "Unplug them earphones," and I'm like, "I'm not listening to it. I'm just singing it." "Oh, well, play it and let's sing it together." My daughter, she loves it.
Well, we've been
She got a better voice for it too.
manipulated, and through all the mediums, whether TV, music, science. Yeah, we got jacked, man. We all know that. We all got jacked, but thank you guys for seeing through the jackness. Thank you.
Uh-huh. What is this, Josh?
All right, shout out to the chat here, man. There's 33 people watching. I'm just reading what I'm seeing, man. We got Rocket Man, we got Slow Mo out there. Into the break, man. There's a surfer out there. Cool. Gonna get into the break, bro. Check it out. Yeah. And we got Jax out there. We got Jax, man. What's happening? All right. Those guys are working the chat. Appreciate it. Always appreciate a good chat discussion, man. How many chat discussions have you been in? Many, right?
Enough to know better.
Exactly. I've retired from chat discussions. I'm completely retired from that. But I'll say hi, say cheers, I'll say good on you. But I'll keep it simple. At this point, man, I'll keep it simple. But I'm not going to get into an argument in the chat, man. That's the last thing I'm going to do. Now, there's other people, man, they're good at that, man. They're really, really good. Not me. Not me. But I'll talk to you. You want to come on the old panel here, man? The link's in the description. Come on in, man. We'll chat. I'm down with that, man. I'm down with talking.
Yep, this is 2:04 and top of the hour, 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. This is where we're killing the globe live, you know what I mean?
Yeah, we're here, man. 24/7, people. We're not like messing around here, man. We're doing this full time every day. We got shifts. I'm kind of the early shift for most people.
We got shifts, but we're not shifty.
We ain't shifty, man. It's the last thing we are. And there's some shifty science out there, man. We've been busting down the shifty science.
You can say that again. The people in the back were muttering amongst themselves.
It's a shifty science, man. Not really science. It's more pseudoscience stuff, man. We've been busting their balls, man, and that's why we don't get a lot of them coming in here anymore, man. They just
Hey,
they
Flat Earth
can't.
dude,
Yeah,
you ever watched God Rules YouTube channel?
of course, man.
He
At
goes
least
off and off like lately about like Buddhism and how it's really Satanism.
yeah. I mean, he's he brings up interesting stuff. I mean, he codes so much of his information with, you know what I'm talking about? You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm doing? I mean,
Yeah, but
he's
I
very,
urge everyone to watch the first 4 minutes of this one.
yeah, but
It's coming.
I'll catch him, man. Probably, you know, maybe I'd say once a week or something. I really like to.
I think all organized religion might be somewhat organized by Satanists.
Or here's the crossover, man. Is that there's these Satanists out there that don't even know they're Satanists, man. They just think they're doing stuff for the better good or whatever, man. You know, and don't even know they're following the wrong fucking road, man. The crossroads, man. I've seen, especially in the last couple of years, man, seen a lot of people, man, doing weird shit. That
Apparently there's a new implant in Sweden, right? And with this implant that people are getting injected into their arm, they're able, with just this implant, to buy or sell whatever they approve.
No.
Yeah.
No. I've seen these videos. Dude, apparently in Germany, man, they're putting down the hammer and saying, man, if you ain't got the right app on your phone or
Screw that
QR code, you can't even go to the grocery store, man, or drive a car or get fuel. I've heard this as well. It might have been in India where they can't get.
Yeah, QR code is one thing, right? But they have these systems already set up where you can either swipe your hand and it's on the right hand side of the door, or there's a reader that will read your forehead.
That's scary, man. Now we're getting biblical, man. We're getting super biblical at this point. Super biblical. Welcome to Super Biblical 101.
I mean, there should be also a camera that can pick up, say, some kind of a tracer that's just underneath the skin, say in the blood veins.
Yeah.
Special camera.
Yeah, I've heard of this. I've actually seen some evidence to that effect where, they can. There's a certain substance that can cut through and.
Jellyfish stuff, right?
Yeah, jellyfish-ish. We can go like. Apparently, it can be connected to some kind of computer network through radio waves and magnetic waves.
Now, the interesting thing is you can get an approximation of the location of certain arteries and veins, but it differs from person to person, especially with, like, say, a map of, like, the veins in somebody's forehead. Something like that could be like a fingerprint.
Wow, that's interesting. I never thought of that.
Yeah, man.
That's deep. I like that. A bit of a red pill there, man. Damn. I'm gonna have
just
to
like digital tattoo. Digital tattoo is what do you think it means?
I've seen the digital tattoo stuff. I've seen some of it.
What do you think? What do you think the digital tattoo is?
Wow. Can't they? They can see it through some kind of certain LED or black light or something.
And that's quantum dot.
Okay.
This other one that I'm talking about, this digital tattoo, it's been around since the 70s. Ever since the internet came online.
Whoa, digital tattoos, man. This is something
Look it up.
No. I've seen a couple of little drops here and there about it.
It is literally your online record. And for each account, there's a record.
Yeah, damn.
In fact, that's what account means, is record.
All right. Well, when they come to my door and want to, stick me with something, it's just at least one of them is going down with me, man.
Oh, but here's the thing, right?
I'm not going to be going down easy on this stuff, man. I
Comes
guarantee
down to a choice. He causes all.
I'm not.
But it's a choice.
It is the
And
choice,
he
man.
causes all, both small and great, rich and poor, free and bond, to receive a mark in their right hand or in their foreheads, yea? And
Yep.
that no man might buy or sell, save he that had the mark, or the name of the beast, or the number of his name. Here's
And that can
wisdom.
only happen through one
Let
world
him who
government.
hath understanding count the number of the beast. Yep. Yeah, that's Revelation 13 something.
13, 16
Yeah,
to 17.
I memorized it. Yeah. I think I started on 15.
Yeah. And if you've ever read Revelation 9/11, woohoo! Heliocentrists.
No. Oh, 9/11. Tell me more. Tell me more.
Do you want to know what Revelation 9/11 is? Hang on, let me unsheath the E-sword.
He said,
When you said 9/11,
"Chief."
You got all of our attention. You got everybody's.
Yeah, Locust Army coming out of the pit, and they have a sovereign over them.
Out of the pit. Out of the pit of 9/11.
Revelation 9/11.
It's horrible.
And they had over them a sovereign, the messenger of the pit of the deep, whose name in Hebrew is Abaddon, but in the Greek he has the name Apollyon.
Yeah.
didn't the sorry, Mike.
They
Yeah, you're robot, Mike. What?
bottomless pit.
Yeah,
Mike,
this is
Mike,
talking about the locusts.
Robot, Mike.
Can I just say something real quick? I was just gonna say it's interesting that they say the bottomless pit because during 9/11, once those buildings were imploded, the planes ran into them. There was like a pit left over, wasn't there? Like, yeah, a burning pit for like a long time afterwards, as far as I understand.
For a very long time afterwards.
Anyways, moving on.
Moving on. Hey, if you ever watched the movie 2001: Space Odyssey, 1968, man.
Island Boys.
They had the pit. The pit was in there, man. That you could see them driving down into the pit of the buildings that fell down thing back in 2001. But anyway, and it was called Space Odyssey 2001, right? Wasn't that the fucking name of the movie? Tell me I'm wrong.
Space Odyssey 2001. Yeah.
And
You're wrong, but only to tell you you're wrong.
Please tell me I'm wrong.
You're wrong, motherfucker, but only to tell you.
Yeah, nope, you're right.
So in the movie, man, you see the scene, and it has the very distinctive architecture. Yeah, it was the exact same pit. Oh man, they put it out there in '68 and did it in 2001, 2000. Yeah,
had to do it in '68. Couldn't do it in '69.
And then they did the 69, the moon landing.
I bet they did 69 on the moon landing. Dang it. Sorry, we're on a live stream. My bad, live stream.
No, it's fine, man. That's
69. Apollyon's gonna hit it from behind.
Yeah, we've been we've been hoodwinked, boys and girls. I promise we've been hoodwinked. No, man, we got this, man. We got this, man.
That's with the bottom
There
of
are
the pit.
fucking days, man. Mike, man, there's some fucking days, man, that we can't handle this shit, bro. We can't. But there's days
There is a we in that. I will accept that we, brother.
Fuck you,
You'll
man.
be all right.
There's days you can't fucking. I mean, you
damn
watch
Skippy.
shit and you're like fucking shake your head and go, fuck.
Listen, normally I say there is no we. This is one of them times I cannot say I'm not included in that we.
Yeah.
Dun.
There's days I think about, well, I still have the energy in me to take out probably half of these fuckers. And I've had a good life. I could leave a better world for my daughter. And
Damn
my
right.
daughter and my son.
That's what I
I'm not
want.
scared to die, but I am scared to leave this world with my children.
Oh,
Scared
yeah,
to
man.
death of that.
Well,
now coincidentally, Revelation 6:9 talking about and when he opened the fifth seal and he saw under the slaughtering place beings of those that had been slain for the word of Elohim and for the witness of which they had. Right. The Strongs of that actually goes down for the evidence that they had is the testimony, judicial testimony.
Coincidence, huh?
How many of us are preaching the law of our Father?
Yep.
Who are the faithful, and can they be numbered?
Yeah,
I can show you in a document of a legal document where the 144,000 faithful are considered to be the enlightened ones, the illuminated ones, the Illuminati. Right next to the corporate entity, it says 144.000 faithful. They consider themselves the faithful because they adhere to the law. They figure they get you. Jesus gives the parable of two masters. You can't have two masters. You won't please one. What he means is you're supposed to be your own master, but if you won't master yourself, somebody else will master you. You can accept a master. You can be part of a flock. You can be part of a herd. But when you're part of a herd or a flock, when you follow a shepherd, that shepherd is your master. And you are no longer your own master. You're not your chief Melchizedekian priest of your own temple, or your family, or your home, or your belongings. Your master is.
I see the blind sheep going nowhere.
I see, said the blind man to the deaf man, in the land of the blind, where the one-eyed man is king.
The fucking
When
sheep,
people-
man. Let's talk about that.
I see it as this: when people say they're the black sheep of the family, they're saying they don't fit in the herd, and I think those are the people who absolutely the law is etched in their heart, and they know this isn't the natural law man is meant to live by. It's not the law of the creation. God didn't create peoples and citizens; He created men and women. He didn't create states and cities and groups. He created man and woman and told them out to go out and be fruitful and
And make
subdue
the
the earth.
family.
He said, be fruitful and multiply and subdue the earth and replenish the earth and have dominion over the earth and everything on it.
Mike.
Subdue, dominion. Dominion means to break off, to crumble.
I want to jump in, man, real quick. Replenish the earth. It's an interesting take.
It is if you believe there are no pre-Adamic creations.
What about what was before the replenishing? There must have been a pre-plenishing. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I was going to cover that. It is perplexing if you do. It is perplexing if you believe there isn't a pre-Adamic creation. But if you follow it, you find that when Cain he said, I can't go out. When he's kicked out, he said, if I go out there, Lord, they'll know me, they'll know my deeds, and surely they'll kill me. But it was just Adam and Eve, Cain and Abel, and whatever other kids they had. So
I always
there were
asked about that.
tribes. There were tribes already existing outside of the garden. They were pre-Adamic creation, as with the angels were pre-Adamic. They existed before man.
Check it out. You have
I'm
you
down.
have
I'm down with
chaos. You have chaos.
It's Gog and
then
Magog.
destruction.
We're
Then
talking
Genesis.
We're talking the flood here, man. We're basically talking
Then
about
destruction.
fucking.
Then
Well, what you need to
another
understand,
repopulation.
Garden of Eden, Adam and Eve, is the creation of man. It's not the entirety of all our God's creations.
That's after the flood, man. It's after the flood.
Adam and Eve after the flood?
Yeah.
No.
No.
Check it out. You have in the beginning you had chaos, right?
They
So
wanted-
you had the destruction of chaos.
God told them to replenish the earth, man. That means
No,
they fucked it up, right?
So it starts
Noah,
with the destruction.
Noah is of the bloodline of Adam. There's no way that the flood can be before Adam and Eve, when the descendant that built the ark was one of Adam's descendants.
Why did they tell him to Why did God tell him?
I'm telling you
to replenish the earth. Replenish, meaning
I'm trying to tell you
something before that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm trying to tell you.
And when Josh is done, I want to say something.
Josh, go ahead. Go ahead.
If you look into the deeper context of the themes, it starts with a destruction from the chaos. Chaos is destroyed, right? And the Shemayin and the Eretz are created, the heavens and the earth. Heavens, plural. And the earth, singular, right?
Shemayim.
And then you had a corruption,
right.
destruction, redemption. Another corruption.
Right.
And a foregoing of the destruction to bring the final redemption for the overall final destruction, which will create a new Genesis, starting it over again on a new cycle.
You know, the Watchers were here before we were. The serpent was in the garden before we were. This
Can I
place
say
was
something?
already populated.
Yeah, go ahead, Flat. Go ahead.
All right, what I wanted to say was what Battle Mob was saying about there being people before or tribes beforehand. I am coming from a different space than having read like the Book of Adam and Eve and the other actual biblical books and whatnot. I've read this book called the Urantia book, and I will preface it by saying that they believe in a globe Earth and they like whatever all that goes on, but they do mention the same using different words, but like the different heavens they call it Havalas. Whenever on Earth specifically, they talk about their like the story of creation of man. It's not just Adam and Eve in the garden. The garden was like almost like a in this story, I'll say, was almost an act to save Earth after creation had already been made and screwed up. And I don't know, like I said, this is not like it's almost like a really abstract book if you look into it, but I don't know, it aligns with what y'all are saying. It's kind of weird.
Look at it this way. If you believe there's no pre-Adamic destruction or creation, you have to get rid of the hosts of heaven, the sons of God, the Elohim, the Rahaim, and the Nephilim, because there's nothing
and
to
Job.
make that. There was nobody before man. But we
Go on
know
about
that's
Job,
not
though.
true, because God himself said, I will put a mark on you, lest they will know you're mine, and it will not harm you.
Job says that the Bnei Elohim met in heaven, right? The sons of God met in heaven, and Satan
came as a representative of Earth, and he was asked, "Where do you come from?" And he says, "I come from wandering to and fro upon the face of the earth."
Oh, you
Right,
left
and the
out part.
face is
To and
also
fro, in
firmament.
and on. He
Yeah,
says,
in
I
and on.
come
Yeah,
from going to and fro and in and on Earth.
and it's in a direct quote of the crow or the ravens that were released before the dove.
Well,
They
I'm
continue to go to
I'm
and
not
fro.
adding my interpretation though. I can't remember exactly where my grandmother brought it from, but she said there's a mention that God made 3 attempts at creation first. There were 3 creations. I can't remember where my grandmother said she pulled that from, but it came out of a KJV. But absolutely,
Basically, I don't know if people realize it, but even in Revelation, there's after the destruction of chaos, there's chaos, right? Then the destruction, then a new Genesis,
Well, what I
right?
was gonna
There
say,
for a
Battle
time,
Mod.
New Jerusalem will be Eden.
have you ever read the life of Adam and Eve or any of the
Yeah,
old apostles?
yeah. I've read some of the Apocrypha, some of
Yeah, the life of Cain,
the what do you call it?
Abel.
Nag Hammadi texts, but that's all in like
Nag
a
Hammadi.
grain of salt. So yeah, the Nag Hammadi, that's Dead Sea, or not? That's not Dead Sea. That's Coptic Egypt things found in a burial thing from the Gnostics. So with the Gnostics, you have to think about it. They're the ones that come up with the 7 rays of light and all that other shit, and the Yaldabaoth as Yahuwah, or some might call him Yahweh. But the thing is Yaldabaoth is a demiurge, and Yahuwah
Yeah,
is not the demiurge.
yeah.
So they have a
It's
different
called the
understanding of duality.
yeah. The book.
So
It's called the
everything,
Forgotten Books of Eden.
yeah, everything. Oh, yeah, everything with a grain of or a pint of vinegar, man. Vinegar and gall.
Yep.
Yeah, if you look into the Urantia book, pint of vinegar for sure.
Some people don't understand what I mean by that.
I mean, you almost said a grain of salt, so I assumed that it was equated somewhat the same, but I've never heard that term, so I assume it has a slightly different meaning.
Well, when Yeshua was on the cross, right? He says, "I thirst, I thirst." Right?
Oh,
and they handed him or they took a sponge that was soaked in
vinegar
sour
instead
wine,
of
which is vinegar and gall, and brought it up to his lips, and he drank it and said that it's done. Because he says, "I
What
will
is
not partake
gall?
of this drink again." It's bitter gallbladder bile,
Oh wow.
and I guess it was mixed with something else that we don't know of that meant to dull the pain.
Oh, well.
But he says, remember when he said during the Last Supper, "I will not partake of this again until I am in heaven, until I'm in my Father's house." Right?
So here's a PDF on that, man.
Wow.
It's more than one book, The Forgotten Books of Eden.
It's interesting.
It's a collection of uncanonical books that were shortened to bring you Genesis. There's longer stories. Genesis isn't such a short story as it is in King James's copyrighted book. That's his book. That's his word. Just like the Bishop Bible belonged to Rome, they copyrighted it. That's their word. Just like the LGBT copyrights and owns the NIV, they can change it as they please. It's their creation. The legal precedence for this is made in Genesis when man is ruled over by God because God created it, named it, and ruled over it. Man and woman, mankind, in short. When they talk about eternal life for man, They talk about eternal life for mankind. No man will ever be eternal.
Yeah, see, it starts off the crystal sea. God commands Adam, expelled from Eden, to dwell in the cave of treasures. On the third day, God planted the garden in the east of the east, on the border of the world eastward, beyond which, towards the sun rising, one finds nothing but water that encompasses the whole world and reaches unto the borders of heaven. Right there. I mean, that chapter 1, verse 1.
Ah,
I mean,
you
that's
reminded me. I had forgotten. Okay, you had said in what you were talking about before how
Where?
he
In what book?
he went whenever Jesus said he was not going to drink this until he got back up into heaven. Well, that means that he's going to drink that in heaven to dull the pain. I don't know. It's just interesting to me that he would actually use a substance in heaven to dull the pain, and it wouldn't be some kind of metaphysical mojo.
Well, no, that was just wine, right? So he took a vow, like the
Okay.
Nazarene vow. You know, he will not partake of wine again. So instead of wine, he was handed vinegar.
What book's that
Okay.
from, Joshua?
Wow.
First book of Adam and Eve.
Oh yeah, that's just one of these are all the lost books. The Lost Book of Eden, first book